p.m. Lunan carried a box of green pepper fried noodles, swiped his fingerprints, and entered the house. I go out at 7:30 in the morning and come home at p.m. I work with corpses every day and earn a monthly salary of credits. Lunan has lived this kind of social life for 5 years. Worn out. Lunan entered the room, took off his shoes and sat heavily on the chair in front of the table. There has been some unrest in the city recently. He leaves early and comes home late, working overtime for half a month. I can't rest tomorrow, I have to go out early and continue working. Lunan opened a bottle of purified water, ate ordinary fried noodles, turned on the computer, and prepared to play some games to relax. Ha! A game that Lunan had never seen before appeared on the screen. Become a Lord. The icons are in pixel style. Lunan had the impression that he had never downloaded this game, but after working overtime so many people were dizzy, he was not sure whether he remembered it wrong. Let's play and see? Lunan double-clicked the icon to open the game. The program runs and a window pops up. After a brief black screen, some text appeared. Due to the collapse of the plane order, the new gods and the old gods disappeared at the same time, and the boundary curtain no longer existed. You were selected to enter the land of the old and build your own territory. Here, supernatural elements can give you great power, but they also breed a lot of dangerous creatures. You are a lord who has traveled from other worlds. Please protect your lord's hut. When the lord's hut is destroyed, you will be disqualified from the game. Generating your race. Generating your talent. After a few simple introductions, a group of gray flames suddenly flashed across the black screen. The text prompt appears again. Your race is selected as Undead. Game start. The picture on the screen changes from dark to light, and is gradually loaded onto a pixel-style building. The perspective is third person and can rotate on its own. The building information pops up in the form of a card. Lord's Hut, Level 1. The Lord can enter it to rest and gain double the extraordinary recovery speed. After upgrading, attribute bonuses can be given to all undead units in the entire territory. Currently not upgradable. Next to the cabin, there is a pixel-style unit. Lunan clicked on the unit with the mouse, and a pop-up picture popped up, along with some character information. Name, Lunan, Lord. Age, 23. Race, Undead. Life, 30 of 30. Extraordinary points, 10 points. Power, 3. Spirit, 3. Agility, 2. Wisdom, 4. Luck, 2. Charisma, 5. Talent 1, Reincarnation. Talent 2, Seed of Evil Thoughts. Talent 3, Fate Reward. Reincarnation, the only talent of the undead, transform living beings into undead. If the target is a plant, the vitality emitted by the plant can be transformed into death energy. Death energy, an extraordinary element that the undead can absorb. The more abundant death energy, the higher the benefits from meditation, and the faster the recovery rate of soulfire. Current number of conversions per day, 10. Asterisk, the number of conversions available will be refreshed at AM on the next day. Asterisk, if the transformed creature is stronger than the Lord, more times will be required. Seed of Evil Thoughts, the only talent, plant a thought into the mind of the designated unit. If the thought is not cleared, it will become stronger and stronger. 3 days before the thought appears, the thought can be eliminated by the light, nature, and ocean purification spell cards. When the thought occurs for more than 72 hours, the thought cannot be eliminated in any way. Each time you use the Seed of Evil Thoughts, 10 extraordinary points are consumed. Asterisk, the same unit can apply this talent repeatedly, and each target can be planted with Seeds of Evil Thoughts up to 3 times. When using this talent on the same target, the interval must be more than 72 hours. Fate Reward, the only talent of the soul. All units in the territory can slowly improve their attributes through exercise, meditation, combat, etc. There is no upper limit to this improvement, but the improvement speed is different depending on the unit level. The vertical painting is quite handsome, but why do the undead look so like ordinary people? The setting is not very strict. The second talent is a bit unserious. It's perfect for chatting with the ladies. But I have entered personal information? How come the character generated has the same name and age as me? Lunan confirmed that he had never played this game, but he was already slightly interested. He turned off the vertical painting interface and looked away, planning to take a closer look. Next to the Lord, there is a very simple cabin. Lunan's perspective seemed to be centered on this wooden house. There are also 2 tombstones on the property. Lunan clicked on the tombstone information. Cemetery can accommodate the undead below 5 stars to rest, and the soulfire recovery speed is increased by 100%. Currently inhabiting undead units, 1. There is also a card inside. Lunan clicked on the card, which showed information about an undead unit. Confused skeleton, normal. Soulfire, 40-40, 6 point of soulfire is consumed every 1 minute of action. Power, 1. Agility, 1. Spirit, 0. Wisdom, 0. Luck, 0. Unit description, a small skeleton that can only do chores. The construction speed is slow. The only advantage is loyalty. Racial characteristics, after death, placed in the cemetery, it can slowly absorb extraordinary substances, restore the soulfire value, and resurrect. The vertical paintings of 2 ignorant skeletons are more in line with the characteristics of the undead, with bones all over their bodies and gray-white flames shining in their eyes. Do units exist in the form of cards? Lunan thought as he clicked on the Wake Up option. 2 short white skeletons crawled out of the cemetery with difficulty. They looked at Lunan and wanted to kneel down. Slap. The joints fell off. The 2 ignorant skeletons slowly picked up the joints, put them on, and then knelt down. Slap. The joint fell off again. Lunan laughed at these 2 idiots, but after thinking about how tired he was and having to smile in front of the leader, he couldn't laugh anymore. Replaced by family members. Lunan searched and couldn't find an option to stop the ignorant skeleton, so he looked at other options in the territory. Give them something to do and they should be able to stop. Lunan saw the construction interface. Currently constructible building, warehouse. Warehouse, when used to store extraordinary materials, there will be no leakage. Materials of the same type can be integrated into more complete materials by themselves after being placed there. Note, crushed stones can be consolidated into complete stones in the warehouse. Lunan also saw several follow-up buildings, but they were all gray like the upgrade options of the Lord's hut and could not be built. Lunan is very familiar with this routine. He unlocks high-level buildings in sequence. Lunan selected the warehouse, and a green area appeared on the screen, which should be a buildable area. This area is centered on the Lord's hut and is a square with a side length of approximately 30 meters. Lunan touched his chin and felt that the warehouse should be built farther away to facilitate subsequent planning. He built the warehouse in a corner of the farthest range. Construction requires 2 undead base units. A selection interface popped up on the screen, and 2 ignorant skeleton cards popped up. Lunan selected them and started construction. As expected, the ignorant skeleton stopped trying to kneel down. After bowing to Lunan, he started working. One of the ignorant skeletons went to collect materials and picked up some gravel at the gate of the territory. The other one raised his hands in the air and performed a ceremony. Apparently to give the warehouse some magical abilities. The buildings of the undead have spirituality and can be regarded as half-living creatures. Construction takes half an hour. While Lunan was waiting for construction, he selected the Lord unit. He was going to take control of this unit and go out. He would first use the first talent to transform a few surrounding trees. By the way, also observe the terrain. There is a reminder at the beginning of the game that extraordinary substances can also breed dangers. It should be that beasts can also absorb extraordinary substances and mutate. Lunan felt it was still necessary to find out whether there was any danger around him. Lunan tried to control his Pixel Lord unit. The way the character moves is very simple, WASD moves, and the mouse rotates the perspective. Moreover, Lunan discovered that he could not only play the game from an overhead perspective, but also enter the number 1 and 3rd person perspectives of the units belonging to the territory. Quite convenient. At the same time, when Lu Nan operated the Lord character, a new option appeared. Meditation. A small amount of experience can be increased every time. When the extraordinary value is full, the extraordinary substances obtained through meditation will automatically generate dead soul stones. The speed of acquiring extraordinary substances is related to the concentration of the surrounding extraordinary substances and the meditator's mental strength. Death Soul Stone, a kind of extraordinary stone, containing extraordinary material with strong death attributes. Priests and elves have a chance of dying after being absorbed. It seems that the extraordinary stone should be a kind of hard currency, similar to the spiritual stone in Xianxia, but with more attribute settings. Lu Nan currently doesn't have enough manpower, so he doesn't let the Lord meditate. Let's open the picture first. Lu Nan operated the character and walked out to the west of the territory. End of this chapter. The time in the pixel world is now 8:19 p.m., the same as the world where Lu Nan is. The time system of this world is also the same as that of the real world. But the moon is very different. Pulling the viewing angle upward, you can see that the pixel moon in the sky is dark red in color and dim, and the field of view on the ground is very poor. Lu Nan controlled the Lord and stopped at the gate of the territory. His field of vision could only see a few meters in front of him. Such a field of vision was not only unclear, but also dangerous. We have to find a way to solve the problem of darkness. Lu Nan saw the dead branch and picked it up. Trying to be a torch? He cut to the first-person perspective, walked up to the ignorant skeleton, left-clicked and reached out, inserting a branch into the eye socket of one of the ignorant skeletons. After a while, the dead branches showed no signs of burning. It seems that the dead soul fire is not a real fire, but just a manifestation of extraordinary matter. Lu Nan retracted the branch and looked around again. How to solve the lighting problem? Is it possible to skip time, set the time to daytime? Just as Lu Nan finished this thought, a white light suddenly lit up around him. The soul fire on the Lord's unit became brighter. Lu Nan was slightly surprised. He didn't operate it, but this unit actually started to light up on its own? Somewhat strange. But after thinking for a moment, Lu Nan felt that some special mechanism might have been triggered. Interesting. With lighting, Lu Nan's field of vision has expanded a lot. And the light should also have a deterrent effect on beasts at night. Lu Nan controlled the character, left the territory, and began to explore. Outside the territory is a flat land with dark soil. Lu Nan walked for about a minute and soon saw a pixel-style grass. He approached it and took a closer look. The height of this grass is just up to Lu Nan's ankles, with slender leaves, 6 in total. Every once in a while, it will emit a light green mist that is so weak that it is almost invisible. This should be an extraordinary substance of vitality. When Lu Nan observed it, an option popped up next to it. Do you want to activate the talent reincarnation? Lu Nan chose yes. Try converting it. Under the number 1 scale, the Pixel Lord unit stretched out its hand, and a gray-white mist enveloped the grass. After a while, the grass did not change much, but it released the light green transcendent element and turned gray. It seems that this is death anger. Lu Nan also saw that there was an information interface next to this undead grass. He dragged the mouse and clicked on the interface. The 6-leaf clover of the undead can provide extremely weak death energy and will wither in 3 months. Undead units do not die in the sense of life, but they will also wither. Lu Nan has rich experience in gaming and thought to himself, it seems that we must try to transform trees with long lifespans to save the number of transformations. I wonder if these plants will still produce seeds after becoming undead. If it doesn't produce seeds, you can stock up on normal trees to propagate them so they can be transformed at any time. Lu Nan thought as he moved forward. After walking for about 3 minutes, he found a lonely tree. The area near the territory seems to be affected by the aura of the undead, and the number of plants is very sparse. The leaves in pixel style look like cedar trees. Lu Nan spent 1 transformation opportunity to transform this tree into an undead unit. The undead fir tree can provide a small amount of death energy and will wither in 1 year. It's really a cedar tree. Lu Nan had heard about the lifespan of fir trees. Long-lived fir trees can live for hundreds of years. After being transformed into an undead, it can only exist for 1 year. 2 ignorant skeletons have no life limit. Lu Nan thought about it and felt that the setting might be that plants could not produce soul fire, so their lifespan was shortened after transformation. That's okay, just plant more trees. Lu Nan did not worry about the lifespan of the fir tree, but considered whether the tree could be transplanted. Plants cannot grow normally near the undead's territory. If you want these dead energy to gather in the territory, transplanting is inevitable. However, there is no transplant option in the game, and there is no backpack. Lu Nan switched to the number 1 perspective and began to dig the ground. Really good. Pixel-style dirt was dug out and piled to the side. It looked like it could be picked up. Pick them all up. Although I don't know what the use is, it's no problem to stock up. The tree is not very tall and its root system is not very deep. Lu Nan dug down about half a meter and actually knocked down the tree. The whole process took less than 10 minutes. Lu Nan also had a general understanding of the attributes of the Lord unit. With 3 points of strength, it seems to be much stronger than a normal adult man. The body is also very hard, so digging holes with bare hands is no problem. Lu Nan changed direction and went behind the tree, trying to rely on the Lord to squeeze the tree and push it to the perimeter of the territory. However, when the Lord approached the undead fir tree, he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed it by himself. Lu Nan was slightly surprised, tried to move, and found that he could drag the undead fir tree. The design of this game is quite interesting. Can you guess what the player is going to do and interact without instructions? Lu Nan dragged the fir tree to the edge of the property, dug a hole, and planted it. In the process of planting trees, when Lu Nan was thinking about how to plant them, the Lord unit took action on its own. The ignorant skeleton next to him was picking up materials. It glanced at him from time to time, seeming to be curious about what Lu Nan was doing. But when Lu Nan looked back at it, it quickly looked away and walked a little faster. You can come as a supervisor when you have time. It should improve labor efficiency. Lu Nan was thinking as he looked at the undead fir tree planted in front of him. After it was dug out, it stopped releasing death energy. The working principle of undead plants is the same as that of ordinary plants. They must be planted and survive normally to be effective. If it can release the death energy again, then the transplant should be successful. However, it seems that it will not slow down in a short period of time. Lu Nan didn't wait. After all, time after get off work was precious, especially after working overtime for half a month. He had to go to work tomorrow and had to go to bed early today. Go ahead and explore. Lu Nan controlled the Lord, left the territory, and continued walking west. After walking for about 10 minutes, the number of trees around him gradually increased, and it seemed that the influence of the undead supernatural elements was getting smaller. Occasionally, you can hear the sounds of wild animals. There are some low grasses in the distance. Lu Nan felt that it was unwise to enter a place like this at night. There might be something like a snake living in it. Some grasses are also very dark in color and look poisonous. Let's look in another direction. Lu Nan turned back towards the territory and took a look at the time. It was already 9 o'clock. The garbage in Lu Nan's house had been piled up for many days. He had to throw it away before going to bed. On the way. An exclamation mark appeared in the lower right corner of the screen. Lu Nan clicked and took a look. Your building warehouse has been completed, your territory has become more powerful, and all attributes of the Lord have increased by 0.1. New buildings are unlocked, you can now build the Tower of Choice, the merchant shop, and more cemeteries. Please go to the Lord's Lodge to view the construction conditions and effects of the new building. New buildings will actually increase the attributes of the Lord? Lu Nan was a little surprised and opened the card page of the Lord unit and took a look. Sure enough, attributes including life, extraordinary value, luck and charm all increased by 0.1. With 3 points of strength, it is beyond the level of a normal adult. The bonus of 0.1 is actually not that small. Lu Nan was very satisfied. At the same time, Lu Nan gained more understanding. There should be similar hidden bonuses in this game. Exploration is also an important part. Lu Nan thought and hurried back to the territory. Approaching the territory, Lu Nan was pleasantly surprised to find that the transplanted, undead fir tree had begun to exhale a weak breath of death. The transplant should have been successful. The tree hoarding plan works. But the labor force is too small. Can't this game recruit new units? Lu Nan thought and walked to the warehouse. 2 ignorant skeletons were standing in front of the warehouse in a daze. When they saw Lu Nan, they knelt down again. Lu Nan wanted to find some more work for them, so he walked to the Lord's cabin and clicked View Building. An interface popped up with 2 lit buildings on it. Tower of Decision. Death is not the end. People or things with obsessions will enter a hidden place, waiting for the opportunity to become another existence. After building the Tower of Choice, Level 1, 6 cards will be refreshed at 3 a.m. every day, and you can get any one of them for free. By consuming a certain amount of Transcendent Stones, you can purchase the remaining cards after the free opportunities are exhausted. By consuming a certain amount of Extraordinary Stones, 3 cards can be refreshed. The amount of Extraordinary Stones consumed will increase each time it is refreshed, and will be reset at AM the next day. Time required to build, 3 hours. Merchant's Shop. Picky merchants need a suitable place before they come to your territory to do business. After building a merchant's shop, Level 1, there will be a probability of triggering the random event Visiting Merchant. Merchants will bring 10 items and also purchase some materials they need from you. Please be careful when dealing with cunning merchants. Time required for construction, 1 hour. There seems to be novice protection when building a building for the first time. It requires very few supplies and can be constructed directly. The soul fire of the 2 ignorant skeletons each had 35 points left, and they could move for 3.5 hours. Lu Nan chose the Tower of Decision and asked the 2 ignorant skeletons to take action and start construction. End of this chapter. The ignorant skeleton began to work. Lu Nan looked at the time and saw that it was time to take out the trash. However, this game was quite interesting, so Lu Nan decided to postpone it for half an hour and play a little longer. Lu Nan changed directions this time and continued exploring north. The terrain in the north of the territory is relatively high, like a hillside. It seems that it has rained nearby, and there are small puddles here. After walking for about 5 minutes, Lu Nan discovered that the vegetation in the north grew more lushly. Especially the trees, there are more than a dozen scattered here and there. Lu Nan glanced at the nearby trees and began to choose. A tree suitable for transplantation should not be too tall, otherwise it cannot be moved. But it cannot be too small, because the death energy released by the undead plant is related to the body shape. Trees that are too small release much less dead energy than larger trees. This is not bad. That's okay too. There are no suitable trees, and grass is not bad. Let's make do with it in the early stage. Lu Nan spent more than 10 minutes and used up the remaining 8 conversion opportunities. An exclamation point appeared in the lower right corner of the screen. Lu Nan clicked on it and a page popped up. Record. You own 10 undead plants, receive gifts of extraordinary undead elements, and increase the soul fire limit of all undead units in the territory by +10. Sitting in front of the computer, Lu Nan's eyes lit up. Transforming undead plants, there are actually additional gains? If you continue to transform undead plants, there should be additional rewards. As expected, there are rewards with unclear conditions. This reward is not bad. This soul fire bonus is of great use to Lu Nan, a new lord. When labor is scarce, 10 more soul fire points can add more than an hour of work. The merchant's shop can also be added to the construction queue. This way, when you wake up tomorrow morning, both buildings will be built. Lu Nan controlled the lord and began to transplant undead plants. Half an hour passed like this, and it was time to clean up. Lu Nan moved the lord unit to the lord's cabin and began to meditate. The products in the merchant shop, the refreshing of the Tower of Decision, and the second and higher cards all require the purchase of transcendent stones. The Dead Soul Stone is also a kind of extraordinary stone. I don't know how many extraordinary stones can be condensed in one night. While Lu Nan was thinking, he stood up and put away the lunchbox and water bottle he had eaten. All other garbage in the house is also put into black garbage bags. After packing it up, Lu Nan carried the garbage and left the house. The dim lights in the corridor illuminated a few people lying in dark corners. They were dressed disheveled and wearing VR glasses. Some had fallen asleep and some were still doing crafts. They were all homeless people. After leaving the building, Lu Nan threw the garbage to the right side of the corridor door. There are piles of garbage here and it smells bad. Because the garbage management fee is low, the garbage here is only cleaned every other week. Lu Nan looked into the distance. Red and blue light shone into the night, and the aircraft pulled an electronic banner in midair. Occasionally, a life technology medical airship flies away in the distance. This is a cyber world, and the place where Lu Nan lives is called the City of Dreams. In fact, Lu Nan is not a native of this world. 22 years ago, Lu Nan traveled to this world and became an orphan under 1 year old. He was adopted by an orphanage in the edge area of Dream City. Later, the orphanage disappeared and was replaced by the Social Welfare Bureau. Lu Nan was unwilling to accept the conditions of the Social Support Bureau, the installation of new chips, a prosthetic replacement rate of more than 10% within 25 years, and low-paying work for the Social Support Bureau for 20 years as an adult. So after the orphanage disappeared, Lu Nan went out to make a living on his own. Relying on the support of some sympathetic people who were also at the bottom, Lu Nan could barely survive. When he was 19 years old, Lu Nan was introduced to the Federal Law Enforcement Agency as a temporary agent, responsible for collecting and moving corpses. Hungry means you will never die of hunger. But after a few years, he had little savings. Monthly salary is 3,000 credits, rent is 1,500, food, water and electricity, internet, commuting. It's almost impossible to save money every month. The economy of Dream City is completely monopolized by 5 consortiums. Unless they climb into a company or become a senior federal official, ordinary people have almost no chance of turning over. If you want to work, you must have a place to live, and you must rent a house in a designated place. The company knows better than you how much money ordinary people earn, and there are plenty of ways for you to spend your money. Most of the social animals who work conscientiously can only survive until they are in their 50s and their bodies collapse. If you are lucky, you can still get a pension insurance and barely survive. Or if the experience is miserable enough, the consortium can still be pulled out to provide support. While satisfying the compassion of those big shots, you can also receive some benefits. But if you are unlucky, you can only live in the fringe area, and you don't know where you will die. In such an environment, gangs are prevalent, people like to enjoy themselves immediately, and no one thinks about what they are living for. Lu Nan was different. First of all, he felt that he was doing well. He has a clean place to live, can eat ordinary but clean meals, and gets along well with his colleagues in the workplace. Much better than the homeless bums out there. There is still time to play games every day. Moreover, Lu Nan is reliable and has a good reputation in the workplace, so there is hope of becoming a regular employee. As long as you become a regular member of the federal law enforcement team, not only will your monthly salary increase to 4,500 credits, but you will also get a pension insurance paid for by the federal government. If you retire at the age of 60, you can get a pension of 70% of your monthly salary. Lu Nan's biggest goal at this stage is to enjoy retirement life and then die in dignity and peace of mind. After smelling the fresh air after the free reign, Lu Nan turned around and walked towards the corridor. When he went up to the 3rd floor, Lu Nan heard footsteps coming up the stairs. Look up. Lu Nan saw a plump, handsome woman with long curly hair, wearing a light white sweater and a knee-length skirt, walking downstairs. She was in her early 30s, very good-looking, and her husband seemed to be a gang member in the lower neighborhood. Lu Nan lived next door to her and had a few chats with her, and found out that her name was Chi-Kei. The two came face to face. Chi-Kei smiled and greeted, "Xiaolu, have you just gotten off work?" Lu Nan replied politely, "I've been back for a while, so I went downstairs to throw out the trash. I haven't seen you for a few days. Are you busy?" "Well, the unit is working overtime and there are a lot of things going on recently. Pay attention to your health, don't work too hard." The two chatted for a while. Chike smiled at Lu Nan and went downstairs. Lu Nan stood there, stunned for a while. When the two people passed each other, he discovered that he could use Chike's seed of evil thoughts. "It felt like I could control my right hand to rise, as if it was instinctive." Real or fake? Lu Nan couldn't believe it and walked to a homeless man. That feeling emerged clearly again. Try using it with Chike? Forget it. Lu Nan is a healthy adult male, and a mature and beautiful woman like Chike will inevitably have ideas, but she will not destroy other people's lives. They are all at the bottom, and their lives are not easy. Planting an idea on a homeless person? It's not appropriate either. Although Lu Nan is a temporary worker, he has been in the law enforcement team for so many years and knows the methods of the law enforcement team very well. If this ability causes uncontrollable consequences, it can easily be traced to Lu Nan. Once this miraculous ability is discovered, it will 100% be taken away by the company for research, blood drawn and sectioned, and cremation will be omitted. Never try it hastily. Lu Nan returned home, closed the door, sat back at the computer desk, and calmed down. At this time, Lu Nan also discovered something abnormal in his memories. Lu Nan felt that his hearing and vision had improved. Moreover, he was very tired when he came home from get-off work, and now the fatigue is much lighter. Lu Nan looked at the signboard in the distance from the window. The fonts that are usually hard to see clearly seem to be clearer today. But the difference is not too obvious, and it is not certain whether the eyesight has really improved. Lu Nan thought for a moment and looked at his body. Can there be a light or something, just like in the game? The idea just fell. Lu Nan's skin suddenly emitted streaks of gray-white light, just like in the game. After being stunned for a moment, Lu Nan quickly put away the ray of light. As soon as Lu Nan thought, these lights dimmed, which was very convenient to control. He looked at the computer screen with complicated eyes. There is something really wrong with this game. End of this chapter. The sudden appearance of magical power made Lu Nan feel slightly uneasy despite being excited. A person who is preparing for retirement will inevitably feel a little uncomfortable when faced with sudden changes. But putting aside the complicated emotions, Lu Nan's reason is very clear. If you use this game well, you can live a more dignified and safer retirement life. And if you can really gain extraordinary power, your chances of living until the day of retirement will undoubtedly be much greater. The City of Dreams is said not to support idlers. If you don't have any skills here, living a stable life depends on luck. After all, he was someone who had traveled through time. Lu Nan quickly accepted the unusual nature of this game. After calming down, Lu Nan turned on the computer and reopened the game. After closing the game is still running. The Lord is meditating with his eyes closed, and no dead soul stone has been generated yet. Lu Nan switched perspectives. Two ignorant skeletons, one is casting spells and the other is carrying supplies. Are there other players in this game? Or is it just me? For the sake of caution, it is better to assume that there are others who have also gained extraordinary abilities. You should avoid using abilities as much as possible, don't leave any suspicious clues, and develop safely. Lu Nan made a plan and gradually calmed down. There was nothing to do in the game right now, and he still had to go to class. Lu Nan got up, went to wash up, and lay down on the bed. Before going to bed, Lu Nan set an alarm clock. At about 1 o'clock in the morning, the Tower of Decision will be built. 3 cards should be drawn. Lu Nan planned to get up in the middle of the night to take a look. After confirming that this game could improve extraordinary abilities, Lu Nan was naturally very interested. After setting the alarm clock, Lu Nan fell asleep. I didn't sleep well this time, and my dreams were very messy. In the early morning, Lu Nan was woken up by the alarm clock and found that it was raining outside the window. It's mid-September now. It's raining and the weather is a little cooler. Lu Nan got up, calmed down for a moment, and sat down at the computer desk. The Tower of Decision was expected to be built, but at this time there was only a quarter of the progress left and the construction was not completed. What happened? Lu Nan was a little surprised and clicked on the exclamation mark in the lower right corner of the screen. Record. 2 forest wolves have entered your territory and destroyed 2 of your ignorant skeletons. Was attacked? No, 2 ignorant skeletons combined can't produce a shred of meat. Is there something wrong with this forest wolf? The 3 words timber wolf are in different colors and can be clicked. Lu Nan clicked on it, and a card information bar appeared. Timber wolves. Life, 100 out of 100. Power, 7. Spirit, 1. Agility, 8. Wisdom, 2. If you can't beat it, let's see how to resurrect the ignorant skeleton, my family. Lu Nan looked at the 2 piles of broken bones on the ground. After confirming that the forest wolves had left, he controlled the Lord unit to come out and move them back to the cemetery. A message appears in the cemetery. After an hour, they can resume normal operations. This is the special ability of the Undead. As long as the soul fire is not extinguished, it can be resurrected in the cemetery. Lu Nan was a little lucky. Fortunately, he randomly found the Undead. If it were replaced by another race, 2 important labor forces would be lost, and the development speed of the territory would be greatly reduced. Lu Nan set the alarm clock and lay down to sleep. The work of the Law Enforcement Bureau is very hellish, 7 days a week, and at least 2 days of night shift are required. Temporary operators like Lu Nan often have to work during the night shift. Therefore, temporary operators, including Lu Nan, have the ability to take advantage of more than 10 minutes to get some sleep. 1 hour later. Lu Nan got up again and went to the computer. 2 ignorant skeletons have been resurrected. Lu Nan's extraordinary value dropped by 2 points. The resurrection of the Undead also comes at a price. Rekindling the dead soul fire requires consuming the Lord's extraordinary value. Lu Nan controlled the 2 ignorant skeletons and clicked the Continue Building option. They crawled out of the cemetery and continued their work. Lu Nan did not go to sleep this time, but stared at the screen. If there was another attack, he could let the Lord unit come out to delay for a while and let the 2 ignorant skeletons enter the cemetery. Ordinary beasts like forest wolves should be unable to cause damage to buildings. While waiting for the building to be constructed, Lu Nan wanted to search the internet for information about this game. But after thinking about it, forget it. If there are other lords, and the law enforcement team and the company have noticed these lords, then there must be AI watching these keywords. As long as Lu Nan searches, he will be immediately targeted by a large number of AIs. He can be pulled into the company in 5 minutes and experience the speed life. Go buy an encryption chip and you can surf the internet relatively safely. Even if he is found, Lu Nan cannot be traced. But an encryption chip that can protect against company hackers costs at least credit coins. Let's develop steadily first. Although the information is important, Lu Nan is a person who wants to live a stable life in the cyber world, so naturally he will not do risky things. When you have enough money to afford encryption chips in the future, you can search for relevant information. 45 minutes passed quickly. Lu Nan stared at the screen, watching the pixel-style black stone tower being slowly built. An exclamation point appears. Your building tower of choice has been completed, your territory has become more powerful, and all attributes of the Lord have increased by 0.1. This time, the tips only increase the attributes and do not unlock new buildings. It seems that the merchant's shop must be built before further construction can continue. Lu Nan opened the Lord's cabin interface, selected the merchant's shop, and started building it. The 2 ignorant skeletons were a little tired, and the gray-white soul fire dimmed a lot. However, the undead would never die from exhaustion, so Lu Nan didn't care about their condition. After Lu Nan distributed the work, he opened the interface of the Tower of Decision with anticipation. An interface full of darkness and sharp edges appears, with 3 cards arranged inside. The 2 cards on the left are white, while the card on the right has some bone patterns. Lu Nan is the kind of person who likes to save good things for later, so he started looking from left to right. Whip, 1 star. After using the card, the work efficiency of the undead units in the territory will be increased by 30%, and the speed of consuming soulfire will be increased by 50%. This card can only be used once per unit per day. Card cost, 1 transcendent point per unit, cooling time, none. Sturdy, 1 star. After using the card, all undead units in the territory gain 2 points of damage reduction for 5 minutes. Card cost, 2 transcendent points per unit. Cooldown, 12 hours. Nameless Bones, 2 stars. After using the card, a 2-star unit Nameless Skeleton will be summoned. Card consumption, none. Cooling time, none. Lu Nan thinks the second and third cards are pretty good. However, Lu Nan was not in a hurry to choose, but looked at some text introductions in the Tower of Choice. The maximum capacity of your current deck is 10 cards. As the level of Lord's Lodge increases, your deck can have up to 40 cards in the Land of the Past. When the cards enter the deck, they cannot be discarded at will. The cards can only be destroyed by erasing them. The minimum quality of cards is 1 star, and the current highest quality in the world is 15 stars. Level 1 Tower of Decision can produce up to 4-star cards. Upgrading the Tower of Decision will increase the upper limit of card quality and increase the probability of high-quality cards appearing. This setting is a bit like a very old card game. However, the cards in this world do not require drawing cards, and there are no turns. The impact of junk cards is relatively small. The main thing is to occupy the deck position, which is more troublesome. Lu Nan's sleepiness subsided a lot, and he touched his chin in deep thought. After a moment, he chose the card, Unknown Bones. Now his territorial combat power is embarrassingly outstanding. Even with the Solidity card, he can't beat the Timber Wolf. If you are strong, you will be killed even if you are far away, but if you are weak, development is the last word. Multiple undead units can provide multiple labor forces, which can make the territory develop faster. An animation appeared on the screen. The selected, Unknown Bones, turned into a stream of light and entered the Lord's cabin. The exclamation point appears again. Lu Nan clicked and took a look. You have obtained the first card Unknown Bones, the current deck capacity is 1/10. In the lower right corner of the screen, there is an additional, Card Deck, option. Lu Nan clicked on it, selected, Unknown Dead Bones, and clicked, Use. Lines of grey death energy condensed in front of Lu Nan, and a dead soul was summoned, and the extraordinary material condensed a tall skeleton for it. This nameless skeleton was tall, more than 2 meters tall, and a leg bone could hold up to the size of the ignorant skeleton. Next to it, an option, Information, appeared. Lu Nan clicked. Unnamed Skeleton, 2 stars. Soulfire, 110 of 110, 6 point of soulfire is consumed every 3 minutes of action. Power, 9. Spirit, 2. Agility, 2. Wisdom, 0. Luck, 0. Unit description: when the Naki tribe was destroyed, a figure blocked the city gate and saved many tribe members. No one remembers that man's name, but his will to protect his tribe survived. After the Nameless Bones ignited the soul fire, they knelt down to Lu Nan. Although it also has a skeleton body, it is obviously much more powerful than an ignorant skeleton without a star rating. Its knees are very strong. The 2 ignorant skeletons looked at it, seemingly envious, and looked down at their weak skeletons. After Lu Nan read the panel of the nameless dead bones, he felt that it was now a stronger labor force. It has great strength, but very low agility. If you want to get rid of the forest wolves, you can't rely on it. However, Lu Nan is still very satisfied with a strong labor force. When a building is constructed for the first time, it does not require many resources, but subsequent upgrades require the collection of various materials. One more labor force frees up one ignorant skeleton to collect. Moreover, the power of the nameless dead bones is very high, and the heavy work of transplanting trees can be left to it. Lu Nan gave it an order to dig a cemetery for itself first. Every undead unit needs a cemetery to rest. No materials are required to dig a cemetery, you just need to select a place. The Wooming Deadbones invested in the construction of the territory. Lu Nan looked at the time. It's almost 3 a.m. He leaves for work at 7 o'clock and usually gets up at 6. If you can sleep a little longer, get up at 6 o'clock. Lu Nan climbed back on the bed and fell asleep. In the dream, Lu Nan took the ignorant skeleton and had a fight with the forest wolf. Jingle bell. The alarm clock woke up Lu Nan. At 6 a.m., the Tower of Decision was refreshed. Lu Nan was looking forward to it. He trotted to the computer, opened the game, and looked at the Tower of Decision interface. 3 new cards have appeared. The card in the middle is of excellent quality, obviously superior to the 2-star Nameless Bones. Lu Nan opened the other 2 1-star cards with anticipation. Flogging. Incentive, 1 star. After using the card, the undead unit in a territory can be forced to retain 1 point of soulfire and work for 2 hours. Card cost, 2 extraordinary points per unit. Cooling time, 4 hours. Lu Nan was not interested in this card either. The main reason is that the cooling time of 4 hours is too long and the consumption is still very high. The 2-star Nameless Deadbones do not need to consume extraordinary points and can still exist. In comparison, this 1-star incentive is really rubbish. Lu Nan looked at the card in the middle, clicked it, and turned it over. Dead Bones of Trapmaster Mebolius. 4 stars. After using the card, a 4-star undead unit Mebolius will be summoned. Card cost, 10 extraordinary points. Cooldown, none. Asterisk. Please be careful, Mebolius's trap is not only aimed at the enemy, but its flattery is also a trap. It will be loyal to you, but it cannot control its flattery towards you. End of this chapter. 4-star follower card. Lu Nan carefully moved the mouse, selected this Trapmaster card, and added it to his deck. The prompt appears again. You have obtained the card Trapmaster Mebolius. The current deck capacity is 2/10. Lu Nan's extraordinary value had been restored to 10 points and he used this card directly. The gray mist condensed again. A short undead that was very different from Lu Nan's imagination and had no aura of a 4-star unit appeared in front of Lu Nan. It is only about the same height as the ignorant skeleton. But unlike the ignorant skeleton, it was wearing tattered clothes. The Wooming Deadbones. It has yet to find any trace of the timber wolf. Lu Nan gave it an order to turn back to its territory. Its intelligence is not high enough to issue an order like transplantation. However, Lu Nan can directly control its movements and transplant it manually. When the Nameless Bones began to move, the text appeared on Mebolius's head again. Great Lord, just place this bone here. The smell of extraordinary substances is extremely easy to detect for wolf cubs with a keen sense of smell. As long as there are forest wolves nearby, they will be attracted here. Lu Nan's character was vigilant and he realized a question: will it attract other powerful extraordinary creatures? A dialogue popped up above Mebolius's head: no, these extraordinary substances are not worth mentioning to extraordinary creatures. If there is a powerful extraordinary creature nearby, we will discover it first, not it discovering us first. Lu Nan nodded, feeling that what Mebolius said made sense. Being weak is not an obstacle to survival, and sometimes it is beneficial to survival. Lu Nan switched to the first-person perspective, squatted down and dug a hole, burying half of the skeleton's leg bones in it. He compacted the ground hard and laid a few larger stones on it. Mebolius's face initially showed a confused expression. It wasn't until Lu Nan finished it that he suddenly realized it. Your thoughtfulness is truly amazing, it sincerely praises. The leg bones were thrown on the ground and easily picked up by the wolf. If the calf bone cannot be found, one of the ignorant skeletons will be lost. Burying the leg bones eliminates this problem. Compared with the previous embarrassing boast, Mebolius' praise this time really came from the bottom of his heart. After burying the leg bones, Lu Nan hid to the side, and his perspective cut to the nameless dead body. After moving 2 trees, it was already 7:5. It seems that there was no time to move all the transformed undead plants back to the territory this morning. There is no rush for this, it will be the same if we come back in the evening and move again. The forest wolf never showed up, which made Lu Nan a little anxious. If the timber wolf hadn't appeared before going to work, Lunan would have taken back the extraordinary substance in his leg bones. This will prevent a powerful extraordinary creature from passing by and killing him while he is away. Wash up first. If Lunan doesn't have breakfast, he can go out at 7:25 at the latest. In addition, he has been working overtime for half a month, so it's okay to be a little late today. Of course, he would have to deduct 50 yuan from his salary for being late, which he couldn't accept. While Lunan was washing up, he thought to himself, just wait 15 minutes. The Timberwolves haven't shown up yet at 7:20, so go to work quickly. Lunan simply washed up, put on the uniform of the Law Enforcement Bureau, and sat back at the computer desk. The Timberwolves haven't moved yet. Lunan casually changed the perspective, but unexpectedly discovered that there was an option next to the nameless bones. Transplanting. Lunan was stunned for a moment and then quickly reacted. His operations can be learned by the undead and evolved into fixed operations. This is very convenient. He clicked the transplant option, then selected the remaining 7 undead plants and selected the transplanted locations. The nameless bones began to move. Lunan added a command to it to collect stones after the transplantation was completed. Stone is an important material for upgrading buildings. Although it is not used today, it is always good to collect it in advance. You can, but not without. After Lunan finished operating the nameless dead bones, he switched the perspective back to his Lord unit and found that 3 forest wolves quietly appeared at some point and surrounded the leg bone, licking at it. Coming! Lunan perked up. 20 seconds passed. The legs. Yes, Captain Lin. By the time Lin Weisheng finished his introduction, Lunan had already turned off the computer and looked at Lin Weisheng. The two looked at each other. Lin Weisheng gave Lunan a reassuring look, indicating that it was not a bad thing for him to work with peace of mind. Yan Shui had a strong momentum. She glanced at Lunan and the others, then turned and left. The sound of her boots hitting the ground was loud and her pace was fast. Next to her, a female operator in her 30s in uniform nodded to Lin Weisheng and followed her away. Lunan had already put on his body armor, put on the old AR glasses, Silver Wing 17, produced by Future Technology, and put the headphones into his ears. This is the standard two-piece of old human communications. Compared with communication suits with implanted chips and prosthetic eyes, external equipment is more troublesome and the effect is far worse than chip communication, but it can still be used. Arriving at the second underground floor, Yan Shui got on a black modified off-road vehicle with the livery of the Dream City Law Enforcement Bureau on it. The female operator who had just greeted Lin Weisheng turned around and said to Lunan and the others, "Drive and follow. Don't ask anything, and don't look too much." "Yes, sir." After being warned, Lunan walked to a lightly modified, unarmed car. Temporary operators are not allowed to carry weapons, and the vehicles they drive are all mildly bulletproof special vehicles, Rover Type 4, produced by Future Technology. Neither Kevin nor Chen Zixu knew how to drive, so Lunan got into the driver's seat. Yan Shui sets off. Lunan followed and turned on the radio. "Good morning, everyone in Dream City. How did you sleep last night?" 6 shooting incidents occurred in Xiaqing District, killing 29 people. It's another peaceful day. Yuanqi Heavy Industry is recruiting astronauts to participate in interplanetary rockets. No matter whether they are alive or dead, if they sign a contract and have a special chip implanted, they can get 100 million credit coins immediately. Kevin listened to the radio, leaned comfortably on the car seat, and asked, "It's really strange. Didn't interstellar voyages give up for several years?" Chen Zixu sat in the back row, eyes closed and silent. Lunan was thinking about his territory, multitasking at the same time, and said casually, "There may be another breakthrough." He put his right hand on the steering wheel and stretched out 3 fingers. "The company is only very capable in 3 aspects: playing with the opposite sex or the same sex, making money, and research and development." Kevin clapped his hands and laughed. You are so right." He laughed a few times and suddenly asked, "Lunan, you said I go to Captain Yen to ask for her contact information, will she give it to me?" Lunan said, "If you want a beautiful woman, wouldn't it be better to turn right and go to Fengqing Street?" Kevin sighed, Going to Fengqing Street is for consumption, but if I hook up with Captain Yen, it should be easy for me to become a regular employee. He stared at Lu Nan, with a hint of envy in his tone. It shouldn't be difficult to become a full-time employee, but I can't. If you can't become a regular employee after you turn 30, you won't even be able to keep your job as a temporary operator. The three young people here are all temporary operators, and they are all looking forward to becoming full-time employees. After hearing this, Lu Nan suddenly felt a little lucky. In addition to the path of becoming a full-time professional, he now also has another path of playing the Lord game to in the City of Dreams. There are not many people as hopeful as him. The three people chatted all the way along the main road of the city and arrived at Bean Street. This is a neighborhood located in the southeast of the City of Dreams. A little further south is the famous Fengqing Street, where you can find all kinds of adult activities. A little further east is the heavy industrial area of Dream City, which is considered a civilian area. The Bean neighborhood is sandwiched in the middle, and the flow of people is relatively chaotic. There are men and women selling their bodies, gang members watching the show, and factory employees who are having trouble at work. The place where Lu Nan lives here is slightly better. After Yen Shui parked the car, he led the team out of the car. Lu Nan pulled the handbrake, woke up Chen Zixio, took out the mask from his bag, put it on and got out of the car. Yen Shui also put on a mask, but the faces of the three operators around her were empty. Regular operators receive subsidies. Many of these operators have replaced prosthetic lungs produced by life technology and are not afraid of the smell and bacteria at the crime scene. Lu Nan observed several operators of team, then moved his gaze to the sixth-floor apartment next to them. A yellow line was drawn at the entrance of the corridor. Agents from the Law Enforcement Bureau have already arrived at the scene. Yen Shui stepped forward, chatted with the on-site operator for a few words, showed his ID, and walked inside. Lu Nan and the other three followed closely behind. The murder occurred in room 307 on the third floor. As soon as Lu Nan entered the room, he frowned. There were spurts of blood everywhere in the room. Several mutilated corpses were displayed on the sofa in the living room. Lu Nan has seen many murder scenes, but this is the first time he has seen a victim who died in such a broken state like today. Bone stubble was everywhere. The murderer must have tortured the victims before they died, smashing their bones while they were still alive, and smashing them very hard. The internal organs were also broken into pieces and scattered everywhere. With the cooperation of AI, it is difficult for forensic doctors to restore these mutilated corpses. Yen Shui turned around and looked at Lu Nan and the others. Take it away. Don't touch the brain tissue of the corpse. Take away the other broken corpses. Kevin's face turned pale and he seemed to want to vomit. Chen Zixio remained silent and stepped forward to clean up, but his hands were a little unsteady. The scene here was too brutal, and the two of them couldn't bear it. Lu Nan walked up to Chen Zixio and said, "You go collect the bones, and I'll collect the internal organs." Chen Zixio glanced at Lu Nan gratefully and walked to the side. Although Kevin didn't tell Lu Nan, he consciously picked up the broken bones instead of the scattered internal organs. Yen Shui glanced at Lu Nan and quickly looked away. Lu Nan was a little confused while cleaning up. These scars are very strange. The edges of the broken internal organs seem to have signs of being squeezed hard. It was as if his internal organs were crushed with his hands. But what kind of force is needed to crush the intestines? While Lu Nan was cleaning up, someone else entered the scene. Teen Yen. This person is a female, in her 40s, and appears to be a member of team. No one paid much attention to this person. There were many operators coming in and out of the scene, so there was nothing to be concerned about when one person came. But the moment Lu Nan came in, his fingers tightened a little. The reason is also very simple. Lu Nan felt the breath of extraordinary material in this person. End of this chapter. Yen Shui's tone lost some of the arrogance she had when facing temporary operators like Lu Nan. She said, "Team Leader Lu, thank you for your hard work." Team Leader Lu smiled, "No hard work, this incident involves a lot of things, that stingy thing." At this point, Yen Shui suddenly interrupted her, "Team Leader Lu, these words cannot be said here." Team leader Lu glanced at Lu Nan and the others, and said with a guilty conscience, "Yes, Captain Yen, I am not cautious enough. You know, I like to chat." Yen Shui nodded. "Were hidden and modified, turning it into an ordinary gang vendetta. Compared with file encryption, this processing is more conducive to hiding the existence of extraordinary substances. However, the victim information in the file should be true. AI and forensics worked together to restore the victim's general appearance, and there was a large amount of DNA that could be used for testing. As long as you undergo prosthetic transformation, your detailed DNA information will be left in the gene pool. It can also be broken into pieces to confirm identity." Lu Nan also discovered some other information from this extremely simple information. Gang members are also involved in the fight for supernatural materials. It seems that extraordinary substances are not monopolized by corporations and the Federation. Are the other extraordinary beings lords, or are there other sources of extraordinary matter in this world? Lu Nan had too little information to answer both questions. However, he was not curious, he just made up his mind to hide more carefully and stay safe. The territory must also be well planned, developed as quickly as possible, and gain the ability to protect itself. Waited in the car for about 20 minutes. Yen Shui and the others walked out. Lu Nan quickly got out of the car to greet him. "An old professional." Yen Shui and Lu Nan looked at each other and said, "Follow closely." "Yes." She drove off. Lu Nan followed. The two cars drove all the way south. Soon, the vehicle began to vibrate. On both sides of the road, more and more people were lying on the ground in the open air, wondering whether they were alive or dead. Going further south is the lower block, also known as the ghetto. There are a large number of homeless people who can only do the lowest level of hard work, bankrupts, old and sick homeless people. People who have jobs live in extreme poverty. They may only have an income of less than 300 credit coins a month, and they still have to support their family. The homeless are even worse. They rely on symbolic relief from the consortium to survive without dignity and can only guarantee the most basic needs. 10 o'clock in the morning. Lu Nan arrived at an old apartment in a lower block. This apartment has a history of at least 60 years. It seems to have experienced fighting between gangs, and its appearance is in tatters. Yen Shui got off the car and entered room 204 of the apartment. Lu Nan and 3 others followed behind. As soon as he entered the room, Lu Nan was keenly aware that there was indeed a residual supernatural aura here. This extraordinary substance is different from both the extraordinary substance of the undead and the extraordinary substance of life. However, the extraordinary material has completely dissipated, leaving only some breath here. There was a corpse in the room. The death condition was not much different from the 3 corpses I just saw. It was obviously done by the same person. Lu Nan remained calm and glanced at team leader Lu quietly. There was no expression change on her face, and she seemed completely unaware of the extraordinary aura here. Yen Shui still gave the same order, asking Lu Nan and the others to clean up the body and not touch the brain tissue. Lu Nan did as he was told without making any unnecessary moves. After packing everything up, Lu Nan picked up the body bag and turned to leave. Yen Shui glanced at Lu Nan with the corner of her eyes and said, "Nothing's wrong with you guys, you can go back." Lu Nan let out a long breath and said, "Yes." After saying that, he quickly left the room with Chen Zixio and Kevin, who were also relieved. Before Kevin left, he suddenly turned around and said loudly, "Captain Yen, can I have your contact information?" Lu Nan and Chen Zixio were both slightly surprised. "Are you serious?" Yen Shui glanced at Kevin and said coldly, "Get lost." Kevin stepped forward, "Yes." After speaking, he turned and left the room. Lu Nan also left quickly and closed the door. The 3 of them got into the car and fastened their seatbelts. Kevin looked depressed, as if he really wanted to jump to another level in life by hugging Yen Shui's thigh. Lu Nan shook his head and smiled, started the vehicle and rushed towards the 4th detachment. As the car was driving on the road, a vibration suddenly came from the headphones. Lin Weixing's call. Lu Nan answered. Lin Weixing's face appeared on the lenses of his glasses. He asked, how did you do? Lu Nan smiled and said, it's not bad, but the scene was a bit miserable, and Captain Yen seems to have some secrets. Lin Weisheng's voice became more serious, did you hear that? Lu Nan quickly said, no, Captain Yen is very cautious, I didn't hear anything. Lin Weisheng's tone sounded pitiful, don't rush back after get off work. I'll take you to have something to eat and chat with you on the way. Team is not ordinary. If you interact with them more, it will be very helpful for you to become a regular member. We'll talk about it after get off work in the evening. End of this chapter. Lu Nan now has many questions, and the most urgent question is whether the extraordinary substance in his body will be discovered. Lu Nan wanted to go home as soon as possible after get off work and ask Mabolius about this question. However, he was also very concerned about team leader Lu's origins. The law enforcement teams have their own guidelines, and knowing some information about the 7th Squadron should be able to help Lu Nan reduce the risk of exposure. Moreover, Lin Weisher cared very much about Lu Nan and had been trying to help Lu Nan become a regular employee. Lu Nan thought for a moment and agreed, okay. After the call, Kevin's voice sounded, Brother Nan, can you play a song? Lu Nan chose an old song with a bright rhythm that was written 25 years ago. Kevin and Chen Zixio both closed their eyes. Lu Nan tapped his fingers on the steering wheel, enjoying the music. Before the song was finished, AI synthesized sounds came from the headphones. There was a fight at the Shangroming bar, and 5 people died. Go to the scene immediately to collect the bodies. As you command, Deputy Chief. The AI's voice came, I have a name, Mr. Lu Nan, please call me Artificial Intelligence No of the Law Enforcement Bureau's 4th Detachment. Okay, Deputy Chief. Lu Nan took directions at the intersection and went to the Shangroming bar. He collected the body and took it to the corpse burning place of the Law Enforcement Bureau in the heavy industrial zone. Time has stopped forever for the bodies in the body bags, but the world continues to move. The sun followed the sound of the engine and fell into the horizon at 6:54. The city of dreams seemed to come alive. The building turned into a neon screen, and the flying cars flashing red and blue lights in the sky. Lu Nan visited 6 sites and was finally returned to the 4th team at 7. By the time the car was returned to the team, it was already 8:18. Kevin and Chen Zixio said goodbye to Lu Nan and left. Lu Nan waited in the underground garage for a while, and a red-painted coupe stopped in front of Lu Nan. Lin Weisher, who was sitting in the driver's seat in the car, seemed a little cramped. Lu Nan never understood why the tall Lin Weisher liked a small car with such a narrow space. But Lu Nan didn't ask. There are so many strange people in the city of dreams. It is common for strong men to like to play with strong men. It is not worth asking if the captain likes a small car. Lu Nan got into the passenger seat. Lin Weisher stepped on the accelerator and drove the car to Mingsilai Street. This place is only 1 street away from Lu Nan's residence, and Lin Weisher wanted to take Lu Nan with him. The two often eat at a shop called Jiawei Restaurant on the street. Their potato and beef brisket rice only costs 27 yuan. It tastes good and has a lot of meat. Lao Su, 4 portions of potato and beef. Brisket rice. Behind the stove was an old man who had not been renovated. He responded loudly, "Come right away." Lin Weisher took Lu Nan to sit in a corner. Lu Nan took the cigarette lighter from the table and lit a cigarette for Lin Weisher. Lin Weisher took a sip and whispered, "Since a few years ago, the condition of the corpses in some cases has gone far beyond the scope of forensics. Until 8 months ago, Team 8 began to handle these cases exclusively. At the same time, the weapons, staff, and salaries of Team have all increased a lot. I suspect that some intelligence has been withheld by the Federation and the company, and Team is the one closest to these secrets." At this point, Lin Weisher took another puff of cigarette before continuing, "Behave well, and I'll help you tell Yen Shui that as long as she helps, your organization will be stable." Lu Nan really wanted to inquire about the more specific situation of Team. But usually Lu Nan has a calm personality and rarely asks around. This is something that Lin Weisher admires very much. He was acting abnormally now, and asking about the situation of Team would easily arouse Lin Weisher's suspicion. Lu Nan suppressed the idea of gathering information, nodded and said, I will work hard, thank you Captain Lin. The voice fell. Lao Su brought 4 bowls of beef and potato rice on a dinner plate. He had silver hair and said with a smile, Captain Lin, is this kid really not your illegitimate son? Why do you keep inviting him to dinner? Lin Weisher smiled broadly, this guy is reliable, let him work for you for a year, and you will like him too. Lu Nan had a friendly smile on his face but did not speak. But the real situation is different from what Lin Weisher said. The director of Lu Nan's orphanage was Lin Weisher's aunt. In order to avoid making people think that Lin Weisher's recommendation of Lu Nan to become a regular official was suspected of being selfish, only 3 people knew about it at the moment. Lao Su waved his hand and said with a smile, I don't have any need for young people like this here. You two eat slowly. Lao Su turned around and returned to the kitchen. Lu Nan took the spoon and put it in Lin Weisher's hand, then picked up the bowl and started eating by himself. Temporary operators do not receive food supplements and can only eat 1 meal at noon in the canteen of the Law Enforcement Bureau. However, more and more people are trying to modify the mechanical stomach, and the rice cooked in the canteen is clear and watery. Lu Nan couldn't afford meat himself, so he could only eat meat with Lin Weisher occasionally. Finish a meal. Lin Weisher paid the bill and sent Lu Nan back home. Lu Nan sighed softly after watching Lin Weisher leave. Lin Weisher was usually very talkative, and Lu Nan was hoping that Lin Weisher would take the initiative to talk about team, especially about Yin Shui. But this time Lin Weisher didn't say anything. Fortunately, today's shift is over and I can take a look at the situation in my territory. Lu Nan walked 3 steps at a time, quickly entered the house, turned on the computer, and started the game. The picture on the screen stayed above the Lord's cabin. There are several exclamation marks in the lower right corner. Lu Nan moved the mouse and clicked on the exclamation marks one by one. Record. Your building research hut has been completed, your territory has become more powerful, and all attributes of the Lord have increased by 0.1. New buildings are unlocked, you can now build the Deadlands and the Forge. You can upgrade the Lord's hut. When the Lord's hut reaches level 2, you can upgrade other buildings in the territory to level 2. Record. You killed 3 forest wolves, absorbed the pure death energy, and the speed of condensing the Death Soulstone was slightly increased. Record. You have meditated for 12 hours and obtained 1 Dead Soulstone. Your extraordinary value increased by 1 point and your spirit increased by 0.5 points. Record. Your talent fate reward is triggered, the power of unknown bones is increased by 0.2, Mibolius's wisdom is increased by 0.1, and your spirit is increased by 0.3. At the end of the day, the territory was developing pretty well. The prompt for fate reward appeared at 12 noon, and 3 units appeared in the same event record. Lu Nan realized that this talent was also settled regularly, just like reincarnation, refreshed the number of uses at AM. After reading the event record, Lu Nan's eyes moved to the newly built building. Research Hut is a technological building that can unlock higher building levels and improve the quality of cards. Lu Nan opened the Research Cabin interface. There is only one option, Card Empowerment. Lu Nan clicked on it, and an interface popped up, which contained 2 cards that Lu Nan already owned. He put the mouse on the card of Miborius. Some text appears under the mouse. Consuming 100 extraordinary stones, Mibolius can receive an infusion of the Undead's extraordinary substances. All attributes will be improved according to the star rating, and exclusive increases will be obtained. All poisons produced by Mibolius will have their attributes improved. 100? Lu Nan decisively closed the Research Cabin interface. Poverty blinded him. Lu Nan opened the attribute card of Bone Arrow Tower. Bone Arrow Tower, Level 1. Durability, 300 of 300. Power, 8. Fire rate, 1 shot/second. A very basic defensive building. The Bone Arrow Tower is a black stone tower about 4 meters high. There is a crossbow in it that does not require unit control. Strength appears to be a universal measurement of physical units, and should also affect endurance. However, Lu Nan was not sure yet whether 1 point of strength could produce 1 point of damage. Lu Nan still doesn't know the effects of the two attributes, spirit and wisdom. Lu Nan manipulated his character, trying to pull Mebolius out of the cemetery and ask him for relevant information. He just moved the mouse. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Chi Kei's voice came through the door. "Xiaolu, are you there? Can you help me? I was beaten by him. Can you take me in for the night? I can do whatever you want. If you don't help me, I will be beaten to death by him. Please." End of this chapter. Chi Kei's voice sounded helpless and pitiful, and one could imagine the pleading look on her pretty face. Lu Nan did not move or make a sound, and had no intention of helping. This is a dream city with simple folk customs. According to the sales data of Yuanqi Heavy Industry, the average person in Dream City holds 5.1 guns and 2.7 high-energy explosive weapons per person. The Law Enforcement Bureau only conducts night patrols in a small number of areas in the Shangjie District and Heavy Industrial Zone, otherwise there is a risk of being killed. Apartments in relatively good condition are equipped with explosion-proof doors, otherwise it would be difficult to rent them out. It is the consensus of all the people in Dream City to go out as little as possible at night. No matter what Chi Kei said was true or false, Lu Nan was not going to take such a risk for a neighbor he had only met a few times. What's more, Lu Nan confirmed today that there are extraordinary powers in this world, and the Dream City is more dangerous than he imagined. Chi Kei was still knocking on the door. "Xiaolu, I know you are at home. You can tell by just one look at me that I'm not lying to you. Please help me. Really, you can do whatever you want. I will do whatever you want." Lu Nan remained silent. The knocking on the door gradually stopped after a while. Chi Kei should have left. Lu Nan breathed a sigh of relief, calmed down, and moved his eyes back to the computer screen. He controlled the Lord unit, walked to a cemetery, and awakened Mebolius. Mebolius's pixel head was lit with death soul fire, and he showed a happy expression. "Seeing your heroic appearance always makes me happy, my lord." Lu Nan opened the chat box and entered his own question: "What are the three attributes of strength, agility, and wisdom?" Mebolius was a little confused at first and didn't understand why Lu Nan asked such a simple thing. However, it soon showed an expression of surprise and said, "You are the great Lord of Destiny, so naturally you don't know much about these details." Lu Nan said nothing and pretended to be a master. Then, a string of words appeared on Mebolius' head. "I really remember these. 1 point of strength can cause 2 points of damage to an unarmored unit, 1.7 points of damage to a leather armored unit, 1.5 points of damage to a unit with metal light armor. For heavily armored units, it is 1.2 points of damage. For some units with extraordinary bodies or armor, 1 point of strength can only cause less than 1 point of damage." After Lu Nan read it, he felt a little enlightened. That's how it was calculated. When Mebolius's voice finished reading these texts, a new string of text appeared. Spirit affects the strength of the spell. At the same time, the higher the spirit, the more acute the perception of extraordinary substances, and the faster the absorption of extraordinary substances. Wisdom affects the speed of learning spells, the speed of memory disappearance, and the speed of communication with extraordinary matter, but the impact is not as great as spirit. It seems that Team Leader Lu's spirit is not very high, and his perception is worse than Lu Nan's. Lu Nan thought of Team Leader Lu and the question that troubled him during the day: where will human beings' extraordinary materials be stored? Mebolius thought deeply for a while, and an uncertain expression appeared on his face. "Is it in my mind?" "Sorry, Great Lord, I can't remember clearly." Lu Nan continued to ask, "Where is the extraordinary material of the undead?" Mebolius felt a lot more confident. The bones of the undead are made of extraordinary substances and are spread all over the body. Therefore, the combat power of the undead is inherently stronger than that of humans. Lu Nan sat at the computer desk and entered the question: without using extraordinary power, will the extraordinary material on the undead be perceived by others? Mebolius once again gave an affirmative answer. If someone perceives it carefully, they can detect the extraordinary material on the undead. This answer made Lu Nan, who was sitting in front of the computer, suddenly feel a lot less safe. If Team Leader Lu doubts him, he has a way to confirm whether he is a transcendent. Lu Nan asked again, "Is there a way to cover it up?" Will it still be sensed after using up the extraordinary value? Mabolius replied, yes, extraordinary creatures cannot completely exhaust the extraordinary material in their bodies unless they die completely. It is not difficult to conceal the extraordinary aura. Many extraordinary items or cards have similar functions. These are things that Lu Nan can't get now. Lu Nan considered another way to save his life. Can I enter your world? If it doesn't work, just grab the bucket and run away. Mabolius could not answer this question. I'm sorry, my great lord, I don't know this question either. But I don't recommend you try it. It's too dangerous. Your identity is too valuable to take such risks. It seems that running away to another world is not possible in a short period of time. Fortunately, Lu Nan is not suspected by Team now. Moreover, every time Yen Shui probes for extraordinary substances, she will drive Lu Nan away. As long as you are careful, you should be able to survive for a while. It would be best to take advantage of this time to obtain at least one method of blocking otherworldly matter. After Lu Nan asked the questions, he ordered Mabolius to go to the south of the territory to explore. He himself headed to the east side of the territory. The soul fire of the ignorant skeleton and the nameless dead bones have already recovered more than half. Lu Nan pulled them up and started working. The Lord's hut can be upgraded. After upgrading the Lord's hut, all other buildings can be upgraded to level 2. However, upgrading requires stone and clay, which need to be collected. Before that, 2 new buildings, Deadly Land and Forge, must be constructed as soon as possible. Lu Nan first asked them to build new buildings, and then added the task of collecting materials. Everyone, hurry up and work overtime, the Lord will soon be able to live in a level 2 house. The ignorant skeletons and the nameless dead bones began to work. Lu Nan was just getting ready to go out. But Mabolius had something to say. My lord, please allow your most loyal and humble servant to make a suggestion. Lu Nan entered the text. You said. Mabolius lowered his head and said, I surveyed the soil near the territory and conceived several suitable traps. By placing traps, the security of the territory should be increased. Of course, this is just a trivial suggestion, and it needs the approval of a big shot like you to have any value. Lu Nan's eyes lit up. Territory defense is indeed very important. Lu Nan originally planned to rely on a few bone arrow towers to survive this period. When units with combat capabilities are found, they can assist in the defense of the bone arrow tower. But setting up traps is indeed a simple, efficient, and low-cost way. However, Lu Nan did not agree immediately. With the ideas provided by Mabolius, Lu Nan also considered many issues. Lu Nan opened the chat box and entered text, a large number of undead trees will be planted near my territory. I need you to carefully design where to set up traps and where to leave them empty for planting trees. Death energy can increase the speed of condensing extraordinary stones. Energy, 1 card requires 100 extraordinary stones. Lu Nan needs to plan carefully to ensure that territory defense and development are taken into consideration at the same time. Mabolius showed a pious expression, and a text popped up above his head. I admire your thoughtfulness. We can first arrange a circle of simple ground thorn traps on the outside of the territory, and use the inside for planting trees and development. When the territory becomes stronger, we can dismantle the traps and conduct more detailed planning. Lu Nan asked, what materials are needed to set up a trap? Words popped up above Mabolius's head, sharp branches, hemp ropes, and poisonous weeds. Your humble servant can handle them on his own. It just takes a little more time. As long as you don't consume extraordinary stones. Lu Nan agreed and thought of a somewhat serious reply. I approve your proposal. Mabolius's pixel head showed an expression of ecstasy. Thank you, my wise and great lord, thank you for your recognition. Done. Mabolius bowed and went to work. In its action path, there is an additional item, setting a trap. Lu Nan went out and began to explore the east side of the territory. After walking east for half an hour, we came to a mountainous area. The hillside here is steep, and some people can't find their way down in the dark. It's too dangerous, so retreat first. Lu Nan changed direction, preparing to take another look at the situation in the south of the territory. After taking just a few steps, Lunan sensed the breath of an extraordinary substance from afar. Across the screen, this feeling is extremely clear. Dangerous. Lunan did not look at the source of this extraordinary aura and retreated decisively. He made a half-circle around the road, just in case any supernatural creature was following him, and found the territory. As long as the Lord's hut is still there, it can still be resurrected even if the Lord's unit is gone. Fortunately, no danger came to our door. Lunan returned to the territory and decided to do the map exploration work. Tomorrow morning. The view will be better and it will be much safer to go out. All units in the territory have jobs. Lunan's talent hadn't been refreshed yet, and there was nothing he could do, so he put the Lord unit back into the Lord cabin and continued to meditate. He turned on the computer, went to wash up, and went to bed early, preparing to get up again in the early morning. Just fell asleep not long ago. Suddenly there was a sound like the explosion of firecrackers outside the door. But this is the city of dreams, so it should not be firecrackers, but gunshots. Lunan was also used to it. The wall structure can block bullets, and the blast door is also very strong. This kind of light firepower will not threaten Lunan in the room. There's no way anyone would use heavy weapons in the apartment. This is a serious crime that even the Law Enforcement Bureau will not sit idly by, as it will attract the Anti-Terrorist Task Force, which has a high degree of prosthetic transformation. Bang! Just as Lunan finished his thoughts, there was a violent explosion outside the wall. The thickened wall structure was blown open and soil flew everywhere. Lunan sat up suddenly and looked at his door. The door is fine. But a big hole was blown into the wall next to the door. Lunan could directly see what was going on in the home next door. Several dark figures quickly entered the next door, rummaged for a moment, and then left in a hurry. After a while, people from the Law Enforcement Bureau came, and so did the landlord. The house was insured, and the landlord promised to repair it within 3 days and let Lunan move to his other place in the apartment first. Lunan thought for a while and agreed. Moving is troublesome, so just live in the house for a while. Operators from the Law Enforcement Bureau came one after another. An hour later, even Yen Shui came. She was still wearing a blue shirt and body armor, her face looked slightly tired, but her aura was still strong. The moment she saw Lunan, she was stunned for a moment, and then her beautiful eyes showed a sharpness that had caught some kind of flaw. She walked up to Lunan and said, "Lunan, right? As the captain of team, I am questioning you. To keep you safe, you better tell me the truth. Have you encountered any strange events recently, or discovered some powers that you didn't have before?" End of this chapter. Yen Shui's suspicion came very suddenly, catching Lunan off guard. What does this have to do with him? Why would Yen Shui suspect him? However, these two questions seem not so important at this time. The most important thing is how to deal with her problem. The existence of Team Leader Lu proves that extraordinary people will not be pulled into slices after being discovered, but will have the opportunity to cooperate with the Law Enforcement Bureau. But Lunan still didn't want to reveal that he possessed extraordinary materials, lest he be controlled by others and leave his life and death in the hands of others. Therefore, the next first reaction is very important, and it must be done to dispel Yen Shui's suspicion as much as possible. Lunan's eyes evaded, showing appropriate panic and confusion. "No, I just worked overtime for half a month, it's normal. As for my strength, I haven't exercised much recently, so my strength probably hasn't increased." At this time, there is an information gap between Yen Shui and Lunan, which is the easiest point to be caught. In Yen Shui's opinion, Lunan probably didn't know about the existence of extraordinary matter. And Lunan actually knew. Therefore, Lunan covered up this information gap and could not expose it. Instead, he explained it in terms of power that ordinary people could understand. Yen Shui stared into Lunan's eyes, was silent for a while, and said, "If you notice anything abnormal in your body, contact me immediately. This is my communication number." She tore a piece of paper from the breast pocket of her shirt and wrote down her contact information. Is this the end? Just a few questions? This question was not considered rigorous at all, and it did not look like a question asked by an operator at the level of squad leader. Lunan was confused in his heart, but with awe on his face, he took Yen Shue's contact information with both hands. "Thank you, Captain Yen. If there are any problems, I will report to you immediately." Yen Shue looked at Lunan's expression, looked at it for a while, then turned and walked out. When she avoided Lunan's sight, her eyes that reflected the city in miniature once again showed some firm suspicion. There must be something wrong with Lunan. The reason is that she learned several pieces of information about extraordinary substances. One of them is, transcendent matter will be entangled with each other, and extraordinary people are more likely to encounter extraordinary events. Several people who have been exposed to extraordinary substances, more than once, have been confirmed to have become extraordinary beings. Within one day, Lunan had close contact with extraordinary substances at the crime scene and at home. Moreover, the suspect Chike, the possessor of the extraordinary ability, Dancer, is basically certain to be the murderer of the two murders during the day. Lunan happened to live next door to the suspect and was involved in the investigation of this incident? In a case involving extraordinary substances, Yen Shue does not think this is a simple coincidence. In Yen Shue's opinion, Lunan is either already a transcendent, or is very likely to become a transcendent. However, this information could not be reported to the Law Enforcement Bureau due to some personal secret reasons. So she couldn't call Team Leader Lu to check Lunan directly. It's fine. Yen Shue has the right to transfer Lunan at will. She was just a temporary operator. With her position as squad leader, she could do whatever she asked Lunan to do. If Lunan really has a problem, he can't hide it. Yen Shue looked back at the intact blast-proof door of Lunan's house, and was prepared to slowly investigate and check Lunan thoroughly without any privacy. After Yen Shue left, the operators spent half an hour completing the basic investigation and left one by one. Lunan moved his computer, clothes, and simple toiletries to the 6th floor for a temporary stay. After entering the room and closing the door, Lunan sat down heavily on the bed and rubbed his face with both hands to calm down. Lunan still didn't understand why Yen Shue suspected him. At this time, after Lunan thought carefully, he felt that he had another doubt. Since Yen Shue suspected him, why didn't Team Leader Lu come over for testing? Is it because the extraordinary status is special and Yen Shue cannot be transferred at will? Lunan was not sure, but he was certain of another thing, that is, Yen Shue's suspicion should not be dispelled. She won't give up easily. This made Lunan have to consider again, should he use Seed of Evil Thoughts on Yen Shue? Lunan had just considered implanting the idea into Yen Shue that he has no problem and no need to doubt. But Lunan was not sure whether the use of extraordinary abilities would flash the gray-white flames unique to the undead, or if there would be other strange phenomena. You definitely can't use your talents in front of other operators. At the same time, Yen Shue has many opportunities to come into contact with extraordinary people at work, and Lunan is not sure whether Yen Shue will be discovered after being planted with the Seed of Evil Thoughts. Once the Seed of Evil Thoughts was discovered, Lunan would have no room to maneuver. After thinking for a moment, Lunan still felt that there was no rush to use his talent now, and he could wait until later. After thinking about this, Lunan felt more relaxed, stood up and connected the computer to the power supply. While doing this, Lunan was thinking about tonight's events. Abnormality is everywhere. There must be something wrong with Chike. She lied and deceived Lunan when she came to see her. She was not escaping domestic violence, but evading pursuit. In Lunan's judgment, those who were chasing her should be the company's armed force of reformers. It could be the Black Hawk mobile team, from Future Technology, or it could be the Poison Viper arms, from Yuanqi Heavy Industries. This is also the reason why after the Law Enforcement Bureau came, they just checked casually and called it a day. The Enforcement Bureau will not easily conflict with companies. Chike is definitely not an ordinary housewife. Lunan guessed that she might be a hacker who gave the company a headache, serving some mercenaries or an organization that was dissatisfied with the company. Fortunately, the door was not open, otherwise Lunan's name would probably be added to today's list of victims. Lunan sat in front of the computer screen, somewhat grateful that he was cautious enough to avoid a fatal disaster. Let's check it out in the game. Lu Nan opened the game and came to the Lord's cabin. An exclamation mark prompt appeared in the lower right corner of the screen. Lu Nan moved the mouse, clicked and took a look. Event record: your building Land of Death has been completed, your territory has become more powerful, and all attributes of your lord have increased by 0.1. Lu Nan operated his lord unit and left the hut. The territory was very quiet at this time. The 4 units in the territory have all exhausted their soul fire and are resting. Lu Nan walked to a black stone building covered with thorns and sharp bone stubble. This is the Land of Death. Lu Nan opened its interface and saw a series of prompts. Undead units enter the Land of Death and undergo painful training, which can fully improve their attributes. Each undead unit can receive pain training to gain the opportunity to grow, which is related to star rating and deadline level. A place where you can improve your attributes without any consumption. Lu Nan's favorable impression of the deadly silent land doubled. It's a pity that Lu Nan doesn't have suitable combat units now. The main value of Mabolius is to provide strategies and traps. It is difficult to directly fight while improving attributes. Lu Nan wanted to put the Lord unit in, but was prompted, your rank is too high and you cannot accept the training of the deadly land. Let's try putting the nameless dead bones in first. Anyway, we don't want the transcendent stone. He selected the nameless bones and let them walk into the Land of Death, moved the mouse, and clicked, conduct trial. The sharp thorns began to beat the nameless bones. Its pixel bones were whipped to the point of trembling, accepting the pain from the depths of the dead soul fire. A trial lasts 1 hour. It is now 12:17 at night, and the trial will end at 4:17 in the morning. Lu Nan set the alarm clock for 6 a.m. He didn't have high hopes for the promotion of Wombing Death Bones. The improvement of Deadly Land is related to Star. The Nameless Bones is only a 2-star unit, so the improvement is definitely not big. I still have to look forward to 6 o'clock in the morning, when new minion cards suitable for combat will be released. Now take a nap, you have to go to work tomorrow. Lu Nan climbed into a strange bed, closed his eyes and fell asleep. 6 in the morning. Lu Nan was woken up by the alarm clock on time and sat up suddenly. Tower of Decision and Talent Reincarnation have been refreshed. End of this chapter. Lu Nan opened the game and saw 2 exclamation marks at the bottom of the screen. Event record: your servant Unknown Dead Bones completed the Trial of Pain and gained Strength +3. The 3-point strength bonus was higher than Lu Nan expected, which was a small surprise. Click on another exclamation point. Event record: a group of merchants discovered your territory when passing by. They are selling goods in your merchant shop. They will leave at 12 noon. The businessman is here now? Lu Nan controlled the Lord and arrived in front of the merchant's shop. There was a pixel-style person in the room, wearing a hood. Only the green-skinned fangs on his mouth could be seen. He was short and obviously not human. There are several items on the table in the shop. When Lu Nan approached the businessman, there were no options next to him. He can't look at the merchant's panel like he looks at the attributes of the units in his territory. A string of text appeared on the businessman's head, and a high-pitched and cunning voice came from the earphones. Hello, unknown undead lord, thank you for providing a place for trading. Please take a look at the goods I brought to see if there is anything you need. If you have anything you don't need, show it to me and I might make a bid for it. After he finished speaking, a transaction option appeared next to him. Lu Nan clicked on it and saw detailed information on several items. The teeth of sharp-toothed sea beasts, 5-star extraordinary material contains sharp ocean extraordinary materials, price, 90 extraordinary stones. Blood helmet warrior Bava, 3-star card. After using the card, the 3-star human unit Bava will be summoned. Card cost, 8 extraordinary points. Asterisk Bava is not very intelligent and has a huge appetite. Please be sure to prepare enough food to prevent him from eating his master due to hunger. Price, 220 extraordinary stones. Wrath of Deathfire, for star spell card. After using the card, a 4-meter-long bone spur is summoned on the ground and thrust upward, causing 40+ mental power x 0.3 points of spell damage. Attack range, 300 meters. Card cost, 15 extraordinary points. Cooldown, 12 seconds. Price, 190 extraordinary stones. Insect Bone Heavy Sword. For star handheld weapon after equipped, it increases strength by 15 points, and increases the damage ability against heavy armored units. 1 point of strength increases an additional 0.1 point of damage. Equipment durability, 200-200, the forge can be repaired. Strength requirements, the person holding the equipment must have hands and have strength higher than 30 points. Price, 400 extraordinary stones. Lu Nan read through the 10 items brought by the merchant in turn. From the merchant's selling price, Lu Nan discovered that 3-star servant cards were more expensive than 4-star direct damage spell cards. The direct damage spell card looks very nice, with high damage and spirit bonus, but the cooldown time is too long and it still takes up space in the deck. When there is an upper limit on the number of cards in the deck, the number of direct damage spell cards must not be too many, and the price should be lower, which is very reasonable. This was Lu Nan's first time seeing weapons and equipment. They were very effective, but they were very expensive and required maintenance. Seeing the 3-star human servant card made Lu Nan have doubts. Lu Nan opened the input box and typed a message to the merchant. Can the Undead Lord have human cards? A smile appeared on the corner of the merchant's pixel mouth, and text popped up above his head. You will know after you buy it. Or you can pay 50 extraordinary stones to purchase this information. 50 pills, that's okay. Lu Nan decisively gave up this piece of information and turned to leave. These products are very good, but the price is too high, and he, a lord with only 1 extraordinary stone in his pocket, cannot afford them. There was a surprised expression on the corner of the businessman's pixel mouth, and a string of text appeared on his head. 40 extraordinary stones will do. 30 pieces are also negotiable. If you purchase any item, I can also send you this information as a gift. Lu Nan originally didn't want to talk to this businessman, but then he thought about it. The more undead plants there are, the faster the speed at which the dead soul stones will condense. When the number of extraordinary stones increases and merchants bring more things, it is still very useful. So Lu Nan turned around, opened the dialog box, and entered the text, I don't need anything you brought this time, let's talk about it next time. He thought for a while and typed another sentence, if there are cards or equipment that can cover up the extraordinary aura, you can bring them and sell them to me. Although he only had 1 extraordinary stone in his pocket, he spoke with great momentum. The businessman showed a disappointed expression, and a dialogue popped up above his head, I have written down your request, so do you have anything to sell me? It really does. Lu Nan awakened the Wooming Dead Bones and asked him to drag 3 wolf corpses to the merchant's shop. At Lu Nan's signal, the nameless corpse dropped the wolf corpse. Lu Nan entered text, do you want these corpses? The businessman showed an expression of disbelief, you only have so much to sell? Except for humans and dwarves who are short of food, no one wants the corpses of ordinary animals. They are not even worth a transcendent stone. If it were the corpse of an extraordinary creature, it could still be sold at a higher price. Lu Nan, who was used to being poor, didn't care about the businessman's unintentional ridicule. I don't have any money, but I am extremely poor. Lu Nan entered text, it's a pity that we can't do business this time. I wish you good luck in your next place. A string of ellipses appeared above the businessman's head, and it was hard to tell what he was thinking. Lu Nan turned around, left the merchant's shop, and walked towards the Tower of Decision. Opening the interface, 3 new cards appeared. Lu Nan looked over and felt a little disappointed. Because all 3 cards are obviously 3-star. Lu Nan turned over the 3 spell cards in turn, and 3 of them were seen, which were Whip and Strong. The new one, the card name is Burning, the consumption speed of Soulfire is increased by 100%, and all attributes are increased by 1 point. Also useless. Lu Nan felt very uncomfortable. After waiting for a day, there was not a single useful card. He looked at the Refresh option. When the mouse points up, a prompt appears. The Tower of Decision is refreshed for the first time today, consuming 10 extraordinary stones. Lu Nan suddenly felt that waiting all day in vain was no longer so uncomfortable. He calmly closed the Tower of Decision interface and decided to explore the map that he had not explored last night. By the way, use up all 10 conversion opportunities today. Simultaneously, he called up the ignorant skeletons and the nameless dead bones and began to collect materials. The construction progress of the forge is over halfway. In today's day, in addition to building the Yi Forge, I should also be able to upgrade the Lord's Hut and the Research Hut to level 2. The Research Hut on level 2 is very important. The maximum star rating of the cards you brush out will be increased from 4 stars to 5 stars. Although the probability of getting high star cards is a headache, there is hope. Nabolius' mission remains the same as yesterday. It uses common dead grass and trees, turns them into traps and poisons, and continues to lay traps. Lu Nan walked out of the territory and began to explore. There were some suitable trees on the road, and Lu Nan transformed them easily. When today's conversions are exhausted, an exclamation point appears again in the lower right corner of the screen. Lu Nan clicked. Event record: you own 30 undead plants, received gifts of extraordinary substances from the undead, and the Lord unit Spirit +2. Spirit +2, which is also pretty good. Lu Nan closed the prompt interface with satisfaction and moved on. After walking south for almost 20 minutes, Lu Nan saw a steep slope again. It seems that this slope extends from the east. Under the slope, there is a faint supernatural aura. Killing extraordinary creatures can be exchanged for extraordinary stones in the hands of merchants. But Lu Nan's current strength is limited and he does not intend to provoke unknown extraordinary creatures. After more than 2 days of exploration, Lu Nan had a general understanding of the terrain around his territory, and the map exploration could come to an end for the time being. With combat power, explore further places. Lu Nan turned around and walked towards his own territory, and started transplanting the transformed undead plants. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the transplanting was completed. The 3 undead units in the territory have also set up today's working paths. Lu Nan ate 2 boiled eggs, washed and changed clothes, and went to work early. As soon as he arrived at the office of the 4th team, Lin Weisheng opened the office door and knocked on the glass. "Lu Nan, come in." Lu Nan didn't put the bag away, entered Lin Weisheng's office and asked, "Boss, what's wrong?" Lin Weisheng's face was full of smiles. "You've grown up. Captain Yin called me this morning and asked you to continue the mission with team today. Your device already has permission to connect to the team network. Hurry up and connect. Captain Yin will personally give you orders and tell you where to go." End of this chapter. Lu Nan had expected last night that Yin Shui would want to transfer him to work with team, and he was already prepared. He calmly made a surprised expression. "It's such a good thing." Then, he asked seemingly casually, "Should I go alone, or the 3 of us?" This question is important. The law enforcement agency is currently keeping a secret attitude towards the existence of supernatural substances. If Yin Shui wanted to attack Lu Nan and conduct a test for extraordinary substances, he would try to reduce the number of witnesses as much as possible to prevent the existence of extraordinary substances from leaking out. If she only lets Lu Nan go alone, then Lu Nan feels like he can run away with the bucket. Lin Weisheng misunderstood what Lu Nan meant and thought that Lu Nan was worried about someone competing for the spot. He smiled and said, "You are the only one who is interested in getting a permanent job. Don't worry, she only named you." Lu Nan's heart tightened and he was already thinking about where to run. Then Lu Nan heard Lin Weisheng add, "Let's go with 3 of us. She asked me to pick 2 more besides you. Can you explain it clearly in 1 sentence?" Lu Nan complained about Captain Lin in his heart, and forced a smile on his face. "It's good, then let Zixio and Kevin be together." Lin Weisheng nodded. "Okay, you should give priority to your job of becoming a full-time employee. When you do it yourself, you can also give them a hand." In addition to Lu Nan, Lin Weisheng, the unattractive captain, also took great care of the other young people in the team. After Lin Weisheng finished talking about the business, he waved his hand and sent Lu Nan away. Lu Nan left the captain's office and walked to his workstation, thinking while putting on his body armor. Although Yin Shui called 3 people over, it was possible that this was to paralyze Lu Nan's vigilance. When performing the mission, she could send the other 2 people away and deal with Lu Nan alone. Lu Nan secretly made up his mind to tie up Kevin and Chen Zixio to death today. Once he found out that Yan Shui had the intention of leaving him alone, he ran away immediately. Lu Nan put on his body armor and equipment, and connected to the internal network of Team. Yan Shui's unquestionable voice came from the earphones. Kate Street, Yunshine Building, come here. Lu Nan replied, received. Yan Shui looked like she couldn't wait any longer. Lu Nan got up and called Chen Zixio and Kevin. After confirming their location, he drove to pick them up. Chen Zixio still looked like he couldn't wake up. After Kevin got in the car, he got rid of yesterday's depression and said, "Brother Nan, I figured it out." While driving, Lu Nan asked, "What do you want to understand?" Kevin pointed to his eyes. "When my eyes are replaced with prosthetic eyeballs, Captain Yen will think of me differently." "I plan to try it again then." Lu Nan laughed. "That makes sense. Kevin has always been like this. When anything goes wrong, he always attributes it to his blind eye and becomes optimistic again. Once the prosthetic eyes are replaced, everything will be fine," Kevin believes so deeply. Lu Nan didn't think this was a problem with the prosthetic eyes. With Yan Shui's appearance and fierce temperament, she felt that the only people who could stand beside her were the big shots in the company. However, in the City of Dreams, hope is a beautiful and luxurious thing. Lu Nan and the members of the fourth team did not expose Kevin's thoughts. Yes, it will get better with prosthetic eyes. Kevin received recognition from Lu Nan, and his freckled face became more energetic. "I've almost saved enough." After a while, Kevin looked at Chen Zixio in the back seat. "Zixio, what do you do every night? Why do you always look like you can't wake up?" Chen Zixio ignored Kevin. Kevin didn't feel annoyed either, and kept talking to Chen Zixio sentence after sentence. Until Lu Nan parked the car in front of a towering building in Kate Street. The three got out of the car. Kate Street is located on the edge of Hope District, which is already considered a wealthy area. Each floor of the Yunshine building is equipped with floor-to-ceiling windows made of new glass materials, which have good visibility, good heat insulation, and can also be used as projection screens. Kevin looked up at the building and couldn't help but sigh. "When can I live in a place like this?" Chen Zixio said calmly, "Go upstairs, jump down, and be reincarnated again. Maybe there will be a chance." Lu Nan listened to the two of them bickering, walked to the foyer, connected with the AI butler, and showed his qualifications to connect to the team network. The door opens by itself. AI's voice rang in Lu Nan's ears. "Please go to elevator number 5 in Hall B." Following the guidance of the AI, Lu Nan and the others went upstairs to the 74th floor. The door of 7402 is open, and an operator is recording the situation at the scene. Yan Shui has already arrived and is standing at the door looking at the files on the scene. Seeing Lu Nan, her slender and beautiful eyebrows wrinkled. "Too slow." Lu Nan apologized. "Sorry, I will be earlier next time." Yan Shui nodded and pointed to the room. "Take the body and keep the brain tissue." Lu Nan and the three of them answered yes in unison, then entered the room and started working. The deceased was a male, and his body was still broken from bottom to top by some means. Very similar to the 4 corpses yesterday. Lu Nan started to clean up the body, while observing Yan Shui calmly. When the bodies were about to be cleaned up, team leader Lu rushed over. She chatted with Yan Shui for a few words at the door, and the two entered the house together. Yan Shui entered the room and her eyes stayed on Lu Nan for a few seconds. Lu Nan's spirit was very high. When Yan Shui looked at him, he could feel that he was a little nervous in his heart. Yan Shui said, "Okay, you go out, put away the body bag, and rush to the next scene later." Not left alone. Lu Nan breathed a sigh of relief, quickly picked up the body bag and walked out of the room. There is nothing special about following the work of team. Lu Nan visited 3 more scenes and collected 2.5 corpses. Half of them were missing. 5 p.m. Yan Shui came out of the scene and looked at Lu Nan and the other 3 who were standing by the car, waiting for orders. She said, "You can get off work now. Go to work half an hour early tomorrow morning. Don't make me wait for you anymore." Lu Nan and the other 3 quickly answered yes. Yan Shui stared at Lu Nan until Lu Nan left and she got in the car. After the law enforcement AI shut down, Yin Shui took out a pair of ear-worn communication headsets and contacted someone. Keep an eye on him. Lu Nan returned the car to the team and then rushed to take the Sky Rail train. As soon as he entered the train, Lu Nan noticed something was wrong. A line of sight stared at Lu Nan, making his back feel hairy and his spine shiver. Lu Nan resisted the urge to escape and stood there, waiting for the train to start. Once you escape, it is equivalent to telling the other party that you have discovered him. This kind of perception is obviously beyond the scope of normal people. Lu Nan felt that staying normal and pretending not to notice was the wisest thing to do. The train passed 4 stations. Lu Nan got out of the car and turned into a narrow street. There are garbage piles on both sides of the street, and the store signs are also very old. There are some old-fashioned things in the store, including firearms, electronic equipment, paper books. Faroe Street is a relatively famous place specializing in second-hand goods in the City of Dreams. Lu Nan came here to find another computer to see if the game could be played on another computer. This determines whether he needs to carry his home computer with him when running away. Finding an open computer, Lu Nan pretended to be casually looking at it and leaned over to take a look. A familiar icon appeared on the screen of this computer. Become a lord. Sure enough, the game followed Lu Nan, not the device. It's the same as Lu Nan's idea. Lu Nan felt much more at ease. After shopping for a few more minutes, he turned around and boarded the Skyrail train again, heading home. The people following Lu Nan are always there. Lu Nan didn't care either. 7 points. Lu Nan carried a piece of fried noodles and entered the apartment. He passed by the robot that was repairing the wall and returned to his temporary residence. Lock the door. Lu Nan waited at the door for a while, but didn't hear any movement outside the door. Then he turned on the computer and logged into the game. The perspective came to the top of the Lord's cabin. There are 4 more exclamation marks in the lower right corner of the screen. Record. Your building forge is completed, your territory becomes more powerful, and all attributes of your lord are increased by 0.1. Record. Your building lord's hut has been upgraded to level 2, all attributes of your lord unit will be increased by 3 points, and the extraordinary value will be increased by 10 points. Record. You meditated for 24 hours, obtained 2 necromantic stones, and increased your strength by 0.5 points. Record. 1.2100.10.20.3. The upgrade of the Tower of Decision has just begun and will take 7 hours to complete, which is slightly slower than Lu Nan expected. However, the upgrade should be completed before 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Among the cards that will be refreshed in the Tower of Decision tomorrow, there may be 5-star cards. Lu Nan was in a good mood, so he took a bite of the fried noodles, but as soon as the noodles entered his mouth, he noticed something was wrong. The power of the Nameless Bones increased by 1.2 points, and the Soul Fire increased by 10 points. How come there are so many? End of this chapter. Lu Nan reopened the event record and read through it carefully. Only the bonus of the Nameless Dead Bones is exceptionally high. The bonuses of other units, including the Lord Lu Nan, are similar to yesterday. Lu Nan felt that the key to the abnormality lay in the Wounding Dead Bones. Did something change happen to the Nameless Dead Bones and it was not recorded? Lu Nan moved the mouse and switched the perspective to the Nameless Bones. From the third-person perspective, the Nameless Bones are almost the same as before. When I open the Properties panel, there are no abnormalities. They are all normal property improvements, and there are no sudden changes. Why? Lu Nan thought for a moment and suddenly remembered. The Nameless Bones have entered the Land of Death. Only it has entered. Accepting the trial in Land of Death, can you still get the bonus of Fate Reward? And many more. Lu Nan suddenly realized something and carefully read the description of Land of Death. Undead units enter the Land of Death and undergo painful training, which can fully improve their attributes. The number of times each undead unit can be improved by painful tempering is related to star rating and deadline level. There is a limit to the number of times you can obtain promotion, but there seems to be no limit to the number of times you can enter the Land of Death. Sitting in front of the screen, Lunan's eyes gradually became excited. He realized his talent, and it seemed that he could form a free cooperation with Land of Death. The best case scenario is that although there is no bonus in Land of Death, if you accept the trial, you can still get an improvement in Fate reward. Whore. Of course, this is the best case scenario. Lunan suppressed his expectations to avoid being too disappointed. Test it first before talking. Lunan awakened the nameless dead bones that were resting in the cemetery, guided it to the Land of Death, and chose Accept Trial. A red exclamation mark appeared on the lower right side of the screen. Tip: your unit Unknown Dead Bones accepts the Level 1 Deadly Land Trial and will not receive any improvement. This is the best way to verify whether Fate reward can still be triggered after Deadly Land has no bonus. Lunan closed the prompt interface and selected Accept Trial again. The Unknown Dead Bones walked into the trial place and accepted the baptism of pain again. The whole process lasted the same as last time, which was still 4 hours. When we go home tomorrow night, we can see if Dead Silent Land can cooperate with Destiny reward. With some expectation, Lunan hurriedly finished the fried noodles and threw away the lunchbox. Just throw away the trash and turn around. Another exclamation mark appeared on the lower right side of the screen. Lunan clicked. Event record: your unit My Boreas obtained 1 Death Soul Stone while digging. Can you get extraordinary stones by digging in the ground? Lunan switched the perspective to Mibolius. From its third-person perspective, 3 traps have been dug out of the ground. Each trap is square and square, with a depth of about 3 meters. There are more than 10 spikes coated with poison arranged at the bottom of the pit. Its soul fire was almost exhausted, and Lunan was curious about where it dug out the extraordinary stone, so he simply ordered it to come back. The location of the trap is not far from the territory. For minutes later, Mibolius rushed back and lowered his head in front of Lunan. Great Lord, it is my greatest honor to accept the call of a noble person like you. Lunan opened the input box and asked it, can the Dead Soul Stone be dug out of the ground? An expression of memory appeared on Mibolius's pixel head. After a while, a string of text appeared on its head. Some rich extraordinary substances will precipitate into extraordinary stones by themselves by accident. But this situation is extremely rare. Only a noble person like you, who is favored by fate, can encounter such good things. Extraordinary stones dug out of the soil cannot be mass-produced. Lunan, who was sitting in front of the screen, sighed. It's better to pick up stones first and develop slowly. Lunan asked Mibolius to go back to the cemetery to rest, and he operated the Lord unit himself and began to collect materials. The gravel obtained will be directly sucked into the heat warehouse, and then synthesized by itself. You don't need to use your brain to pick up things. While picking things up, Lunan was thinking about how to deal with the hidden dangers brought by Yen Shui. Lunan picked up the jade stones at 11 o'clock at night and gained a lot, but he couldn't think of a way to deal with Yen Shui. But Lunan noticed something strange. Yen Shui wanted to monitor Lunan. It was actually very simple. She only needed to connect to the network of team and see where Lunan's equipment was. Why send someone to follow? Thinking about it this way, Yen Shui didn't seem to mention the sudden interrogation that night to team leader Lu. The captain of team seems to have some secrets belonging to her. But what exactly it was, Lunan didn't know. Go to bed first. Lunan had been tense all day and was a little tired at this time. The soul fire of the 2 ignorant skeletons was fully restored, and they were pulled out by Lunan to go to work. After setting up their working paths, Lunan yawned. He got up and washed himself briefly, then fell on the bed, set the alarm clock, and fell asleep. I didn't sleep well that night. Lunan was tied up by Yen Shui in his dream and tortured to extract a confession. Halfway through the torture, Lunan was woken up by the alarm clock. It's already 6 o'clock in the morning. It was daylight outside. Lunan calmed down for a while, got up, sat in front of the computer, and opened the game. The perspective returns to the territory. In the lower right corner of the screen, 2 exclamation marks appeared again. Record. Your minion Unknown Bones completed the Trial of Pain and received no attribute bonus. Record. Your building tower of choice has been upgraded to level 2, and all attributes of your Lord unit will be increased by 1 point. Upgrading the Yi Tower of Decision consumes less materials than the Lord's Cabin, and the improved attributes are also lower, which was within Lunan's expectation. It does not matter. The important thing is the cards refreshed today. Lunan operated the Lord unit, walked to the Tower of Decision, and opened the interface in the tower. 3 cards appeared in front of Lunan. 131211. Obviously much better than yesterday. Lunan turned over the 1-star card first. Skeleton Labor, 1 star after use, summon 2 undead units, Labor Skeleton. Card consumption, 5 extraordinary points. This card seems to be pretty good. The higher the building level, the more materials are needed. 3 laborers had to build and collect materials, which gradually became stretched. Although this card is weak, its strength must be judged based on Lunan's actual situation. 2 more laborers are still very useful to Lunan. Look again. Lunan dragged the mouse and opened the next card. Blessing of the Undead, 2 stars after using it on the Undead unit, all attributes of the designated unit will be increased by 3 points, and each attack will gain 1 point of soul fire recovery for 30 seconds. Card cost, 8 extraordinary points. Cooling time, 1 minute. Lunan only glanced at it and gave up decisively. The cooldown is too long and the duration is too short. Even if he takes Skeleton Laborer, Lunan will not take Blessing of the Undead. Look at the third picture. Lunan turned over the third card. Despicable False Eyes, 3 stars after use, the Undead unit Despicable False Eyes is summoned. It can convey what it sees to its owner, and it is extremely good at stealth and disguise. Card cost, 10 extraordinary points. Asterisk the Despicable Eye cannot be resurrected like normal Undead units, so please use it with caution. When Lunan saw this card, his first reaction was a little disappointed. The Stealth Map Exploration unit is actually very valuable, but it cannot be resurrected, which makes it useless. Lunan's evaluation is not as good as Skeleton Labor. But when Lunan moved the mouse away, he suddenly reacted. If the Despicable False Eye could be brought to this world and used to probe Yen Shue's information, would it be possible to spy on the squad leaders? Secret? It should be okay. Lunan actually already has some ideas about the transfer of items between the 2 worlds. There is one thing that can be transmitted. Extraordinary matter. Since Lunan can use the extraordinary materials of the Lord world, it proves that there must be some way to connect the 2 worlds. Wrap items with extraordinary material and try to teleport. Worth a try. But before trying it, Lunan felt it was risky. He was not sure whether the person following him today was hiding in a certain room in the apartment and eavesdropping on his movements. There are many means of surveillance by the Law Enforcement Bureau. But after thinking for a moment, Lunan felt that the risk was not high. The person following Lunan was definitely not an extraordinary person. On the one hand, Lunan's spirit is very high and her perception is sharp. On the other hand, it's because Yen Shui shouldn't be able to mobilize extraordinary people to follow her for her. Moreover, the Law Enforcement Bureau relies on Team Leader Lu to conduct extraordinary substance detection, which proves that no more convenient detection equipment has been developed yet. Even if the stalker is still nearby, the probability of mobilizing extraordinary substances and being discovered by the wall should be low. If he was really discovered, the worst outcome would be to have a showdown with Yen Shui, cooperate with the Law Enforcement Bureau, and find other ways out. It's better than sitting around and waiting to die, being eaten bit by Yen Shui. When it breaks, it breaks. Lunan closed the interface of Tower of Decision and picked up a piece of gravel from the ground. He first switched to the first perspective of the Lord's unit, used it to control the extraordinary material, and wrapped the rubble with gray-white flames. Then, he returned his attention to himself, thinking about mobilizing extraordinary matter. Gray-white flames appeared. Lunan quickly extinguished the flames and minimized the time for the extraordinary aura to appear. When the flames representing death disappeared, a blue-black irregular gravel appeared in Lunan's hand. Feasible. Lunan reopened the interface of Tower of Decision, selected False Eyes of the Despicable without hesitation, and then used the card. The gray-white extraordinary substance condensed into a fist-sized white gemstone prosthetic eye. All its attributes are very low, but it has 2 skills, stealth and tracking. Lunan still has 13 extraordinary points left. Despicable Artificial Eye is larger than gravel, and with 13 points of extraordinary value, it can barely cover it completely. Lunan withdrew his attention, his body ignited with death fire. After a moment, Despicable Prosthetic Eyes appeared in front of Lunan. It surrendered in front of Lunan. Lunan could feel that it had a natal connection with him. It is absorbing the extraordinary value in Lunan's body to maintain a stable body shape. It seems that territorial units need to consume Lunan's extraordinary value to enter this world. Fortunately, Despicable Prosthetic Eye is not big and does not consume extraordinary points very quickly. Lunan waited for 10 minutes. No one came to the door. There were no suspicious people gathering downstairs. Should not have been found. However, Lunan still felt that it was a bit uneasy to use extraordinary power in this world. Unless necessary, Lunan still felt that he should be more cautious and not easily summon territorial units to this world. But right now, Lunan thinks it's a necessary situation. Yanxue probably has a secret, the kind that the Law Enforcement Bureau doesn't know about, and it's worth trying. Anyway, after using the Despicable Prosthetic Eye, he was far away from Lunan. Even if it is discovered, Lunan should not be implicated. Lunan turned on the invisibility of the Despicable False Eye, and then hid it in the box under the bed. As long as any unit controlled by Lunan can, visually, see the target that needs to be tracked, it can use the skill, Despicable False Eyes, and it does not need to follow Lunan. Lunan sat back in front of the computer and continued to think about the details of this first counterattack. He felt that the information Yanxue had while at work was of little value. Just put the Despicable Artificial Eye next to Yanxue when you get off work today, and recall it before going to work tomorrow. After the details were finalized, Lunan took a deep breath to relieve the tension and throbbing of using his extraordinary power to fight back for the first time. He advised himself in his mind, plan carefully, execute boldly, and don't be afraid. After a while, he gradually calmed down, no longer nervous, and had more expectations in his heart. Whether we can use Despicable Prosthetic Eyes to spy on Yanxue, we will find out tonight. End of this chapter. Lunan glanced at the time. It was now 6:13 in the morning. There is more time. Lunan controlled the Lord unit, walked to the north, and transformed 10 undead plants. However, when the number of undead plants reached 40, Lunan did not receive the gift of extraordinary material from the undead. Lunan actually didn't notice this at first. He was thinking about his plan to deal with Yanxue. After transplanting 3 undead plants, Lunan realized that there was no reward today. Lunan was not disappointed, because he was basically sure that this gift was still there, but there were more undead plants that needed to be transformed. After the undead trees were transplanted, Lunan switched the perspective and set up mission paths for the 4 units in the territory that had exhausted their soul fire. Today we will upgrade Land of Death and build another Bone Arrow Tower on the south side of the territory. If you have extra soul fire, don't rest. Lunan arranged for them to collect some materials. If everyone works hard, the territory and lords will have a bright future. But Mabolius continued to prepare his trap. Judging from its efficiency yesterday, in about half a month, there will be a circle of traps protecting the outside of the territory. After setting today's territory target, Lunan moved the mouse, brought the perspective back to the Lord unit, and started picking up materials. Until 6:50, Lunan operated the Lord unit and returned to the Lord cabin to meditate. In fact, Lunan had considered whether the Lord unit should also collect materials during the day. Insufficient materials such as stone, clay, and straw rope limit the speed of building upgrades. However, after thinking about it carefully, Lunan still felt that he could not give up the only source of extraordinary stones. Producing 2 extraordinary stones in one day may not seem like much, but you still have to save what you need. Moreover, the mechanism of destiny reward is that if you make efforts in a certain area, you will receive corresponding rewards. Meditation can increase spirit, and working can increase strength. Spirit can increase the speed of harvesting extraordinary stones. From a long-term perspective, Lunan still feels that it is more reasonable for his Lord unit to be dedicated to meditation. Watching the Lord go to meditate, Lunan got up, washed and changed clothes. 7 o'clock exactly. Lunan carried the garbage and went out of the house. At the corner of an inconspicuous corridor, he placed despicable eyes surveillance on a homeless man who was awake. While picking up materials, he sorted out the plan and discovered a loophole. You must check in advance to see if there are any breaths or visions of extraordinary substances when using despicable eyes. Despicable Eye received Lunan's order and flew directly through the wall and flew to the homeless man's side. This is its characteristic. It can place itself between the real body and the transcendent matter, temporarily breaking the terrain restrictions on the physical level. The price is to consume 1 point of Lunan's extraordinary value. The homeless man didn't notice. The appearance of Despicable Eye, like its ability, is extremely hidden and has no visible signs to the naked eye. On the lower right side of Lunan's sight, there is a screen-like perspective. Lunan can see everything that Despicable Eye sees, and can also control how it acts. After Lunan finished the test, he felt a little more confident. He went downstairs to throw away the trash, returned home, and then recalled the Despicable Eye. It quietly passed through the wall and returned to Lunan's room. Lunan put it back under the bed, picked up the equipment with a calm expression, and left the house. He was ready to do it. After leaving the apartment and walking for a short while, Lunan noticed the line of sight from behind again. It wasn't until Lunan entered the office door that the line of sight disappeared. Lunan had already received Yin Shue's order on the train to go to Bien Street to collect the bodies today. He simply packed up, took Chen Zixio and Kevin, and drove off. On the road, Lunan accidentally saw Chi Kei's portrait on the street. Her face appeared right below the words "Wanted Criminal with High Bounty." Fortunately, it wasn't open that day. Lunan sighed in his heart again, and at the same time, his eyes swept across several other people who were wanted. Su Ping, Mr. Pablo, Ejiwan Chuan. Lunan didn't care at all and continued on his way, and soon arrived at number 74, Bean Street. After getting off the car, Kevin whispered to Lunan, "The Bean neighborhood has been really unstable recently, and someone died again." Lunan nodded thoughtfully. "I don't know if I have found the extraordinary item that Yin Shui talked about. Maybe the frequent deaths here are related to the extraordinary item." While thinking about it, Lunan took the lead into the scene. Yin Shui has already arrived at the scene, but it can be seen that she has just arrived. She is taking off her sunglasses. Lunan looked at her and saluted politely and respectfully. "Good morning, Captain Yen." Yin Shui hung her sunglasses in her breast pocket and nodded slightly. The two of them had their own thoughts, but they both acted very calmly and did their respective jobs. Lunan packed up the remains, carried materials, and ran errands for other official operators. Time follows the body parts, put into body bags, and finally transported away without a trace. Evening, 6. After Yen Shui saw what was going on at the scene, she said to Lunan, "It's none of your business. You three should get off work early today." Both Chen Zixio and Kevin were a little surprised and thanked them repeatedly. Only Lunan knew that Yen Shui deliberately gave him more time to see if he would show signs of being a transcendent and be caught by the monitors when there was enough time. However, today's monitor will be changed. The car outside the window was honking. Amidst the chaotic sound of trumpets, Lunan controlled the throbbing at the moment of taking action, and exerted Despicable Eyes surveillance on Yen Shui. The eyes of the two intersected. Yen Shui didn't notice at all. Lunan lowered his head, bid farewell to Yen Shui with great respect, and then left the scene. The only remaining problem now is that the Despicable Eye is not close to Yen Shui. It has to fly over. There may be changes in this process. If there are other extraordinary beings in the city, they may find traces of it. Lunan realized this problem in the morning. But Lunan felt that if he let it fly over by itself, even if it was discovered, Lu Nan would not be involved. If Lu Nan took it with him and was discovered by someone, it would mean that everyone was dirty and it would be difficult to escape. Lu Nan got into the car, turned on the assisted driving, and focused some energy on the actions of Despicable I. It shuttles between high-rise buildings at a not-too-slow speed. Halfway through, Lu Nan was still controlling it, stopped on top of the aircraft, and hitched a ride. Until Lu Nan drove the car back to the 4th Squadron. Despicable I also successfully arrived at Yen Shue's side. Lu Nan said goodbye to his colleagues and took the train home. Everything was the same as usual. No one knew that when Lu Nan closed his eyes to rest, he could clearly see what Yen Shui was doing. After Yen Shui finished handling the scene, she got off work on time, drove her silver-painted Warrior off-road vehicle, and returned to her residence in Kate Street. Seeing this, Lu Nan was a little disappointed. That's it? Go home directly from get off work? It seems like I can't get any useful information today. Just as Lu Nan finished his thoughts, he saw Yen Shui taking off her shirt, changing clothes, putting on a dark red wig, changing cars, and going out again. She headed south. When Lu Nan walked to the door of the apartment, her car stopped at the intoxication bar in Fengqing Street. Lu Nan looked a little surprised when she walked into the bar. Fengqing Street, there are no vegetarian bars. Captain Yen wants to make extra money? Or does she want to go in and spend money to boost the economy of the City of Dreams? No matter what it was, Lu Nan didn't think it was something a big shot like Yen Shui should do. Under Lu Nan's surveillance, Yen Shui went up to the 3rd floor of Intoxicated Bar, walked to the deepest point, and scanned her irises in front of a door with no room number. The door opens. When Lu Nan sat in front of the computer, despicable eyes followed Yen Shui into the room and saw a scene that shocked Lu Nan. The room was much larger than expected, dimly lit, and filled with a large number of servers and cables. A middle-aged woman in her 40s was plugging in a connection cable and lying in the cooling chamber. She was obviously a hacker, but she was not sure what she was doing. Lu Nan was a little surprised when he saw her. This person looked familiar, but Lu Nan probably had never seen her before. Sensing Yen Shui's arrival, the middle-aged woman quickly woke up. Yen Shui's tone became much gentler in front of this woman, and she asked, "Aunt Su, how are you?" The hacker known as Aunt Su laughed, "It's rewarding. Future technology has not found Chi K yet, but it has been determined that she is in the desolate area, south of the city, and the stingy Ghostface's relic should be in her hands. If we find that extraordinary item, we will definitely become famous. It will not be difficult to attract extraordinary people to join us. This will be the first step to overthrow future technology." Yen Shui clenched her fists, unable to conceal her excitement. "Great. Thank you for your hard work, Aunt Su." Lu Nan also clenched his fists, his face also showing excitement. He remembered who this middle-aged woman was. Wanted criminal with high reward, Su Ping. The leader of the Nirvana organization launched several cyber attacks on future technology, causing future technology to lose more than billion credit coins. Yen Shui's secret is bigger than Lu Nan imagined. End of this chapter. The conversation in the room continued. Su Ping picked up a glass of light blue wine, drank half of it, and took out a paper document. "It doesn't have to be hard, we can get things done as long as we can. This is the information you want. I found all the search records and interpersonal relationships that Lu Nan could find." "Ha, this little guy is quite cautious." Yen Shui took the document and frowned. "Prudent? Nothing was found?" Su Ping chuckled twice. "That's not true, it's just that in his search history, there are only a few browsing records of side dishes from 7 years ago. After that, they were all gone. I probably bought the physical goods from second-hand stores to avoid being found out. But this little guy's preferences are quite unique." I marked the keywords he searched for, including the dozen or so ones circled in red pen. Lu Nan's face turned dark. Records from so long ago can actually be found? Yen Shui's face was expressionless. She believed that this information was of no value and there was no need to pay any attention to it. She asked, "Where can I use it to control him?" Su Ping drank the remaining half of the glass of wine. Lin Weixing is the nephew of the director of the Young Miao welfare home, and Lu Nan is an orphan here. He frequently recommended Lu Nan because the relationship between the two was like family. I found his hidden account, and he has received at least 17 funds from 3 different gangs. The matter is not a big deal, but as the captain of team, you can kill him with this matter. A proud smile appeared on the corner of Yin Shue's mouth. This is what she wants. As long as Lu Nan disobeys, she can kill Lin Weixing, and she can also get rid of Lu Nan in the name of Lu Nan also sharing the illegal funds. She believed that Lu Nan would compromise. The feeling of having what she wanted in her hands greatly satisfied her desire for control, and also gave her hope of absorbing a transcendent being. She stood up and said, "I've got the things, so I'll go back first." Su Ping asked, "When do you plan to show off with that little guy?" Yen Shui lifted up her hair and tidied it up, "Just for a few days, control him sooner and let him work for us sooner." Gone. She turned and went out. Su Ping turned her chair, sat at the table, and began to write and draw something. None of them saw it, but one eye saw the meeting clearly. When Yen Shui drove back, Lu Nan turned his attention back. The most important information has been obtained, now it is time to sort out the information. Yen Shui has a close relationship with Su Ping, the leader of the Nirvana organization, and has a strong hostility towards future technology. Su Ping's location was in the deepest corridor on the 3rd floor of Intoxicated Bar, a room without a room number. Chi Qi carried an extraordinary item and fled into the desolate area, where radiation pollution was serious. She is most likely an extraordinary person, otherwise she would not be able to escape from the search by the Law Enforcement Bureau. This gave Lu Nan answers to some things that he couldn't figure out before. Yen Shui wanted to recruit extraordinary people for Nirvana, so she secretly investigated Lu Nan without reporting it to the Law Enforcement Bureau. The full name of the thing that team leader Lu was talking about was the relic of the stingy ghost face. Chi Kei was chased by the company's armed forces that night, so she thought of hiding in Lu Nan's house. However, this information also gave Lu Nan some new puzzles. Why is Yen Shui so close to the Nirvana organization? Why do they want to overthrow future technology? Why did this extraordinary item fall into Chi Kei's hands? Moreover, Lu Nan didn't understand why Yen Shui suddenly doubted him before, and now this question still remains unanswered. Lu Nan thought deeply for a while and then gave up decisively. There is too little information, and I can't think clearly, so I just want to overthink it. Lu Nan felt that what he needed to consider now was how to use the information in his hand. The simplest way is actually to sell the information to the company. Lu Nanji is not sure how much Su Ping's bounty is, but it should exceed 100 million credit coins. This is Lu Nan's salary for more than 300 months. But working with a company is very risky. There have been cases where company members killed bounty recipients and withheld the money. Moreover, if Yen Shui is arrested, Bao Buki will reveal his suspicion that Lu Nan is a transcendent. In contrast, negotiating with Yen Shui is more in line with Lu Nan's current plan to seek stability, because it will not involve a third party. This matter will be resolved between Lu Nan and Yen Shui. Killing Yen Shui was not within the scope of Lu Nan's consideration. Killing a regular operator in the City of Dreams was a felony and would attract heavy armed intervention, making it almost impossible to escape unscathed. Then you have to find a way to control Yen Shui and threaten her to be honest. In Lu Nan's view, the process of controlling Yen Shui requires a quiet place, a clear request, and sufficient deterrence. The relationship between Yen Shui and Nirvana, and the things Nirvana committed are enough deterrence. Yen Shui should be able to find a quiet place. She still feels that she has control over Lu Nan and wants to find a suitable place for a showdown with Lu Nan. The requirements of the negotiation seemed very simple. Lu Nan just wanted to not be involved in extraordinary events and develop steadily. But the information Lu Nan holds is too heavy. Yen Shui and the members of the Nirvana organization may not be able to rely on Lu Nan to live peacefully. If you want a stable life, you can't stay too far away from Yen Shui and give her some basic sense of security. But Lu Nan was unwilling to get involved in the Nirvana organization's incident against the company. Lu Nan felt that it was necessary to carefully design how to make this request. I'm going to have to stay up all night tonight. Lu Nan rubbed his brows and planned to think more about it later. Things on Yan Shue's side have been sorted out for the most part. What Lu Nan is most concerned about now is whether Dead Silence Land and Destiny Reward can work together. Lu Nan opened the game and returned to the top of the Lord's cabin. There are 4 more exclamation marks in the lower right corner of the screen. Lu Nan dragged the mouse and clicked on them one by one. Record. Your building Deadly Land is upgraded to level 2, and all attributes of your Lord unit are increased by 1 point. Record. Your Talent Fate reward has been triggered. The power of Unknown Bones has been increased by 1.2 points, and the Soul Fire has been increased by 10 points, Nebulius's Wisdom has been increased by 0.2, and your Spirit has been increased by 0.3. Record. Your building Bone Arrow Tower is completed. Record. You meditated for 11 hours and 58 minutes and obtained 1 Death Soul Stone. The bonus obtained by the Nameless Bones is still significantly higher than that of other units just like yesterday. Deadly Land and Destiny Reward can really work together to get extra improvements for free. Moreover, the bonus of Destiny Reward has no upper limit, and this combination can go on for free. Lu Nan hopes more and more that he can have a combat unit that can fight a little, and have a goal worth cultivating. Let's wait for the cards to be refreshed tomorrow morning. Lu Nan confirmed what he was most concerned about, and then looked at the other records. Being able to condense an extraordinary stone today was beyond Lu Nan's expectation. Despicable False Eye has been consuming extraordinary points, and the extraordinary stone can only be condensed after the extraordinary points are full. There is no option for meditating duration in the game, and Lu Nan did not calculate it carefully, thinking that he would not be able to produce extraordinary stones today. Probably taking into account the time spent meditating before, I almost managed to condense just 1. Unexpected joy. Moreover, Lu Nan discovered that the time it took to obtain the Necromancer Stone through meditation was reduced by 2 minutes. Spirit increased, and the death energy gradually became stronger. It finally had an effect. The improvement was not big, but Lu Nan was very satisfied. It is not troublesome to transform undead plants. Slowly accumulate the number of undead plants, and the speed of obtaining extraordinary stones will become faster and faster. After checking the growth of the territory, Lu Nan operated the character and went out to pick up materials. Next, you need to upgrade the forge, merchant shop, and warehouse. After these 3 buildings have been upgraded, you can continue to upgrade the research hut. Lu Nan used his extraordinary power for the first time today and deeply felt the sense of security that having power brings. This makes Lu Nan look forward to the development of the territory even more. While picking up the materials, Lu Nan was also thinking about what might happen in the showdown with Yan Shui. Until 3 o'clock in the morning. Lu Nan thought about it carefully many times and felt that the situation that needed to be prepared for most was the emergence of extraordinary power. Yan Shui herself is not an extraordinary person, but both the Nirvana organization and she have come into contact with extraordinary people, so it is necessary to be on guard. Yan Shui's strong personality is also a hidden danger. She may not be able to bear the humiliation and break out with Lu Nan. So Lu Nan decided to use Seed of Evil Thoughts. He wants to implant an idea into Yan Shui to ensure that the negotiation can be completed smoothly to the greatest extent. End of this chapter. After finalizing the plan, Lu Nan felt a wave of fatigue welling up in his brows. Lu Nan took a look at the harvest in the warehouse, got up to wash up, and then lay down on the pillow. Before falling asleep, Lu Nan reminded himself that he must remember to test the Seed of Evil Thoughts tomorrow. Whether there will be any strange phenomena when using Seed of Evil Thoughts must be determined in advance. In fact, when using Seed of Evil Thoughts on Yan Shui, he must be in a alone space, which is relatively safe. But Lu Nan habitually remained cautious. Unknown risks should be eliminated as much as possible. Moreover, the description of Seed of Evil Thoughts is to plant a thought into the target's mind. Lu Nan didn't know how much information this thought could carry. If you missed it once, you would have to wait 72 hours before trying again. Lu Nan had to try in advance to ensure that the idea implanted in Yan Shui would not go wrong. Before falling asleep, Lu Nan glanced at Yan Shui. She was still sitting on the sofa at home, reading the documents. It's hard enough to catch criminals during the day and work overtime as a criminal yourself at night. Lu Nan complained in his mind and fell asleep. 5:58 a.m. Lu Nan woke up 2 minutes earlier than the alarm clock. I didn't sleep well that night either. The upcoming negotiations made it difficult for Lu Nan to rest peacefully, and he only dreamed of confronting Yin Shui. Lu Nan got up, turned off the alarm clock, sat at the computer desk and opened the game. In the lower right corner of the screen, 2 exclamation marks appeared. Record. Your building forge has been upgraded to level 2, and all attributes of your lord units have been increased by 1 point. Record. Your minion Unknown Bones completed the Trial of Pain and received no attribute bonus. Lu Nan closed the recording interface and arranged today's work for the ignorant skeletons. Upgrade, warehouse, and merchant shop. Lu Nan spent 6 hours picking up materials before going to bed, and it worked today to reduce the time spent by the ignorant skeleton picking up materials. When we come back in the evening, both buildings should be upgraded. After Lu Nan issued today's order, the time had reached 6:1. He operated the Lord unit, arrived in front of the Tower of Decision, and opened the interface in the tower. 2 2-star cards and 1 1-star card. Lu Nan dragged the mouse and opened the 1-star card on the far right. Far peeping, 1 star after use, the vision range is slightly improved, lasting for 2 minutes. No use. Lu Nan turned over the other 2 cards one after another. Spirit summoning technique, 2 stars after use, a certain amount of corpse bones can be consumed to summon 2 trembling skeletons for 10 minutes. Super perception, 2 stars after use, it can increase a small amount of perception, lasting for 3 minutes. Another day without combat minions. Lu Nan was not an impatient person, but Dead Silent Land and Destiny Reward were so useful, but there were no suitable combat servants, which made him sigh. Forget it. It can be seen from the selling price of the servant card in the businessman's hand that the servant card should be relatively rare. Despicable False Eye was just released yesterday, and the probability of another minion card being released immediately today is indeed relatively low. Lu Nan comforted himself, operated the Lord unit, and went out to transform the undead plants. As the power of the nameless dead bones increased, the trees Lu Nan transformed in the past 2 days became larger and larger. Although the death energy provided by the undead plants is still not much, it is steadily increasing every day. 6 points. 10 undead plants have been transformed. Lu Nan now owns 50 undead plants, but there is still no gift of extraordinary material from the undead. Not yet. Lu Nan cut to the perspective of the nameless bones and added commands to it to transplant the trees that Lu Nan could not move. Lu Nan, on the other hand, controlled the Lord unit and continued to collect materials in preparation for upgrading the research hut during the period before going to work. The time in the lower right corner of the screen jumps to 6:31. Lu Nan suddenly felt a surge of extraordinary aura again. However, Lu Nan pulled the angle of view and looked in the direction from which the extraordinary aura was coming. The 3 extraordinary auras had already evacuated. The last time I encountered the extraordinary aura was in an area further south. But this time, the extraordinary aura became closer to Lu Nan's territory. Lu Nan felt a hint of crisis approaching, thought for a moment, and decided to let the Wombing Dead Bones reduce the working hours, and at least maintain more than half of the soul fire. This ensures that it can fight if there is an enemy attack. Lu Nan also added a mission path to his Lord unit. When there is an enemy attack, let the Lord unit also come out to fight. Although it is not sure whether the death of the Lord's unit will have a negative impact on Lu Nan, it is still better than having his home demolished. Done with this. Lu Nan walked south, trying to collect some information, but did not encounter those 3 extraordinary auras again. 7 points. Lu Nan went out and used Seed of Evil Thoughts on a distracted homeless man at the corner. Now get up and try to find a job. Lu Nan, who was short of labor in his territory, came up with this idea instinctively. When the Seed of Evil Thoughts was successfully implanted, there were no abnormalities, but Lu Nan was sure that the implant was successful. The homeless man actually stood up. But after a while, he sat down again and lay down directly. Lu Nan left calmly, and at the same time learned a lot more about seeds of evil thoughts. The implanted seed cannot control the target's thoughts, it can only deepen a certain idea and guide the target's thoughts. Lu Nan speculated that the more closely this idea fits the target's original thoughts, the greater the probability of successful implantation. As for the implanted content, Lu Nan estimated that it should be within 2 sentences. It cannot be 2 sentences that are too long. The simpler the thought is, the greater its impact on the goal. According to the inferred rules, Lu Nan walked and thought about what kind of seed to implant in Yan Shui. Yan Shui also left the house early. She put the documents into her breast pocket and decided to find an opportunity today to bring Lu Nan completely under her control. After driving out, she received an overview of the case from Team. After selecting one of them, she controlled the chip program and sent a message to Lu Nan, "Come to Chris Block and wait for me at the corner of the street." Lu Nan's submissive voice sounded, "Yes, Captain Yin." Yan Shui stepped on the accelerator, planning to wait for Lu Nan to compromise and then take him to implant a control chip today to harvest a slave with extraordinary potential. 7. The sun shines into the city of dreams. Yan Shui faced the rising sun, got out of the car, and saw Lu Nan and 3 others waiting on the roadside. She stepped forward. The 3 people saluted her and said in unison, "Good morning, Captain Yin." Yan Shui looked at Lu Nan and said, "Follow me, I have something to tell you." She saw a little surprise on Lu Nan's face. But Lu Nan quickly put away his emotions, nodded and said, "Yes." Yan Shui led the way and led Lu Nan to an alley. Her car was lying outside the alley, blocking the view of Kevin and Chen Zixio. She hasn't entered the scene yet. She hasn't turned on the Guardian AI for monitoring operators, and there is no surveillance nearby. She thinks it's great here. The 2 stood still. Yan Shui rolled her hair and said in an aggressive voice, "I have some information related to Captain Lin, who is close to you. He collected a lot of illegal money, and you can't get away with it. I think it's easy to kill you. You can look at the evidence for yourself. If you don't want to be killed with him, you have to listen to me in everything from now on. Do you understand?" After saying these words, Yan Shui was ready to enjoy the panic and fear on his face. She likes it in other people's presence. However, Lu Nan's performance was completely different from what she expected. She saw that the usually cautious and diligent young man showed a seriousness and momentum that she had never seen before. While she was doubtful, she heard Lu Nan slowly speak, "You are more careless than I thought, and you actually talk to me in a place like this. Aren't you afraid that your relationship with Nirvana leader Su Ping will be heard?" His seemingly ordinary rhetorical question was like dropping a bomb in Yan Shui's mind. The identities of prey and hunter are interchanged. Yan Shui's mind turned blank. How could the word Nirvana come out of Lu Nan's mouth? In shock, Yan Shui asked a stupid question that she would not usually ask, "How do you know?" After Yan Shui finished speaking, she covered her mouth. This statement is equivalent to acknowledging Lu Nan's words. Lu Nan's face remained calm and he said, "I also know where Su Ping is now, and I know that you want to overthrow future technology. It's not safe here, so I'll tell you straight, I want you to clear away the evidence related to Captain Lin and then meet my conditions. By the way, don't try to attack me. I have set up a delayed mailbox. If I die, your identity information will appear in the security department mailbox of future technology." Hearing my words, Yan Shui felt a strong anger in her heart. Yan Shui was originally the heir to the Tomorrow company, but 11 years ago, Tomorrow was defeated by future technology. She changed her identity and survived. Yan Shui's self-esteem was severely hit by her fall from being a rich man to an ordinary person, and she was tortured for countless nights. Because of the status gap, she uncontrollably developed an inferiority complex. In order to cover up this inferiority complex, she began to like others to show their fear of class in front of her. When facing other people's easygoing looks and doubts, she will also feel strong anger because of her low self-esteem. At this time, she was being threatened by Lu Nan, whom she regarded as a slave. Strong shame and anger bit at her low self-esteem. The index finger of her right hand twitched, and she even wanted to ignore Lunan's threat and shoot Lunan. But her hand finally stopped, and suddenly there was another wave of fear in her mind. She looked at the man in front of her who was thin and not considered mighty in the Dream City's aesthetics, and she felt like she didn't dare to confront him. After a moment of silence, Yen Shui gritted her teeth and asked humiliatingly, "What are your conditions?" Lunan let out a sigh of relief. The thought he implanted was, Lunan is an enemy that cannot be fought against, and the consequences of being an enemy to him will be terrible. Fear is the most primitive and strongest human emotion. After careful consideration, Lunan chose to take advantage of Yen Shui's fear. Fortunately, Lunan's speculation was correct. The more in line with the current situation, the easier it would be to achieve results. Yen Shui was unconsciously affected and chose to compromise. Now, the identities of hunter and prey are determined. Lunan can make any conditions he wants. End of this chapter. Lunan had actually never thought about what kind of request he should make. He felt that no matter how he thought about it, there would be loopholes. Until this morning, he suddenly realized it. Rather than expecting Yen Shui to abide by the agreement, it is better to use the seed of evil thoughts to restrain her and rely on her own strength to gain safety. Evil thought seed can plant 3 thoughts. When Lunan discovered that thoughts could not forcibly distort the target's will, he keenly discovered that 3 seeds not only represented 3 opportunities to try. They can cooperate with each other and progress layer by layer. When Yen Shui's fear of Lunan goes deep into her heart, Lunan's second seed of evil thoughts will have a much better effect on her. The request made now is not that important. Just don't let anyone except Yen Shui know about her relationship with Lunan, and delay enough time for Lunan to grow up. After clarifying his thoughts, Lunan became calmer. Staying in an alley for a long time can easily arouse suspicion. Lunan planned to ask the most important questions and go to work first. Lunan's first question was also his biggest confusion these days. "Captain Yen, please answer a few questions for me first." First question, why do you doubt me? Yen Shui knew she should cooperate, but the intense humiliation made her grit her teeth and refuse to speak. Lunan's character is not strong, but he knows that he should cooperate with the first seed, and act strong enough to deepen Yen Shui's fear. He asked calmly, "You think I'm patient, don't you?" Yen Shui's heart trembled, but she finally compromised. "Extraordinary substances will be entangled with each other. You have been in close contact with extraordinary substances twice in a row, so I doubt you." When she gave up fighting the fear in her heart, she actually felt an inexplicable sense of relaxation. How so? Lunan didn't know what Yen Shui was thinking. After hearing Yen Shui's words, he was a little surprised. There is such a saying. Then wouldn't it be that Lunan's probability of encountering extraordinary events would be very high? Time was very tight, so Lunan didn't think too much and asked the second question, "Where did Stingy Ghostface's relic come from and what is it used for?" Yen Shui's face was full of disbelief. "You even know this?" Lunan even knows the names of extraordinary items. This made Yen Shui feel that Lunan was becoming more and more mysterious, and the seeds of fear were also looming. Lunan frowned, "Answer the question." Yen Shui looked away and said reluctantly, "It was brought out of the Stingy Ghostface's secret room, by accident by a hacker. I don't know the effect, but I'm sure it can make extraordinary people become stronger quickly." Secret room? Lunan wrote down this word and was a little curious, but time was limited. He went on to ask the third important question, "What is Team Leader Lu's extraordinary ability?" Yen Shui answered the questions twice and has become more compliant. She whispered, "Her extraordinary ability is that of a perceptual detective. She can see what happened at the scene through the remaining extraordinary substances. But she is still very weak, only at level 1. Apparently, Team Leader Lu is not a lord." Lunan's third question, the real intention was to find out if there were any other lords. After thinking for a moment, Lunan asked again, "What abilities do extraordinary people have? How many extraordinary people are there in the Law Enforcement Bureau?" Yen Shui swallowed, her hands clenched tightly, and she remained alert. "I'm not sure of the exact number of people, but at least there are more than 300, and the number is still increasing rapidly. The extraordinary abilities I know are different. Team leader Lu is a detective, Chi Kei has a physical extraordinary ability named Dancer, and there is a psychic ability, Magician. There are also people who seem to be special. They suddenly got a game and became a lord. Lord game. Sure enough, there are other lords. Lu Nan's doubts were solved one by one. In fact, Lu Nan still had some questions, such as why Yen Shui wanted to overturn future technology. But once this question is asked, Yen Shui will realize that the information Lu Nan knows is very limited. Lu Nan was not impatient and was ready to end the negotiation. He said, "After you leave here, your relationship with me will remain the same as before. I would tell people that you asked me about the details of a case and I couldn't disclose them. If someone asks you, you say the same thing. Destroy the evidence related to Team Lin. When I ask you to come with me, you cannot refuse. Give me a contact information that is not subject to the supervision of the Law Enforcement Bureau." In fact, Lu Nan really wanted to make another request for permanent employment. Pension insurance. Lu Nan had been looking forward to becoming a full-time employee for too long, while Yen Shui held many quotas. But Lu Nan clearly knew that becoming a regular employee was of little value to him. Yen Shui helping him become a regular employee might arouse suspicion. At the same time, Lu Nan did not mention any information related to extraordinary beings. The things in Chi Kei's hands have been targeted by the company and the Law Enforcement Bureau, and Lu Nan has no idea of taking advantage of the tiger's mouth. As for the development of Lu Nan's territory, he will not contact other lords now and is not eager to inquire about information. Let Yen Shui get used to the feeling of being coerced by making some uncomplicated requests first. Yen Shui's face was filled with surprise. No, other requirements? She thought Lu Nan would ask for a lot of money, or be interested in her body. Such a simple request made her a little uneasy. Her reaction was just as Lu Nan expected. The corner of Lu Nan's mouth moved. How is it possible? I will keep your secret for the rest of my life. I'll take care of this first, and I'll tell you what I want you to do later. Yen Shui's mood was sinking towards the abyss. After a while, the two walked out of the alley. Lu Nan was behind Yen Shui, looking down at the road, seemingly afraid to look directly at Yen Shui's back. Yen Shui was also walking with her head down, still very impressive, but only she knew how bad her mood was now. She faced the operator who saluted her and said coldly, "Why are you standing there in a daze? Get inside and get to work." 7 or 8 operators trembled and quickly answered in unison, "Yes." Lu Nan was also part of the salute. Yen Shui strode into the scene without looking at Lu Nan. Kevin came closer to Lu Nan and asked in a low voice, "Brother Nan, what did you say?" Lu Nan looked around and pretended to be mysterious. "I can't say anything related to the case." Kevin nodded quickly, asked no more questions, and together with Lu Nan, began to collect the corpses that had been identified and sampled. Today's work was particularly easy for Lu Nan. Yen Shui's suspicion was temporarily suppressed, which made Lu Nan's pressure suddenly lessened. During today's inspection, under Lu Nan's signal, when team leader Lu used his extraordinary power, Yen Shui made excuses to leave the room. This is because Lu Nan did not take back the despicable eye. After being able to influence Yen Shui's actions to a certain extent, it is no longer necessary to withdraw the despicable eye during the day. Just let it follow Yen Shui and avoid the extraordinary beings. This will save it the time of flying around in the air on its way. 6:42 p.m. Yen Shui asked Lu Nan and the others to get off work, and she drove away herself. After getting into his car, Yen Shui's tense body relaxed a little. She gripped the steering wheel tightly, wondering whether to discuss Lu Nan's matter with Su Ping. But the seed worked, making her extremely afraid of disobeying Lu Nan's request. She sat in the car, looking at the sunset, hesitant. Lu Nan was watching Yen Shui's struggle throughout. If Yen Shui went to Su Ping, he would call Yen Shui's hidden number. Scare her first. It would be better if Yen Shui didn't go to Su Ping. The weaker her resistance to fear, the deeper the seed will take root. Lu Nan took the train and returned home. The person behind him who was monitoring Lu Nan was still there. Lu Nan did not let Yan Shui take him away. He maintained the status quo and tried not to let the third person know the secret between him and Yan Shui. While paying attention to Yan Shui, Lu Nan was also thinking about what kind of thoughts to implant in the second seed of evil thoughts. Also, if the principle of extraordinary matter entangled with each other is true, then Lu Nan must be mentally prepared and remain vigilant. It is very dangerous to encounter a dangerous and illegal extraordinary person like Chike. Life is really hard for law-abiding citizens. Lu Nan, who had just reached a great deal with Yan Shui, said this with emotion. Back to the apartment building. The landlord stood at the door, waiting for him. Seeing Lu Nan, the landlord told Lu Nan that the room had been repaired and he could move back. He made no secret of his urging and was very dissatisfied that Lu Nan occupied 2 rooms by himself. In the city of dreams, the relationship between people is indeed so simple. Lu Nan went upstairs, tidied up, and moved back to his familiar room. Wait until the landlord leaves. Lu Nan locked the door, washed his face and relaxed, then sat on the chair and opened the game. Yan Shui's trouble is temporarily solved. The most urgent thing for Lu Nan now is to improve the strength of his territory. The perspective came to the top of the Lord's cabin. Before Lu Nan could click on the exclamation mark in the lower right corner of the screen, he saw Mobilius waiting next to him. A string of text appeared on its head. Great Lord, please forgive me for coming to your side without authorization. Your loyal servant discovered something unusual. 3 six-legged emerald beetles came to the south of our territory. Lu Nan also instantly felt that the 3 extraordinary auras were very close, and their presence could be felt in the Lord's cabin. End of this chapter. Lu Nan's first reaction was to worry that the territory had been attacked. He raised his perspective and looked at the buildings in the territory. Fortunately, the territory was intact and showed no signs of being attacked. But Lu Nan did not relax. Extraordinary creatures were active nearby, breaking the previous stability. Lu Nan didn't like this threat, so naturally he had to find a way to deal with the 3 extraordinary creatures. Lu Nan opened the input box and typed to ask Mobilius, "You can name them, so you must know something about them?" Mobilius's pixel head showed an expression like offering a treasure. Under the light of the Great Lord, my wisdom slightly recovered and I remembered the memories about them. 6-legged emerald beetles are almost the weakest extraordinary creatures. They usually live in 2 generation groups, with male and female adults living with 1 or 2 offspring. However, their behavior is a bit strange. In my memory, the 6-legged emerald beetles rarely move after nesting, but they moved near your territory. Lu Nan continued to ask, what are their specific attributes? Mobilius's pixel head showed a guilty expression. I don't know about this, but you can send the ignorant skeleton to check it out. They are building a nest, and at this point they consider this to be your territory, considering themselves outsiders and not attacking you and your minions. Until they successfully build a nest, they will feel that the area is their territory, treat you as an intruder, and then attack you. Don't tell me, it's quite logical. Lu Nan complained in his mind, and then asked, how to check the attributes of other targets. Mobilius's pixel head showed reverence. Your grasp of extraordinary matter is inherently extraordinary. This ability is engraved in your talent. As long as you are close to another supernatural creature, as long as it is not much stronger than you will naturally know how to check the other person's attributes. You know when you go? Lu Nan dragged the mouse to wake up an ignorant skeleton and sent it to the south to investigate the situation. While it was on the way, Lu Nan opened the exclamation point on the lower right side of the screen. Record. Your building's warehouse and merchant's shop have been upgraded to level 2, all attributes of your lord units will be increased by 2 points, all units in the territory will have Soulfire plus 10, and all attributes will be increased by 1 point. Record. In your territory, all upgradable main buildings have been upgraded to level 2, and your talents have grown. The number of daily uses of your talent reincarnation has been increased to 15, and the bonus of fate reward has been slightly increased. Record. You meditated for 11 hours and 58 minutes, obtained 1 Death Soulstone, and your agility increased by 0.3 points. Record. Your talent fate reward has been triggered. The power of unknown bones has been increased by 1.2 points, and the soul fire has been increased by 10 points, Mebolius's wisdom has been increased by 0.2, and your spirit has been increased by 0.4. Emergency record. Six-legged green beetles have appeared around your territory and are building a nest. The nesting will be completed in these 48 hours. Relying on the materials Lunan stayed up late to collect, all the territory's buildings were successfully upgraded to level 2. All the buildings in the territory had been upgraded to level 2, and his talents were still growing. This really gave Lunan an unexpected surprise. But when Lunan saw the last event record, his mood instantly became solemn. Nesting so fast? Lunan checked the time of the last record, which appeared at 7:12 p.m. 2 days later, at 7:12 p.m., the six-legged green beetle will complete its nest. Lunan was more concerned about the attributes of the six-legged green beetle. He dragged the mouse and switched the perspective to the ignorant skeleton. It's still on its way. Lunan took a look at his talent interface. After the improvement of reincarnation, there were 5 more conversions today. While waiting for the ignorant skeleton to leave, Lunan took the nameless dead bones out and transformed 5 more undead plants. When the nameless dead bones were transplanted back, the ignorant skeleton finally arrived. Lunan took over the control of the ignorant skeleton, lit the death soul fire, and looked at the slope not far away by the light. 3 six-legged emerald beetles, about 3 meters tall and somewhat resembling giant praying mantises, appeared in front of Lunan. But they look much more ferocious than praying mantises. Their frontmost catching feet have the texture of bones, sharp and hard. When the ignorant skeleton appeared, a relatively small emerald beetle took 2 steps towards the ignorant skeleton, with 2 bone knife-like catching feet raised high. This is their fighting stance. It knew that the Lord here had sent someone to intimidate him. But the larger green beetle next to it stopped it, took it away and continued its busy work. Just like what Mebolius said. They will build a nest first and then attack. Lunan manipulated the ignorant skeleton and got closer. Suddenly, there was a feeling in Lunan's body. He divided a point of extraordinary value, gave it to the ignorant skeleton, and gathered it into its eyes. An option, View, appeared next to the emerald beetle. Lunan dragged the mouse and clicked, View. The extraordinary value gathered in the eyes of the ignorant skeleton was consumed. A card panel appeared on Lunan's screen. 6-legged green beetle, 1-star light armor. Life, 265. Power, 20. Agility, 12. Spirit, 5. Wisdom, 5. Skill, Cut. Cutting, their frontmost catching feet have strong armor and are very sharp. The damage multiplier caused to unarmored units is increased to 2.2. After Lunan read their attributes, he dragged the perspective to the wombing dead bones and confirmed its panel. After growing up over the past few days, the power of the current nameless bones has increased from the initial 9 points to 16.8 points. Lunan looked at his attributes again. As a lord, Lunan's growth rate is obviously higher than that of the nameless dead bones. Even without the bonus of Dead Silence Land, his strength has grown to 15 points. Soulfire is the physical strength of the undead, and it is also the life value of the undead. The current soulfire of the nameless dead bones is 130 points. Lunan's attributes are a bit weird. I don't know why. He has health points instead of soulfire. It is currently 41.5 points. Compared with when Lunan first entered the game, his territory and his own strength have actually grown a lot. But facing these 3 green beetles, which Mebolius called the weakest extraordinary creatures, Lunan found that he could not defeat them. The panel difference is obvious. With the addition of 2 bone arrow towers, Lunan couldn't win. Lunan sat in front of the screen. Faced with the disadvantageous situation, he was not discouraged, but was actively thinking about ways to deal with it. He is not afraid of Yin Shui, and is still trying to control her. There must be a way to deal with the 3 extraordinary creatures in front of him. There will be 2 more opportunities to refresh the Tower of Decision, tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. By swiping the combat servant, Lunan can directly make a comeback. However, Lu Nan felt that he could not place his hope on probability. Lu Nanchi returned to his own perspective, looked at Mabolius who was waiting respectfully next to him, and entered text, "Is there any poison to deal with winged insects?" Mabolius's pixel head showed a regretful expression. "We lack a poisonous weed called thistle green, so we cannot make the most effective red thorn poison. No other poison can kill them." Lu Nan thought for a moment and entered text again. "Can you add a net to the trap so that they can be restrained for a while after they've fallen? Traps combined with bone arrow towers also provide hope for a comeback." Mabolius lowered his head deeply. "Please, Lord, forgive your incompetent servant. We only have straw ropes now, and this ordinary straw rope cannot deal with extraordinary creatures. If the U-Forge can be used, we can make the straw rope stronger, but unfortunately we lack servants with the forging ability." Mabolius could not play any role for the time being. Lu Nan thought for a moment and suddenly thought of another way. Since they want to build a nest first and then attack, destroying their nest should be a way. Lu Nan dragged the mouse and switched the perspective to the wombing dead bones. It just finished transplanting an undead plant. Lu Nan took over the operation of the wombing dead bones, picked up a rock nearby, raised it above his head, and headed towards the place where the emerald beetle. 6:8 As long as Chike completes the trial of Land of Death before 12 noon, he can catch up with Fate Reward. Time is not urgent. Lu Nan plans to understand Chica's thoughts. Chick's left and right hands were clasped in a virtual state and kept swinging from side to side. His pixel-sized eyes seemed a little anxious. What is this for? Lu Nan didn't have any ideas, so he called Mabolius over and wanted him to provide some ideas. The pixel head of Mabolius was full of contemplative expressions, and a string of words popped up on his head. "Great Lord, I guess this is a meaningless move?" When the dead bones are just resurrected, they may have some repetitive movements that they had during their lifetime. Actions taken during life? Lu Nan thought for a while and decided to change his mind. With 99.99% of Chike's brain gone, what would he need to do with his hands during his lifetime? Lu Nan suddenly understood and typed in the input box, "weapons." Chike, whose reputation has shaken the world, naturally does what he does most is fight. Fighting requires weapons. When Chica saw Lu Nan's words, he looked at the pixel-sized eyes on both sides with a hint of excitement and nodded repeatedly. Mabolius's pixel head showed an expression of admiration. "Great Lord, your wisdom makes me feel inferior." Lu Nan understood Chica's needs, but where to find weapons for it now? Pull up a tree for it? Try it. Lu Nan took Chico and found a tree outside the territory, dug it down, and then opened the input box. "Use it." Chike struggled for a while, with a hint of fear and pleading in his pixel-sized eyes, but did not reach out to pick up the tree. It doesn't like this thing. Lu Nan understood that Chico was, after all, a famous warrior during his lifetime, and even if his weapons were not very good, they were certainly not bad. But understanding is understanding. Lu Nan's current forge only has the simplest repair option, and he seems to be unable to come up with better weapons. A string of words popped up on Mabolius' head. "Great Lord, your humble servant dares to speak to you. The big tree is too bulky and not hard enough for fighting. In the grassland to the west of the territory, there are a lot of gravel that fell from the mountains. Wrapping it up with straw rope can make a simple chain hammer, which should be pretty good." Good idea. Mabolius' understanding of geology came into play at this time. Lu Nan gave an order in the input box. "You go prepare the straw rope, and Chike and I will go pick up the stones." Mabolius's pixel head showed an expression of surprise. "Your approval is the best reward for your humble servant." I immediately went to prepare. Lu Nan walked through the dew and entered the grassland, where he picked up more than 10 bluestones larger than his head. When we returned to the territory, the time was 6:24. Mabolius braided 3 strands of the straw rope it used to set up the trap into one to increase its weight. It braided one end of the straw rope into a net-like structure, covering the bluestone. Lu Nan watched it complete the operation, and then discovered that there was an additional view option next to the prepared weapon. This crudely made thing is actually a weapon with panel properties? Lu Nan dragged the mouse and clicked View. The panel pops up. Simple blunt weapon, ordinary increases strength by 1 point after equipping it. Durability, 10. End of this chapter. Compared to the insect bone heavy sword in the hands of the merchant, this simplified blunt weapon is really not good enough. But it costs no money. By picking up some stones and weaving some straw rope, you can make a weapon with a strength bonus of 1 point. Lu Nan thinks it is very powerful. Chaik also liked this weapon very much. He held it in his hand and shook it a few times. However, the bluestone was too heavy, Chaik's strength was too high, and some tearing sounds came from the straw rope. Lu Nan asked Chiku to stop, and then check the condition of the simplified blunt weapon. The durability has changed from 10 to 9. It's also not very durable. Fortunately, there are many rocks and there is no end to the straw rope. Make more simplified blunt weapons and ask Chick to take them over. Just replace any worn ones with new ones. Lu Nan dragged the mouse and added a task path to Mabolius, allowing him to make 9 more simple blunt weapons. Then, Lu Nan pulled the camera to Chaik's body and controlled it to enter the Land of Death. Upgrading to level 2, Land of Death, the thorns used for trials become sharper. Chaik's same trial will also last 4 hours. However, the improvement of Land of Death is related to Star, and Chaik's improvement will definitely be higher. As for how high it will be, we will have to wait until Lu Nan comes back from get off work to find out. Lu Nan also arranged work for the 2 ignorant skeletons who were resting, asking them to build the bone arrow tower at the designated place. After the construction was completed, Lu Nan asked them to quickly collect materials to prepare for the upgrade of the Tower of Decision from level 2 to level 3. After making arrangements, Lu Nan switched the perspective back to his lord's unit and took the nameless bones out of the territory. Lu Nan had just gone out to pick up rocks to make weapons. Lu Nan was heading west, and there were no trees used for transformation along the way. Lu Nan walked to the north of the territory this time and used up the number of reincarnation transformations refreshed today. The total number of undead plants reached 85. There is still no gift of supernatural material from the undead. However, the number of 100 trees will be reached tomorrow. Lu Nan is somewhat looking forward to seeing if the gift will be triggered again when the undead plants reach 3 digits. When Lu Nan started transformation, Wuming dead bones started transplanting. After Lu Nan completed the transformation, he added a mission path to it, asking it to pick up materials after the transplant was completed. When Chick came out, it entered the Land of Death. Although the nameless bone's agility is too low and it has no combat ability, the increase in strength can make it capable of more heavy tasks and allow it to undergo painful trials, which is still valuable. No money anyway. After the arrangements were made, Lu Nan took advantage of the time before going to work to pick up another 20 minutes of material. While picking up materials, Lu Nan discovered a problem. The building materials around the territory are gradually decreasing. Especially within a dozen meters around the territory, stone and clay can no longer be picked up. These materials will not regenerate. The more you pick up, the less you will get. There are plenty of materials in the distance, but the ignorant skeleton responsible for picking up the materials moves very slowly. And they need to return in advance before the soul fire is exhausted, so as to avoid the soul fire being exhausted before returning to the graveyard. Each time you go back and forth, more and more time will be wasted, which will seriously affect the efficiency of territory development. Lu Nan planned to let Mabolius try to make a cart. It didn't need to be too complicated. It had wheels and could hold 2 ignorant skeletons and nameless bones. Let Chick push them to work, and then pick them back up when their soul fire is exhausted. In this way, they can save at least 20 minutes of travel time, and can work until they faint. Good idea. Lu Nan dragged the mouse, pulled the perspective to Mabolius, added a task path to it, and asked it to try to make a cart. 7 points. Lu Nan packed up, checked his territory again, then closed the game and went out. He would say hello to Yin Shui in advance today and go home before 7 p.m. so as not to miss the battle with the Emerald Beetle. Just arrived at the unit. Lu Nan. Worthy of such anger. At least Kevin didn't think there was any problem with this. He ignored Chen Zisho's words and was still thinking about losing his job. At 8, Lunan drove to Fuxing Street. This is a street in the DC area. It is a real, rich area. The people living here are much richer than the residents of Kate Street. Lunan parked the car, walked out, entered the scene, and saw Yen Shui again. The two looked at each other. Yen Shui acted much more normal than yesterday, but her swallowing action still revealed her nervousness when facing Lunan. She moved her gaze away and continued to direct the operators on the scene. No one noticed that this strong and beautiful team leader was afraid of Lunan. Today's case still involves extraordinary people. The deceased's name was Neon Kate, and he was the deputy director of the Internal Affairs Department of Life Technology. It can be said that he was a very powerful person. After Lunan and the others collected the bodies, they came outside and waited for the on-site investigation to be completed. While waiting, Chen Zishou and Kevin were still distracted, obviously still wondering whether they would lose their jobs. Lunan was also distracted, but he didn't have to worry about losing his job. Instead, he was thinking about things in the territory. And when he saw an operator standing on the street in the distance and casually shaking his fist while waiting, he suddenly remembered something that he had ignored before. If he exercises, can he also enjoy the bonus of Fate Reward and get another improvement? End of this chapter. Lunan decided to try his idea after going home at night. The reason why he doesn't train now is because Lunan guessed that even if Fate Reward can be triggered, there should be some triggering conditions, such as how long to exercise and how intensely you exercise. If Lunan wanted to master more detailed triggering methods, it would be more efficient to wait until the mission was over and then conduct detailed tests. With the sound of corpses falling into bags, the sun sank to the west. The closer it was to get off work, the stronger the anticipation in Lunan's heart. When you go home, you can see how many attributes Chick has grown. 5:30 p.m. Yen Shui dismissed the team early and got off work on time. The operators were very happy, but no one knew that it was Lunan's request to get off work on time this time. Lunan took advantage of Yen Shui coming out of the bathroom, passed her by, and passed a message to her, asking her to get everyone off work on time today. Yen Shui didn't understand what Lunan meant, but she could only do it. Lunan drove the car back to the 4th team's office, packed his things, and left after get off work. At 6:25 in the evening, Lunan returned home early, carrying a portion of fried noodles in his hand. There is still nearly an hour before the green beetle nest is finished. Lunan locked the door of his house, couldn't wait to sit down at the computer desk and open the game. The perspective is pulled back to the top of the Lord's Lodge. In the lower right corner of the screen, 2 exclamation marks appeared. Record. Your building Bone Arrow Tower is completed, your territory becomes more powerful, and all attributes of your Lord units are increased by 0.1. Record. Your servant Chick has completed the painful trial and has strength plus 12. Record. Your talent Fate Reward has been triggered, and the power of Unknown Bones has been increased by 1.3 points, and the Soul Fire has been increased by 11 points. Chick's power is increased by 3 points, the Ignorant Skeleton's power is increased by 0.1 points, Nebulius's wisdom is increased by 0.2, and your spirit is increased by 0.4. Record. You meditated for 11 hours and 57 minutes, obtained 1 dead soulstone, and wisdom plus 0.3. Lunan knew that Chike's growth today would be huge, but he was still a little surprised when he saw that it had increased by a full 15 points in strength. At this time, Chike's own strength already reached 45 points. Simple blunt weapon can also increase strength by 1 point. Nebulius's work also went very smoothly. When Lunan's perspective appeared above the Lord's cabin, he saw a simple wooden cart parked next to it. Next to this cart, there is also a view option. Lunan dragged the mouse and took a look. Simple single-wheel wooden cart. Durability, 50-50. With this cart, the Ignorant Skeleton can wake up and get on the cart immediately tomorrow, arrive at the workplace in 5 minutes, and then work until he is unconscious and then be picked up. Lunan was very happy for them to be able to contribute 20 more minutes to the territory. 3 Bone Arrow Towers were also successfully completed. When the Emerald Beetles come to attack, Chico cooperates with Bone Arrow Tower, and the victory is basically guaranteed. After checking today's harvest in the territory, Lunan stood up and planned to finish today's exercise before the emerald beetles attacked. Lunan had already thought about the content of the exercise on the way home. Squats, push-ups and basic fighting techniques taught by the Enforcement Bureau. Practice each for 10 minutes. Lunan's original physical fitness could only be considered below average among the fourth team. Not only Lunan, the physical fitness of temporary operators is actually relatively poor, because operator training is also counted as working hours, and the Law Enforcement Bureau will not spend money to train temporary operators. But as strength increased, Lunan clearly felt that he was much stronger than before. Lunan completed the 30-minute training easily in a cramped apartment. Lunan's breathing was a little rapid, so he sat back at the computer desk, recorded today's training time, and made arrangements for tomorrow. If Fate Reward is not triggered tomorrow, then add another 30 minutes to the training time. After finishing the exercise, Lunan ate, put away the trash, and woke up the black screen. Ha! Lunan was somewhat surprised to find that another exclamation mark appeared on the lower right side of the screen. Have you completed meditation again? Lunan clicked the exclamation point. Record. Due to your efforts, your Lord unit has obtained the skill Basic Combat and actively mastered the skill for the first time. Your Lord unit's strength is increased by 1 point and its agility is increased by 1 point. Can you do this? Lunan quickly opened the Lord's attribute interface and looked at the attributes of the new skill. Basic fighting, the coordination ability of hand, eye, and body is improved, the evasion rate is increased by 3%, and the attack frequency is slightly increased. Actually given skills, and in Lunan's opinion, this skill is very good. Its own attribute bonus is not very good, but it does not occupy precious deck slots. Chick is extremely excellent in Lunan's eyes. One of the important reasons is that Chick has 2 skills. While being pleasantly surprised, Lunan also realized something. Since fighting can be mastered by Lord units, can archery be mastered as well? If you can really master the archery skill, you can also combine it with Mabolius Poison to cause additional damage. You should be able to buy bows and arrows at Faroe Street, which sells second-hand goods. However, in the City of Dreams, it is very dangerous to go out at night. Lunan will definitely not go out today. You have to wait until tomorrow to verify whether you can master the second skill? Lunan thought for a moment and suddenly had an idea. If you want to attack enemies from a distance, you don't necessarily need a bow and arrow. Throwing, that's okay too. Lunan tore up a few pieces of paper, rolled them into a ball, and began to practice throwing. 10 minutes later. Lunan sat back in front of the screen with some anticipation, but did not see the event record he was expecting. Can only master one skill? Or can you only master one skill every day? Lunan was not discouraged, but seriously considered several possibilities. Among these possibilities, one can be verified today. Mastering skills requires more professional training methods. Lunan had learned how to fight after all, but the throwing practice was completely like playing house. Throwing, practice, how to become professional. Lunan thought for a moment and felt that the key lies in power and accuracy. So Lunan found an empty box and used it as a target. The paper ball was too light to exert force on, so Lunan replaced it with an unopened bottle of water. After having a target, Lunan's throwing was obviously more focused. Moreover, Lunan's strength, wisdom, and spirit are far beyond ordinary people, and his accuracy is increasing rapidly. 10 minutes passed. Lunan sat back at the computer desk, looked at the lower right corner of the screen, and saw an exclamation point appearing. He dragged the mouse and clicked on the prompt. Record. Due to your efforts, your Lord unit has gained the skill Basic Throwing. This time I mastered the skill and there was no improvement in attributes. But Lunan was not disappointed, the most critical skill was obtained. Lunan opened the attribute panel of the Lord unit and looked at his new skills. Basic Throwing, you can now perform throwing attacks. Throwing can cause damage to the target. The damage results are related to throwing type, distance, and strength. Lu Nan switched the perspective and entered the number 1 title of the Lord unit. Is there anything good for throwing? Lu Nan searched around and took out a piece of gravel from the Yi warehouse that had not yet been converted into stone. From number 1 Cheng's perspective, the Lord unit is holding gravel. Lu Nan can charge up the force with the left button and move the mouse to aim. Lu Nan tried to aim at the Yi bone arrow tower in the distance and threw it out. When the gravel was released, it was so powerful that it drew an arc and hit a few meters next to the bone arrow tower. It was a little crooked, but Lu Nan had a great time. At the same time, Lu Nan was also very curious about the damage of throwing. After Lu Nan received the bonus of mastering the skill for the first time, his strength has been increased to 20.8 points. How much damage can be done by throwing gravel? Fortunately, there is no shortage of targets for testing today. Lu Nan glanced at the time, it was already 7:15. The harassment of the unknown dead bones delayed the green beetle's nest building for more than 10 minutes. It should be almost completed now. Lu Nan took 30 pieces of gravel and took them with him, filling every pocket in his initial clothing until it was bulging. At the same time, Lu Nan left a lot of gravel on the ground in the territory to prevent 30 pieces of gravel from being enough. Get ready, it's already 7:21. Lu Nan sat in front of the screen and rubbed his hands, looking forward to it. 2 days ago, Lu Nan was still troubled by the appearance of the emerald beetles, but now, with chic and basic throwing, Lu Nan hopes they will come soon. The emerald beetle also lived up to Lu Nan's expectations. After nesting, they immediately regard the area as their own territory. And Lu Nan, who was originally regarded by them as the lord of the nearby area, became an intruder in their territory. A family of 3, under the gradually darkening evening sky, quickly flew towards Lu Nan's territory. End of this chapter. Lu Nan sat in front of the screen and checked his unit arrangement again. Chaik is at the far south, with 8 simple blunt weapons beside him, holding a weapon in each hand. When the emerald beetle flies in, you will fight it first. Lu Nan was about 30 meters away from Chica, and stood in a place where he could double line up with the Yi bone arrow tower. At this distance, throw should be effective. Moreover, by guarding the Yi bone arrow tower, even if the green armored winged insects came to kill Lu Nan first, Lu Nan could still use them to create an undead circle. Mabolius, the nameless bones, and 2 ignorant skeletons were all standing beside Lu Nan. This is Lu Nan's arrangement. They will block the knife for Lu Nan when necessary. After being prepared and waiting for a moment, Lu Nan felt the extraordinary aura coming from the emerald beetle, getting closer and closer. They flew very fast. It took Lu Nan more than 10 minutes to walk, but it only took half a minute for them to fly into Lu Nan's sight. Chick's pixel-sized eyes looked emotionless, but his hands were already moving, and he raised the simple blunt weapon in both hands. Lu Nan held a piece of gravel in one hand and pressed it against the tower father, starting to accumulate strength in advance. As extraordinary creatures, the emerald beetles look like insects, but their intelligence is much higher than Sheik's, so they naturally also master tactics. They lined up in a row and fell quickly, obviously trying to surround Chick in the middle and attack his back. The battle begins the moment they hit the ground. Chick's body burned with gray white flames. Lu Nan could feel that some of his extraordinary material was borrowed by Chaik. Chick began to charge. Its legs and arms are very long, and it usually looks a bit weird, but it charges extremely fast. In an instant, it collided with the smallest green beetle directly in front of it. The green beetle was hit so hard that it burst into juices. It suffered -79 damage on its body and was knocked unconscious at the same time. Chaik's attack is not over yet. It charges with its left arm in front, and its right hand is always gathering momentum. At the same time as it hit the emerald beetle, it waved the simple blunt weapon in its right hand. The insect head and the blue stone had a strong collision. The straw rope suffered the most serious injury and split on the spot. Before the green beetle could recover from stun, it was dealt another -67.5 damage. Chaik's movements were extremely smooth. With the momentum of waving the simplified blunt weapon, his body actually turned flexibly in the air, and the simplified blunt weapon in his left hand was smashed out without any pause. Another, 67.5, damage jumped out. Only then did Lu Nan understand how powerful the humble divinity in the skill description was. Chick's body control and fighting intuition are very powerful, and these powers cannot be reflected on the panel. I can only say that he is worthy of being the most courageous person. The two adult emerald beetles were angry as they watched their cubs being beaten, and their wings stood up due to instinct. They looked weird and intimidating. They flashed their catching feet with the texture of bone knives and slashed towards Chick's back. Lu Nan, who had been taking aim for a long time, also took action at this time. He released the left mouse button. On the screen, a stone was thrown out by him, hitting the green beetle that was stunned. The power of the stone decays quickly, but it still retains considerable power after flying for more than 30 meters. After hitting it, it caused -15 damage. Compared to Chick, this damage is really not high. The distance attenuation of throwing is indeed quite powerful. But Lu Nan stood in a safe place and made up 15 points of damage without taking risks or affecting Chick's battle. Compared to when he didn't have the throwing skill, Lu Nan already had the ability to do actual damage. Texts kept popping out of Mabolius's head. Great Lord, your heroic fighting posture is really fascinating. Your beating will be a gift to them. Please allow me to kneel down to you. Mabolius praised him crazily to the sixth lord who was huddled beside his father and throwing stones. When Lu Nan's attack hit, the catching legs of the two emerald beetles had also been chopped off. And Chick once again made a move that stunned Lu Nan. It jumped up to a height of 3 meters. And with its feet up and its head down, it spun and landed behind the two green beetles. It immediately picked up the simple blunt weapon on the ground and started to fight back. Chick? Lu Nan even felt that if it hadn't been restricted by simplified blunt weapon, it would have achieved its first kill by now. This is the combat power gained by sacrificing 99.99% of your brain. Lu Nan sighed as he charged up his power again and aimed at two adult emerald beetles. The seriously injured jade beetle only had over 30 HP points at this time, and Chick could finish it off with one hammer. Chick's brave body can gain attribute growth by taking heads, and the heads must be given to Chick. However, the two adult emerald beetles were desperately trying to protect the seriously injured one. Chick was not in a hurry to harvest the seriously injured emerald beetles, but faced them head-on, fighting with two adult emerald beetles. They have sharp catching feet, and it takes nearly 10 swings to hit Chick once. And Chick quickly smashed one simple blunt weapon after another. Lu Nan kept throwing, dealing 15 points of damage each time, which was not bad. If he hadn't missed and hit General Chi twice, his performance would have been even more perfect. As an adult emerald beetle was knocked down, the battle was no longer suspense. The two seriously injured green beetles were unable to fly away and were destined to be slowly harvested by Chick. In the lower right corner of the screen, at the same time that Chick completed the kill, 3 exclamation marks popped up in succession. One of them should be a reminder that Brave Body was triggered. There were 2 other hints that Lu Nan couldn't guess. Lu Nan dragged the mouse and was about to click on the exclamation mark, when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Faced with this sudden movement, Lu Nan thought of the scene when Chi knocked on the door last time. He immediately closed the game and asked loudly, "Who?" A familiar voice sounded, "Oh, Captain Lin, why did you get off work so early?" "Team Lin? Why is he here at this time?" Lu Nan was thinking about the 2 unread reminders. But when Captain Lin came to visit, he had to receive him first. Lu Nan ran to the door, confirmed that the person outside the door was Captain Lin, and opened the door. Lin Weisheng was carrying 2 boxes of beef rice. He looked at Lu Nan and asked angrily, "Why did you get off work so early today? When I returned to the office, you were gone." Lu Nan scratched his head and smiled. "Captain Yen is in a good mood today and asked us to get off work early." "Captain Lin came here specifically to deliver food to me?" Lin Weisheng shook his head and did not mind that Lu Nan's room was chaotic, so he pulled up a chair and sat down. "I'll tell you while you eat. It's about personnel transfer." Lu Nan opened a box of lunch and asked while eating, "Is it related to the Social Support Bureau?" Lin Weisheng nodded, "You know it too." If nothing unexpected happens, all temporary operators with a monthly salary of 3,000 will face dismissal within about half a year. Of course, if you can accept the monthly salary of 1,200 credit coins, you can still renew the contract. For 1,200 credits, he couldn't even afford to rent the small apartment where Lunan lives now. Kevin and the others don't know if they will accept a salary cut. Lunan's attitude was the same as when he heard the news before. Anyway, he already had Yen Shui's long-term meal ticket, so he could just resign as soon as possible. And with Chike's combat power, it's a good thing that Lunan doesn't go to work. He can have more time to explore maps that he couldn't go to before. The emerald beetle, which was born to build a nest and was unwilling to move, suddenly came near Lunan. Lunan also wanted to investigate the reason behind it. But Lunan acted very disappointed. In front of Lin Weisheng, burying his head and eating to avoid revealing any abnormality. Lin Weisheng lit a cigarette, took 2 puffs, and said with a smile, "Don't feel so uncomfortable, I'm not dead yet, how can I let you starve to death? Your regularization should be completed, with a monthly salary of 4,500 credit coins and complete insurance." Lunan was a little surprised. "Have you become a regular employee?" It was so difficult to do before, and even after several recommendations, it didn't work. Why was it that it was about to be abolished, but it was done instead? Lin Weisheng smiled, "Maybe it's luck." In fact, it was Lin Weisheng who went to the deputy director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, Celine Barnes, and spent 30 credit coins to buy a regular spot for Lunan. Lin Weisheng had always been reluctant to spend such a large amount of money before, but the number of regular appointments became less and less, and they were gradually no longer issued. Lin Weisheng gritted his teeth and finally paid out the money to prevent Lunan from living on the street. Before his aunt passed away, she was most worried about Lunan, because only Lunan had always resisted any prosthetic transformation. The old dean had been asking Lin Weisheng to take more care of Lunan. She always said that the children in the orphanage had a very hard life and it was not easy. Of course, Lin Weisheng planned to never tell Lunan about this. Lunan was not stupid, so he knew that becoming a full-time employee was definitely not a matter of luck. He was silent for a moment and said, "Thanks, Captain Lin." Lin Weisheng picked his ears and said, "Why are you thanking me? I said you were lucky. Hurry up and eat." Lunan hummed and started eating. End of this chapter. Lin Weisheng didn't stay long. He made an appointment with 2 sweethearts at Fengqing Street to soothe his pain, which cost him 30 credit coins. After Lunan finished eating, Lin Weisheng picked up the trash and complained that the wall that had been repaired by bombing was so ugly, and asked Lunan not to give it away, and then left. Lunan locked the door and went to play the game while thinking about his sudden change of direction. Although you won't be able to focus on the development of your territory as if you were laid off after becoming a regular employee, your salary will increase and you will have 1 day off per week. In commemorative holidays such as Peace Day, Science and Technology Day, and Human Rights Day, there will be additional leave. There will be additional subsidies for overtime work, which will be paid with the salary of the month. There are also 3 half-day training days per week, with no attendance required. As for not being able to keep an eye on the territory, Lunan felt that it had no impact so far. Even without his command, if the territory was attacked, all units would counterattack on their own. It's not bad to become a regular employee. By the way, although Captain Lin didn't say it, it must have cost a lot of money to do things in the City of Dreams. Lunan would carefully write down the good people and things he did. When Lunan thought of this, his earphones vibrated. Lin Weisheng's voice sounded, and a message came. "I forgot to tell you, the order to become a regular employee should come down the day after tomorrow morning." Lunan sent back a message, "I understand, thank you Captain Lin." After replying, Lunan looked at the screen expectantly. "I haven't read the 3 prompts just now, so I don't know what they will be." The game opens and the perspective returns to the top of the Lord's Lodge. At the bottom of the screen, you can see the servants waiting for Lunan to return after the battle. There were 3 exclamation marks just now, but now there are 7. Lunan clicked on them one by one. Record. Your servant Chike killed the extraordinary creature, 6-legged green beetle, and his divinity absorbed part of the extraordinary spirituality, increasing his strength by 0.1 points and his agility by 0.1 points. Record. Your servants have killed extraordinary creatures, and the extraordinary substances dropped have been collected in your lord's cabin and are rapidly condensing into extraordinary stones. Both records appear 3 times. There is another one. Record. Your territory killed extraordinary creatures for the first time and received extraordinary material gifts from the undead. Your skill basic throwing has grown and transformed into skilled throwing, and all attributes of the Lord unit have been increased by 1 point. Chike's growth was within Lu Nan's expectations. But killing extraordinary creatures can actually directly obtain extraordinary matter to condense extraordinary stones, which really gave Lu Nan a surprise. The transformation of skills is obviously more precious than obtaining the extraordinary stone. Lu Nan quickly opened the attribute panel of the Lord unit and looked at the transformed skills. Skilled throwing, you can throw faster, the throwing frequency is increased, and you get an additional 3 points of damage bonus for each throw. The attack speed increased and the damage increased by 3 points. The damage of Lu Nan's Lord unit has been greatly improved. When Lu Nan looked at the skill panel, another prompt appeared. Record. The extraordinary substance you obtained by killing extraordinary creatures has been transformed into a Death Soul Stone. Compared to Lu Nan's hard meditation, the speed at which she could obtain extraordinary stones by killing extraordinary creatures was unreasonably fast. Fighting is indeed a quick way to get rich. After Lu Nan read the record, he closed the interface and zoomed in on the number 1 name of the Lord unit. Although he had gained a lot, Lu Nan did not get carried away. There were still spoils to be harvested in this battle. The carcass of a 6-legged green beetle. Lu Nan walked to the 3 insect corpses and saw the view option next to them. He dragged the mouse and looked at the information about the insect corpse. The corpse of the 6-legged emerald beetle, the skeleton contains extraordinary substances, which can be used for many purposes such as forging, alchemical extraction, etc. Their catching feet are very sharp, but they are too short, too light, and not durable enough, so they are not suitable for use as weapons for Chick. However, the businessman should collect these corpses and exchange them for extraordinary stones. Lu Nan put them into the Yi warehouse, and when the merchant comes next time, he can ask about the price. After collecting the insect corpses, the battlefield was completely cleaned up. Lu Nan arranged tasks for each of the servants. The nameless skeleton pushed the wooden trolley and took the ignorant skeletons to work. Nabolius continued to set traps. Lu Nan asked Chiku to follow, planning to explore the map further south and start investigating the reasons for the relocation of the 6-legged green beetle. In fact, the most suitable unit for map exploration is the despicable false eye. It is fast, can become invisible, and can fly in the air. But Lu Nan's control over Yen Shui is not enough. Despicable prosthetic eyes needs to continue to monitor Yen Shui. Chike's combat power is high, and map exploration is relatively safe, but its wisdom is not enough for it to understand the complex map exploration. Command.So Lu Nan led the way, Chiku was responsible for protecting, and the two of them explored together. Before Lu Nan set off, Mabolius suddenly knelt down next to Lu Nan. Its pixel head showed a somewhat frustrated expression. Great Lord, your humble servant has something to say. You showed bravery in this battle, but the traps I laid were completely useless. Should we stop building traps? Please guide your incompetent servant. Lu Nan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Chike would fight and make Mabolius feel inferior. Think for a moment. Lu Nan opened the input box and responded, the green beetle can fly, which is why your trap is useless. These traps are still effective when facing attacks from land units. Your efforts are not without value. Complete your original plan first. The territory's defense measures are currently a bit weak. Bone Arrow Tower can only build 5, and now it is full. If you want to build more, you can only upgrade Lord's Hut. Nabolius's trap can indeed make up for the territory's shortcomings in defense. It's best if it's useful, and it won't have much impact if it's not useful. Nabolius, who received Lu Nan's approval, showed a grateful expression on his pixel head. It knelt devoutly, Your recognition is my supreme glory, your guidance is the most wonderful gospel, I praise you, you are the greatest lord in the world. After hearing it finish licking, Lu Nan took Chi-ko out of the territory. Soon, Lu Nan reached the hillside that he had seen before but did not dare to go down. Lu Nan asked Chi-ko to go down first. He cut to Chike's perspective and confirmed that there was no danger before operating his Lord unit and walking down. The slope has a lot of gravel, making it a pretty good resource gathering place. After the resources around the territory are completely collected, the ignorant skeletons can come here to work. Lu Nan doesn't have a map yet. Fortunately, this place is not far from the territory. You can go straight to the south after leaving the territory, so you don't have to worry about not finding it. However, further exploration also made Lu Nan realize two problems. You must get a map, otherwise the larger the area you explore, sooner or later you will have forgotten resource points that you cannot remember. There is even a risk of getting lost. This problem should not be difficult to solve. Mabolius's Trapmaster can explore geology and should at least be able to draw a simple map. The material used to draw the map is also easy to handle. Although there is no paper, you can find a suitable slate. Another issue is the issue of speed. The farther away you are from the territory, the longer the trip back and forth will take. At the speed of an unknown corpse, it would take more than 30 minutes to walk from the territory to this gravel resource area. This problem is also easy to solve. Find creatures with good endurance and fast speed, use reincarnation to transform them into undead, and let them be responsible for pulling the cart. While Lu Nan was thinking about what the territory needed, he remembered the direction to move forward and explored forward. Stepping on the gravel, Lu Nan saw a desolate area and a higher mountain in the distance. Lu Nan walked forward for 2 hours. Although extraordinary auras appeared a few times, they were obviously extraordinary creatures that were solitary. After the other party sensed Lu Nan, they quickly retreated. Lu Nan opened Sheikah's panel and took a look at its soul fire. There are still 150 points. This soul fire is no longer sufficient, and may be exhausted halfway through a battle. Lu Nan decided to explore further for another 10 minutes and then return to the territory. Just a few minutes after Lu Nan walked forward, Lu Nan discovered an abandoned emerald beetle nest on the ground. Lu Nan was not sure whether this nest was the old nest of the 3 green beetles near his territory. But you can look further ahead. If this is really their old nest, then the threat that makes them relocate should be nearby. Lu Nan walked forward for less than 5 minutes, and then felt the presence of extraordinary aura. And these breaths are quite dense. 5, 10. This is a relatively large gathering place for extraordinary creatures. And every extraordinary breath here is obviously more solid and heavier than the green beetle. Lu Nan retreated quietly, while being cautious. He also thought of the gains after killing extraordinary creatures. There was a burning sensation in his heart. If you find this gathering place of extraordinary creatures, you will definitely gain more than 1 extraordinary stone. End of this chapter. On the way back, Lu Nan was thinking about whether he should get the despicable prosthetic eye back. Despicable prosthetic eyes can become invisible and fly, which is very suitable for exploring what kind of enemies live in this gathering point of extraordinary creatures. Seeing the attributes of these extraordinary creatures, Lu Nan could judge when he could take action. But that a despicable prosthetic eye could not be resurrected. Its characteristics made Lu Nan finally give up the idea of sending it to gather information. Despicable prosthetic eyes can be of extremely high value in the City of Dreams, and can help Lu Nan discover a lot of secrets. If the despicable prosthetic eye disappears, the loss will be too great. If that doesn't work, let the ignorant skeleton take a trip. As long as you can see the attributes of extraordinary creatures, it doesn't matter if it dies here. After Lu Nan clears this gathering point of extraordinary creatures, he can resurrect it. At most, it is much better to have 1 less laborer during this period of time than to have the despicable prosthetic eye completely destroyed. 2 hours later, Lu Nan took Chi-ko safely back to the territory, and returned to the protection range of the 5 bone arrow towers. When Lu Nan came back, the upgrade of Tower of Decision had already started for an hour. Lu Nan glanced at the time, it was already 1 a.m. The trial opportunity in Land of Death is refreshed at midnight, which is different from Tower of Decision and Fate Reward. Lu Nan operated Chi Ko and let him go in to accept today's trial. Chike is a 4-star servant. The promotion he can get in the Dead Silent Land is definitely more than that of the Nameless Bones, more than once. Lu Nan finished watching the closing animation of Land of Death on the screen, closed the game, stood up, washed briefly, and lay on the pillow, feeling some anticipation in his heart. I exercised for 30 minutes today, and when I get back from get off work tomorrow, I can see if I can get another Destiny reward. And wait until 6 o'clock in the morning, the number of reincarnation is refreshed, and after completing today's transformation, the total number of undead plants will increase to 100. Hopefully there will be a reward. I'll know the result early tomorrow morning, so go to bed now. Lu Nan closed his eyes, but before falling asleep, he saw Yin Shue's unusual behavior in the picture transmitted by the Despicable Eye. She changed her clothes and drove out at 1:21 a.m. Lu Nan's sleepiness faded a lot, and he sat up, guessing why Yin Shui went out late at night. The seed has been planted for more than 60 hours. Tomorrow morning the seed will be completely planted in Yin Shue's mind and follow her throughout her life. She shouldn't have thought of finding someone to resist Lu Nan until now. There must be something else. Under Lu Nan's watchful eyes, Yin Shui arrived at the intoxication bar and the secret safe house of the Nirvana organization without realizing it. Su Ping was not surprised by Yin Shue's arrival. After putting Yin Shui on the door, she said solemnly, "She wants 300 million? Yin Shui bit her lip, a little irritated. "She is so greedy, I have already given her 1,000 million. She agreed to pay once and get everything in full, but she still wanted to speak." Already paid 1,000 million? Lu Nan was a little curious and wanted to know who Yin Shui and Su Ping were talking about. Su Ping's next words answered Lu Nan's doubts. "I have said before that Celine Barnes is a hound that cannot be fed enough. Ask her to bribe her to become the captain of team. Sooner or later this will happen." Celine Barnes. Lu Nan knew this old woman. She is the captain of the 2nd Personnel Review, Transfer and Supervision Team, and also serves as the Deputy Director of the Law Enforcement Bureau. She is 52 years old this year. The enforcement agency often needs assistance from companies to maintain normal operations. Deputy Director Salen can always attract donations of weapons, equipment and funds from Yuanqi Heavy Industries, and he has considerable power in the Law Enforcement Bureau. Faced with Su Ping's words, Yin Shui felt a little angry in her heart. Things have become like this. Yin Shui needs Su Ping to think of ideas instead of saying "I told you so." At the same time, an idea emerged unconsciously in Yin Shue's mind. Can we ask Lu Nan to resolve this matter? Fear can breed many other emotions, such as worship. Every time Yin Shui thinks of Lu Nan, she feels like she is facing a beast with hidden fangs. Lu Nan has a power that makes her afraid to look directly at it. As she thought about Lu Nan repeatedly, Yin Shue's thoughts of inferiority and arrogance were undergoing some changes that Lu Nan didn't even know about. For example, some obscure worship. However, Yin Shui was a little afraid of contacting Lu Nan alone. She suppressed the thoughts in her mind and said patiently, "Can you hack into Celine's interface? Find some dirty information about her. As long as she has some clues, we won't have to pay the money." Su Ping took a sip of her cocktail and said in a helpless tone, "I've tried it many times. Team specially wrote a customized anti-intrusion program for her, which is difficult to break through from the outside unless it can be directly connected to her brain-computer interface. Otherwise, find a team of mercenaries to kidnap her. Give me 5 minutes and I can hack into her system." Yin Shui sat on the sofa, put her long legs on the table, and looked up at the ceiling. "It's not good. You can't hire a mercenary who can take on this job for 300 million. Su Ping suggested, "Then just pay 300 million. At worst, the plan to attack the Future Technology Weapons Depot will be delayed for a while." Of course, this time the old woman had to record a promise not to ask for any more money. Yin Shui frowned. No, this is Wu Lianzhou's opportunity to make a name for himself. He has been preparing for it for so long and cannot give up. Su Ping sighed and changed the question, has Chi Kei been caught? Her bounty is very high. If you catch her, you can get a reward of at least 300 million, right? Yan Shui raised her hands to cover her eyes. Don't mention it, that woman is like crazy, her strength has soared. Stingy Ghostface's relic is too strong, she is at least level 2, dancer, now. The 2 campaigns against her failed, and she was asked to kill Mayan Kate, the executive of Life Technology. Was that person killed by Chi Kei? Lu Nan took a bottle of water and listened to their conversation while drinking. Some doubts were slowly solved. Su Ping turned her chair and persuaded softly, we have to make a choice, either pay or she will find someone else to replace her. I still recommend not to rush into future technology. I know you want to revive the Tomorrow Consortium, be the boss, and be a top person, but some things become more urgent and impossible to do. Tomorrow Consortium? Lu Nan's face showed a little surprise. This was another very large company in Dream City more than 10 years ago, but it was eventually swallowed up by future technology. Tomorrow, the major shareholder of the company was killed by the Black Hawk mobile team of future technology, and his whole family should be dead. Yan Shui wants to revive the consortium and become the boss, which proves that she should be the descendant of the major shareholder. Lu Nan originally thought that she wanted to resist because she couldn't stand the company's behavior. Unexpectedly, she didn't hate exploitation, but she hated being exploited by someone other than herself. While Lu Nan was digesting the news, Yan Shui in the safe house suddenly stood up. I'll think of a solution. I'd rather trouble you to keep trying again, or start with the people around Deputy Director Seelin. Su Ping made an okay gesture. Yan Shui opened the door, left the safe house, and returned to the car. Lu Nan thought she was going home, so he prepared to go to bed, but unexpectedly, the charging earphones placed beside the bed vibrated. In the despicable prosthetic eyes screen, Lu Nan saw Yan Shui leaning on her seat with her eyes closed, and guessed that she was on the phone. What was she calling herself for? Lu Nan thought for a moment and decided not to answer. She called 4 times in a row, but Lu Nan pretended not to hear her. After a while, she sent a voice message to Lu Nan. The chip I used to call you is encrypted. I know you hate imprudent things. Someone checked it out. You can say it was a call from a missionary. I have something to ask you. Her voice was submissive and strange to Lu Nan. The captain of the 7th team actually talks to people in this kind of negotiation tone. Lu Nan thought about it and felt that Yan Shui's encryption method should be better, otherwise she and Su Ping would have been caught long ago. After listening to the voice message, when she called again, Lu Nan picked up the call. Lu Nan said calmly, "What's the matter?" Yan Shui bit her lip and said, "I want you to help me investigate Celine Barnes. You can make whatever conditions you want." End of this chapter. Lu Nan didn't answer in a hurry. He had something to think about. After learning that Yan Shui fought against the company in order to become the company's boss instead of resisting exploitation, Lu Nan's originally planned seed became difficult to use. Lu Nan originally had 2 thoughts in mind. Lu Nan can do incredible things. Lu Nan's strength is the key to defeating the company. Even if he dies, he cannot be betrayed. The second seed deepened her fear, and the third seed provided insurance in her mind. Wealth and fame can only be enjoyed during life, but beliefs and wishes can continue after death. Lu Nan's goal is to keep Yan Shui a secret forever. Even if she is caught, Lu Nan will not be mentioned. And making her think that Lu Nan is the fire of faith that must be protected, allows her to keep it secret even when her life is threatened. But what she wanted was her previous wealth and status. Lu Nan knew that his plan must change now. Lu Nan kept imagining new seeds, but kept rejecting these ideas himself. In the end, Lu Nan felt that it was not easy to keep Yan Shui's distance from her while she was pursuing wealth, and to keep Lu Nan's affairs completely confidential even if she died. There is another option available. The idea of training Yan Shui and completely controlling her. Relying on Lu Nan to solve problems, this feeling of relaxation and security is very wonderful. Praying to Lu Nan can solve all problems. All Lu Nan's requests have profound meanings and must be obeyed. Since she has no faith, Lu Nan can distort her thoughts, amplify her dependence and laziness, and make himself her faith. Lu Nan's previous plan for Yen Shui didn't change much for her, he just wanted to put some insurance in her mind. This is because Lu Nan feels that power cannot be abused. Once the pleasure gained from using power overwhelms human nature, personality will be replaced by power. He wants to control the power, keep himself safe, and make himself more comfortable, instead of letting the power control him and pursue things he doesn't need. Yen Shui was very good looking, but Lu Nan only wanted to develop his territory before, and did not want to have a physical relationship with such a troubled and beautiful woman. But the new plan is different. Lu Nan will change Yen Shui greatly, so much that it can affect her life or death. Fortunately, Yen Shui is not an innocent person who works conscientiously and abides by his duties. Yen Shui, this identity must be fake, because future technology, S-style has always been to kill everyone. If she wants to avoid the company's search and get a new and safe identity, she can only replace one person and get everything that is real. Identity. So where did that Yen Shui go? Is she still alive? Moreover, Tomorrow Company has existed for more than 70 years, and its main business is medicine and various preparations. According to information disclosed later, Tomorrow has been selling addictive drugs for 18 years. Many people are poisoned without knowing it and become dependent on drugs for life. This is just an insignificant one among the numerous crimes of Tomorrow Company. What Yen Shui wants to resurrect is such a company, and then continue to do the same things that Tomorrow's company has done. Apart from her outstanding and alluring appearance, as well as her status as captain of team, she is at heart an extremely selfish bad person who was cultivated by the company's concept. Lu Nan knew that he had to deal with Yen Shui, but he had lived at the bottom for many years and had seen too many innocent people affected by the company's efforts to make money. Lu Nan didn't want to do anything to innocent people unless necessary. However, Yen Shui was obviously not someone Lu Nan would have a psychological burden on dealing with. The new plan works. In order for the seed of the new plan to work better, to allow her to become dependent smoothly, and to solve her current problems, it became necessary. Lu Nan looked away from the window and said slowly, "What can you give?" After receiving the answer, Yen Shui's legs tensed up. She said as calmly as possible, "Intelligence, or, if you want a woman, I can help." She doesn't want to give money. Nirvana is very short of money right now, so she doesn't want money for information. She has also met many women with criminal records, and even threatens them without asking for money. What Lu Nan needs most is to pave the way for seed. What Yen Shui pays now is not important, the real price will be later. He said calmly, "Intelligence." Yen Shui breathed a sigh of relief and said hesitantly, "What information do you want? Extraordinary people? Or cases?" Lu Nan reminded her, "Don't test me. You picked 3 pieces of information and said, if there is any information that interests me, I will help you. If not, then I will pretend that I did not receive this call today." Yen Shui opened her mouth, wanting to tell the details of Chi Kei's case first. The relic of Stingy Ghost Face was extremely valuable, and she thought Lu Nan would be interested in it. However, before speaking, she suddenly had another idea. She had always wanted to know how much information Lu Nan knew about her. This unknown panic made her anxious. Now seemed like a good time to test it out and give her a false identity. If Lu Nan doesn't expose it, it will prove that his intelligence ability is not all-pervasive. And if Lu Nan discovered it, it would be irrelevant information. I believe Lu Nan's warning to her would not be too serious. In the entanglement of fear and expectation, Yen Shui decided to give it a try, just this time. If she was really discovered, she would give up all thoughts of resistance and cooperate with Lu Nan as much as possible. Yen Shui thought of this and spoke slowly, "In order to put your mind at ease, I will tell you my information first. I graduated from Celis College, my father died before I was born, and my mother is still alive but sick and in the hospital. No one knows about my mother." Lu Nan smiled silently and was not in a hurry to expose her lies. He just said, "Go on." "Not found?" Yen Shui's heart beat a few minutes faster and she continued, most of the extraordinary people in the City of Dreams gained extraordinary abilities after encountering the endless Chamber of Secrets. According to the oral accounts of the surviving extraordinary people, the secret room is an abandoned subway station. It is a circular space with no exit, but you can escape by gathering certain clues. There is a disorderly creature in the secret room. This name was given by the Greenleaf Company, and they were the first to obtain relevant information. There are 3 types of disordered creatures that have been discovered so far, including Stingy Ghostface, Laughing Black Mist, and Green Tree Man. This information is all true. But she didn't tell the whole story, but was waiting for Lu Nan to take the initiative to ask questions. After hiding her identity without being revealed, she seemed to have regained her dignity as the captain of Team 7, and wanted to regain the initiative. Lu Nan was very interested in this information, but did not ask. Through the despicable prosthetic eyes, Lu Nan could see Yan Shue's eager expression and guess what she was thinking. Lu Nan said calmly, "Continue." Yan Shui was a little disappointed and spoke again. Shi Kei is a member of the Bee Stinger mercenaries. She was hired by Yuanqi Heavy Industries to snatch Stingy Ghostface's relic and kill the hacker, Thomas Ken, who took out the item. But for some unknown reason, she did not give this item to Yuanqi Heavy Industries, but kept it privately. The relic of the Stingy Ghostface can absorb the surrounding extraordinary substances and condense them into a stone called Extraordinary Essence. The transformation efficiency is very high. Several companies are looking for her, and the 2 largest gangs in Dream City, the Black Eyes Gang and the Hand of Death, are also involved in this matter. When Lu Nan heard that this stingy ghost-faced relic could condense extraordinary stones, his heart beat a little faster. The card episode in the territory requires extraordinary stones, refreshing the Tower of Decision requires extraordinary stones, and purchasing things requires extraordinary stones. Lu Nan only had 9 extraordinary stones in his pocket. He was really poor. Hearing that extraordinary items could condense extraordinary stones made him a little excited. But he quickly restrained himself. Too many people know about this extraordinary item, and his current strength is far from enough to participate in such a fight. Just think about it. When Lu Nan was distracted, Yan Shue's voice sounded, "I'm done, is there any information that interests you?" Lu Nan hummed, "I guess so." Yan Shui asked, "Then when can you help me?" "I'm a little anxious and need to get the dirty information about Deputy Director Seelan as soon as possible." Lu Nan chuckled, "Don't worry, we still have some small issues that need to be discussed before we can help you." Yan Shui's hands with dark black nail polish clenched unconsciously. Did Lu Nan discover anything? Stay calm and don't let him catch you. This is a common method of interrogation, you know. Yan Shui reminded herself and asked, "What's the problem?" Lu Nan's calm voice shattered her fantasy. "As far as I know, your parents should have died in an explosion 11 years ago. Tomorrow, little princess of the company, did I say something wrong?" Yan Shui did not answer, because she was trembling, and her heart seemed to be held by a cold hand. He knows. He knew everything from the beginning. End of this chapter. Yan Shui, who usually bossed around the operators, was thinking about how to remedy the situation. Lu Nan's voice sounded at this time, "Captain Yan, in this situation, should I say sorry?" "Sorry?" Yan Shui was extremely reluctant. Out of a twisted inferiority complex, she hated admitting her mistakes. But she couldn't refuse, and in the end she could only grit her teeth and say word by word, "I'm sorry." Lu Nan smiled and changed the topic. "You can find a chance to meet Celine and wait for the news. Despicable False Eye can monitor any target near it. Yan Shui goes to meet Deputy Director Seelan, and Lu Nan can change the surveillance target of the Despicable Artificial Eye to Seelan." This order made Yan Shui very confused. But she had just been beaten by Lu Nan at this time, so she didn't dare to ask more questions. "I can see you tomorrow." Lu Nan hummed, "Very good, bye." After saying this, Lu Nan cut off the call and turned to sleep. Yan Shui looked worried and had no idea what Lu Nan would do. "Can only wait." Yan Shui stepped on the accelerator and drove towards her residence in the City of Dreams at night. The night passed. Lu Nan was woken up by the alarm clock at 6 o'clock in the morning. As spirit improved, the sleep time Lu Nan needed was shortened. He only slept for 5 hours, and he was very energetic at this time. He got up and turned on the computer and entered the game. The perspective returned to the familiar Lord's cabin again. There were relatively few prompts triggered this morning, with only 2 exclamation marks on the lower right side of the screen. Record. Your servant chick has completed the trial of pain and has strength plus 12. Record. Your Lord unit meditated for 11 hours and 57 minutes, obtained 1 dead soulstone, and increased its life by 3 points. Lu Nan opened Chick's panel and saw 67.3 points of power. Now Chico, with a set of charge and double hammers, can almost kill a green beetle directly. Unfortunately, there are no weapons suitable for it yet. Lu Nan didn't even master the most basic, smelting, otherwise he could give Chike an iron chain hammer, which would allow Chike to better utilize his combat power. As for the lack of event reminder, Lu Nan had expected it yesterday. It takes 2 hours to upgrade Tower of Decision and Research Hut from level 3 to level 24. You have to wait until after 11 o'clock tonight for the Tower of Decision to be successfully upgraded. I don't know if I can unlock the Quick Improvement ability in the future. When the building level reaches a high level, it's a bit too slow to wait. Let's take a look at the refreshed cards first. Lu Nan operated his Lord unit, arrived in front of the Tower of Decision, and opened the interface in the tower. 3 cards, all 1 star. Yesterday I was able to draw the bravest, but today I got 3 3-star cards. The gap is a bit big. Or refresh it once? Lu Nan now has a total of 10 extraordinary stones in his pocket, ready to be consumed. However, Lu Nan dragged the mouse several times and restrained himself. Extraordinary Creatures Gathering Point is relatively far away from the territory. There is no threat outside Lu Nan's territory for the time being. The extraordinary stone is still kept in case of emergency. Lu Nan closed the interface in the tower and walked towards the north of the territory with the nameless bones. While walking north, Lu Nan thought of yesterday's green beetle. In fact, they can be transformed into undead. However, Lu Nan's conversion times were all used up in the morning. Lu Nan decided that after gathering 100 undead plants today, starting tomorrow, he would use the reincarnation talent at night. In case there is a suitable creature, you can ensure that you have the number of transformation in your hand that can be used. Lu Nan was thinking about how to use his talent and used reincarnation on each tree. When the number of conversions for today was exhausted, an exclamation mark immediately appeared on the lower right side of Lu Nan's screen. Sure enough, the 100 undead plants were gifts. Lu Nan looked happy, dragged the mouse, and clicked on the prompt. Record. You have obtained 100 undead plants, received gifts of extraordinary substances from the undead, and can choose one of 3 event clues. Event: on the Black Rock Mountain to the west of your territory, there is a cave in which the bones of the master thief Parachtang are hidden. Kill the 12 black stone guards wandering around and find their bones to obtain the hidden stealth skill Inanimate Things. Event: in the rocky valley south of your territory, there is a gathering place of fong-toothed kobolds. They have obtained a certain extraordinary item and are growing rapidly. Kill the Fong Kobold leader to get the broken hourglass of time. Event: in the Great River Woodland in the north of your territory, there is a group of lizard men who are annexing the surrounding extraordinary creatures. They occupy a small extraordinary stone concentrate. Kill the lizard man to get 2,000 extraordinary stones. Once you have made your choice, you will be guided by the supernatural substance of the undead. Hidden stealth skills, extraordinary items, 2,000 extraordinary stones. 100 undead plants are such a good gift. Lu Nan was pleasantly surprised and carefully looked at the 3 incident clues. Among the 3 rewards, Lu Nan has the most urgent need for stealth skills. Having the ability to hide and become invisible can greatly improve Lu Nan's safety in the City of Dreams. Especially after learning the rule that extraordinary substances will be entangled with each other, Lu Nan must prepare to deal with the troubles caused by extraordinary beings. With the skill of hiding and invisibility, you can slip away when trouble comes and continue to develop safely in another place. Lu Nan basically confirmed that he was going to find the bones of Parachtang. However, the other two incident clues also provided a lot of information. From the clues in the Great River Woodland and the north, the location of the Lizard Man should be in a woodland not too far from the river after crossing the river. As for the Yifang-toothed kobold in the south, Lu Nan felt that it was very similar to the gathering point of extraordinary creatures he had discovered. Lu Nan returned to the territory, called Mebolius, and typed a question: "Do you know the information about the Yifang-toothed kobold?" Mebolius's pixel head showed a thoughtful expression. After a while, a string of text appeared on its head. "I have only recovered part of my memory. They are one-star extraordinary creatures, but they are much stronger than the green beetles. Generally speaking, Fang-toothed kobolds live in tribes of 7 to 10 people. They have the ability to mine and master simple, smelting, technology. I can't remember the specific attributes." Lu Nan recalled the number of extraordinary creatures he sensed last night, and typed in the input box, "Will there be more than 10 people?" Text appeared on Mebolius's head: "Usually not, Fang-toothed kobolds will eat other children of the same kind, so the tribes usually come from the same bloodline. However, if a relatively powerful kobold leader appears, multiple tribes may unite. According to the description in Event Clues, this tribe has mastered extraordinary items, and the kobold leader should be quite strong. Can match." Once he has the hide and stealth skill, Lu Nan can carefully explore the map to confirm whether it is the Fang-toothed kobold tribe there. Lu Nan opened Event Record and selected Event. A gray-white extraordinary substance turned into streaks of mist and drifted toward the mountain range to the west. Is this the guidance of the undead supernatural substance? Quite convenient. But Lu Nan doesn't plan to go now. Time in the morning is tight, and you might have to rush to work before you finish playing Blackstone Guard. Moreover, there will be an upgrade of Destiny reward at noon, and the Tower of Decision upgrade is completed in the evening, and Lu Nan can increase his attributes again. It would be more reasonable to go to Blackstone Mountain after returning from get off work, with enough time, and with the combat power raised to the peak it can reach today. Now let's collect materials for a while to prepare for the upgrade of the research hut. 7 points. Lu Nan changed his clothes, turned off the game, and went out to work. Yen Shui had already arrived at the Law Enforcement Bureau office at this time. The fourth team's office is a 14-story building built over 20 years ago, which is different from the offices of the other teams. The 7th Detachment and the General Bureau are both located in a 48-story main office building in Shangqing District. The building is versatile and houses offices, courts, prisons, and training facilities. Yen Shui arrived at the office, reached the 11th floor, and knocked on the door of the Deputy Director's office. An old and gentle voice sounded, "Come in." Sitting in the office was a woman with half-white hair. She was wearing the formal attire of the Law Enforcement Bureau and looked kind and majestic. However, when she saw Yen Shui, her first sentence was to ask, "Have you collected 300 million? You are really rich." Yen Shui had already thought of her words, shook her head, and said, "Can it be less?" The smile on Celine's face faded and she looked directly into Yen Shui's eyes. "You think I'm easy to talk to?" Yen Shui frowned. "Okay then, please give me a few more days, Deputy Director." Celine lowered her head and played with the delicate porcelain next to her. "Don't bother me anymore if you haven't collected enough money. Let's go." Yen Shui walked out of the door with some doubts in her eyes. What's the point of meeting Celine? What neither she nor Celine knew was that a despicable prosthetic eye that existed but could not be monitored by any device was left in Celine's office. End of this chapter. Lu Nan stood in the corner of the train, looking no different from those expressionless people going to work or school. But Lu Nan's eyes were fixed on the big shots in Dream City. In Lu Nan's expectation, this surveillance would last for a while. It is not easy to catch Celine. However, what Lu Nan didn't expect was that Celine's surveillance had already made progress before he arrived at the unit. Celine arrived at Leicester Restaurant and sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 47th floor, overlooking the City of Dreams, enjoying her breakfast. The entire 47th floor has been cleared. There are operators responsible for Celine's safety. Military-grade hunting owl jammers have been installed on the entire floor. Opposite Celine, there was a man wearing a suit with a modified prosthetic arm. Lu Nan looked outside the train and saw this man's face appearing in the projection on the building. He is the deputy director of the Information Security Department in Greenleaf Company, and his name is Elantra Kabul. The two faced each other, and Elantra was the first to speak. "Miss Celine, we have prepared the money. Where is the information you want to give us?" Celine wiped her mouth with a napkin and then said, "Why are you so anxious? We have cooperated so many times and you still can't trust me?" Jones bit. "The reason for hiding, as far as I know, is related to the extraordinary Chikei. Chikei seems to want to kill Johns. The specific reason is unknown. Several senior officials related to Johns have been killed." Elanti, who was sitting opposite Celine, was silent for a moment and stood up. "Thank you, Miss Celine, your information is very valuable." Celine smiled, waited for Elanti to leave, and continued to enjoy her breakfast. Lu Nan was very familiar with the G. Jones bit that Celine mentioned. One of the four heirs of Yuanqi Heavy Industries. Celine has cooperated with Yuanqi Heavy Industries for so many years, and she actually sold information about the heir of Yuanqi Heavy Industries to Greenleaf Company. Collecting illegal money is a trivial matter, but betraying the company is a big problem. This piece of information is enough to threaten Celine. Although there is no evidence, Lu Nan has the specific content, time and location of the transaction. Celine will compromise. 15 minutes later. Lu Nan arrived at the 4th team office, changed his clothes, and after receiving the news from Yen Shui, he took Kevin and Chen Zishu to go to work. The vehicle stopped at Sen Street. Yen Shui has arrived at the scene and is scolding an operator who entered the evidence incorrectly. The operator, who was 2 meters tall, lowered his head in front of Yen Shui and did not dare to refute a word. Lu Nan got out of the car and looked at her. She paused in her scolding voice, remembering her own submissive pleading voice last night, and that "I'm sorry," which made her feel inexplicable shame. There is also a slight, strange feeling. Lu Nan didn't know that the first seed was still affecting Yen Shui. He behaved as usual and worked hard. After the on-site investigation was completed and Lu Nan put away the body bag, he was suddenly stopped by Yen Shui. "Come here and tell me the details of the body." Both Kevin and Chen Zishu showed some sympathy. Operators who were called away by Yen Shui alone usually made some mistake and were about to be scolded. Chen Zishu whispered, "I'll go." Kevin also puffed up his chest. "I'll go for you, brother Nan." Lu Nan smiled, "No, I'll just go." It just so happened that Lu Nan was still thinking about finding an opportunity to plant a second seed to Yen Shui. Yen Shui took the initiative to find him, which was a good opportunity to take action. After saying that, Lu Nan followed Yen Shui to an unoccupied room at the scene. Yen Shui's condescending aura immediately dissipated, and she whispered, "I have installed a jammer around here, so you don't have to worry about being eavesdropped. Have you found any information?" Lu Nan looked at Yen Shui, the extraordinary power in his body surged, and the second seed of evil thoughts penetrated deeply into Yen Shui's mind. Simultaneously, Lu Nan spoke calmly. Celine had a deal with Greenleaf Company and sold information about the heir of Yuanqi Heavy Industries. The time is 7:32 this morning, and the location is on the 47th floor of Lester Restaurant. This should be enough, right? Yen Shui's face showed a bit of shock. "Really?" Lu Nan nodded. "You can ask Su Ping to investigate the whereabouts of Elantra Kabul, and confirm that he has been to Lester Restaurant at the time I mentioned." Yen Shui was still immersed in shock. There are countless people who want to investigate Celine, but only Lu Nan succeeds. And it only took half a day. And Yen Shui also felt a strong sense of comfort inexplicably. The methods demonstrated by Lu Nan gave her a strong sense of security that as long as she relies on Lu Nan, any problem can be solved. At the same time as this feeling appeared, her disgust and resistance to Lu Nan gradually disappeared. She quickly developed an addictive dependence on this feeling, and she didn't feel abnormal at all, as if she had actively generated this emotion herself. Lu Nan didn't know that the second seed was so powerful. In Lu Nan's expectation, it would be good for the third seed to have this effect. But, seeds of evil thoughts not only affects thoughts, it can also affect nerves and hormones, and the effect is outstanding. Lunan spoke slowly, if I have nothing else to do, I'll go out first. Yen Shui nodded unnaturally, and then suddenly said, wait, I still have some information to tell you. The strong dependence also caused changes that Lunan did not expect. For example, she thought about the threat to Lunan from extraordinary events, and decided to remind Lunan without hesitation. 2 days ago, she would have never spoken, wishing that Lunan would die in the endless chamber of secrets. Lunan frowned, do you have to say it now? Yen Shui explained, it's a very important thing. According to the information I have received, as long as you show extraordinary talent, you will enter the secret room at least once. If you suddenly enter a subway space, there are 3 rules you must remember. First, don't believe any information left on the wall. Look for the employee handbook. You can trust the information in the handbook. Second, exits are usually hidden in bathrooms, staff locker rooms, and some hidden rooms. Pay attention to the location of the walls. Third, you must flee as soon as possible after encountering disorderly creatures, they are very dangerous. Will you inevitably enter the secret room once? If what Yen Shui said was true, then Lunan really needed to make some preparations. The information she provided was valuable. While thinking about the secret room, Lunan was also a little surprised by Yen Shui's initiative. The second seed has just been planted, and the effect is great, right? After a brief period of doubt, Lunan guessed the general reason. The fear generated by the first thought also gave rise to some other emotions. This made her change in the direction Lunan hoped for before accepting the second seed. Moreover, Yen Shui's proactive notification made Lunan realize that his idea was right, and Yen Shui was already subconsciously protecting him. After 72 hours, the third seed is implanted, and Lunan should not have to worry about Yen Shui leaking his information. Before Lunan went out, he reminded her, remember, you just scolded me. Who is scolding whom? Yen Shui protested in her heart, but she did not resist what Lunan said and accepted the contrast she wanted to pretend. She was in front, Lunan was behind, and they went out one after another. Seeing Lunan lowering his head and looking guilty, the surrounding operators expressed sympathy and gloating. Yen Shui returned to the car, probably to contact Su Ping to confirm the accuracy of the information. Lunan walked back to Kevin and Chen Zishou and accepted the comfort from his 2 colleagues. No one knows exactly what happened in the room. The day's work ended after Lunan and Yen Shui passed by each other several times. On the way home from get off work, Lunan went to Faroe Street to see the price of second-hand bows and arrows. But after looking around, Lunan walked out empty-handed. Several bow-selling stores sell composite metal bows, and the cheapest one cost 750 credits. Lunan could afford it, but he couldn't bear it. Throwing can also be used now. Let's wait until it becomes a professional after some time before considering bows and arrows. After leaving Faroe Street, Lunan went straight home. Just entered the house. Lunan then received a voice message from Yen Shui using the previous encrypted account. Celine has compromised and will not ask me for money anymore. Her expression is really interesting. I took a photo of it. Do you want to see it? Yen Shui, who was sitting in the car, looked a little flushed at this time. Somehow, after her successful negotiation with Celine, that wonderful and strong sense of peace of mind reappeared. It was the most pleasurable feeling she had ever experienced. After a long time, she didn't receive a response from Lunan, so she could only curl her lips and drive home. She didn't know that Lunan had watched the entire showdown between her and Celine. As she set off, Lunan also locked the door, sat in front of the computer, and opened the game. The perspective returns to the top of the Lord's Lodge again. Lunan clicked on the 2 exclamation marks in the lower right corner. Event reminder. Your Lord unit meditated for 11 hours and 57 minutes, obtained 1 dead soulstone, and extraordinary value +2. Event reminder. Your talent fate reward has been triggered, and the power of unknown bones has been increased by 1.3 points, and the soul fire has been increased by 11 points. Nebulous wisdom increases by 0.3 points. Chike's strength increases by 3 points. Your spirit increases by 0.4 points and your strength increases by 0.3 points. Your skill, basic throwing, has a new branch, and you have gained the skill proficient blunt throwing. End of this chapter. Lunan first saw the strength in Destiny reward increased by 0.3 points. Exercise works. And what surprises Lunan even more is that not only can you improve strength through exercise, use skills to fight, but you can also get fate reward bonus. Lunan opened the attribute panel of the Lord unit and looked at the new skills. Proficient blunt weapon throwing. When the weapon you throw is a blunt weapon, the attack interval is reduced, and each throw adds an additional 8 points of damage. The strength multiplier against heavily armored enemies is adjusted from 1.2 to 1.3. Compared with the 3 points of damage increased by skill throwing, the improvement of blunt weapon throwing is much higher. When Lunan was dealing with the Emerald Beetle, one attack only dealt 15 points of damage, but skilled blunt throwing could add 8 points of damage in one attack. What surprised Lunan even more was his huge potential. The bonus of Destiny reward has no upper limit, and you should be able to continue to gain improvements if you use skills to fight. There happens to be a battle to be fought right now. Lunan turned off the prompt interface and looked at Black Rock Mountain with some excitement. He woke up Mabolius, who was resting, opened the input box and asked, "Do you know Blackstone Guard?" Mabolius's pixel head showed an expression of shame. "I'm sorry, Lord, your humble servant has no relevant memory." Lunan was not surprised and entered the text, "It's okay, go to sleep." Mabolius bowed respectfully, turned around and lay back in the cemetery, covered himself with soil, and began to rest again. Lunan called Chiku over. Sheik's high intelligence makes him unable to do any job other than combat. It has rested for a day today, and its soul fire has returned to full value. Lunan thought for a while and woke up another ignorant skeleton. The attributes of Blackstone Guard are still unclear. Lunan doesn't want to explore the attributes himself, so it would be better to let the ignorant skeleton be responsible for the task of exploring the map. Under Lunan's order, Chica picked up the ignorant skeleton with 10 straw ropes wrapped around it. There are a lot of gravels on Black Rock Mountain. Just pick up the gravel when you get there and make a straw rope into a simple blunt weapon. This can reduce the consumption of soul fire caused by weight bearing. That is, picking up the wind, highlighting one that can be picked up and used. In the evening, Lunan took 2 servants and rushed to Black Rock Mountain, following the extraordinary material prompts of event clues. This mountain range, which Lunan had just learned the name of, was long and extended to an unseen end, but the mountain was not too high or steep. 1.5 hours later, Lunan finally reached the foot of the mountain. The sky was now completely dark. Lunan ignited his soul fire, walked towards the mountain, and cautiously sensed his surroundings. Not long after entering the range of Black Rock Mountain, Lunan discovered some obviously weird creatures. For example, there is a big pixel-style black mouse that is eating rocks, and there is also a creature that looks like a pixel date tree, but is actually some kind of predator. They will sneak up on the big black mouse, then stretch out their teeth and mouthparts under the branches to suck the big black mouse dry. These creatures were not extraordinary creatures, but they were obviously not normal beings according to Lunan's knowledge. Lunan consumed 2 points of extraordinary points and saw their attribute panels. Gnawing Stone Rat. Life, 40. Power, 1. Agility, 5. Spirit, 1. Wisdom, 3. Cunning. Pseudo Tree. Life, 150. Power, 2. Agility, 4. Spirit, 3. Wisdom, 6. Stone Gnawing Rat and False Tree were not aggressive towards Lunan. Instead, they were very wary and hid when they saw Lunan. This made Lunan's progress smooth. 20 minutes later, Lunan followed the event clues and crossed 2 hillsides, and finally sensed the first extraordinary aura he encountered on Black Rock Mountain. Go ahead and be ignorant of the skeleton, it's up to you. Lunan. Control Chike, put the ignorant skeleton on the ground, then switch the operating perspective to the ignorant skeleton, and then walk towards the source of the extraordinary aura. The ignorant skeleton moves relatively slowly, and it took 3 minutes to reach the not-too-distant distance. A dark red pixel monster appeared on Lunan's screen. It is about 1 meter tall, with a slender body, a black stone head, and scarlet pixel triangular eyes. Judging from the scope of the event clues, guidance, this should be the Blackstone Guard. From its appearance, you can't tell how it attacks. Lunan can use his servant to consume extraordinary points and check the target's attributes. When Lunan dragged the mouse, the Blackstone Guard on the screen suddenly moved. Its body was like a black shadow, extending from the black stone and wrapping around the ignorant skeleton. A prompt appeared in the lower right corner of Lunan's screen. Record. Your minion ignorant skeleton is affected by the skill Stone Destiny, please be careful. Blackstone Guard, as skills? What surprised Lunan even more was that the ignorant skeleton did not suffer any damage after being hit by the skill, and his movement was not affected. What skill is this? Lunan mobilized the extraordinary material in his body and obtained the panel attributes of Blackstone Guard. Blackstone Guard, 1-star heavy armor. Life, 600. Power, 25. Agility, 3. Wisdom, 2, clumsy. Skill, Stone's Destiny. Stone's Destiny, being entangled with a target is indestructible as a solid stone. When the Blackstone Guard is attacked, the Fate Tangled will take the same amount of damage. Each target can only be entangled by one Blackstone Guard, and each Blackstone Guard can only use Stone Destiny once. Lunan looked at the panel on the screen and his face became serious. Stone's Destiny, this skill is quite disgusting. Blackstone Guard has a full 600 points of life. It takes 1 point of damage, and the target selected by Stone Destiny also takes 1 point of damage. Chike couldn't even defeat the Blackstone Guard in a duel. However, Lunan soon discovered the flaws of Stone Destiny. Each Blackstone Guard can only use Stone Destiny once. Moreover, Blackstone Guard used precious skills against the ignorant skeleton. It can be seen from here that the word clumsy written on the Blackstone Guard panel should refer to their inability to judge whether the target is worth taking this skill. When a target appears, they will throw Stone Destiny out. In this case, Lunan's reincarnation is very restrained by Blackstone Guard. As long as he finds a suitable transformation target, Lunan can let the units obtained at 0 cost eat Stone Destiny. Then Chick output is enough. It just so happens that Stone Gnawing Rat seems to be a good conversion target. But in this case, it is obviously impossible to fight today. Lunan planned the time and decided to withdraw to the territory now. He would get up early at 4 a.m. tomorrow and rush back to Black Rock Mountain at 6 a.m. to try to transform some creatures. The only problem with this plan is that the card drawing tomorrow morning will be delayed. After Lunan defeated Blackstone Guard, it was definitely too late to return to the territory to see the refreshed cards in Tower of Decision. However, the stealth skill is obviously more important. If you get it 1 day earlier, Lunan will have one more way to save his life. Go find the bones first, and then draw cards when you come back without delay. Back at the territory, Lunan picked up materials for a while. Since he had to get up early, he set the alarm clock and went to bed early. Yen Shui's training has begun to bear fruit, and the threat has become much smaller. Lunan's sleep was obviously more comfortable than the previous few days. The next day, it was still dark outside. Lunan was woken up by the alarm clock and quickly got up. With the stealth skill hanging in front of him, Lunan didn't even sleep in bed today. Opening the game, Lunan saw a prompt in the lower right corner of the screen. Record. Your building tower of choice has been upgraded to level 3. All attributes of your Lord unit will be increased by 3 points, extraordinary value will be increased by 5 points, and life will be increased by 15 points. The appearance of the upgraded Tower of Decision has also changed. Although it is still in pixel style, it is much taller, and there are 3 more black gems on the top of the tower. As the building level increased, Lunan's territory no longer felt dilapidated when he first arrived, and became stronger and stronger. Lu Nan turned off the prompt interface, took Chico with him, and prepared to go out. But before setting off, Lu Nan thought for a while and asked Chike to carry Mabolius on his shoulders. Mabolius has very high wisdom and is good at geological exploration. Take it to Black Rock Mountain, maybe you can find some news that Lu Nan doesn't know. Before dawn arrived, Lu Nan set off early. 6 points in the early hours. Reincarnation, the number of uses of the talent is refreshed on time. Lu Nan had also arrived near the event clues prompt range according to the original plan, and had been staring at a stone-gnawing rat for a while. At the same time as his talent was refreshed, Lu Nan immediately rushed forward. When approaching the stone-gnawing rat, a transformation option appeared next to it. Lu Nan had quick eyesight and quick hands. When the stone rat turned around and ran away, he successfully clicked on the transform option. The gray-white undead extraordinary material gushes out and wraps up the stone-gnawing rat. The flesh and blood on its body quickly rotted and fell off, turning into a skeleton. Then gray-white soul fire ignited in the eye sockets, and it was transformed into an undead stone-gnawing rat. End of this chapter. After the transformation was successful, Lu Nan first opened the attribute interface of the Lord unit and confirmed the number of talents consumed by this transformation. Because whether you can transform more than 11 undead stone-gnawing rats will determine whether you can kill 12 black stone guards this morning. There are still 14 conversions available today. Enough. Lu Nan closed the property card screen, looked at the exclamation mark that popped up at the bottom right of the screen, and dragged the mouse to click on the prompt. Record. You have one undead animal. The current undead animal status is active. Due to the reincarnation, the undead creatures transformed have no card to carry their own existence, and they cannot absorb extraordinary substances on their own like undead plants. Your undead creature will appear in two states, active and dormant. When there is no undead unit with the corresponding card active, your extraordinary points need to be consumed to maintain vitality. When an undead unit sleeps, it will not drain your prowess. If you obtain a blank card and give an undead creature card to host, you can convert the designated undead unit into a normal card. Broken. Reincarnation, the undead units coming out actually have to pay for food and accommodation? Lu Nan is very sensitive to the words consumption of extraordinary points. The extraordinary stone can only be condensed after the extraordinary value is full. Consuming the extraordinary value is actually equivalent to taking the extraordinary stone from Lu Nan's hand. The joy of free prostitution is gone. But while feeling uncomfortable, Lu Nan also clearly discovered the advantages of these undead units. Although transformed, undead creatures need to consume extraordinary points, without the restriction of soul fire, they do not need to rest. And as long as food and accommodation are provided, they can work 24 hours a day. The powerful undead that have been transformed. For fighting, just let them sleep and save them. When fighting, Lu Nan can wake them up one after another, giving himself an army of undead to fight without paying any cost. Looking at it this way, Lu Nan felt that it was still acceptable. Concentrating less extraordinary stones can greatly speed up the development of the territory. Lu Nan looked at the attribute panel of Undead Gnawing Stone Rat. The undead gnaw on stone rats. Death bone durability, 40-40, durability will not be lost in non-combat situations. Power, 1. Agility, 5. Spirit, 1. Wisdom, 1. Extraordinary points consumed per hour, 1 point. The transformed, undead unit has no soul fire and no life, but has a dead bone durability that Lu Nan has never seen before. In other attributes, except for the decrease in wisdom, they are no different from the normal stone rat. The extraordinary value consumed is not much. Lu Nan now has more and more undead plants, and coupled with the improvement of spirit, he can recover 16 extraordinary points every hour. It consumes 1 extraordinary point every hour, which is still acceptable. It's a pity that the undead stone gnawing rat cannot work. After this morning's battle is over, Lu Nan will have to find another living being suitable for work to transform. After processing the information on the first transformation creature, Lu Nan seized the time and continued to search for the transformation target. Mabolius was sent out by Lu Nan to act alone. Its mission was to find usable materials, understand the terrain, and prepare to draw a map. Stone-gnawing rats are very alert and can hide in the stone holes they dug in advance, which made Lu Nan's transformation process encounter some trouble and took a little more time. Fortunately, Lu Nan's agility is 22.8 points, and he can run much faster than gnawing rat. 6:13 a.m. Lu Nan already owns 11 undead gnawing rats. They stood in a row in front of Lu Nan, as if receiving military training. Under Lu Nan's order, they rushed towards the place where the black stone guard was discovered yesterday. Chick followed them with eyes as big as pixels, about 30 meters away. Lu Nan stood at the back. This cue can ensure that undead gnawing rat appears in the field of view of black stone guard first, protecting Chick from taking away skills. Soon, Lu Nan then met the black stone guard from yesterday. Its stone's destiny has been thrown to the ignorant skeleton. Lu Nan dragged the mouse, controlled Chike, and launched an attack on the black stone guard. At the same time, Lu Nan operated the undead stone gnawing rats to spread out in all directions, surrounding the fighting area to prevent the black stone guards from suddenly appearing for support. Chike charged forward and hit the black stone guard hard. The sound of the collision of bones and black stone spread to all directions. On the head of black stone guard, A-84.6, damage jumped out, and he entered a dazed state. Chike once again showed his fighting talent that is beyond ordinary people's understanding. He swung a simple blunt weapon and hit the black stone guard twice with great smoothness. Lu Nan also took action at this time. He was filled with gravel picked up on the spot, and he smashed it at the black stone guard, causing A-30.5 damage. The bonus of proficiency in blunt throwing is very high. It not only increases the damage, but also reduces distance attenuation. When Lu Nan faced the black stone guard, the damage dealt was higher than that of the light-armored green armor-winged insect. Black stone guard, after waking up from dizziness, he started to counterattack. Its attack method is very unique. The black shadow under it will suddenly lengthen like a spring, then bend, and hit the enemy with its head. This type of attack swings forward too long. Chike's agility has an advantage, coupled with its amazing combat talent. It can easily avoid the attack of black stone guard. In less than 5 seconds, the health of the first black stone guard bottomed out. Lu Nan stopped and left the head to Chiku. When she killed black stone guard, 2 exclamation marks popped up at the bottom right of the screen. Record. Your servant Chick killed the extraordinary creature Black Stone Guard, and his divinity absorbed part of the extraordinary spirituality. His strength increased by 0.2 points, and his agility increased by 0.2 points. Record. Your servants have killed extraordinary creatures, and the extraordinary substances dropped have been collected in your lord's cabin and are rapidly condensing into extraordinary stones. Black Stone Guard is stronger than the Jade Beetle, and Chike gains more attribute growth. Naturally, more extraordinary materials were harvested from the territory. The only injured person was the ignorant skeleton in the territory. The influence of Stone Destiny has no limit on distance. It was halfway through working in the territory when it was suddenly hit and shattered into a pile of bones. Lu Nan became energetic when he saw the harvest prompt. He cut the perspective to the nameless skeleton and let it take the ignorant skeleton back to the cemetery to recover, and then continued to move forward. Following the prompts of the event clues, Lu Nan quickly encountered the second Black Stone Guard. The skill of Black Stone Guard fell on the undead gnawing rat that first appeared in its field of vision. Chiku and Lu Nan took action together. Without the threat of Stone Destiny, Black Stone Guard is just a sandbag standing around and getting beaten. Lu Nan quickly eliminated the second enemy. The undead stone gnawing rat was also killed by Stone Destiny and was broken into a pile of bones, completing its mission. The only regret is that the extraordinary value has been paid the moment the transformation is completed. Using the same method, Lu Nan pushed forward and the Black Stone Guards were eliminated one after another. After killing the 12th, Black Stone Guard, Chike's strength and agility had increased by 2.4 points. It's almost equal to the bonus of Fate reward for a whole day. A total of 3 extraordinary stones were condensed from the extraordinary materials harvested in Lord's cabin. Good harvest. As for the biggest gain this morning, Lunan hasn't gotten it yet. Near the last, black stone guard, Lunan discovered a cave blocked by stones under the guidance of event clues. Lunan and Chiku worked together to move the rocks away, and then Lunan let Chiku enter the cave first. Dangerous things must come first. The structure of the cave is not complicated. With the light of the soul fire, you can see the end of the cave and a white skeleton leaning against the mountain wall at a glance. It seems that these are the bones of Palak. Lunan maneuvered Chike forward, picked up the 3 things next to the bones, and asked Chike to take out the bones of Palak, preparing to take them back and bury them. Dead lives can appear in the card pool of Tower of Decision, but Lunan's talent, Reincarnation, cannot convert dead lives. While Chiku was moving the bones, Lunan looked at the 3 things in his hands. A scroll of parchment. A metal blade that was as long as Lunan's palm and shone with cold light. A well-tied roll of rope. Lunan dragged the mouse and looked at 3 items in turn. Parich Tang's skill book, extraordinary item after use, you will gain the skill Breathless Shadow. Asterisk the back of the book says, your strength depends not only on how much power you have, but also on how you use it. Breathless Shadow, Effect 1, completely hides your own extraordinary aura. Unless you use extraordinary abilities, your extraordinary aura will not be detected by units other than gods. Effect 2, consumes 30 extraordinary points and can become invisible for 2 minutes. This ability can only be used once every 12 hours. Effect 3. When you kill an extraordinary creature, you can absorb the other person's extraordinary substance, gain the ability to temporarily escape reality, and can pass through 1 obstacles no thicker than 3 meters. Skill learning requirements, wisdom higher than 15 points, continuous learning for 12 hours. Swirling Steel Blade, 3-star one-handed weapon after equipped, it increases strength by 7 points, and its damage ability to unarmored and leather-armored units is increased. Each point of strength causes an additional 0.1 point of damage. Equipment durability, 120 of 150. Equipment requirements, the person holding the equipment must have a right hand. Special effect, when you throw this weapon, you can expend 0.5 points of transcendence to summon it back to your right hand. Asterisk in order to avoid losing the weapons he relied on for survival during various adventures, Pamir found the dwarves and enchanted his favorite weapons so that he could recall the weapons at any time. Spiritual Rope, extraordinary item, a strong rope. Durability, 100 of 300. Asterisk when Parich passes through various difficult environments, it has never broken and is a good and reliable rope. Lunan was overjoyed. This harvest far exceeded his expectations. Not only did he get the skills to mask his aura and pass through obstacles, he also got a throwing knife that he could recall, and a rope suitable for making blunt weapons. Although this thief had different goals than Lunan, the items he left behind perfectly met Lunan's current needs. Lunan operated his Lord unit, prepared to take Chike and Mabolius back to the territory, and quickly started learning skills. However, when Lunan conveyed the order to Mabolius, an attentive expression appeared on his pixel head, and a string of words appeared on his head. Lord, I have made 2 major discoveries on Blackstone Mountain. Could you please not be in a hurry to leave and hear your humble servant out? End of this chapter. Lunan was a little surprised. He looked at the time and saw that it was only 6:28 in the morning. It was still early, so Lunan dragged the perspective to Mabolius, added a task to it, and asked him to speak quickly. Then Lunan switched the perspective to the third person of Mabolius and saw the text popping up above its head. Great Lord, don't you find it strange? The stone-gnawing rat is not an extraordinary creature, but it can survive by eating stones. The reason is actually very simple. This mountain is alive, and all rocks have weak biological characteristics. This was my first discovery. The second discovery is that your servant found the precious carrion poison stoneflower. With it, we can prepare a very useful carrion poison. This poison is also very useful against the fang-toothed kobolds you mentioned before. After reading the 2 pieces of information from Mabolius, Lunan was very surprised that the stone turned into a living creature. He typed a question to Mabolius. The black stone turned into a living creature? What is the reason for this? Mabolius had already thought of the answer to this question to please his lord. It is possible that this mountain has been contaminated by some powerful supernatural creature. It is also possible that the mountain is the afterlife incarnation of some creature. However, the extraordinary material on Blackstone Mountain has almost completely dissipated, and it is difficult for us to trace the source and find the real cause. Lunan thought for a moment and typed a question to Mabolius. Is there any danger here? Mabolius's pixel head showed a relieved expression. Please rest assured that the concentration of extraordinary substances usually determines the degree of danger in an area. Blackstone Mountain, this place is not dangerous. At most, there are some wandering extraordinary monsters that will pose some threats. Do you want to pick some rotten poison stoneflowers by yourself? This is the reason why I keep you here. The rotten poison stoneflower growing there is very beautiful and smells very good. Lunan was a little relieved and decided not to go to Black Rock Mountain in person in the future unless necessary. He typed a reply to Mabolius. No need. How many rotten poison stoneflowers have you picked? How many copies of poison can you make? Words popped up above Mabolius's head. Can make about 20 copies. Lunan ordered it. That's enough for now. Gather together, let's go back to the territory. After getting this harvest, Lunan's combat power has increased a bit. His next target is naturally the gathering point of extraordinary creatures. The number of extraordinary creatures there should not exceed 20, and 20 bottles of poison are enough. Mabolius doesn't move very fast, so he can't be left here to gather herbs slowly. Now that he's collected enough, take him with him. As for the poisonous weeds, wait for Lunan to transform some undead units to come out and let them come and pick them. Transform Undead, which does not require the consumption of soul fire, is more suitable for such long-distance picking tasks. Mabolius's pixelated head showed a regretful expression. The effect of poisonous stoneflower is really good, and it wants to pick up more of this precious poisonous weed. However, Lunan's order was everything to it. It obeyed Lunan's order, and after meeting up with Lunan, it sat on Chica's shoulder and headed towards the territory. It takes more than an hour halfway. Lunan had to go to work before he could return to the territory. He set up a task path for learning skills for the Lord unit and then exercised for half an hour. Lunan felt a little lazy when she returned home yesterday, so she postponed her exercise time until this morning. Anyway, it's just in time for today's destiny reward. The ignorant skeletons also accepted today's mission, collecting materials and then upgrading Land of Death. Lunan took stock of the resources and estimated the time. The upgrade would start at about 10 a.m. and be completed at 10 a.m. tomorrow. After Chike accepted the painful trial twice, he no longer received bonuses. I wonder if with the level 3 Land of Death, Chike can get another boost in attributes. After the exercise, Lunan washed and tidied up, closed the game, and went out to work. 7 points. Lunan arrived at the office of the 4th team. As soon as he received a call from Yen Shui and learned the duty station, Lin Weisheng opened the office door and shouted, Lunan! Your regularization order has arrived. Lin Weisheng felt proud that he had facilitated this incident, but more importantly, he was sincerely happy for Lunan. Although Lin Weisheng also takes care of other team members, Lunan is obviously the special one in his heart. Lunan was actually not very excited, but he still behaved normally. He clenched his hands tightly, his expression was restrained, but his breathing was heavier. Thanks to Lunan's superb acting skills, colleagues in the office all felt Lunan's joy. Anna Ken, who had frequent contacts with Lunan, took the lead in applauding. Kevin's eyes were a little envious and gloomy, but because he remembered something, he became optimistic again and clapped along. Chen Zixio expressed his blessings sincerely, but still looked silent and restrained. Lin Weisheng smiled and waved, Come on, sign your contract. Lunan entered Lin Weisheng's office and saw an employment contract for junior officers of the 4th Division of the Federal Law Enforcement Agency of Dream City. The professional titles of formal operators are not complicated. There are only 3 types, junior, intermediate, and senior. The salary is not linked to the professional title. Lunan signed the contract and then received a new epaulette, a new uniform, and a copper Snake N11 semi-automatic pistol produced by UNC Heavy Industries. In addition, there were handcuffs, stun guns, and chip jammers, all of which were also given to Lunan. Lin Weixing reminded, "You go to the shooting range to practice your marksmanship first, and try not to use firearms unless necessary. If there is an armed conflict, report it in time and there will be robot police support." Lunan nodded with a smile on his face. "Don't worry, Captain Lin, I'm measured." Lin Weixing lit a cigarette and waved his hand. "Get out of here if you know. Do you still want to go to Captain Yen's place? If you don't want to go, I'll arrange for someone else to take your place." Lunan thought for a while and felt that there was not much difference in where the mission was performed, so he said, "I listen to you." Lin Weixing smiled. "Then let's follow Captain Yen. The stronger you get, you might have a chance to hug her lap. Gee, her legs are more beautiful than the number 1 on Fengqing Street." Lin Weixing didn't know that if Lunan wanted to hug those legs, Yen Shui would most likely not dare to refuse. However, Lunan hid his thoughts very well and behaved very naturally. He smiled bitterly and said, "I don't want to think about these anymore. It will be good if I can become a regular employee." Lin Weixing blew out the smoke and said, "It's a good thing to be timid. Remember, if a gang member gives you money, you have to ask me before I decide whether to accept it or not. Also, to say hello to Team Yen, you have to go to the shooting range and training room to check in 3 times a week and complete 4 hours of training. Ask her if she would like someone to take your place while you are gone." Lunan listened to Lin Weixing's instructions and said, "Don't worry, Captain Lin, I've written it down." Lin Weixing showed his yellow teeth and smiled twice. "That's fine, get out of here." Lunan left the office, thanked his colleagues who congratulated him, and set off again with Kevin and Chen Zixio. Just got in the car. Kevin took out a bottle of refreshing, brand blue sparkling water produced by Greenleaf Company from his pocket and put it on the cup holder. "Brother Nan, congratulations, I'll give you a small gift." Chen Zixio also took out a small jar of grape-flavored fructose, about 20 pieces, and placed it on Lunan's right hand. "Congratulations, Brother Nan." The gifts were not expensive. Everyone had a monthly salary of 3,000 credits. Lunan was very nervous, and so were they. Lunan thought it was a good gift. He opened the soda and drank it with his 2 colleagues. When they arrived at the scene, Lunan saw Yen Shui and took the initiative to explain to her about the regularization and asked her if she needed a replacement. Yen Shui glanced at Lunan. This kind of thing didn't matter to her. What mattered was what Lunan thought. Unknowingly, she had begun to figure out Lunan's feelings. She herself thought it was because she was afraid of Lunan's threat. Even she herself didn't realize that she already had a pleasant attitude towards Lunan. She considered it for a moment and said, "No need, just come over as soon as you finish training." Lunan nodded and said in a respectful tone, "I understand." After saying hello, Lunan went to do his own business. When you become a formal operator, except for the salary increase, insurance, and holidays, the work content has not changed much. However, Yen Shui deliberately arranged for others to do the work and gave few orders to Lunan. It seemed that it was because Lunan became a formal operator, but only she and Lunan knew the specific reasons. Lunan's work intensity has become much lower. The day's work slowly ended with Yen Shui peeking at Lunan several times. Lunan returned the office vehicle with expectation and rushed home. He should be finishing learning Breathless Shadow soon. Moreover, reincarnation has 3 transformation times which are useless. Lunan stayed here specifically to find suitable creatures for transformation when he returned from get-off work. Now the territory is short of building materials, and Chike can't work. 3 laborers are responsible for collecting materials and building, which is no longer enough. Whether we can spare an extra 24 hours of hard work today depends on whether we can find a suitable extraordinary creature tonight. End of this chapter. After reversing the train and listening to the advertisement for low-interest loan for prosthetic transplantation on the news and the preview of a celebrity boxing match in Joss neighborhood, today, Lunan arrived home carrying a piece of fried noodles. Lunan locked the door, put down some new equipment that he had added today and did not need to return it after get-off work, sat in front of the computer and opened the game. The perspective returns to the top of the territory. In the lower right corner of the screen, 3 exclamation marks popped up. Lu Nan dragged the mouse to view them. Record. Your servant my Boreas has produced an intermediate carrion poison. Record. Your talent fate reward has been triggered, and the power of unknown bones has been increased by 1.3 points, and the soul fire has been increased by 11 points. Mabolius wisdom increases by 0.5 points. Chike's strength is increased by 5 points, agility is increased by 1 point, and soul fire is increased by 20 points. Your spirit increases by 0.4 point and your strength increases by 1 point. Record. Your Lord unit meditated for 11 hours and 57 minutes, obtained 1 dead soulstone, and extraordinary value +2. Lu Nan originally thought that today's improvement would be relatively ordinary, but the bonus of fate reward was obviously higher than yesterday. Lu Nan thought carefully and realized that the battle in the early morning also received additional bonuses. You still have to participate in the battle to improve faster. The extraordinary value bonus brought by meditation also made Lu Nan very satisfied. The stored, transform undead, also needs to maintain extraordinary points when restoring the active state. Previously, Lu Nan's extraordinary value could only be used to release skills and use cards, but now Lu Nan's upper limit of extraordinary value directly affects the number of transformed undead that can act at the same time. The value of this attribute has become much more important in Lu Nan's eyes. After receiving today's bonus, Lu Nan's extraordinary value now reaches 40.8 points. After reading the panel, Lu Nan dragged the mouse and placed it on Carrion Poison with a different font. Carrion Poison, intermediate poison. It has a violent neurotoxin, the toxin takes effect quickly, and the poisoning dose is low. After being poisoned, the creature loses 5 points of life every 50 seconds, lasting 60 seconds. Ineffective against non-neural creatures. If you are hit by carrion poison once, you will lose 600 points of life. Moreover, you don't have to wait for 1 minute for the poison to take effect, it will take effect in 5 seconds. In a fierce frontal battle, the effect of carrion poison is far greater than the hemolytic poison used to deal with the forest wolf. Lu Nan was very surprised. Mabolius only said that the carrion poison was very useful, but Lu Nan didn't expect it to be so useful. At the same time, Lu Nan also immediately thought of how to use a poison. Since the poisonous dose of carrion poison is low, can it be applied on the revolving steel blade to send the toxin into the target's body when Lu Nan attacks? Lu Nan called Mabolius and asked it this question. Mabolius's pixel head showed an expression of admiration. I always thought I understood your greatness, but you can always surprise your servants. Your idea is feasible when dealing with fang-toothed kobold, but when the target is larger, the poison dose will be greater, and applying poison may not necessarily poison the target. By the way, it must cause wounds that can see blood. To deal with heavy armor and light armor units, you need to hit their unprotected weak points. Applying poison is really feasible. It can poison the target during long-range attacks, and the practicality of poison suddenly becomes higher. Lu Nan typed and asked, what type of armor type is fang-toothed kobold? A text popped up above Mabolius' head. Normally they are unarmored units, but they have mastered smelting and forging techniques, so they may wear armor. This depends on the development level of the fang-toothed kobold tribe. Still have to explore the map first. Transform undead can also be used as Lu Nan's eyes to check the target's attributes. Lu Nan thought about it. If he couldn't find a living being that could work later, he could also consider transforming a creature like a mouse to explore the specific situation of the gathering point of extraordinary creatures. Recruitment is still the most important thing in Lu Nan's eyes. The improvement of territory buildings can increase Lu Nan's reincarnation and fate reward. These two talents are the absolute core of Lu Nan. After digesting today's event record, Lu Nan woke up Chi Ku and prepared to let him go out to find extraordinary creatures first. After Lu Nan finishes learning the skills, go find Chi Ku. But as soon as Chica set off, Lu Nan remembered that he went out this morning before the Lord unit came home, and he hadn't watched today's Tower of Decision yet. Check it out now. Lu Nan controlled Chick, walked to the Tower of Decision, and checked the interface in the tower through Chick. The cards I played today were okay. Although there are two 2-star cards, one card is 1 star. The value of the 1-star card was really not much. Lu Nan flipped through it casually, then dragged the mouse and clicked on the 3-star card. Get hard. 3 stars after use, the durability of all defensive buildings is increased by 50 points, and the recovery speed is increased to 5 points per minute, lasting 5 minutes. Card cost, 10 extraordinary points. Cooling time, 20 minutes. Is your card name not quite right? The effect of the card is pretty good. Lu Nan looked at it and roughly guessed that there must be other, building strengthening, cards in the card pool. This should be a system for defensive counterattacks. So should I get this card? With one card, many buildings can enjoy bonuses, and the overall improvement is considerable. But after Lu Nan thought for a moment, he was more inclined not to take this card. There are many reasons. The one that Lu Nan cares about the most is the combat power and quantity of the defensive buildings. Compared with the Bone Arrow Tower with 8 points of strength, Chike's combat power is obviously much stronger. The defensive buildings need a lot of bonuses to catch up with Chike's output. Moreover, there is a limit to the number of Bone Arrow Towers that can be built. If defensive buildings could be built at will, this, Get Tough, can barely meet the standard of a god card. But at least for now, there are still restrictions on building defensive buildings. Also, although Lu Nan's deck currently has plenty of space, Lu Nan is not sure how much resources Erasure Card consumes. Judging from the cost of 100 extraordinary stones to infuse Research Hut, Lu Nan guessed that Erase Card would definitely not be cheap. After Lu Nan thought carefully, he still felt that this, Get Hard. The improvement is limited, and the bonus is only available when the territory is attacked. The bonus is really not big. For the sake of long-term development and saving resources, forget it. Lu Nan closed the interface of the Tower of Decision, controlled Chike, and walked towards the forge. Spiritual rope has been rewoven by Mabolius, and now there is a piece of black stone picked up from Blackstone Mountain on the front end, which has been turned into a weapon. Durable blunt weapon, 1 star, increases strength by 3 points after use. Durability, 100/300. Both this weapon and Lu Nan's revolving steel blade are not very durable. Lu Nan was going to repair them. Opening the interface of Forge, Lu Nan put revolving steel blade in. 2 options appear. Repair using the same material as the equipment. Repair using extraordinary stone. Lu Nan didn't have suitable materials, so he naturally chose the second one. Consume 1 extraordinary stone to restore all durability. The extraordinary stones required to repair extraordinary items are related to the equipment star rating and the durability value that needs to be restored. This will consume 1 extraordinary stone? Lu Nan couldn't accept it, so he put the durable blunt weapon in again. Consume 2 extraordinary stones to restore all durability. The cost of repairing the durability is not small. Lu Nan felt a little hurt, but he knew that the extraordinary stones gained from the battle would definitely be more than the equipment repaired. If you need to fix it, fix it. But his clear sense does not prevent him from feeling sad when he spends resources. Lu Nan consumed 3 extraordinary stones to fully repair the durability of 2 pieces of equipment. The number of his extraordinary stones dropped from 14 to 11. After getting ready, he ordered Chike to head west out of the territory. The target is still Blackstone Mountain. In this way, even if he couldn't find a suitable creature to transform on the road, Lu Nan could at least go to the mountain, transform a few stone-gnawing rats, and let them go find out the news. Chick just went out. The headphones on Lu Nan's desk suddenly vibrated a few times. Yan Shui sent him a voice message. I just got some information about extraordinary people. Do you need it? If you promise to help me next time, I can share the information with you. After a while, she called to request a call. Lu Nan was still concerned about the news about the extraordinary being. Lu Nan stared at the screen, picked up materials, and looked for a suitable transformation target while answering Yan Shui's call. Yan Shui spoke first. you promise to help me next time? Lu Nan said calmly, did you not understand the situation? Are you qualified to negotiate terms with me? Yen Shui was still afraid of Lu Nan, and she was so shocked that she didn't respond. After a while, she still felt that she should share the information with Lu Nan. If she provides as much value to Lu Nan as possible, at least the probability of Lu Nan helping her will be much higher. With this thought in mind, she cleared her throat and began to share. The Law Enforcement Bureau has just disclosed a piece of information to the intranet of team, and this person has obtained an extraordinary game. Her name is kept confidential, and she is only known to be female. In internal documents, her nickname is Lord Number 7. According to her description, the improvements she gained in that pixel-style game fed back to herself. Her race is human, the game has reached day 35, and Lord's Fortress is now level 4. In the panel she described, she had 18 strength points and 15 spirit points, and the territory had 4 combat units. Information about the Lord game. Compared with the previous news about the secret room, Lu Nan was more concerned about the situation of other lords in this game. However, following Yen Shui's description, Lu Nan was a little surprised. Only level 35 lord in 4 days? And he's already a level 4 lord, so why does he only have 18 points of strength? Lu Nan's lord's cabin is only level 3, but its strength is already 26.6 points, and the gap is a bit obvious. Is this Lord Number 7 too weak, or does Lu Nan really have the advantage? In fact, Lu Nan had a feeling about the strength of his talent. He knew that his talent was definitely not weak, but without comparison, he really didn't know how strong his talent was. Listen to what Yen Shui said first. Lu Nan retracted his thoughts and continued to listen to the information brought by Yen Shui. End of this chapter. Yen Shui looked at the information and continued, according to her description, the growth method of Lord Extraordinary People mainly relies on territory growth. When all buildings are upgraded, she will get an improvement in attributes. At the same time, Lord-type Extraordinary People also have cards. In her description, her buildings include farm, fishing and hunting cabin, sanctuary, knowledge cabin, viewing arrow tower, place of meditation, and training ground. By the way, there is also a library under construction, which is said to be the key building to unlock 7-star cards. According to tests, Lord-type Extraordinary People currently seem to have to rely on electronic devices to enter the world of pixel games. And her 18 strength points are roughly equivalent to the level of a heavyweight professional boxer, and the speed of improvement is amazing. It seems that the basic buildings of all lords are similar. In addition to the library, Lu Nan can find corresponding undead buildings for other human lords' buildings. Lu Nan was actually more concerned about the positions of other lords and whether there would be any gains from fighting among the lords. Yen Shui didn't care about this. What she described was more about how to improve the abilities of extraordinary people. After she finished talking about what she thought was important, she hesitated for a moment and asked, there is some information that seems less important. Do you want to hear it? Lu Nan hummed. Yen Shui turned the page of the information and continued to share. According to the information, the lords will be born in the original land, but there are several parts of the original land. Lord Number 7 is located in a place called the Field of Hope. Her territory was born in an area ruled by the Human Empire. She also has a talent called Trading Scale, which allows her to see the true value of trading targets. In the pixel game, the hard currency of transaction is extraordinary stones, and her territory chose God of Order and Law among the 3 initial beliefs. Through meditation, she can condense an extraordinary stone called Order Stone. This information was useless in Yen Shui's eyes, but it allowed Lu Nan to know a lot of important information. Land of the Old Ones is the area where his territory is located, and this, Lord Number 7, is not in the same place as him. The human race can actually choose faith. This is also a situation that Lu Nan did not appear in. It should be that the undead race is more special? The most important piece of information was that Lu Nan discovered that Lord Number 7 only had 1 talent. However, there was too little information, and Lu Nan was not sure whether he was special or whether Lord Number 7 was too good. The existence of Order Stone also surprised Lu Nan. In Lunan's previous understanding, extraordinary matter should exist in nature. However, order also possesses a separate transcendent substance. This made Lunan realize more clearly that the understanding in the physical world cannot be completely transferred to the pixel world. While Lunan was thinking, Yan Shue's voice sounded in the earphones. That's all for now, the higher-ups have ordered to focus on those who are staring at the screen in a daze. By the way, there is another thing that comes to mind when I mention this. Only they themselves can see the game played by the Lord-type Transcendent, and there is no way to detect the reason for this by any existing means. Is there any information you need? Lunan replied, don't ask. Yan Shui knew that Lunan went to the second-hand market and inspected a computer when he got off work a few days ago. In addition, when Lunan collected intelligence from the deputy director on behalf of Yan Shui, the methods he displayed were also very magical. Yan Shui must have made a guess. Lunan did not admit it. Nor did he deliberately dispel her suspicions or hide it. If there was a progress bar, Lunan speculated that his control over Yan Shui had progressed to more than 60%. Tomorrow morning, the second seed will be completely rooted. It was very close that she would rather die than betray Lunan. Even if she had some guesses, there was no threat to Lunan. Yan Shui asked tentatively, then do you need any other information? I can try to collect some for you. Lunan was really confused. Are there any signs of entering the secret room? Yan Shui shook her head, thinking that Lunan couldn't see him, so she explained, no, everyone who enters the secret room enters suddenly. The time in the secret room is not connected with the outside world. If you can come out of the secret room alive, the time outside is usually 1 second later. There was nothing unusual about the process of entering the secret room, so the company and the Law Enforcement Bureau were stepping up their efforts to develop technology for searching for extraordinary beings. After Lunan has breathless shadow, he doesn't have to worry about detection abilities like detective. With Yan Shui helping to cover it up, there was a high probability that Lunan would not be discovered even if there was a rule of intertwining of extraordinary matter. The only chance of exposure is when entering the secret room. As long as there are no signs of entering the secret room, then Lunan doesn't have to worry about his identity being exposed in the City of Dreams. Lunan also has a question of concern. How can an extraordinary person like team leader Lu increase his strength? Yan Shui was also unclear. The public information did not mention these, only the abilities of a few extraordinary people whose identities have been exposed. I only know the levels of extraordinary beings. The weakest is level 1, and the strongest is currently set at level 9. Moreover, according to the intelligence, the improvement speed of the Lord-type extraordinary person is obviously faster than that of the Chamber-type extraordinary person. The reason is unknown. This information is of little value. Lunan asked, is there any other information? If not, I'll hang up. Yan Shui shook her head, no, there is only so much information disclosed by the Law Enforcement Bureau now. For more information, only the ST Squadron, TH Squadron and the top management know about it. Lunan cut off the call without mercy. Yan Shui was treated coldly by Lunan, but she didn't feel any displeasure. When facing Lunan, Yan Shui's self-perception and her inner inferiority were no longer distorted. She felt that she was inferior to Lunan, but when facing others, she always felt that she was the daughter of a consortium, but she could not reveal her identity to outsiders. The undistorted relationship allowed the second seed to influence her faster and deeper. She recalled the intense and wonderful experience when Lunan helped her solve the problem, and unconsciously tightened her legs. Lunan looked at Chica's perspective and recalled the information given by Yan Shui. Although this information is not much, it does not allow Lunan to know what his strength is, but at least he is stronger than Lord Number 7, and should not be too weak. I hope more information will be disclosed in the future. Lunan thought of this, withdrew his attention and stared at the screen. There are many sharp-toothed black rabbits in the grass to the west. They were not extraordinary creatures. Chica had no harvest after killing them, so Lunan ignored these rabbits. After walking forward for more than 20 minutes, in the center of the grass, Lunan felt the first extraordinary breath of the evening through Chike's perspective. Under Lunan's control, Chica slowly approached this extraordinary aura and saw a lizard with fangs and a pair of fleshy wings on its back. Double-winged sharp-toothed lizard, 1-star light. Armor. End of this chapter. The 3 pairs of legs of this extraordinary creature were now firmly grasped on a stone, and the fleshy wings behind it were about the same size as its body. Chico entered the fighting state, and the little remaining wisdom made him prepare to face the enemy, but Lunan's eyes lit up and he thought this sharp-toothed lizard was good. The front legs are powerful and can grab rocks and fly. It looks suitable not only for work, but also for detective work. With 1 salary and 2 jobs, this is obviously a good job opportunity. Recruited. But Lunan couldn't go out now, so he had to let Chica stare at the sharp-toothed lizard first. After waiting for more than an hour, the prompt finally appeared. Event record: you have mastered the new skill, Breathless Shadow. Lunan instantly felt as if there was an invisible barrier protecting him. His increasingly powerful extraordinary aura disappeared immediately. I don't know if this method of hiding aura can avoid the problem of the entanglement of extraordinary substances. There was no answer to this question yet, so Lunan didn't think much about it and used the skill once with interest. 30 points of extraordinary points were consumed, and Lunan's body gradually integrated with the surroundings. Lunan looked down and found that he couldn't see his body either. 2 minutes later, Lunan's invisibility was lifted. No matter whether the skill is used or the skill effect ends, no extraordinary aura is leaked. Lunan is very satisfied with this skill. After testing the skills, Lunan was thinking about his new employee, and quickly operated the Lord unit and rushed towards Chica. Soon, Lunan arrived beside Chico, and in the distance was the sharp-toothed lizard. Lunan considered that the battle might cause the sharp-toothed lizard's deathbone durability to decrease, so he operated the Lord unit and tried to directly transform first. When he approached the range where his talent could be used, the sharp-toothed lizard's rotating eyes were already fixed on Lunan. It flew toward Lunan at a very slow speed. Lunan took his time and tried transformation. A prompt appears. Your talent has not been used enough times and the conversion failed. It seems that direct conversion is not possible. Lunan took 2 steps back and let Chico rush forward to fight with this 1-star extraordinary creature. The attributes of the sharp-toothed lizard are slightly higher than those of the emerald beetle, but far inferior to those of the black stone guard. Chico was carrying a new weapon. He didn't need to swing the hammer to change the weapon. He rushed forward and hammered randomly. After 4 hammer blows, the sharp-toothed lizard was already dying. Lunan stepped forward and tried transformation again. Gray-white flames appeared, and the sharp-toothed lizard's flesh and blood quickly disappeared, turning into the white bones of an undead. You have the transformed undead winged-toothed lizard, and the current transformed undead status is active. Lunan relied on game experience and guessed that the weaker the transformed creature, the fewer times the transformation would be needed. It really is. Lunan opened the attribute panel and confirmed the number of talents consumed by this transformation. Number of conversions remaining, 0. Even if it is a 1-star extraordinary creature that is so weak that it is about to die, its transformation requires 3 uses of the talent. You still have to quickly upgrade your territory's buildings, grow your talents, and get more transformations. In addition to the number of talents, this transformation also consumed Lunan's 5 points of extraordinary points. Maintaining the activity of extraordinary creatures cost more than Lunan imagined. But as long as it can be exchanged for resources. Lunan looked at the sharp-toothed lizard, looking at his ugly new employee, and thought that since he had already joined the perspective returned to the default territory. Careless. You shouldn't have said that, waiting for Xiaoshui to come back. The employee who took 3 conversion opportunities to hire left after the first field trip. Fortunately, no pension is required. Moreover, Lunan also obtained the attributes of the fanged kobolds and the distribution of their territories. Lunan opened the event record and found the fanged kobolds panel. Fang-toothed kobold, 1 star. Life, 450. Power, 35. Agility, 10. Spirit, 5. Wisdom, 5. Skill, Fighting Fever. Battle Frenzy. After entering the combat state, the attack frequency increases slightly. 35 points of power is the highest among all the extraordinary creatures Lu Nan has encountered so far. And there are lots of them. Lu Nan had just sensed clearly that there were at least 25 extraordinary auras. There is also a rather special extraordinary aura, which is obviously different from the fanged kobold. It should be the extraordinary item mentioned in event clues. A tribe of sharp-toothed kobolds with a large number, obvious sense of group fighting, and strong attributes seem not something Lu Nan could provoke right now. Lu Nan did not give up easily. He thought about the available methods at his disposal. Chic, control cards, poison, stealth skills, flying knives. There seems to be a chance. Lu Nan had a preliminary plan. Sneak into a tribe of fanged kobolds and poison them. Carrion poison does enough damage to kill a fanged kobold. The buckets they drink from are perfect for poisoning. Of course, they shouldn't drink water at the same time, and poison won't kill all fanged kobolds. But as long as half of the fanged kobolds can be eliminated, rely on all targets. Follow me. Chike's combat power can delay Lu Nan's output enough time. As long as the remaining fanged kobolds are poisoned, Lu Nan will win. Even if Lu Nan and Shiku are left behind, the kobolds will all die. Lu Nan can go back and resurrect, but they will die when they die. Lu Nan feels that it is really feasible and worth a try. However, Lu Nan's breathless shadow is still cooling down, so he has to wait until he comes back in the evening before taking action. Just in time, Lu Nan could plan the details and wait for the growth spurt at noon. Lu Nan turned off the game, remembered Xiaoshui for a while, and went out to work with some expectations for this evening's operation. End of this chapter. Less than 10 minutes after boarding the train, Lu Nan received a Team AI notification from the 4th team. Operator 9559, your schedule has changed today. Please go to the training room on the 8th floor at 12 a.m. to check in for training. The training will end at 12. The training content includes endurance, strength, shooting, and combat skills. After training, you need to report to work at 1 p.m. and perform normal team tasks. You can actually rest for an hour after training? When Lu Nan was working as a temporary operator, there was usually less than 20 minutes between two tasks. Even eating at noon was a problem. After becoming a regular employee, the treatment was indeed much better than before. After listening to the AI's broadcast, Yen Shui called after a while, "Fuxing Street, come quickly." Lu Nan said in a respectful tone, "Sorry, Captain Yen, I have to train this morning and won't be able to leave until this afternoon." Naturally, Yen Shui would not embarrass him and said in a cold tone, "Yes." Lu Nan sent the mission location to Chenxixio. Without Lu Nan to drive, the two of them had to take the train to the scene. By the time Lu Nan arrived at the office, they had already set off for a while. Lu Nan put down his things and followed the other two operators who were also training this morning to the 12th floor. In the elevator, veteran operator, Tong Rixing, shared some experiences from the training day with Lu Nan. The big man put his hand on Lu Nan's shoulder with a casual expression, "You don't have to exert any effort during training. Although there are cameras, the monitoring AI often doesn't work. You can take a 2 or even 3-hour break and that's totally fine." These are things that only formal operators would talk about, so naturally Lu Nan didn't know about them before. So Lu Nan was a little surprised and asked, "Is this okay?" Anna Ken, next to her, added an explanation, "Since the cost of building a combat machine operator is lower than our death pension, the training requirements are not strict at all." Okay, this is the City of Dreams. Arriving on the 12th floor, Lu Nan saw the training floor that the temporary operators had discussed many times but had never been to. In fact, it is not as tall as expected. There is a white composite board hanging from the ceiling, and the lights are covered with light distribution boards. The floor is quite open. Except for the load-bearing walls, all the walls that can be demolished have been demolished. Lu Nan glanced around and saw the shooting range and fighting arena, as well as some training fighting robots on standby. Anna patted Lu Nan on the shoulder, "Let's practice shooting together?" Lu Nan nodded, "Okay, let's go." Tong Rixing separated from Lu Nan and the others and went to practice fighting first. Anna pouted and complained, "Times have changed. Today's military prosthetics have anti-gravity technology and are becoming more and more powerful. I don't know what the use of fighting is. She doesn't mean anything bad, she just likes to comment on everything she sees. Lunan smiled, I also want to practice sometime later. How should I put it? Is this a man's romance? You see, bionic skin is so mature, but rich people still like to keep their original skin. Anna nodded and agreed, that makes sense. As expected of you, you are very considerate. The two chatted and walked to the shooting range. The firearms used for training are all standard equipment of the Law Enforcement Bureau. The pistol is Copper Snake N11, and the rifle is Claude F6, produced by Future Technology. Submachine guns are used the most and have the largest number of them in gun cabinets. The model is Torrid Type 04, produced by UNC Heavy Industry. As for shotguns, they are the least numerous on the 12th floor. They do not require a lot of training, and the Law Enforcement Bureau is not encouraged to fight with such short-range weapons when they are worried about pensions. Anna chose a rifle and handed it to Lunan. Here, I'll teach you. Under her guidance, Lunan conducted shooting training for half an hour and knocked out 10 magazines, a total of 250 rounds of ammunition. Lunan's physical fitness was actually beyond the scope of ordinary people. He knew this very well, so he deliberately behaved mediocrely during training to avoid progressing too quickly. After the firearms training was completed, Lunan arrived at the strength training area. AI was connected to his equipment and guided him on the equipment and methods of exerting force. Lunan trained with lightweight, which lasted for an hour. Lunan usually trains at this intensity and can get the Fate Reward bonus. There was plenty of time today, so Lunan exercised for half an hour more, wanting to see if the bonus would be higher if the training time was increased. After finishing the strength training, Tong Rishin came over, put his arm around Lunan's shoulders, and took Lunan to the beverage area. Drinks here are free, but there is a limit of 3 bottles per person per training. In fact, there was originally only a limit of 1 bottle, but after the operators reported it many times, the Greenleaf Group expressed a long-term donation, and the limit was changed to 3 bottles. Refreshing, sparkling drinks, which Kevin likes to drink but is usually reluctant to buy, are also among the drinks he chooses. Tong Rishin drank a bottle of drink in one breath and looked at Lunan. I see that you are practicing very seriously. Are you interested in learning fighting skills from me? The two of us can spar. There are very few people in the 4th team who are interested in fighting skills. Tong Rishin can only fight with fighting robots for training, and he really wants to fight with real people. Lunan waved his hand and declined. I don't want to get beaten up with bruises as soon as I get started. I'd better practice sparring with the robot first, and we'll talk about the sparring later. That's what he said, but the actual situation was that Lunan was worried that he would injure Tong Rishin. According to Yen Shui's information, 18 points of strength is already at the level of a heavyweight boxer, much stronger than Tong Rishin, not to mention the stronger Lunan. Tong Rishin laughed twice. You are still so nice when you talk, and what you say makes sense. Sometimes I really can't control my strength well, so it's not good to hurt you. The two chatted for a fee, and an hour later, Lunan went to find a sparring robot for fighting and conducted simple fighting training. Under the guidance of AI, although Lunan behaved a little clumsily, his skills were actually improving rapidly. After an hour of fighting training, Lunan drank his share of the drink, and the first training of the week was over. When opening and leaving. In Lunan's personal information, there is an additional data of 4 hours of training this week. Fishing is indeed included in the training time. After a working meal, Lunan drove to the scene. Seeing Lunan appear, Yen Shui's emotions seemed a bit complicated. She was afraid of Lunan, but when she saw Lunan coming, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. Kevin and Chen Zixio also breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Lunan. Brother Nan, you are finally here. Without Lunan by their side, the two of them worked with the operators of team, but they always felt like they were not getting anywhere. Lunan greeted them with a smile and started working together. After collecting 2 corpses, this afternoon's work is over. On the way home, Lunan bought some fried noodles with extra shredded pork. Carrying dinner in hand, Lunan entered the house, locked it, and eagerly sat down at the computer desk. Tonight will not only confirm whether Lunan can master the new branch of throwing skills, but also the activity of attacking the fanged kobold tribe. Lu Nan opened the game and returned to the top of the territory to confirm today's harvest. After Xiaoshui died in battle, Lu Nan's extraordinary value in meditation began to condense extraordinary stones again. He harvested one dead soul stone and his strength increased by 0.5 points. In the prompt of Destiny Reward, the growth of Chike in the nameless dead bones has returned to normal levels. Lu Nan had a few more reminders. Your skill Basic Throwing has a new skill branch, and you have obtained a new skill Proficient Blade Throwing. Your skill Basic Fighting has grown and transformed into a new skill Skilled Fighting. The increase in strength has also become 1.2 points. The same battle took place, but the reward value increased by 0.2 points compared to yesterday. If you exercise for 1 hour, you can indeed gain more attributes than if you exercise for half an hour. However, Lu Nan still cares more about new skills than improving his attributes. Lu Nan opened the attribute panel of the Lord unit and looked at the 2 new skills. Skilled Blade Throwing: when the weapon you throw is a sharp weapon, the attack interval is reduced, and each throw adds an additional 8 points of damage. The Gi Power Multiplier against unarmored enemies is adjusted from 2.0 to 2.2. The Gi Power Multiplier against leather armored enemies is adjusted from 1.7 to 1.9. Skill Fighting: the coordination ability of hand, eye, and body is improved, the evasion rate is increased by 5%, the attack frequency is slightly increased, and when fighting with melee weapons, each attack adds an additional 4 points of damage. End of this chapter. Blade Throw: S attack interval bonus is very useful in tonight's action. The improvement of fighting skills is of average use for the time being. But anyway, it is an improvement obtained through free prostitution. If you keep it on your body and let it improve slowly, it will definitely come in handy. In addition to the bonus from Fate's Reward, Lu Nan's Deadly Land has also been upgraded to level 3, with all attributes increased by 3 points, extraordinary value increased by 5 points, and health points increased by 15 points. Relying on the efforts of the late Xiaoshui and the work of the ignorant skeletons, Lu Nan's research cabin has been upgraded. He took a look and saw that there were still 21 hours left to upgrade. The upgrade started around 4 p.m. Chike hunted extraordinary creatures today and gained 3 points of strength and agility. At the same time, he gained Lu Nan 2 soul stones. However, extraordinary creatures will not be refreshed. The number of extraordinary creatures around the territory became smaller and smaller, and Chike's killing efficiency dropped slightly. Nabolius also made great contributions to the territory. It made 20 parts of the poison that Lu Nan wanted. And the 40 traps around the territory are finally being completed. Lu Nan reviewed the employees' daily work reports and approved a high score of 97 points. 3 points deducted because they still have soul fire restrictions, and they have to take a rest after working for a period of time. It's time to get down to business tonight. Lu Nan took Chico and asked him to carry the ignorant skeleton who had no job. He himself took 10 poisons in wooden tubes and led the team to the south. After traveling south for the 3rd time, Lu Nan became gradually familiar with the surrounding environment. Almost 2 hours later, Lu Nan arrived outside the Fang Kobold tribe. Under Lu Nan's order, Chico released the ignorant skeleton. It used the spiritual rope to wrap around the head of the ignorant skeleton. Lu Nan patted the ignorant skeleton on the shoulder, opened the input box, and encouraged it. The territory will remember your contribution. The ignorant skeleton nodded and walked towards the wooden wall of the fanged kobold. The extraordinary substance on its body was too thin, and until it walked directly under the wooden wall, the sharp-toothed kobolds didn't pay attention to it. Lu Nan took out, all eyes, look at me, released towards the ignorant skeleton. The fragile side of the ignorant skeleton began to beat under the influence of the extraordinary substance. The fanged kobold responsible for defense has an exclamation mark next to its pixel head. They discovered the ignorant skeleton, and speaking that weird language, summoned their companions. Run! Lu Nan ordered to Chiku. Chick suddenly started running. The ignorant skeleton was pulled so hard that the soul fire fell on the spot. But with Chick's speed, the ignorant skeleton quickly moved away from the wooden wall of the fanged kobold. Lu Nan was nearby, observing secretly. He was waiting for the fanged kobold to open the door. The wooden wall seemed unsound, but even if it took Chick less time to tear it down, he would still have to stand there and take the beating. So Lu Nan used the ignorant skeleton as bait, hoping that the fanged kobolds would chase him out. In fact, Chick can also lure enemies. But Lu Nan was still on guard against the extraordinary item in the hands of the sharp-toothed kobolds. If it is an offensive, extraordinary item, let the ignorant skeleton be in front, and the effect of the item can be absorbed. But the plan stalled at the first step. The fanged kobolds threw a few javelins out and did not open the city gate rashly. Pretty cautious. However, the fanged kobolds can form tribes and can forge and smelt, so they must have basic combat wisdom. Lu Nan wasn't in a hurry either. He ate some fried noodles and prepared to eat it slowly with the sharp-toothed kobold. It wouldn't work once or twice, and maybe 10 times or 8 times wouldn't work, but Lu Nan could try hundreds of times in one night. And they will eventually run out of javelins. If you wait until later, Lu Nan will definitely have a chance to sneak in. 2 minutes later. Lu Nan repeated his old tricks. However, this time the extraordinary value was not enough, so Lu Nan did not use the card. Fortunately, the ignorant skeleton had made some noise before, and when it appeared again, it immediately attracted the attention of the kobold guards. The fanged kobolds had all dispersed. But upon hearing the shouts of their companions, they quickly gathered together again. Chike ran fiercely and dragged the ignorant skeleton out of the javelin's attack range. In the fanged kobold tribe, there were some different sounds this time. Even if Lu Nan couldn't understand their language, he could still feel that they were scolding them quite dirty. Come again. On the third try, Lu Nan waited a little longer. The fanged kobolds did not disperse this time and gathered together to be on guard. After 10 minutes, these sharp-toothed kobolds left. It's time. The ignorant skeleton walked towards the wooden wall again with short legs, but this time, before it had time to get close, it was discovered by the fanged kobolds who were already vigilant. Fortunately, Chick was fast enough and successfully left the danger range before the javelin fell. Pulled back and forth a few times. The fanged kobolds cursed louder and louder. Simultaneously. Lu Nan found that several fanged kobolds had gathered at the gate. Their weapons are almost exhausted and they are thinking of ways to recover these javelins. Lu Nan perked up and felt almost done. Sure enough, after trying the same method several times, the fanged kobolds ran out of long-range weapons and couldn't hold on any longer. 3 fanged kobolds opened the tribe's gate, holding long metal knives in their hands, and walked out cautiously. The opportunity is here. The extraordinary material in Lu Nan's body surged, and, Breathless Shadow, was triggered. The 2-minute countdown starts. Lu Nan rushed to the kobold tribe's gate as fast as he could, and managed to sneak in just as they were about to close. He went straight to the bucket. There are a total of 6 buckets in the tribe. Just pour 1 bottle of poison into each bucket. However, there are only 4 fanged kobolds leaving the territory. There are still fanged kobolds active in the tribe. The bucket was placed in a very conspicuous position for easy access. The items grabbed by Lu Nan can also obtain the effect of Breathless Shadow. But the poison that is poured out cannot be used, and it may be seen. This caused Lu Nan to be more cautious. Once Lu Nan is killed in the Fang Kobold tribe, it will be really troublesome. Lu Nan was very patient and waited quietly. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Lu Nan finally waited for an opportunity, opened the wooden tube, and poured the poison into the bucket one by one. Done. While the sharp-toothed kobolds were returning with their javelins, Lu Nan quietly sneaked out of the tribe. Lu Nan walked out of the door and ran a few hundred meters before feeling a little relieved. The next step is to continue tossing them. Walk the fanged kobolds for a walk to make them thirsty before they can quickly drink water. Chick leads the ignorant skeleton and appears again. The scoldings of the sharp-toothed kobolds were now mixed with a bit of helplessness. They don't understand where these two goods come from and what they are going to do. As if he was seriously ill, he danced when he came and ran away after dancing. Toss for more than 20 minutes. The fanged kobolds made more than 60 trips back and forth. The sharp-toothed kobold responsible for throwing javelins from a distance was the first to be unable to bear it. The 5 fanged kobolds went to drink water as a group. Just after taking 2 sips of water, there was something wrong about the fanged kobold. The barrel is talking, and there are little people dancing on the barrel. What he danced was the skeleton-like dance just now. An experienced fanged kobold immediately shouted, calling for his companions to come and help. The fanged kobolds quickly gathered together. The 5 fanged kobolds who were poisoned fell into coma in just 5 seconds. The damage numbers were still dancing on their heads, and they were about to die. At this moment, a sturdy kobold who was dressed obviously differently than ordinary fanged kobolds walked out of the room. It wears a bone headdress on its head, and a necklace made of a bunch of biological skulls hanging around its neck. When it appeared, the fanged kobolds fell to their knees shivering. The kobold leader stepped forward, checked the situation of several fanged kobolds, and explained the situation to his tribesmen with a solemn expression. "This is poisoned." The kobold leader looked at the 5 fanged kobolds who were poisoned to death. They all gathered around the bucket. The kobold leader came to the edge of the bucket, smelled it, and kicked the bucket over. "The water is poisonous." There were several fanged kobolds nearby, lying on the edge of the bucket drinking water. They quickly hit their abdomens and tried to spit them out. But it has been to no avail. 7 more fanged kobolds were poisoned. The fanged kobold tribe lost more than half of its combat power. Something dirty has been touched. End of this chapter. The kobolds gathered around the leader, chattering with anger in their tone. They must be the accomplices of the 2 undead just now. The leader listened to the reports of the tribe members, his face was heavy, and he said a few words loudly. All the fanged kobolds became excited. Soon, a fanged kobold brought a clay sculpture. The statue is an image whose face cannot be seen clearly, but has 3 eyes and 6 arms. The kobold leader got a bucket of water and placed it in front of the clay sculpture. The black extraordinary substance in his body slowly poured out of his body. This is a kind of sacrifice that can lead to enlightenment through the sacrifice of supernatural substances. The black supernatural substance is absorbed into the clay sculpture. The leader of the fanged kobolds suddenly had a sense and discovered an undead hidden outside the territory? How could there be living undead? The kobold leader was stunned for a moment, but soon put aside his doubts. After all, he was the dirty guy who entered the territory and poisoned him. The kobold leader summons all the fanged kobolds who can fight. When those 2 undead appear again, they will rush out to fight. Lunan looked at the event record and knew that he had poisoned 12 fanged kobolds. The sharp-toothed kobold killed by poison also counts as his head. The extraordinary substances are all put into the Lord's cabin, and can be converted into dead soul stones later. The only pity is that Chick failed to grow. But there are at least about 10 fanged kobolds in the tribe. After the number of reincarnations is used up, just let Chick collect the rest of the heads. When no new reminders appeared in the event record, Lunan ended his meditation state. The fanged kobolds must have discovered that the water is poisonous. No more fanged kobolds will die from poisoning. Do it! The ignorant skeleton received the order, and with a little excitement on his pixel head, he stepped forward again. It actually had a lot of fun. When it approached the wooden wall, the gate to the territory next to it was suddenly pushed open. The kobold leader holding a javelin shot out with one shot. Its speed is obviously much higher than that of ordinary fanged kobolds. This shot directly hit the ignorant skeleton, turning it into a pile of bones. Lunan reacted quickly and opened a bottle of specially prepared poison. There is some sticky material in this bottle of poison, which not only ensures the toxicity, but also allows the poison to better adhere to the blade. Lunan put the spinning steel blade in. While Lunan was quenching the poison on the weapon, the fanged kobolds rushed towards him. This surprised Lunan. The fanged kobold actually already knows his location? However, Lunan had an advantage in agility and was not afraid of the fanged kobolds. He waited there for a while. When the first fanged kobold came into range, he threw his throwing knife and ran backwards. The flying knife swept across the arc and hit the fanged kobold. 72.6. Lu Nan, equipped with the whirling steel blade, now has 36.3 power points. Moreover, the spinning steel blade and blade throwing both increased the power multiplier. Fanged kobolds wear leather armor made of animal skins. Lu Nan's attack fell on them, and 1 point of strength could deal 2 points of damage. The sharp-toothed kobold who was hit ran 2 steps and suddenly fell to the ground. Poison damage numbers began to appear on its head. Lu Nan raised his hand, the extraordinary power in his body surged, and the spinning steel blade flew up on its own and fell back into his right hand. He shook off the blood on it, quenched the poison again, and threw the flying knife towards the next target. The leader of the fanged kobolds yelled at Lu Nan. Several fanged kobolds disappeared. They knew the surrounding terrain better and took a shortcut to outflank Lu Nan. After Lu Nan threw the flying knife for the 3rd time, Chico rushed over to help. Lu Nan also guessed that someone was circling behind him, so after Chike arrived, he immediately changed direction and ran. The fanged kobold leader didn't want to pay attention to Sheik. The poison in Lu Nan's hands was what it feared most. However, Chike held the durable blunt weapon and bumped into the kobold leader. 88.2. The kobold leader was knocked unconscious. Chick took advantage of the victory and hit 2 consecutive -2 damage numbers. At this time, Chick's strength has risen to 92.1 points. Facing the leather-armored kobold leader, the damage dealt is very high. This enemy cannot be ignored. After the kobold leader woke up from his dizzy state, he was forced to turn around and start fighting Chiku. It has to be said that the combat ability of the kobold leader is far better than that of the emerald beetle. Unfortunately, it met Chick. It attacked Chick 4 times in a row, but Chick dodged them all. This undead with big and small eyes showed a fighting ability that was completely inconsistent with its appearance. While they were fighting, Lu Nan quickly dealt with the ordinary fanged kobolds. 1 knife. Deal some damage first and let the poison do the rest. In less than a minute, the outcome of the battle was decided. Lu Nan turned around and ran towards the fanged kobolds. Lu Nan had to transform them quickly while they were still alive. Lu Nan approached a fanged kobold that was at the bottom of its life and clicked the transform option next to it. Gray-white supernatural matter emerged. Lu Nan's talent usage was reduced by 3 times. The fanged kobold quickly turned into a skeletal undead, ignited soulfire, and knelt down to Lu Nan. The kobold leader in the distance looked extremely angry. NTR in person, right? But its anger is only angry. It seemed to be tied up, and it could only watch helplessly as Lu Nan transformed 5 fanged kobolds in succession. Lu Nan looked at the attributes of the fanged kobold after transformation. The durability of dead bones is 200 points, which is much lower than their original life of 450 points. But the rest of the attributes are the same as before. They can work and fight, and they should also have some mining, smelting and forging capabilities. Although Xiao Shui can fly, his overall value is definitely not as good as that of the fanged kobold. Lu Nan gave the new employees simple names, from Little 1 to Little 5. He gave an order. Little 1 to Little 5 all rushed forward and threw their javelins at their kobold leader. In fact, Chike can completely kill the kobold leader in single combat. But Lu Nan wanted it to go peacefully and asked his little brother to give it a ride. Soon, the kobold leader also fell to the ground and died under Chike's attack. The sharp-toothed kobolds that surrounded Lu Nan arrived belatedly at this time. They were surprised to find that after going around in a circle, they were surrounded. Lu Nan gave an order to Chico, asking him to kill the remaining sharp-toothed kobolds first, and then hunt down the last few sharp-toothed kobolds. Lu Nan himself collected 1/3 of the poison, took 5 of his younger brothers, and entered the kobold tribe in a big way. The wooden walls are nice and will be moved later. The bucket is good, suitable for holding things, I will move it later. There are still a lot of ores piled in the warehouse, and they will be moved later. There are good things in the kobold tribe, and the wood used to make houses can also be dismantled. Lu Nan can recycle them into the warehouse and reuse them. Lu Nan walked all the way deep into the territory, and soon came to two houses protected by most of the houses. The two houses are obviously much taller. Lu Nan pushed open one of them. This is where the kobold leader usually lives, and there is nothing good in it. Lu Nan looked around, then stepped out and opened the door next to him. As soon as he opened the door, Lu Nan felt a strong fishy smell pouring into his nose. There were several sharp-toothed kobolds lying in the room, all with big bellies, looking haggard and very weak. A broken hourglass lay nearby. There is a cage hanging in the middle of the house. Just as Lu Nan was about to see what was going on, he suddenly heard a girl's voice. "Help! Save the child! You're not a kobold, are you? Wait, you are an undead? I am so pitiful. I just escaped from the hands of the fanged kobolds. Am I going to fall into the hands of the despicable and cunning undead again?" Lu Nan looked up. In that small cage, there was a strange creature. She wore a knee-length skirt in the color of yellow cuckoo, and her hair was flaxen and fell down to her legs. But her body is only the size of a palm, and she has a pair of long ears. This is an elf? End of this chapter. After Mabolius, Lu Nan finally saw the second creature that could communicate in the pixel world. Lu Nan tried his best to be friendly, opened the input box, and typed to communicate, "I am indeed an undead, but I will not hurt you. My name is Lu Nan, what's yours?" The elf sat on his knees in the cage, wiping his tears with both hands. "Impossible, the sage said that the undead are all lazy, cunning, and evil creatures. You must want to eat me. Wow, goddess, I want to go back to you." Lu Nan typed a promise, "You answer my questions, and as long as you satisfy me, I will let you go." The elf still didn't believe it. The grass elf is famous for its delicious taste. It is said to be crispy and sweet apple flavor. Why don't you want to eat me? Hey guys, bring your own menu introduction, right? Lu Nan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and continued typing to communicate. "I'll give you 10 seconds to think about whether you want to answer my question." Stop crying. Crying counts as time. The elf glanced at Lu Nan with the corner of his eyes and wiped away his tears. "You can ask." Lu Nan asked, "What's your name? How did you get caught here?" The elf's fair face suddenly turned red. He looked away and answered, "My name is Nino Fra. I was caught while passing by." She actually came out to watch the fun and was caught. The life of the grass and wood elves is very stable. They don't have to worry about food and drink. They don't need to worry about reproduction and maintenance. There are no conflicts. Everyone sings and dances every day. Disputes, killings and deaths are more like legends among the grass and wood elves. But Nino was very interested in these stories, so she sneaked out to watch the fun. Boring, I want to see blood flow into rivers.jpg. Not long after she came out, she felt a little regretful. It was difficult to find honeydew outside, and the place she lived in was not as comfortable as in the elf tribe. But she found that she didn't know how to go back. So she ran around for a few days, and after she was so hungry that she felt dizzy, she was captured by the fanged kobold tribe. Of course, Nino would definitely not say anything that did not fit the image of an elf. But because of the elf's forthrightness, lying and concealment made her heart beat faster. Lu Nan could tell that she didn't tell the whole truth, but that didn't matter. He looked at the fanged kobolds in the room who were struggling to get up. What's going on with these pregnant kobolds? Nino pointed to the hourglass next to her. They were affected by the streaming hourglass. The leader of the kobolds locked them here and used an hourglass to change their time flow, allowing them to give birth to kobolds quickly, and allowing the newborn kobolds to grow up quickly. The cost is that these pregnant fanged kobolds are sucked dry by the hatchlings, rapidly weakening and eventually dying of exhaustion. Well, for the sake of my answering the question, can you please open my cage? I promise not to run away. Can the flow rate of time be changed? Can the building be completed quickly? With fiery eyes, Lu Nan picked up the streaming hourglass not far away and looked at its properties. Streaming hourglass broke and speeds up the time flow of the designated target, and 3 hours pass within 24 seconds. This effect can be used once every 24 hours. Because the hourglass was damaged by powerful force, it cannot be used on extraordinary creatures above 1 star. Judging from the item description, it does not state that it cannot be used against buildings. You can try it when you go back later. If it can be used on buildings, when the territory building is upgraded from level 2 to level 3, it can be built in 3 seconds. At least in the early stages of territory development, this is definitely an artifact. However, after the territory level reaches a high level, streaming hourglass can only be used once a day, which is really a bit rare. It's no wonder that the Fong Kobold tribe has mastered extraordinary items. The tribe's combat power is only that, and the population is not large enough to explode. Nino is very smart. She has a delicate mind common to elves, and she guessed what Lu Nan was thinking. She took the initiative to speak. The streaming hourglass was originally damaged. It was the leader of the Fanged Kobolds who borrowed power from the three-eyed secret god to allow it to be used again. So it's a little less effective right now. Secret god? From the description of Lord Number 7, Lu Nan knew that there were real gods in the pixel world, and that faith could buy power. Lu Nan is now very interested in all kinds of information. He typed and asked, "Does the three-eyed secret god have an identity? In what form does it exist?" Nino scratched his head. It is a powerful, extraordinary creature. Strictly speaking, it is not a god, but an apostle of God. That's all I know. Everything about God in this land has been hidden by some kind of power. We are a group of elves who believe in the goddess of destiny, but we only remember the name of the goddess and forget everything else. It seems that this land also has secrets relating to the background introduction when entering the game. Lu Nan felt that this might be a main plot or something. This can only be discussed later. Lu Nan changed the question, "Are there any human empires or big cities on this land?" Nino crossed her arms and said After a while. Nino then answered, "I'm not sure either." However, when the great sage told us the story, he mentioned that there must be a group of humans left by the Holy Family in this land. But how they survive, then we don't know. The relationship between elves and humans is not very good. Lu Nan continued to ask, "Do you know anyone who is proficient in forging?" Nino spread her hands. "If you ask me about the history of this land, I can still answer some, but I don't know the details." Lu Nan changed the question, "How did the names New God and Old God come from? Do you know this?" Nino shook his head. "I should know, but I forgot." It seems that she doesn't know much information. She probably couldn't give answers to questions like where can I find extraordinary creatures suitable for hunting, and what are the attributes of bug-headed people. Then Lu Nan has one last question. He tried typing and asked, "Is it possible for the flowing hourglass to be restored?" Nino nodded immediately. Yes, the dwarf who regards forging as his wife must have a way. But it's a little difficult to find dwarves. I don't know if there are any dwarves in this land. This land is an abandoned place with many supernatural monsters, but many intelligent races have moved away. There are many extraordinary monsters, and it is definitely a good thing for Lu Nan to have Chico and Fate reward. After Lu Nan asked, he opened the cage for Nino as promised. Nino has no wings, but she can fly. She flew out of the cage with a rich expression on her face. It was obvious that she was surprised. "You really want to let me go? How can the undead be so kind?" Lu Nan typed in the input box, "I won't let you go if you don't leave." Nino made a face at Lu Nan, quickly got out of the window, and quickly disappeared. Lu Nan felt a little regretful. He actually wanted to bring Nino back to the territory. Not only because Nino has a lot of knowledge and can provide consultation, but also because it would be interesting to have such a little guy in the territory. But she didn't know much, so staying here would actually be of limited help. This is also the main reason why Lu Nan did not keep her and try to transform. Just go. It's more important to have a career. At this time, Nino, who went out, saw the body of the kobold lying on the ground. Is that undead man so strong just now? He actually killed so many kobolds. Nino was very surprised. After flying out of the territory, she looked at the valley shrouded in night, feeling a little confused. After wandering for a while, she even couldn't remember the way home. Feeling the extraordinary aura in the distance, Nino shivered. Where is this going? Nino thought for a moment and suddenly turned around. Otherwise, cooperate with the undead who let her go and ask him to help find a way home? Although the undead were quite dangerous, Nino felt that Lunan was more reliable compared to those more dangerous supernatural monsters. And he is strong. Nino, who ran out just because she wanted to watch the fun, felt that cooperating with Lunan seemed to be a good choice. She turned around and flew towards the territory, and saw Lunan, who was waiting for Chike to come back and kill the remaining fanged kobolds. Lunan was a little surprised when he saw Nino. Why are you back again? Did you leave something behind? Nino cleared her throat, crossed her arms, and said, I'm here to negotiate terms with you. I will use my knowledge and wisdom to help you, but I also need you to help me. If you agree, I can stay with you temporarily. End of this chapter. Lunan thought for a moment and decided to keep Nino. She is obviously not good at fighting, and her extraordinary aura is not strong, so she poses no threat to Lunan if she stays. But she can provide a lot of information about the history of this land, which is quite useful. However, Lunan did not agree directly. If you want to take the initiative to join the company, you have to introduce how valuable you can be to development. And Lunan guessed the reason why she came back after leaving. You have nowhere to go, you want to ask me to take you in? That's fine, but you have to tell me what it's useful for, and it's best to write it down. Nino's mind was revealed. She scratched her head and smiled a little guiltily. I'm really useful, let me think about it. I can plant trees, plant elves can make plants sprout and grow quickly. No. You are an undead, this is of no use. She racked her brains to think of what she could use it for, thinking back to her life in the elven secret land. Then she was surprised to find that she could only eat, drink, sing and dance. Am I so useless? Nino had a shocked expression on her face. Lunan was a little surprised. With more resources in hand, Lunan measured some hidden values. For example, 30 points of spirit will increase the speed of absorbing extraordinary values by 1 point per hour. The death energy provided by 100 undead plants almost increases the absorption speed of extraordinary value by 1 point. This value will fluctuate depending on the size of the undead plant. Now Lunan's extraordinary value has risen to 68.8 points. This upper limit of extraordinary value is enough to maintain the work of 12 1-star, transform undead. But because the extraordinary value absorption speed is not enough, now only 3 undead kobolds can be maintained to work. And more undead plants can slowly solve this problem. But the plants near the territory, like resources such as gravel, are becoming less and less. Nino's tree planting skills are very valuable. The tree stocking plan can begin. However, Lunan was not in a hurry to affirm Nino's value. Only by suppressing the job-seeking employees can the salary be lowered, and it can also make her more nervous and work more diligently. Lunan typed and communicated with her. Then can you fight? Nino shook her head. The grass elves are very friendly, we never fight, never fight. However, there are some elves with changes who are good at fighting, but they are completely different from us. Lunan continued typing. Can you meditate? Nino's dark green eyes lit up and she nodded. Okay. By the way, I can condense the Stone of Destiny, and the undead should also be able to use this extraordinary stone. And there are windfalls. With a reluctant tone, Lunan typed to communicate. In this case, it might be useful for you to stay. Tell me, what do you want me to do for you? Nino has fully entered the job search mode, rubbing her hands with a simple smile on her face. Well, help me find a way home. Also, can you take me to see the fight? Lunan's request to help her get home was within Lunan's expectations. But taking her with him during the fight really surprised Lunan. Don't plant elves not like fighting? Nino may also feel that this request is not in line with her identity, so she blushed and added, I don't want to have fun. Sages have always said that fighting is worthless and fate will make the choice. I just want to criticize the killing and fighting up close, I don't want to watch the fun. Got it, she wants to have fun. This requirement is not difficult for Lunan. Lunan typed and asked, where do you live? Nino replied happily, the secret land of elves. It is a residence opened for us by the goddess of fate. There are many flowers there. If you send me back, I will treat you to the sweetest honeydew. That's not what Lunan wanted to ask. I'm asking you, are there any landmarks? For example, is the secret place in the mountains or in the forest, or by the river? Nino thought for a moment and smiled sheepishly. I forgot, I just ran away. Who would have the time to remember that? Lunan reminded her, then you have to be prepared. I have my own things to do, so I can only help you find it along the way. Nino was very sensible and nodded quickly. I know. Just help me find it, I'm not in a hurry. However, the Stone of Destiny is very valuable, and the extraordinary stones produced by our plant elves are of great use. The great sage said that it is best not to let the Stone of Destiny escape. Lunan followed suit. You are not in the elf secret land now, so no one knows that you meditated on the extraordinary stone. Don't worry, I won't talk nonsense then. Nino tugged on the hem of her skirt and said a little embarrassedly, that's not what I meant. It's okay if the great sage knows. I just want to ask, do you have anything delicious here? Can I exchange extraordinary stones for delicious food? Every request she made was beyond Lunan's expectations. Lunan looked strange and typed to ask her, in addition to tree sap, what else can you plant elves eat? Nino swallowed, of course. Plant elves are actually living beings. The biggest difference is that we are created from plants and trees, and we can eat what we should. Occasionally we will also eat roasted insects, which are very fragrant. My favorite is hornworms. I will roast them for you when the time comes. No, thanks. Lunan reminded Nino, it's hard to tell whether I will keep you or not, but you still want something from me? Nino grimaced and begged, I don't ask for much, I can provide accommodation myself, I just want to eat something different. If I eat something delicious, I might be able to condense the extraordinary stones faster. The deception didn't work, so Lunan began to think about getting her something to eat. The undead don't need to eat, there is nothing in Lunan's territory. Go hunt some rabbits in the grass? But there is no seasoning, so it probably won't taste good. Lunan was thinking when his eyes suddenly fell to the side of the screen. After Lunan got back the candies given by Chenzisho, he placed them next to the screen. Lunan didn't hate sweets, but he wasn't too greedy either, so he just forgot about it here. Using the method of teleporting, despicable prosthetic eyes, it should be possible to send candy to the pixel world, right? Try it. Lunan mobilized the extraordinary substances in his body. Gray flames enveloped the candy jar. Lunan consumed 2 points of extraordinary points. The grape-flavored candy successfully entered the pixel world and was stored in the warehouse. Unknown food, food from the physical plane, seemingly non-toxic. Lunan operated his lord and took out a piece of candy. He broke off the candy and gave it to Nino. Nino took the candy curiously and put it in her mouth, her eyes suddenly lit up. Good to eat. This stuff is so sweet. And it tastes like nothing I've ever tasted before. Looking at her expression, Lunan knew that this thing was useful, so he typed to communicate, 1 extraordinary stone, exchange for a mouthful of candy. Nino is so small that a piece of candy is enough for her to eat 4 times. This piece of candy costs about 0.2 credit coins? Lunan remembered that the price was not too expensive anyway, and Chenzisho was reluctant to buy too good candy. All in all, you only need 0.05 credit coins to buy an extraordinary stone from Nino. Blood earned. Nino was a little disappointed and begged, can you give me more? 1 extraordinary stone for half a piece of candy. Lunan decisively refused. Young people cannot always think about what they will gain, but what they will pay for. You have contributed enough to the territory, are you still short of sugar? 0.05 credit coins is quite a lot. It was almost enough for Lunan to wash 1 piece of clothing. Nino thought for a while and agreed, okay, let's make an agreement. Can you take me to find a place to live first? I'm so tired. Lunan looked at Chike's position. Right now, after I finish moving my things, I will take you to find a place to live. End of this chapter. Before Chike came back, Lunan began to clean up the battlefield. Primary to primary were all at work, busy putting the bodies into the warehouse, including the few fanged kobolds that have not yet been killed. Lunan hunted a total of 32 fanged kobolds this time. Only 5 were converted. Today, the corpses of 27 extraordinary monsters can be recorded. And every corpse is richer than the extraordinary substance contained in the green beetle. Just wait for the merchant to arrive. After collecting the bodies, Lunan asked Xiao Yi to go to Xiao Wu to collect the weapons. The javelin used by the fanged kobolds is also a paneled weapon. Iron-tipped javelin increases strength by 2 points after use. Durability 60-60. Lunan had a 3-star weapon in hand, so he naturally no longer needed such ordinary equipment. However, Chick is proficient in all weapons, and he can also use the javelin. And the transformed fanged kobolds must also participate in the battle. They also have to use these javelins. A total of 88 javelins were put into the warehouse. Lunan also has something to do. He is digging a wooden wall. The arrow tower will also be demolished later. With walls and sentry posts, Lunan's territory has preliminary positional defense capabilities. Nino was supervising the work and watching Lunan dig the ground. Originally, Lunan wanted her to work too, but she was too good at digging. After 2 minutes of digging, she dug a hole the size of an egg. The devil rabbits outside the territory dug deeper pits by peeing than she could. Just forget it. Feeling Lunan's disgust, Nino stayed with Lunan with a guilty conscience. 5 minutes passed. Chike finally found the last escaped fanged kobold and took off the head with 3 hammers. Click. Lunan suddenly heard the sound of something breaking. He followed the sound. In the backyard of the Fang Kobold leader's residence, there is a pile of broken bones. When Lunan came over just now, these broken bones were still complete skulls. Because it seemed useless, Lunan ignored it. At this time, he actually broke into pieces. Nino flew to Lunan and explained to Lunan, "I know. Let me tell you. This is the faith totem, through which the fanged kobolds communicate with the three-eyed secret god. But after the faith here was defeated, the totem shattered on its own. Go and take a look. There should be something in the totem that contains the power of the secret god. Don't mention it." Having Nino explain it is indeed much better than just guessing before. Lunan stepped forward, checked the broken totem, and found a hammer inside. The size of this hammer ranges between 40 and 80. The hammer head and hammer handle are both silver, with some blood on them that has penetrated into the hammer head body, revealing an unknown aura. Lunan looked at its properties. Bloodstained secret god-given hammer, 3 stars after equipped, it increases strength by 30 points, and increases the damage ability to all units. 1 point of strength increases an additional 0.1 point of damage. Durability, 300 of 300. Equipment requirements, life above 100 points, hands, strength above 10 points. Asterisk, please be careful, this is a very strong hammer but will steal your life, all life should not use it. A 3-star weapon actually has a higher bonus than a 4-star insect bone sword. But after reading the equipment description, Lunan understood. High bonuses come at a price. It's a pity that such a good weapon cannot be used. Lunan typed to communicate with Nino, "Can this hammer be smelted and made into a new weapon?" Nino nodded, "Of course you can, but you have to have a very high-level fire." "But why do you want to smelt it? Isn't it good to use it directly?" Lunan frowned, "It will steal lives." Nino's eyes widened and she gestured with her hands, "Lunan, you are an undead. Do you understand the undead? It can't steal it from you." Lunan asked a question he had before, "But I have health points. Is this normal?" Nino thought for a while and said uncertainly, "This seems not really normal. But try it. This hammer won't bind. If you lose your life, you can throw it away. This scene of a hammer hitting a man must be very exciting." Nino, who looked cute on the surface, was already imagining Lunan fighting with it in her fantasy time. Of course, Nino is kind by nature. What she said is true, this hammer does not bind the user. If using this hammer would put her life in danger, she would not let Lunan try it. After all, he was a good undead who took her in and gave her sweets. After listening to Nino's words, Lunan asked another question: will using this weapon attract God's attention? I'm not a believer in the three-eyed secret God. Will there be any problems with using this weapon? Nino waved her hands and said confidently, definitely not. Only weapons with divinity will attract God's attention. The mysterious God is just a powerful transcendent, it does not have this ability. Lunan thought for a moment and thought he could give it a try. In fact, Lunan's trust in Nino is only about %. After all, she was a fun spirit, and she had just met her not long ago. Lunan felt that it would take time to judge her credibility. The reason why Lunan decided to try it was that the Lord unit in the pixel world could be resurrected even if it died, so the cost of trying was not high. If you can really use this weapon, the 30-point strength bonus is really strong. Lunan equipped the Secret God's Hammer. The blood streaks on the silver hammer handle spread towards Lunan's arm. They wanted to suck the life out of Lunan. But after sucking for a while, nothing came out. It works! The undead perfectly restrained the life-stealing effect of the mystic god. Lunan put down the hammer. Those blood streaks quickly disappeared without any resistance. It seems that Nino did not lie. This hammer can be used at any time. Lunan equipped the hammer again. At this time, Lunan's power was as high as 59.3 points. Coupled with the hammer's power multiplier bonus, Lunan can now hit an unarmored unit with a hammer, and the damage can exceed 120 points. Can Chick use this equipment? Lunan felt that if this piece of equipment was given to Chike, the effect would be very good. Let it try when it comes. Less than 5 minutes passed. Chick rushed back. Lunan handed the Secret God's Hammer to Chiku. Like Lunan, hammer cannot absorb Chike's soul fire. But this weapon is too small. Chick held it as if he were hitting someone with a spoon. And Chike himself was not very satisfied with this equipment. After taking it for a while, it returned the piece of equipment to Lunan and took out an extra-large, durable blunt weapon. Lunan finally decided that he would keep this secret God-given hammer by his side to deal with enemies who might suddenly attack. If you really encounter an enemy that Chike can't defeat, it's still too late to give this weapon to Chike. After putting away the hammer, Lunan asked Chiku to put away the 4 heads in the room. Today, Chike killed 12 fanged kobolds, and his strength and agility increased by 3.6 points. The harvest was quite good. After the battle was over, Lunan decided to return to his territory first. There is no way we can finish dismantling all the various materials in the tribe today. It can be left to the undead kobolds to slowly dismantle it. Lunan returned to the territory first, arranged a place for Nino to live, and tested whether streaming hourglass could be used on buildings. It takes more than an hour to return to the territory. Lunan's extraordinary value has bottomed out, and he cannot pay for the extraordinary value that the undead kobolds will need at the beginning of the next hour. But Lunan didn't want to waste time, so he returned to the territory and meditated slowly. Finally, Lunan sat in a clean bucket with no poison residue. Shosi and Xiaowu were put into sleep state by Lunan and put into another bucket. Lunan did not forget the broken and ignorant skeleton, and took it in as well. Chick took a javelin, picked up 2 large barrels, and walked towards the territory. Nino felt a little tired from flying, so she hesitated and sat on the edge of the javelin, just above Lunan's head. Chick strides forward, very quickly. Nino's flaxen hair fluttered in the wind, and she made a sound of oh-hoo from time to time. The wind after regaining her freedom really made her feel particularly happy. Almost 2 hours later. At 11 in the night, Lunan finally rushed back to the territory. Nino also saw the undead plants outside Lunan's territory. She showed an exaggerated expression, her mouth opened wide, and she looked surprised. What's going on? Are these trees actually emitting the aura of death? End of this chapter. Lunan thought for a moment, woke up the Lord unit from the meditative state, and answered Nino's question. This is my talent. I can transform living beings into undead. If they spend more time together, Nino will definitely be able to discover Lunan's reincarnation talent. There's no point in hiding it. If you tell us directly and honestly, you will lose nothing and avoid suspicion. Nino flew around Lunan several times. So powerful? Her reaction was beyond Lunan's expectations. Lunan typed and asked, "Don't the plant elves dislike this kind of behavior?" She put her right hand on her hip and waved her left hand. "Don't worry, we believe in the goddess of fate. Great sages often say that we do not speculate on fate, we only accept the fate that has been determined and never question it. Since you have this ability, it proves that this ability has been approved by the goddess of fate. But you have to be careful about those guys who believe in the goddess of life. They may think you are blaspheming life, so you can hide in the elven secret place when the time comes." Lunan asked again, "Aren't you worried that I will kill you?" Nino patted her chest and spoke confidently, "If you want to attack me, you won't let me go. I believe in the fate that has happened, and I also believe that you are a good undead." Good undead. This word sounds weird, like a delicious stinky bug. I'm not saying that the undead are bugs, well, it's just a description. Lunan looked at Nino, who kept explaining, shook his head and smiled. His trust in Nino increased slightly by 0.5%. People who are willing to believe in others, in Lunan's view, are also people worthy of trust in most situations. Lunan typed to communicate with her, "Let's go, I will send you to find a place to live first. There are suitable trees in the north of the territory." Nino probed her head and looked at Lunan's hand. "Why don't you use the streaming hourglass first?" Lunan asked back, "Aren't you sleepy?" Nino scratched her head and smiled, "It won't be long now. I also want to see how the streaming hourglass is used." She had the words "want to watch the fun" written all over her face. Lunan didn't mind, took out the streaming hourglass, and walked to the warehouse. The research hut was raised at around 4 p.m., and it has been going up for 7 hours now. It's a pity to use streaming hourglass on it. I just happened to get a lot of resources from the Kobold tribe today, enough to upgrade the warehouse. Then take the warehouse for a test. Lunan clicked on the warehouse interface and clicked Upgrade. The nameless dead bones came over to take charge of the upgrade ceremony. Lunan opened the interface of streaming hourglass, right-clicked it, and then used it against the warehouse. A prompt appears. Would you like to change the time flow rate of warehouse? Lunan clicked Yes. On the streaming hourglass, a star-like light suddenly appeared. The air around the warehouse seemed to be distorted. It looks like the screen is torn apart. The warehouse seemed to be stripped out of this world. After 3 seconds, streaming hourglass enters the 24-hour cooling time. The warehouse becomes bigger and more textured. A prompt pops up at the bottom right of the screen. Record. Your building warehouse has been upgraded to level 3. All attributes of your Lord unit will be increased by 3 points, extraordinary value will be increased by 5 points, and life will be increased by 15 points. Level 3 warehouse unlocks new functions and you gain 10 grids of portable space. It works. After the warehouse was upgraded, only the merchant's shop, the forge and the research cabin were left in Lunan's territory, which had not yet been upgraded to level 3. At this time tomorrow, the cooling of streaming hourglass will improve, and the research hut can be upgraded normally. Lunan will be able to enter the construction of level 4 territory the day after tomorrow, 2 days earlier than before. This streamer hourglass is so useful in the early stage. The improvement of the warehouse also brought surprises to Lunan. The mechanism of the warehouse is that it can be stored remotely, but cannot be taken out remotely. It is convenient for Lunan to collect resources, but it is a bit troublesome to carry things when going out. 10 portable grids are enough to solve this problem. Lunan put the secret god's hammer, whirling steel blade and poison into his portable space. When he opened the warehouse, he could see these 10 different grids, and he could take the contents into his hands at any time. This is much more convenient. After seeing the special effects of streaming hourglass, Nino clapped her hands with satisfaction. Let's go, take me to find a place to stay. Lunan put away the hourglass and took her north. At the same time, he asked Nino, is there any way to restore the streaming hourglass? Building upgrades will take longer and longer. Streaming hourglass, if it can restore more power, it will be extremely valuable to Lunan. Nino nodded. It should be possible, but I don't know the specific method. You have to ask the great sage. Another great sage. It seems that it will be difficult to find a way to repair streamer hourglass in the short term. But it's a clue at least. After hearing Nino mention the great sage several times, Lunan also became a little curious. He asked Nino, "Who is the great sage? Is he the leader of your plant elves?" Nino floated up and down in the air, occasionally turning in circles, and replied casually, "No. There is no leader among the grass and wood elves. The great sage is the eldest elf, and the sage is the second eldest elf. We don't fight, and we don't need to find food, so we don't need a leader to direct us." It turned out to be the case. Lunan did not continue to inquire. Wait until we find the secret place of the elves. While Lunan was on the road, he remembered that the Land of Death had been upgraded, so he arranged Chico into the Land of Death. Upgrading to level 3 of Deadly Land should allow Chike to receive another wave of bonuses. When Lunan switched the perspective back to the Lord's unit, he and Nino had already arrived at a big tree. This is the largest tree in the north of the territory. Lunan still can't drag it away and it has never been transformed. Lunan typed and asked, "Is this tree okay?" Nino nodded, "Okay, as long as I don't stay too far away from you." She has nowhere to go now, and the only undead she knows and can trust is Lunan. Being closer to Lunan makes her feel safe. After talking to Lunan, she flew towards the branch. Soon, a ray of warm yellow supernatural power flashed around her body. The trees seemed to come alive, and buds quickly grew from one branch to another. These branches come together to form a 2-story tree house. There is also a bed covered with leaves, as well as tables and chairs made of wooden pillars. There is a wooden cup on the table, which contains a cup of honeydew turned from tree sap. She even has a sunroom for basking in the sun. Lunan suddenly understood why the grass elves didn't like fighting. The house is picked up everywhere, food is available outside the door, and the place where I live is very secluded and safe. Birth was the retirement life Lunan had dreamed of. There is absolutely no need for conflict. Nino looked a little tired after building herself a house. She waved to Lunan, "I'm going to take a nap first. I'll probably sleep a little longer. See you tomorrow morning." Lunan remembered the business and asked her, "Do you need me to prepare anything for planting trees? Saplings? Seeds?" Nino yawned, and in the earphones, her voice was very confident, "No, this tree is enough. We plant spirits are nurtured by the supernatural elements of nature, and we can reproduce trees in the same way. If I don't have anything else to do, I'll go to bed first. See you tomorrow morning." Lunan watched her fly into the house and close the door. After a while, she stuck her head out of the window and waved goodbye to Lunan again. Lunan turned around and left, returned to his territory, and gave the order to the woman Dead Bones to start erecting a wall. The wooden wall is placed on the inside of the trap, just enough to fit. The nameless Dead Bones started working the night shift, and when the Soulfire was almost exhausted, he went to the Deadly Land for daily improvement. Lunan looked at the other employees in the territory. Mebolius's trap was finished, his Soulfire was exhausted, and he was resting. 2 ignorant skeletons, one was broken into pieces, and the other was upgrading the research hut. The 3 undead kobolds are still dismantling various things in the Fanged Kobold tribe. I probably won't be able to finish them tonight, and there's no need to add new tasks to them. With 3 more laborers, Lunan's resource constraints were greatly alleviated. It's a pity that the extraordinary value has a limit, so I can't fully utilize my hard work. The only problem right now is the attack of the 2-star extraordinary monster, Insect-Headed Man, in 2 days. Unsure of the enemy's attributes, Lunan was unable to determine the outcome of this battle. We can only upgrade the territory as soon as possible and let Chike develop. After checking the status of his employees, Lunan sent his Lord unit back to the Lord cabin and chose to meditate. Lunan stood up and stretched. There were a lot of things going on tonight, but fortunately the harvest was rich. Lunan turned off the game, took a shower and went to bed. The next day, at 6 a.m., Lu Nan got up and opened the game. Two events happened last night. Record. Your servant kick has completed the Trial of Pain, with Strength plus 15, Agility plus 5, and Soulfire plus 10. Record. Your territory has been scouted by insect-headed men, please be careful. End of this chapter. There is still 1.5 days until the attack time in event tips. But the bug-headed man appeared early. Will there be errors in the information in event reminder? Lu Nan was thinking and checking the situation in the territory. On the ground of the territory, Lu Nan saw traces of some kind of creature crawling. The Bone Arrow Tower has no record of being attacked. Judging from this situation, insect-headed man has the ability to become invisible. Lu Nan thought for a moment and came up with a guess. An insect-headed man arrived first and came to explore the map first. It waited for the other two insect-headed men to join together before launching an attack together. Event tips, it should be no problem. However, to be on the safe side, Lu Nan changed today's employee routine. Chi-Ku was originally going to continue hunting extraordinary creatures, but Lu Nan set a mission path of guarding home for him. The nameless dead bones and ignorant skeletons should not go out and erect the wall first. The appearance of insect-headed man made Lu Nan realize the importance of walls. Most stealth skills should not be able to launch attacks while maintaining the stealth state. There is a wall to protect the territory, and crawling extraordinary monsters like insect-headed man must tear down the wall before they can enter the territory. At the very least, if intelligence is stolen quietly, it is unlikely to happen again if it is protected by a wall. Lu Nan made arrangements and headed towards the Tower of Decision. Let's see how the card I swiped today goes. Lu Nan opened the tower interface. 32311. Not bad. Lu Nan still started with low-star cards. The 1-star card is Whip, a card that purely pollutes the card pool. Look at the second picture. Turning over the 3-star card in the middle, Lu Nan's eyes lit up. Listen to my command. 3 stars after use, the power of all summons increases by 5 points, and the attack frequency increases slightly for 5 minutes. Card cost, 10 extraordinary points. Cooling time, 5 minutes. This card should also be similar to Get Hard. The same, it is systematic. There are cards like Summoning, which can be compared with this. Listen to my command. Cooperate. Lu Nan's evaluation of this card is that it has a bright future. Mainly due to the bonus of this card, it does not limit the number of summons. Judging from the description, it should be that as many summons as there are, the bonus can be obtained by as many summons as there are. 5 points of power is not much, but when the number of summons increases, the total bonus of this card is a lot. Do you want to take it down and get the system card later? No hurry. Lu Nan turned over the last card first. If the effect of the last card is average, then use this. Listen to my command. It's not too late to take it down. However, the last card is also pretty good. Combat Intuition, 3 stars. When this card exists in the deck, all servants and lord units have a 3% probability of entering the empty state, receiving extraordinary material assistance, and exerting their ultimate power. Hit a knowing blow. The current damage of the knowing blow is 1.5 times the normal damage. Card consumption, none. Another card that can form a system. Judging from the description of this card, the multiplier of Knowing Strike can also be increased. The simplest and most direct critical damage system. Good luck today. Although the two cards themselves do not have high bonuses, they are both quite strong cards in their respective systems. How to choose this? Lu Nan thought for a moment and decided to take Combat Intuition. In fact, in Lu Nan's opinion, the summoning system is actually quite strong. After all, the upper limit of the number of cards in the deck means that the number of card servants is also limited. Summoning cards do not have this limit on the number of creatures. But Lu Nan has the talent of reincarnation. Transform Undead is enough to provide the troops Lu Nan needs, and the upper limit is already very high. At the same time, The critical hit and critical damage system requires fewer cards. You can use just one. Just choose it and it will immediately increase the probability of knowing strike by 3%. Moreover, it is fast to put together the system, and the cost is significantly lower than that of the summoning system. In the early stages of territory development, quick formation was the most important advantage to LuNan.as for the upper limit. As long as you develop quickly in the early stage and the deck is full in the later stage, you can spend more resources to change the system. Just combat intuition. LuNan confirmed the position of the mouse and left-clicked. After the cutscene ends, Combat Intuition entered LuNan's deck. The deck capacity has become 5/14. After taking today's card, LuNan checked the resources in the warehouse. The Undead Kobold has very high attributes, which is also very useful when working. It can harvest resources faster than LuNan imagined. In one night, they had destroyed half of the Kobold tribe. There are a lot of 4 kinds of materials: wood, stone, ore, and clay. There are also other scattered resources that have also been collected in the warehouse. For example, iron nuggets, crop seeds, dried meat, etc. Many resources were of no use to LuNan, so he can only wait for the merchants to come and try to sell them. Territory matters are settled. LuNan operated the Lord unit, left the territory, and transformed 10 undead plants. The remaining 5 talent uses will be left until the evening. LuNan still couldn't forget double-winged sharp-toothed lizard. The work on the territory is done. LuNan found Nino. The first, insect-headed man, is already near the territory. LuNan woke up Nino, who was still sleeping, and typed to remind her, there are bug-headed people nearby, they are 2-star extraordinary monsters. I'm not here during the day. If you are in danger, just hide in my territory. Nino was a little scared. Okay, but you have to say hello to your men. Don't let them eat me. LuNan sounded like a boss. Don't worry, but don't be idle. If there is no danger, plant trees as soon as possible. Nino grimaced and nodded. After giving instructions to the employees, LuNan picked up materials for a while, then returned to the territory and began to meditate. LuNan exercised for half an hour, washed and changed clothes, and went out to work. There was no training mission today. When he arrived at the office, LuNan changed into his equipment and drove to the duty station. On the way, LuNan asked Chen Zisho to sit in the passenger seat. You can learn to drive. It will be more convenient for you too while I train. Chen Zisho nodded, but he didn't take it too seriously. Thank you, Brother Nan, but is it still useful to learn now? Kevin suddenly said, it may not be useless. If I get a lot of money, I can hire you as my driver. Chen Zisho sneered, are you getting rich? I might as well hope that I will be noticed by a rich woman while walking on the road. The 2 men bickered. LuNan glanced at Kevin in the rearview mirror. Kevin today is a bit uncharacteristically confident. Kevin is usually optimistic and cheerful, but apart from prosthetic eyes and beauties, he rarely has unrealistic fantasies. Could it be that he became a transcendent? LuNan concentrated and sensed Kevin. There is no supernatural aura. Maybe I'm just in a good mood today. LuNan didn't think deeply, drove the car, listened to music, and quickly arrived at the crime scene. He opened the door and got out of the car. Thump. The standard leather shoes made a dull echo as they landed on the tile floor. LuNan was surprised to find that after getting off the bus, he did not go to the street, but to a subway waiting area. Endless secret room. Just like Yen Shui said, there was no warning when entering the secret room. LuNan recalled the information provided by Yen Shui, looked around and found that there were people around. There were 3 people in total, 2 women and 1 man, all wearing black suits and blank masks, their faces invisible. LuNan immediately became alert, took half a step back, clenched his fists, and assumed a basic fighting stance. The feeling of strength coming from his arms made LuNan realize that his strength had not weakened in the endless chamber. Without weapons, it is still at the level of 32.3 points, which is far beyond human limits. The taller woman spoke first, with a hint of panic in her tone. Where is this? What's going on? Is it human? Lu Nan remained vigilant and remained silent. The other two people were also a little wary and did not speak. After a while, the man said, "Listen, our time is limited, and being in a stalemate is not an option. I know some information. As long as you are willing to obey my orders, I can share some of the information. Let me tell you the first piece of information for free. This place is called the Endless Secret Chamber. As long as you get out alive, you will gain extraordinary power. If we can't find an exit, we will all die here." End of this chapter. Lu Nan looked at this man and said nothing. The tall woman spoke with a nervous tone, "Exit? Isn't this the subway station of Dream City? Can I get out?" The man sneered, "Go through the exit and you will enter another subway station. I suggest you don't do this. Once you pass, you will be separated from us and you won't be able to come back." The woman next to her, who had been silent until now, spoke, her voice a little hoarse, "Do you know how to get out?" The man laughed twice. "Of course, you can choose for yourself whether you want to listen to me or not. I remind you again that the longer you stay, the more dangerous this place will be. I will only wait for you for 1 minute." The tall woman obviously knew the least about the endless chamber of secrets. She was a little panicked at this time and made the most hasty decision. She quickly agreed, "Okay, then I'll follow you, but you have to tell me in detail how to leave." The man nodded and looked at the other two people. The second woman did not answer in a hurry, but looked at Lu Nan, waiting to see Lu Nan's attitude. Lu Nan took half a step back. "I'll go by myself." Lu Nan felt that the information provided by Yen Shui was trustworthy. The content of the intelligence also gave Lu Nan a way to find an exit. Find a secluded room and look for the employee handbook. Lu Nan felt that teaming up with these three people was of little value. The man sneered, "Heh, it seems you also know some information. But let me remind you, you definitely don't know as much as I do. If you want to survive, it's better to hang out with me." The tall woman nodded again and again, "Yes, let's go together." When she was extremely insecure, she really wanted to have more people and wanted to change Lu Nan's mind. Another woman also spoke, "It is indeed safer to stay in a group, it is too stupid to go alone. I'll go with you." Lu Nan ignored it and turned towards exit C. The man stared at Lu Nan's back coldly, with some plans to take action. Every time someone passes through the exit, it changes position. The man didn't want Lu Nan to go find it alone. But after thinking for a moment, the man finally did not take action. The man turned around and spoke to the two women beside him, "If he wants to die, let him go. If you know some information, don't overestimate your capabilities. Since you stay, then listen to me, you two stand in front of me. Danger usually comes from behind. I will break it off. But it is more dangerous to enter the room. I will go first when entering the room. If you find a hole, remember, the hole is very dangerous, call me quickly." Both women nodded at the same time. The three of them took action together. The subway in the City of Dreams has not been repaired for many years and looks dirty and messy. The lights on the ceiling were always on, and without any light from the outside, it was impossible to tell the time. The security machine in the distance was running, but there was no staff member. Lu Nan's footsteps echoed in the empty subway station. Walking toward exit C, there are 4 bathrooms, a staff locker room, and an equipment room. Lu Nan entered the bathroom first. As soon as he entered the door, some words on the wall attracted Lu Nan's attention. "When you encounter unknown creatures, you can come up and ask for directions. They are the key to getting out of here. Go to the bathroom in the direction of exit A, the exit is there. When in danger, hide in the room, don't run away." The fonts of these words are different and they look like they were written by different people. Just like what Yen Shui said, the words on the wall cannot be believed. After Lu Nan read the content on the wall, he began to reach out to check whether there was an exit on the wall. After searching for a while, Lu Nan found nothing. Find another bathroom. After searching the 4 nearby bathrooms, Lu Nan only found the contents of an employee handbook. It read, "Be careful of shadowed places. Once you find a large shadow, remember to avoid it. When you find a part of your body coming to life, don't hesitate to cut it off, and do it quickly. These two pieces of information, Lunan felt, should correspond to some information about disordered creatures. There may be a disordered creature that likes to stay in shadows and is not easily seen by the naked eye. There is also the ability of disordered creature, which allows part of a person's body to have a separate consciousness. That's probably it. Lunan took note of these two pieces of information and carefully avoided those shadows when moving forward. The subway station is divided into 3 underground levels. Lunan spent 2 hours searching the bottom floor. In the bathroom toward exit A, Lunan found traces of being searched. Those 3 people have already been here. Lunan followed the stairs and went up to the second underground floor. There is no waiting platform here, it looks more empty, and some lights are broken, and there are obviously more shadows. Lunan didn't see the figures of the 3 people, but from a distance, he saw a group of black mist huddled in the shadows. Laughing wildly in the black mist? Lunan thought of the names of the 3 disordered creatures mentioned by Yen Shui and roughly guessed what this ghost thing was. Fortunately, the attribute, agility, not only increases speed, but also improves the body's adaptability to speed, which in turn strengthens Lunan's eyesight. For ordinary people, it is indeed impossible to see the hidden, disordered creatures. Lunan hid far away, avoiding the laughing black mist, and continued to enter the bathroom to look for an exit. There are still various messages left on the wall on the second underground floor. The exit on the first floor is inaccessible, the real exit is hidden in the shadows. If you can see a green plant, hide next to it immediately, this will save your life. When running away, look directly at the person pursuing you, and never turn around and run away. Green plants are dangerous. When running, you can just turn around and run. After learning that wall information is not trustworthy, we can also deduce some rules. However, Lunan remained a little wary of the rules that were deduced. Maybe the information on the wall is not necessarily wrong, but is distorted and misleading. In this case, the rules deduced by Lunan may not be correct. The most trustworthy ones are the 3 pieces of information provided by Yen Shui. Go ahead and look for it. Without light or a clock, it was difficult for Lunan to judge the time. Lunan only knew that after a long time, he finally finished looking for rooms in the entire subway station. But no exit was found. I can only go to the next subway station to check it out. Lunan reached the exit on the first floor and walked in. The scene in front of me changed. Lunan came to another identical subway station again. Even though he knew that he could not leave from this exit, this abnormality in the space still made Lunan feel a sense of absurdity. Go ahead and look for it. Lunan followed the previous idea and continued to search in the room. The subway station here has no trace of being searched. It seems that what the man said is true. Even if you pass through the same exit, you will enter a different secret room space. After searching the first floor, Lunan went to the second underground floor to search. While going down the stairs, Lunan saw something. It is a huge mask made of black shadows. There are many eyes on the mask, all of which are smiling. When Lunan appeared, it turned back sharply. Fortunately, Lunan discovered it earlier and had hidden it under the handrail of the stairs. He looked at the stairs warily, guarding against that thing coming. Stingy ghost face. Judging from its appearance, it fits the name quite well. Wait a while. Lunan saw that stingy ghost face didn't come over, so he walked up the stairs. After confirming again from a high place that stingy ghost face was not ambushing him, but actually leaving, Lunan went down the stairs. Let's search the second floor. End of this chapter. Lunan opened the first bathroom on the second underground floor and made a different discovery. An emaciated mummy collapsed in the bathroom. He holds an employee handbook on his chest. Lunan picked up the employee handbook and read it. The circulation space here is a cycle composed of several subway stations. In one cycle, the contents of multiple subway stations are different. Every time you complete a cycle, you will find at least one exit. When you hear the click of an old-fashioned clock, run as fast as you can until you can no longer hear the sound. It seems that in addition to the three disorderly creatures Yen Shui mentioned, there are other unknown dangers in the subway station. The sound of the clock. Lu Nan took note of this information and continued to look for the exit on the wall. After searching the entire second underground floor, Lu Nan harvested 2 bottles of mineral water, 3 bags of bread, 1 sedative and 1 pack of hemostatic gauze. For ordinary people, a large part of the danger of the endless chamber comes from the fact that there are very few resources here and it is impossible to maintain normal body functions. Lu Nan doesn't have this problem. Although he usually eats, on the one hand, he considers that his behavior cannot be abnormal, and on the other hand, Lu Nan likes the feeling of eating. Even if there was nothing to eat, Lu Nan's body would not be affected. This makes Lu Nan's probability of getting out safely from here much higher than ordinary people. As long as he doesn't get caught by the disordered creatures, Lu Nan will be able to find an exit sooner or later. Let's go to the third underground floor. As Lu Nan went down the stairs, he was thinking about a problem he had just realized. The appearance of sedatives and hemostatic gauze made Lu Nan feel that the resources in the secret room were deliberately left behind. The secret room does not seem to resist people leaving here, giving some opportunities. Moreover, some hackers brought out the stingy ghost faces relic before. This proves that anarchy can be defeated. But the way to defeat disordered creatures should have nothing to do with force. After all, hackers' prosthetic body rate is usually not very high. They have an advantage against mechanical weapons, but their physical fitness is quite average. There should be some kind of trick to take out the disordered creatures. This made Lu Nan feel that this place was not like a naturally formed extraordinary area, but more like an ingenious design by some willful being. It's a bit similar to the Pixel World game, but the game mode is different. This made Lu Nan more curious about the secret room. There are not many rooms on the third underground floor, and there is no disorderly biological activity. Lu Nan spent some time and successfully completed the search. Unfortunately, I didn't find anything useful. Lu Nan returned to the first floor and entered the third subway station. As soon as he entered here, Lu Nan found some empty water bottles, bread bags, and a fallen shoe. According to the information in the employee handbook, Lu Nan and the 3 people who came in at the same time were still in the first cycle. The more subway stations you enter, the higher the probability of encountering them again. Lu Nan was not affected by them and continued to search in an orderly manner according to his original plan. In the bathroom towards exit B on the first floor, Lu Nan once again found an employee handbook. For some unknown reason, the manual placed on the sink was not taken away by the 3 people who came over first. Or will the manual that was taken away appear again after a while? Lu Nan started reading this manual. A hole in the wall is not necessarily an exit. Be sure not to enter a hole with irregular edges, that's not an exit. Sedatives can slow down the affected progress when facing Laughing Black Mist and Green Tree Man. Be sure to collect sedatives when you encounter them. The number of people entering the secret room is increasing each time, but the exit will only appear once in each cycle. Once used, the endless chamber will directly enter a new cycle. Tranquilizers are useful for these 2 disordered creatures, presumably because of their psychoactive effects. Lu Nan's current spirit is 36.3 points. Without weapons, Lu Nan's spirit was higher than his strength. Lu Nan was a little curious. Could his high spirit weaken the influence of disordered creatures? It should be of some use. The information did not say where the hole with irregular edges would lead. Lu Nan speculated that it might be deeper in the secret room? Not sure, anyway, the hole with regular edges should be a normal exit. As for the information about restarting the cycle, it did not make Lu Nan anxious. For ordinary people, falling into a new cycle will put even greater pressure on the body. But Lu Nan didn't need to eat. It doesn't matter if you cycle it again. Lu Nan was very calm. After reading this information, he still continued the search in an orderly manner. After searching the first floor, there is no other valuable information. Lu Nan found the stairs and followed them down. As soon as he reached the second floor, Lu Nan saw a dark figure in the distance. Getting a little closer, Lu Nan could see clearly that it was a person. Judging from the figure, she looked very much like the tall woman who came in at the same time as him. But Lu Nan wasn't sure. Because there were a lot of red fleshy strands on her body that looked like earthworms. These strands of flesh wriggle upward, like seaweed swaying in the water. The tall woman who suffered this strange change was not completely dead at this time. From time to time she would twitch and then let out a low, weird laugh. It's obviously not normal to be able to laugh under such circumstances. She is under the influence of a disordered creature. Lu Nan increased his vigilance and observed his surroundings. Sure enough, something was discovered. Not far from the tall woman's body, there is a green plant. It is very vibrant, and in this place that is completely isolated from the outside world, there is a feeling of hope. And not far from it, a smiling face condensed from the black mist was also staring at the tall woman lying on the ground. Laughing black mist, and green tree man. The tall woman was on the verge of death. Before she died, she seemed to sense something and looked up in the direction of Lu Nan. Her eyes brightened a little, and she struggled to stretch out her hands covered with earthworm-like strips of flesh, trying to ask Lu Nan for help. But Lu Nan turned around without hesitation and left her sight. Ha ha ha. There was a flash of resentment in the tall woman's eyes. The man leading the team pushed her out to block the knife. The man, acting alone, looked on indifferently. She hated men deeply at this time and wished that Lu Nan would die for her. But the only sound she could make was laughter. And every time she laughed, she would vomit a mouthful of blood. After a while, she fell to the ground and stopped moving. The further back the subway station you enter, the more frequent the activities of disordered creatures. Lu Nan remained cautious and went down to the third underground floor first. He was not sure whether there was only one disordered creature like Laughing Black Mist, or whether there were many of the same group. But there have never been two identical disorderly biological activities in the same subway station. The two disordered creatures are on the second underground floor, and the third underground floor should be relatively safe now. The facts are similar to Lu Nan's speculation. There is no disorderly biological activity in the 3 underground floors. Lu Nan speeded up and searched the rooms on the third underground floor. In the bathroom next to the waiting platform heading east, Lu Nan suddenly broke a few tiles while tapping on the wall. A hole with an edge that seemed to have been punched out appeared in front of Lu Nan. End of this chapter. Lu Nan looked at the cave entrance in front of him, judging whether it was an edge rule cave entrance. Although it is chiseled, it looks quite round overall, and it is difficult to say that it is completely irregular. Lu Nan threw a bottle of water in. He took a few steps back, getting ready to run away at any time. However, there was no movement from the cave entrance, no feedback. After thinking for a moment, Lu Nan decided not to enter the cave entrance. Although it cannot be said to be marginally irregular, it is obviously not a borderline regular hole. Entering this cave is risky. Lu Nan felt that he still had to look for it again. Only after encountering the next hole can the standard of edge rule be judged. Lu Nan exited the cubicle and backed out of the bathroom. Crazy laughter in the black mist, squatting in the shadows in the distance, he looks somewhat like Lao Ba. The tall woman is probably dead. Lu Nan tiptoed and left quietly. Not far from the stairs, a green plant is placed on the edge of the stair handrail. Lu Nan changed his way and went upstairs. On the first floor, Lu Nan saw the shoe that had escaped and probably guessed what happened at that time. After the tall woman was affected by the disordered creature, the other two ran away in a hurry, losing their shoes. Also because they encountered disorderly creatures, they did not dare to explore this place completely. Lu Nan thought as he entered and exited the fourth subway station. As soon as he entered the subway station, Lu Nan suddenly heard a click sound. The sound was very subtle, but it was particularly noticeable in the empty subway station. At the same time, Lu Nan felt that he was affected by an extraordinary force. Lu Nan felt a little familiar with this power. It feels very similar to when using streamer hourglass. This disorderly creature that can make clock sounds has abilities that are probably related to time. Lu Nan stepped forward and ran forward very quickly. The sound of the clock quickly disappeared. After Lu Nan confirmed that he was no longer affected by the extraordinary power, he slowed down and began to explore. While searching, Lu Nan had an idea. The way in which disordered creatures exert their influence is essentially to mobilize extraordinary power. Ordinary people can't resist, so can Lu Nan, who also has extraordinary power, fight them directly? Lu Nan couldn't confirm his conjecture, and at the same time, he didn't intend to try. Leaving safely was Lu Nan's main goal. Find the exit first. With the experience of knocking out the first hole, Lu Nan felt more confident that he would not miss anything. After searching the first floor, Lu Nan did not obtain any useful information this time. Just as he came down the stairs, Lu Nan unexpectedly saw two people. They were wearing suits and masks. Judging from their shapes, they were the two people who came in at the same time as Lu Nan. The two of them were also surprised to see Lu Nan. The man asked Lu Nan warily, "Are you a human?" Lu Nan did not answer his question, but took half a step back. "Keep your distance." The man seemed to confirm Lu Nan's identity from Lu Nan's answer. He was a little excited, and his attitude was obviously different from before. "Man, you really have two brushes. Let's cooperate. As long as the three of us work together, we will definitely get out alive." Lu Nan still didn't respond to the man's words, and said calmly, "No need, I will act alone." Done. Lu Nan headed towards a separate room. The man stared at Lu Nan's back, and the prosthetic body on his body lit up, but he still did not choose to take action. The woman next to him suddenly said, "Can you take me away? Please help me." This woman has noticed that the man beside her has evil intentions. He seemed to want to use her and another woman to do something. Lu Nan left alone from the beginning, obviously without any ill intentions. Lu Nan can still live alone for so long. This woman felt that Lu Nan was more trustworthy and wanted to follow Lu Nan to survive. Lu Nan didn't even look back and left directly. Judging from the information, after the hole is used, the circulation space will be refreshed. There is a high probability that only one person will be allowed to pass through the hole that is refreshed each time. Although Lu Nan had some advantages in the endless chamber, he knew too little information, and the place was still full of unstable risks. In this case, Lu Nan naturally would not have any unnecessary sympathy. Seeing Lu Nan walk away, the man sneered, "Do you really think you can get out alive? You will definitely regret following him. Come with me." The woman resisted a little, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Forget it, I'll go by myself." The man said it was more dangerous to enter the room, but safe outside. But the fact is that those monsters are wandering outside and rarely enter the room. The man showed his fierce look at this time and grabbed the woman's neck. "Want to leave?" "No way. If you leave, how can I kill the disordered creatures and get their relics?" The woman coughed twice and slapped the man's arm hard. I'll go with you." The man then let go of his hand and said with a smile, "Let's go." The woman took a few breaths, thinking back to the situation where the tall woman was pushed towards the two disordered creatures, and she realized something. Letting disordered creatures fight among themselves over prey is the way to defeat disordered creatures. The prey was naturally her and the tall woman. From the beginning, this man had already planned to let them die. In the fourth subway, the activities of disordered creatures are obviously more frequent. Laughing Ghost Mist no longer just squats in the shadows, but also observes the surroundings, and sometimes moves without warning. And a disorderly creature with hundreds or thousands of eyes also appeared in the fourth subway station. Judging from the appearance, Lu Nan felt that this disordered creature should be Stingy Ghost Face. In line with the characteristics of Ghost Face. It seems that the disordered creatures that were killed will be resurrected in the endless chamber. Lu Nan's search became much slower due to the obstruction of these disorderly creatures. Fortunately, relying on his perception and vision, Lu Nan has not been entangled by the disordered creatures yet. In the bathroom on the third underground floor, Lu Nan once again found an employee handbook. He picked it up and thumbed through it quickly. The green tree man looks like an ordinary green plant, but it is a combination of parasite, plant and human. When you get within a certain range of the green tree man, it moves suddenly and quickly. You must keep a distance from it. Once it is parasitized, you must leave the secret room within 3 minutes. The number of subways in a circulation space is variable, it may be 7, it may be 9, but only one person is allowed to pass through the hole. You cannot give others the opportunity to exit the hole. The deeper into the subway station you enter, the more detailed the information becomes. Lu Nan confirms some details. After being parasitized, leaving the endless chamber can eliminate the effects of being parasitized. With at most 5 more subway stations, Lu Nan will inevitably encounter a real exit. As expected, the entrance to the cave can only be used by one person once, and then it will be refreshed. Others can only find the exit from the 9 subway stations again. Lu Nan was still not in a hurry. The characteristics of the undead are really useful in the secret room. The worst-case scenario is to do it all over again. After leaving the room, Lu Nan went up to the first floor, entered the 5th subway station, and continued searching. No entrance to the cave was found. Lu Nan left and entered the 6th subway station. At this time, Lu Nan had completely lost the concept of time. Lu Nan speculated that he should have been trapped for 2 to 3 days. In the second underground floor of the 6th subway station, Lu Nan met those 2 people again. The 2 of them were hiding in the distance, staring at the laughing black mist ahead. And next to laughing black mist, stingy Ghostface is wandering. Seeing Lu Nan coming, the man was a little surprised at first, and then a flash of cruelty flashed across his face. It's been so long, and Lu Nan is still alive. If Lu Nan is allowed to live any longer, he will inevitably compete with him for the only number of uses of the exit. Can't wait any longer. He originally wanted to wait until Laughing Black Mist and Green Tree Man were present at the same time before using the women around him. 2 disordered creatures that have fought over each other will fight when they fight again. And it will definitely kill one of the parties and drop relics. But if he waits any longer, Lu Nan may even have the chance to go out. Kill them. The man made up his mind, stood up suddenly, and shouted at the 2 disorderly creatures in the distance. Hey! The eyes of the 2 disorderly creatures were immediately attracted. The man ran away. After modifying the prosthetic body, he was even faster than Lu Nan. And those 2 disorderly creatures quickly approached Lu Nan and the woman. End of this chapter. Lu Nan acted very calmly. Although Lu Nan was angry in his heart and had considerable murderous intent towards that man, the man's prosthetic body rate was not low, and the performance of the prosthetic body was good, at least it was a top-notch civilian-grade prosthetic body. If you fight against him, it will be difficult to win or lose in a short period of time. Laughing Black Mist and Stingy Ghostface are approaching. Lu Nan made the wisest choice and ran towards the room around the corner. It is the safest choice to first avoid the sight range of the disordered creatures and then hide in the room. The woman was the slowest. She also ran away in panic, but was soon caught up by the faster, Laughing Black Mist. When she was about 10 meters away, her body was touched by the black mist. Ha ha ha! The woman suddenly laughed. She unconsciously thought of happy things in her mind, and she was so happy that she couldn't stop laughing. This unstoppable laughter made her breathless, and she stopped after running for 2 steps. And Stingy Ghostface also caught up with her at this time. The miser's eyes stared at the woman, and suddenly a tentacle grew and handed over a large piece of gold. The woman laughed and reached out her hand to take the gold. Stingy Ghostface, the extended tentacles were not retracted, but placed in front of the woman. This is the deal. Women have to give something. She had nothing on her body and finally took off a button from her suit. Stingy Ghostface accepted the button and seemed very satisfied with the exchange. But as soon as it put the buttons away, those dense eyes changed. It stretched out its tentacles again, as if it wanted to take the gold back. The woman laughed until she cried and handed over the gold in fear. Stingy Ghost Noodle was quite particular and returned the buttons that he had taken away. But as soon as it put away the gold, those eyes turned into glares again. It stretched out its tentacles again, trying to get the button back. If something is given to it in its pocket, it cannot accept it. Women can only do as they are told. But Stingy Ghostface put away his buttons and stretched out his tentacles again. But this time, what it wants is a woman's eyeballs. Lu Nan listened to the woman's laughter and ran all the way to the third underground floor. Originally, he wanted to hide in the room, but the two disorderly creatures did not chase him. It was obviously safer to go to the third underground floor. The man left here, probably heading to the next subway station. But in the next subway station, the disordered creatures will be more active. Lu Nan did not leave, and still planned to search according to the original plan, so don't panic. After searching the 3 underground floors, Lu Nan found no exit, but found an employee manual again. The relationship between disordered creatures is not friendly, they just don't attack each other easily. When you enter the last 3 secret rooms, disordered creatures will be more active, the rooms will no longer be safe, and their perception range will become larger, must be careful. Clock stealing watch is relatively safe for humans, but disordered creatures hate it very much. If they can't find an exit, they can go to clock stealing watch to get temporary shelter. Lu Nan's expression became serious. He had already explored the 6th subway station, but the room was still safe for the time being. But before he got information, there were 2 situations in a cycle, either 7 secret rooms or 9 secret rooms. Combining the 2 pieces of information, it was basically confirmed that there were 9 subway stations in the circulation space Lu Nan encountered this time. From the next metro station onwards, the room is no longer safe. Lu Nan was faster than several disorderly creatures he encountered, so running away was no problem. But Lu Nan still had to go into the room and explore. The risk factor has become much higher. This forced Lu Nan to consider the worst-case scenario again, fighting the disordered creatures. It would be nice to have a weapon in hand. The whirling steel blade can attack within a safe range and can be recovered by itself, which is very suitable for the current situation. The bonus of the bloodstained hammer is very high, and it is suitable for the current battle. Just when Lu Nan had this idea, a hammer appeared in Lu Nan's left hand. Lu Nan was stunned for a moment, then looked overjoyed. Portable space in the warehouse. Normally, if Lu Nan wants to take something out of the pixel world, he must face the screen and look at the target. But the portable space in the warehouse is not needed. Lu Nan can take out the things stored inside at any time. And because the process of taking it out does not consume extraordinary materials, there will be no abnormal phenomena. These 10 warehouse grids are a big help. Now that Lu Nan has a guy in his hands, he feels a lot more at ease. And with the spinning steel blade, Lu Nan's chances of winning will be much greater when he kills the man who wants to kill him. Lu Nan left the bathroom holding the bloodstained hammerhead in one hand and the sharp steel blade in the other. He went back to the 2nd underground floor first. There are still some rooms here that have not been searched. The 2 disordered creatures were still there, but they had started wandering again. The woman is dead. There were no eyeballs in her eye sockets, blood dripped down her cheeks, and the corners of her mouth were split because she had torn her internal organs from laughing and vomited a lot of blood. The death is tragic. Lu Nan walked behind the 2 disorderly creatures and completed the search on the 2nd underground floor. Unfortunately, no useful information was obtained, only 2 sedatives that were of no use to Lu Nan. Lu Nan returned to the ground floor and entered the 7th subway station. There is a laughing black mist not far away, and its speed is obviously faster than the laughing black mist in the 6th subway station. Sure enough, he was more active. The next 3 secret rooms must be searched with extra caution. Lu Nan searched slowly, taking as long as he could to search 2 subway stations. To finish searching the 7th subway station. Still no exit. I found another employee handbook. The irregular hole will lead to the next secret room, don't go in. If you can search all the secret rooms and then escape, you will have extra gains. The ability to harvest is related to the shape of the soul. The number of people entering the secret room is increasing at the same time. At first, only 1 person could enter the secret room, but slowly it became 1 people, then 2 people, strange. The deeper the secret room you enter, the more detailed and valuable the information becomes. But disordered creatures are indeed more active. Lu Nan saw a disorderly creature entering the bathroom and looked around before coming out. This made Lu Nan have to confirm in advance whether there are any disordered creatures around when searching, and confirm that they are far enough away before going in to search. Fortunately, the search at the 7th subway station was completed without any danger. Only the last 2 spaces are left. Lunan returned to the ground floor and entered the 8th subway station. As soon as he entered, Lunan saw crazy laughing black mist wandering about 50 meters ahead. Fortunately, it faced away from Lunan. Lunan lowered his footsteps, walked around it, and started searching. It took an unknown amount of time, but Lunan went through 2 pursuits and searched the 8th subway station. Unfortunately, the 8th subway station still has no exit. There is no trace of that man ever coming here. However, Lunan also saw a little hope. The exit is at the next subway station. Lunan cheered up and left the 8th subway station. When going up to the elevator on the 1st floor, Lunan was discovered by Laughing Ghost Mist and Green Tree Man at the same time. They were chasing Lunan. Lunan ran straight to the exit, not forgetting to turn around and give the 2 disordered creatures a middle finger. After holding it in here for so many days, Lunan felt somewhat resentful. After showing his middle finger, Lunan stepped into the 9th subway station. However, as soon as he entered, Lunan saw Laughing Black Mist and Stingy Ghostface right in front of him. If it's broken, open the door and kill. This time, Laughing Black Mist was facing Lunan, and it was very close to Lunan. Ha ha ha. Lunan suddenly thought of some jokes and couldn't help but become happy and laughed out loud. Fortunately, Lunan's laughter was obviously smaller than that woman's, and the intervals were longer. As Lunan expected, his 36.3 points of energy were somewhat helpful to the invasion of disordered creatures. Lunan swallowed 2 sedatives, and the uncontrollable laughter weakened again. There should still be some time. The exit must be in this subway station. Moreover, Lunan was already entangled by the disordered creatures, so he simply took a step forward and ran forward. Stingy Ghostface, just when he was about to approach Lunan, Lunan pulled away. Thanks to his speed that exceeded that of ordinary people, Lunan was not entangled, and the probability of survival was much higher. However, as soon as Lunan ran a distance of more than 100 meters, she realized that she could no longer run. That uncontrollable smile gradually strengthened with every step he took. The subway station is too big. He could search only 1 floor before dying of laughter. There is another way. There is always a wisp of black mist on Lunan. It was this black mist that caused Lunan to laugh. The other end of the black mist is always connected to Laughing Black Mist. This made Lunan guess that killing the Laughing Black Mist might stop the laughter. Lunan clenched the thing in his hand, turned around and looked at the 2 disordered creatures, with a murderous intent in his eyes. Since I can't run away, I'll fuck you. End of this chapter. Lunan relied mainly on the extraordinary material he possessed to fight back. He attached the extraordinary substance to the whirling steel blade and threw it towards the Laughing Black Mist. At the same time, he tried to see the properties of Laughing Black Mist. The movement of Laughing Black Mist obviously paused when Lunan started to counterattack. It seemed that it didn't expect that Lunan would fight back. During its dazed moment, the extraordinary substance burning in Lunan's eyes had dissipated. Lunan failed to see the properties of Laughing Black Mist. After all, this was not a pixel world, so Lunan was not surprised. The whirling steel blade attached to the extraordinary substance actually caused damage to Laughing Black Mist. But the only effect is the extraordinary substance attached to the knife. Laughing Black Mist, a hole was pierced by the undead supernatural substance. The black mist surrounding Lunan also weakened a little at the same time. The whirling steel blade itself cannot cause any damage to Laughing Black Mist. Lunan's face was solemn. With this blow just now, he gained 3 extraordinary points. If you continue to fight at this damage level, even after beating the extraordinary value, you still can't kill Laughing Black Mist. I can only try giving hammer. The gift hammer could not be thrown out and then taken back. Lunan was worried that Stingy Ghostface would take away the hammer, so he picked up the hammer and rushed forward. 3 points of undead extraordinary substance were attached to the bloodstained silver hammer. Lunan possesses skilled fighting skills, uses his strength smoothly, jumps up on tiptoes, and hits the face where Laughing Black Mist gathered with a hammer. The hammer fell and hit the body of Laughing Black Mist, making a dull sound. Laughing Black Mist was hammered back repeatedly. Lu Nan was stunned for a moment and looked overjoyed. It works! The hammer comes from the secret god, and it is definitely more powerful than the spinning steel blade in the extraordinary realm. However, the effect of this hammer really exceeded Lu Nan's expectations. Laughing Black Mist was beaten until half of his smiling face was broken. Lu Nan held a hammer flower on his arm, with a ferocious smile on his face, and rushed towards Laughing Black Mist again. Laughing Black Mist was stunned for a moment, then turned around and ran in the opposite direction to Lu Nan. It's scared. Just as Lu Nan was about to give chase, Stingy Ghostface came over and took out a transcendent stone. When it approached Lu Nan felt as if his legs were filled with lead and were imprisoned in place. Then, it took out an extraordinary stone. Lu Nan originally wanted to hit it directly. But when he saw the extraordinary stone, Lu Nan put away the hammer and snatched the extraordinary stone. Bring it to you. Stingy Ghostface's tentacles are still stretched out. It seems to be able to communicate simply in a way that directly affects the mind. Lu Nan could understand its meaning. It wanted the hammer in Lu Nan's hand. Lu Nan raised the hammer and hit Stingy Ghostface's mask with one hammer. You need a hammer. Lu Nan, who was forced to fight back and was affected by Laughing Black Mist, was in an extremely high mood at this time. This hammer hit very hard. The mask of Stingy Ghostface was directly hammered crooked. Dozens of eyeballs were hammered out, a bit like melon seeds falling out when a sunflower plate was struck. Lu Nan got rid of the confinement, immediately opened his legs, picked up the hammer, and chased towards Laughing Black Mist at full speed. Come back later to wink and hammer Laughing Black Mist to death first. Stingy Ghostface was very angry, and all its eyes stared at Lu Nan at the same time, blooming with a red light. The extraordinary material in Lu Nan's body flew outward as if it was being pulled. Can you still rob? Lu Nan looked back at Stingy Ghostface, but did not stop. The gift hammer can attack disordered creatures because it is special. Without the extraordinary substance, Lu Nan could still come back and kill Stingy Ghostface again. But the influence of Laughing Black Mist must be eliminated as soon as possible, otherwise Lu Nan will laugh to death. Laughing Black Mist seemed to be aware of Lu Nan's murderous intention and ran away desperately. However, after it received a hammer, its speed was even slower than before, a bit like a leg was lame due to the hammer. Just when Lu Nan was chasing Laughing Black Mist, that man also entered the subway station. As soon as he came in, he saw a scene that made him very confused. Laughing Black Mist run at the front. A man carrying a hammer and laughing maniacally followed behind it. Stingy Ghostface's eyes popped out a bit, and he was staring closely at Lu Nan and following behind Lu Nan. What? What kind of position is this? How could this be? This man never imagined that someone could hunt down the disordered creatures. His CPU almost burned out, and he didn't understand why there was this person sandwiched between two disorderly creatures. Shouldn't they be the ones hunting humans together? Until he saw that Lu Nan caught up with Laughing Black Mist and hit Laughing Black Mist on the back of its head with a hammer. Although it had no head, the position was indeed at the back of its head. Crazy laughing in the black mist, the body was tilted due to the hammer, and half of the smiling face condensed by the black mist was broken by the hammer. The black mist covering its body also dissipated rapidly, revealing a nutrition tube like an umbilical cord, connected to a pool of blood on the ground. The blood stain seemed to have escaped from this space and could move on its own. While Lu Nan was chasing with all his strength, he keenly captured intelligence. It turns out that the true form of Laughing Black Mist is like this: it has biological characteristics. The man next to him didn't have the brains to think so much. He looked at Lu Nan in astonishment, extremely shocked. What? Where did the lunatic come from? Doesn't it mean that all physical attacks against disordered creatures are invalid? Is this person not a human being, but a new disordered creature? Is it the kind of disordered creature that thinks it is a secret room explorer and is relatively friendly to humans? Just when the man was distracted, a blade suddenly flew towards him. This knife is naturally a whirling steel blade. Lu Nan saw the dazed man and attacked him. The flying knife is extremely fast. The man heard the AI's reminder. Warning, emergency defense system activated. His prosthetic body took half a step back on its own, avoiding the attack of the steel blade. Lu Nan didn't make a last-ditch attack. After throwing this attack, Lu Nan became farther and farther away from this man. Chase down, Laughing Black Mist, first, and then kill this man later. But the man came to his senses, turned around, ran away, entered the subway station exit, and disappeared. Terrible. Lu Nan was a little surprised, but quickly realized that this man didn't know that the exit was in this subway station. This is the benefit of a steady search. Lu Nan obviously has more information. That man probably won't enter the 9th subway station again in a short time. Lu Nan will kill Laughing Black Mist later, so you can search again slowly. Without the interruption of others, Lu Nan's pursuit went very smoothly. Laughing Black Mist, after being hit for the 3rd time, he finally couldn't bear it anymore and fell softly to the ground. The black mist surrounding Lu Nan also disappeared. Lu Nan finally stopped laughing. Sure enough, it works. And where Laughing Black Mist fell, a solid piece of red blood appeared. Is this a relic? Just as Lu Nan was about to get it, the solid red blood stain was directly absorbed by the hammer. The power of the hammer increased rapidly, and Lu Nan also felt that his power was increasing rapidly. That's fine too. Giving a hammer to become stronger can be considered a reward. Lu Nan turned around and looked at the stingy ghost face, who had been robbing him of his extraordinary material. Stingy Ghostface paused for a moment, then turned around and ran away. Lu Nan chased after it and hammered it twice until all its eyes exploded. However, Stingy Ghostface did not drop relic. It seems that disorderly creatures that have been killed once will no longer drop items. This setting is really like a game. Speaking of which, why can the gift hammer hurt disordered creatures? After returning home, I have to ask Nino and Mabolius. After solving the 2 disorderly creatures, Lu Nan strode forward to search. After being able to attack disordered creatures, Lu Nan no longer had to slow down his steps when walking. Come and hammer one by one. However, both Clock Stealer and Green Tree Man saw Lu Nan's ferocious side. Lu Nan saw with his own eyes that a clock hanging on the subway station sign quickly disappeared as he approached. The green plants did not appear again. Originally, it liked to stalk people around the corner of the stairs. But Lu Nan walked from the 1st floor to the 3rd underground floor and saw no trace of the Green Tree Man. Horror survival game refers to the survival of disordered creatures. Without any obstacles, Lu Nan finally knocked out a hole again in the bathroom on the 3rd underground floor. The area around the entrance of the cave is regular, as if drawn by a compass, and the wind is blowing. There seems to be a bit of exhaust smell. This is the exit. Lu Nan did not leave in a hurry, but thought for a moment, picked up the hammer, and left the bathroom. The strength that the hammer has just grown has reached at least 20 points. Green Tree Man and Clock Stealer have not been killed yet. After killing them, there will definitely be good things. Anyway, Lu Nan was guarding the 2nd underground floor, and there was no way that man could steal the exit. Lu Nan planned to make 2 more turns to see if he could kill another disordered creature. End of this chapter. As soon as he opened the door, Lu Nan actually saw a green plant in the distance. It thought Lu Nan was gone, so it came out of its hiding place. Lu Nan held the hammer and rushed over with bright eyes. Green Tree Man also immediately discovered Lu Nan, turned around and ran away. Lu Nan was faster and chased him around a corner. Originally, the distance between Lu Nan and the Green Tree Man was only about 20 meters. But after entering the corner, Lu Nan found that the Green Tree Man was missing. Unfortunately, it ran away. Lu Nan ran up and down and back and forth 3 times, but could not see the disordered creature again. Try turning on incognito? Lu Nan felt it was feasible. Although the 12-hour cooldown is a bit long, it is still worth a try if it can be exchanged for a permanent strength bonus of 20 points. Lu Nan returned to the third underground floor and entered the bathroom, deliberately leaving the door open. After a while, he turned on invisibility and walked out of the bathroom. 2 minutes, you must hurry up. Lu Nan glanced at the third underground floor and found no trace of disordered creatures, and quickly went up to the second underground floor. At the corner, 2 legs grew out of the flower pot of a green plant and were moving slowly. Found it! Lu Nan concealed himself and quickly approached Green Tree Man. While running at full speed, Lu Nan couldn't control the sound of his footsteps. Green Tree Man discovered Lu Nan based on the sound, strode forward with 2 legs growing on the flower pot, and ran away quickly. He even approaches invisibly. The endless secret room is so scary. Green Tree Man was much slower than Lu Nan, and Lu Nan was invisible and approached. This time, Lu Nan finally got a chance to take action. Lu Nan hit the flower pot with a hammer. Green Tree Man rolled to the side like a ball being hit, and there were many cracks on the flower pot. Simultaneously, Lu Nan felt something strange in his right arm. He looked down and saw that the muscles in his arms were beating on their own under the sleeves of his suit. Something is growing. As this thing grew, Lu Nan felt that his right hand was gradually losing control, as if it had its own consciousness and was about to come to life. Parasite. And judging from the information in the employee handbook, this parasite should gradually spread throughout the body. Therefore, if infection is detected, the limb must be removed immediately. But this is not a problem for Lu Nan. Lu Nan strode forward and dealt a cruel blow to the Green Tree Man, again. The bloody silver hammer hit the flower pot, causing large cracks. A large amount of green liquid poured out from the crack. There are some insect-like things squirming in these liquids. Green Tree Man has been beaten to death. When Lu Nan was about to hit the third blow, the green liquid on the ground suddenly seemed to come alive and rush towards Lu Nan's face. Green Tree Man immediately wanted to run. The hammer appeared from the green liquid and hit the basin of Green Tree Man. When Lu Nan was hit by liquid, he would instinctively close his eyes and dodge. But Lu Nan has experienced combat training and fought several battles in the pixel world, so his combat experience has been enriched. While closing his eyes, Lu Nan predicted the movement of Green Tree Man and calmly swung the hammer in his hand. Lu Nan's hammer hit the basin of the Green Tree Man firmly. Green Tree Man is actually more resistant than Laughing Black Mist and Stingy Face. It is the strongest disordered creature in this chamber. But Lu Nan's gift hammer has obviously become stronger after a wave of strength additions. It also couldn't bear Lu Nan's 3 hammers. The basin was smashed and it fell to the ground dead. From the place where it died, an amber-like object fell out, with a certain insect wrapped inside. However, this thing was also absorbed by the hammer. The power of the hammer began to grow again. Without a panel, Lu Nan could only estimate that the hammer had increased in strength by about 25 points. The actual increase in strength should only be a little more. You have to wait until you get home and take a look at the panel to determine how much it has increased. Lu Nan carried the hammer and returned to the bathroom on the third underground floor. He was still in no hurry to leave and planned to wait for 12 hours. If you can refresh your stealth skills again, you can also kill the stealing clock. The threat of insect-headed man is always there. A disordered creature can increase the power of the hammer by more than 20 points. Lu Nan doesn't want to give up this bonus. Time passed slowly. Lu Nan waited for a long time and was sure that it must have been more than 12 hours, but the skill was not refreshed. It seems that the cooldown of skills cannot be refreshed in the endless chamber. But Lu Nan thought about it and felt that this was normal. Time in the physical world should be flowing extremely slowly now. The same goes for the pixel world. The cooldown of skills is calculated based on the time in the physical world and the pixel world. Waiting for 12 hours in the endless secret room will definitely not refresh the skills. Lu Nan didn't wait any longer and stood up to leave. As for that man, Lu Nan also considered whether to squat on him here and kill him. But Lu Nan felt there was no need to wait so long. After Lu Nan leaves, the endless secret chamber will be refreshed. If the opponent is in poor condition and starts exploring from the beginning, the probability of survival is very low. If he was lucky enough to survive, his face would not be visible in the endless chamber, and Lu Nan would not have to worry about his identity being discovered. After staying in the secret room for so long, Lu Nan longed for a normal world, so it was better not to wait. Lu Nan jumped into the cave entrance with anticipation. He did not return directly to the physical world, but came to an all-white room. In the middle of the room, there were two things, a key and an invitation. Directly in front of Lu Nan was a holographic screen. When Lu Nan entered the room, 3 lines of text appeared on the screen. Congratulations on exploring all the rooms, your reward has changed from 1 to 2. Extraordinary substances will enter your body and acquire your exclusive abilities based on your soul and life experience. This process is safe and won't have any negative effects on you. Take your prize. From now on, you will start a different life. From these 3 lines of text, Lu Nan became more and more certain that the appearance of the endless secret chamber was not a natural formation of extraordinary matter. Lu Nan stepped forward and first looked at the 2 things placed on the table. There is also a display screen on the desktop, with descriptions of these 2 things written next to it. Secret room key, you can enter the secret room on the first level at any time, and you can stay up to 1 hours. Secret room time, number of uses remaining, 12. Secret room invitation, you have been invited to enter the second level of the secret room, congratulations. If it were someone else who escaped from the secret room with a narrow escape, only to find that he had to enter the endless secret room on the 2nd floor, it would be a bit uncomfortable. Lu Nan's eyes lit up after reading the contents of the invitation. This is really a good thing worthy of congratulations. The hammer can still grow. However, Lu Nan also reminded himself that he still had to increase his strength as soon as possible. Logically speaking, the disordered creatures in the 2nd chamber should be stronger. Only by ensuring crushing strength can the effect of the hammer be exerted. The invitation and the key disappeared at the same time. The text on the screen changed. Think of the key and it will appear in your hand and be used immediately. Lu Nan gave it a try, and then discovered something unexpectedly. The method of summoning the key is exactly the same as the method of summoning the hammer. Coincidence? Lu Nan was thoughtful, but did not delve into it. There was too little information and it was useless to guess. It was better to go back and ask Nino and Mebolius. Finished collecting 2 things. The text on the screen changes again. Come forward and accept the power that belongs to you. Lu Nan walked to the screen. Streams of dark black extraordinary material surged toward Lu Nan. Suddenly, gray-white flames ignited. The dark black extraordinary substance, after being burned by the flames, transformed and became an undead extraordinary substance. Subsequently, these undead extraordinary substances poured into Lu Nan's body and gradually condensed into a new power. This sudden change happened very quickly. Before Lu Nan could recover from the surprise, the transformation was over. The text on the screen changed again. Congratulations, you have obtained the extraordinary ability of Conductor, current ability level, level 1. Note that when you do not participate in the battle and only conduct command, all units that obey your command will receive your reward bonus. When you make an active attack, all bonuses will disappear immediately. Absorbing extraordinary stones, entering the secret room and leaving, and killing other extraordinary people will all increase your abilities. After the 4 lines of text appeared, a door opened on the wall next to it. End of this chapter. The supernatural substance of the undead transformed the supernatural substance of the secret chamber? After Lu Nan came to his senses, he became more and more curious about the changes that had just occurred. I still have to ask Nino and Mebolius after I go back. After suppressing his curiosity, Lu Nan looked at the screen. When Lu Nan saw the abilities of the conductor, his heart felt hot. This effect should also be available to transform undead. From the description, the card's bonus cannot be applied to transform undead. The text description of transform undead is undead unit, not servant. But conductor does not have this restriction. Any unit that listens to Lu Nan's orders will receive bonuses. However, there are some things about the conductor's abilities that are not very clear. If Lu Nan gives orders to others and is relayed by others, can he still get the effect of conductor? Obey orders. Do you want to listen to Lu Nan personally give orders, or do you just carry out Lu Nan's orders? You can try this. Let Nino help convey the order and let the Wooming Deadbones execute it to see if he can get bonus achievements. After returning, we should also be able to deduce what kind of bonus the conductor has through the changes in the attributes of the servants. Time to go back. Lu Nan was full of questions and wanted to go home quickly. Before leaving, Lu Nan stopped, returned to the room, and began to knock on the wall bit by bit. This is not just because Lu Nan has the habit of knocking on walls. Lu Nan, who is experienced in gaming, feels that there may be hidden items here. Unfortunately, after knocking around, Lu Nan found nothing. Lu Nan came out with a hammer, wanting to try what it would be like to violently hammer the wall. But Lu Nan was worried that the door would be closed, so he finally gave up. Lu Nan walked out of the door, a white light flashed in front of his eyes, and then his vision returned to the moment when he got out of the car. At this time, Lu Nan's state was a bit like having eaten a flash bomb. His vision was white, his ears could only hear the sharp tinnitus, and everything was very slow. But the others were stationary, and Lu Nan's time flowed faster than the people next to him. This gave Lu Nan enough time to adjust his posture. Lu Nan got out of the car and closed the door with a natural expression. No one could tell that Lu Nan had just experienced at least a week of survival in a secret room. Matsushita Yuki, the deputy leader of team and Yen Shue's deputy, greeted Lu Nan, "Good morning." After becoming a regular member, the attitude of the people in team towards Lu Nan also quietly changed. Lu Nan responded with a smile, feeling the comfort of returning from the completely enclosed secret room to the open street. Yen Shui glanced at Lu Nan quietly. It wasn't that she noticed that Lu Nan had entered the secret room, but because the third seed was affecting her. One last thought came to her yesterday afternoon. Although there was no corresponding incident that prompted her to believe in Lu Nan. But fortunately, the religious atmosphere in the City of Dreams is actually very strong. A considerable part of the poor people inevitably fall into the embrace of superstition. This kind of atmosphere made Yen Shue's process of taking Lu Nan as her faith particularly smooth. Lu Nan looked back at Yen Shui and nodded respectfully in greeting. Yen Shue's eyes were a little flustered, and she felt a little uncomfortable with Lu Nan's respect. She has a strong class consciousness and likes others to obey order and obey her. And when she regarded Lu Nan as her faith and as a superior person, her inferiority complex reached an agreement with her consciousness. This made her wish that Lu Nan could treat her more roughly and rudely. Fortunately, she behaved much calmer after being rejected by Lu Nan twice. Her expression remained normal, and after nodding to Lu Nan, she entered the scene. The day's work ended after watching family members vomit on the scene twice. Lu Nan drove the car back to the 4th team office. Lin Weishun was about to go out. His equipment was neatly put on and he looked in a hurry. Lu Nan was a little curious. "Captain. Lin, aren't you off work?" Lin Weisheng sighed, "I have to work overtime temporarily and have to work the night shift at UNG Heavy Industries." "You can just get off work as usual. The task level of team is quite high, so you don't need to work overtime. The regular operators of the 4th team are also very hardworking, and overtime is the norm." However, Lu Nan followed team and had a stable job, so he didn't have to work overtime. Lu Nan ordered, "Captain Lin, pay attention to safety." In the City of Dreams, after the death of the Dean, Lin Weisheng was the only person Lu Nan cared about. Lin Weisheng grinned, "Okay, I'll pay attention, get off work and get off work." Lu Nan watched Lin Weisheng leave, then packed his bag and hurried home. After entering the house, Lu Nan locked the door, took off his coat, let out a sigh of relief, and showed a tired look on his brows. After working in the secret room for so long, although he was not physically tired, Lu Nan was under a lot of mental pressure. Fortunately, he came back alive. Lu Nan rubbed his face, sat in front of the computer, and opened the game. The perspective returns to the top of the territory. There are many prompts that pop up in the lower right corner of the screen. Lu Nan opened them one by one. Record. Your talent fate reward has been triggered, and the power of unknown bones has been increased by 1.3 points. and the soul fire has been increased by 11 points. Chick's strength increases by 4 points. The power of the ignorant skeleton increases by 0.1 points. Mabolius' wisdom increases by 0.3. Your spirit will increase by 2 points, your strength will increase by 1 point, and your extraordinary material will increase by 10 points. Record. Your equipment Bloodstained Mystic God's Hammer has a star rating of plus 0.5 and a strength of plus 25 points. Record. Your equipment Bloodstained Mystic God's Hammer has a star rating of plus 0.5 and a strength of plus 35 points. Record. You have acquired the extraordinary ability Conductor. All units that follow your orders will receive a 10-point bonus to all attributes and all damage received will be reduced by 10 points. Record. Your building research hut has been upgraded to level 3, all your attributes will be increased by 3 points, your extraordinary value will be increased by 5 points, and your health will be increased by 15 points. You have obtained Elementary Language Heritage and Elementary Blacksmithing Heritage. Please go to the research hut to select the unit to receive the inheritance. The harvest of the secret room was actually recorded in detail in the event record. The Conductor's attributes can be clearly seen, which saves Lunan a lot of trouble. The bonus of Conductor doesn't look very high, only 10 points. But its strength lies in the fact that there is no upper limit on the number of bonuses. The more undead you transform, the higher the total bonus will be. From this perspective, Conductor is also an ability with no upper limit and is extremely valuable. And without the defense power mechanism, if the strength is 1 point higher, the damage will be higher. Lunan opened the Undead Kobolds panel. Although according to the text description, transformed undead can enjoy the bonus of Conductor. But Lunan also confirmed the faceplate of the Undead Kobold. The Undead Kobold is performing Lunan's resource collection mission, and its power at this time has reached 45 points. It is indeed possible. Moreover, the bonus of Conductor can also be improved. You can absorb 1 extraordinary stone later to see how big the improvement is. The attribute bonus of the hammer exceeded Lunan's expectations. It transformed into a 4-star weapon at this time, with a strength bonus of up to 90 points. When Chick takes it and combines it with the effective Conductor, the power can reach 213.7 points. A 2-star extraordinary creature shouldn't be able to withstand such power, right? The 60-point strength bonus gave Lunan more confidence when facing the insect-headed man. The upgrade of the research cabin was completed around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. But the emergence of 2 knowledge inheritances gave Lunan some unexpected joy. All information about the Pixel world is valuable to Lunan. After Lunan finished reading today's daily events, he walked to the research cabin and opened it to take a look. Elementary Language Inheritance. After obtaining inheritance, you can understand the languages of various ethnic groups. It requires wisdom of no less than 10 points. The higher the wisdom, the more inheritance content you will obtain. Elementary Blacksmithing Heritage. After obtaining the heritage, you can learn about forging techniques, which requires no less than 10 points of wisdom. The higher the wisdom, the more heritage content you will obtain. End of this chapter. Lunan opened the panel and took a look at his wisdom attribute. 34.8 points. It's a bit higher than Mabolius's basic wisdom of 28.9 points. However, Mabolius can enjoy the bonus of Conductor, and his wisdom at this time reached 38.9 points. Let Mabolius get the inheritance, and the effect will be better than Lunan accepting the inheritance. But Lunan was very interested in the language spoken by the fanged kobolds. Lunan finally chose to accept elementary language inheritance on his own. Mabolius went to receive the basic blacksmithing inheritance, and take a step further in the field of logistics. After receiving Lunan's order, Mabolius arrived quickly, knelt down respectfully and blew a string of rainbow farts. In the interface of the research hut, Lunan selected the unit to receive the inheritance and clicked Inheritance. 2 streaks of gray-white undead extraordinary material appeared from the research cabin and poured into the eyebrows of Lunan and Mabolius. A large number of languages emerged from Lunan's memory. The whole process lasted about 10 seconds. Lu Nan has mastered a total of 4 commonly used languages. In the pixel world, all languages are believed to be given by God. Elves and humans use the same language, and this language is called the divine language of the goddess of destiny. The basic language Lu Nan masters is also this. However, the language inherited this time includes some branches of languages, so this divine language is also included in the 4 languages inherited. The language used by the fanged kobolds was also one of the languages Lu Nan mastered. This language is included in a divine language that cannot mention authority. Unlike other gods, this god's scope of authority has also been erased by some force. However, judging from the beliefs of the fanged kobolds, it should be related to the three-eyed secret god. In addition to these 2 languages, there are also the divine language of the god of the ocean and the divine language of the god of the scales. Like the fates, the names of these 2 gods were also withheld, leaving only the scope of their duties. These 2 languages are used respectively between Ocean Tribe and Merchant. From the language, Lu Nan also obtained a lot of information. For example, the body of businessman is a kind of life called world spirit. They believe in the god of trading and tilting the scales and have the ability to travel through dangers and reach various places where trade is possible. And businessman also has some conventional rules, which are reflected in the idioms of the language. For example, they insist that doing business with a profit of less than 3% is an offense to God, so they will never do it. Another example is that they are very vindictive, and the entire clan is obliged to retaliate against enemies who covet their goods. The language used by the High Clan is relatively crude, and the information available is limited. But a large number of life names gave Lu Nan a preliminary mouthful was about 1/4 of a piece. The 2 haggled over the price. In the end, it was Lu Nan who persuaded Nino on the grounds that the territory is developing and all employees need to work together to overcome difficulties, and the territory is everyone's territory and we cannot just look at immediate personal interests. After accepting the candy, Nino happily flew to Mabolius. "Hey, big guy, your lord asked me to tell you, you go mining." Mabolius was a little confused. Why doesn't the great lord convey orders directly to me? Nino waved her hand. "Oh, don't worry about it. It's really what he said. Just go ahead." Mabolius thought for a moment and felt that he still had to listen to Nino's words. Mining is not a big deal. Even if you are really fooled, it's okay. The worst thing you can do is complain to the Great Master. If this order is really given by the Great Master, if it disobeys it, it will be a big problem. Mabolius walked towards Blackstone Mountain. Lu Nan quickly opened Mabolius's panel. The effect of conductor still exists. It works. As long as the orders conveyed by Lu Nan are subjectively executed, they can enjoy the effect of conductor. In this way, it will be much more convenient when there are too many troops and Lu Nan cannot convey orders alone. Finish the test. Lu Nan looked at the time. It's 7:19 p.m. There are still more than 3 hours before the cooldown refresh of Streaming Hourglass. It will take a while for Breathless Shadow to cool down. Lu Nan planned to wait until the cooling skill was ready, then use the key to go to the secret room and kill the stealing clock. Now it will have to wait a little longer. Lu Nan returned to the territory first and clicked on the forge to upgrade. Nino also followed Lu Nan, wanting to walk around. After Mabolius returned to his territory, he respectfully bid farewell to Lu Nan, then entered the forge and started working. After Mabolius left, Nino came over and whispered to Lu Nan in a low voice, "This servant of yours is weird. When you open your mouth, you are like a great lord, a humble servant, a sage judge, it's so lickable." Nino imitated Mabolius's words perfectly, her flaxen hair swaying back and forth. Lu Nan was amused by her and typed in response, "It's work, that's what it is." Nino frowned, thoughtfully. Lu Nan took Chico and left the territory again. He still has 5 useless conversion opportunities and needs to find suitable targets. And since the insect-headed men are already here, their whereabouts may be found outside the territory. Let's go on patrol. However, there are not many extraordinary creatures that can fly. The several extraordinary creatures Lu Nan encountered were all free agents, and they were all killed by Chiku. Nino watched Sheik fight from the side, her eyes shining. The foot of Black Rock Mountain. While searching in Lunan, an extraordinary creature with an upper body made of insects and a lower body with human-like legs spit out an insect egg. The insect egg fell into a large pile of insect eggs. Some of the eggs have hatched, and many six-legged reptiles with purple stripes, hard shells and sharp mouthparts have appeared. Soon, another bug-headed man appears. The two bug-headed men looked at each other, did not communicate, and began to lay eggs together. Wait until tomorrow night, they will lead the reptiles to attack Lunan's territory. End of this chapter. Lunan searched for more than an hour, but could not find a flying extraordinary monster like Xiaoshui again. But when Lunan saw the magic rabbit, he had a new idea. After possessing the ability of conductor, transforming the magic rabbit has become a good choice. Although the base strength of the magic rabbit is only 2 points, with the bonus of conductor, it can increase to 12 points of strength. Coupled with the small size and fast attack speed of the magic rabbit, when besieging the same target, the output is actually quite considerable. Moreover, the magic rabbit requires fewer transformations and consumes less extraordinary points. They are very suitable for dealing with the insect headman attack tomorrow. Lunan transformed 5 magic rabbits and ordered them to run to the trap in the west of the territory, dig a hole, and then sleep. Nino watched Lunan's transformation process. Not only was she not frightened by the rotting process of flesh and blood, but she watched it with relish. This is much more interesting than watching bugs fight in the elf secret land. After the transformation was completed, it was already past 8 o'clock. Lunan was going to return to the territory and let the Lord's unit meditate while he went to the endless secret chamber. Nino still doesn't want to come into contact with other undead. She flew to Lunan and took out a gradient extraordinary stone from her skirt. Hey, this is for you. The extraordinary stone of destiny. Lunan's eyes lit up. He accepted the extraordinary stone and handed Nino a quarter of a candy. Save some of it. Nino happily took the candy, put it in her mouth, and said vaguely, "Thank you." She has to thank us too. After completing the exchange with Nino, Lunan walked towards the territory, while Nino returned to her treehouse. At this time, the wooden wall on the outside of the territory has basically been completely erected. Although the wooden wall does not look very strong, at least Lunan's territory has become a relatively closed and independent space. Lunan added a task path for the employees, and after the wall was completed, they all went to collect materials. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Lunan's breathless shadow is refreshed, and he can go to the endless secret chamber again. He took out the key and chose to use it. The surrounding scene suddenly changed again. Lunan returned to the subway station, holding a hammer in his hand, wearing a suit and a mask. He was just about to take action when he suddenly heard a scream in the distance. What? The 4 people were not far away from Lunan. After screaming at Lunan, they turned around and ran away. Ordinary people are not allowed to bring items into the secret room. The prosthetic body is connected to the nerves and is considered a part of the body. But Lunan appeared suddenly with a hammer in hand. He didn't look like a good person. These 4 unlucky guys obviously mistook Lunan for a humanoid creature of disorder. Lunan didn't care. He picked up the hammer and ran towards the second underground floor. As soon as he got off the stairs, Lunan saw a green plant next to him. Green Tree Man squatted here and was just about to infect the target when he discovered a familiar hammer. It is not only familiar with the appearance of the hammer, but also its hardness. Why is he here again? Green Tree Man quickly collected the spores he used for infection and immediately ran to the side. But it's too late. Lunan raised and lowered his hammer, killing the Green Tree Man with 2 hammers. He wanted to confirm whether things would be dropped only on the first kill. There were no surprises in the test results. After the flower pot of Green Tree Man was smashed, nothing fell out. Lunan turned around and continued searching. In the second subway station, Lunan met Laughing Black Mist. When it saw Lunan, it turned around and started running away as fast as possible. Even the umbilical cord-like nutrition tube was exposed. Lu Nan had no interest in chasing a disordered creature that he had killed once. Lu Nan continued to move deeper into the secret room, looking for the stealing clock. Go all the way to the 7th secret room. Lu Nan saw the stealing clock hanging on the subway station sign. 4 explorers were also in this subway station, and the stealing clock was staring at them, completely unaware that Lu Nan had discovered it. Lu Nan turned on his invisibility, approached the stealing clock, jumped up, and struck down with a hammer. Agility will also increase jumping ability. Lu Nan jumped high enough and hit the stealing clock accurately with the hammer. Stealing a clock was smashed and fell to the ground. Lu Nan gave 2 more hammers and smashed the clock dial into pieces. After a while, a gear appeared and was absorbed by the hammer. The power of the hammer began to rise again, lasting for 5 seconds before slowly ending. Lu Nan took out the key and left safely from the endless secret room. Back home, Lu Nan looked at the key that had 1 use left and put it away. Let's take a look at the improvement of giving hammer first. Lu Nan looked at the exclamation mark in the lower right corner of the screen, opened it and took a look. Record. Your equipment Bloody God-given hammer has a star rating of plus 0.5 and a strength of plus 30 points. Grant hammer's strength bonus at this time has reached as high as 120 points. Lu Nan put away the hammer with satisfaction, set an alarm for 11, and lay down to sleep for a while. When he was woken up by the alarm clock, Lu Nan got up and upgraded the merchant's shop. The cooldown of luminous hourglass has improved. Lu Nan faced the merchant's shop and used the streamer hourglass. The wonderful scene of time accelerating appears again. After 3 seconds, the upgrade of the merchant's shop is completed. A prompt appears in the lower right corner. Record. Your building merchant's shop has been upgraded. Your Lord unit has all attributes plus 3, extraordinary value plus 10, and life plus 15. The quantity and quality of goods carried by merchants when they appear have been improved. Lu Nan closed the prompt interface with satisfaction and checked the working status of the employees. The ignorant skeleton's soulfire was exhausted, and it fainted outside the territory. It was being carried to the cemetery on a cart by the unknown skeleton. This working condition makes Lu Nan very satisfied. Go to bed. A peaceful night passed. Early the next morning, Lu Nan looked at the cards drawn from the Tower of Decision. 2 cards are 1 star, 1 card is 2 stars. They are all useless cards. Let's save the number of conversions until we come back in the evening. Lu Nan went out to work. Listening to the morning news on the road. A vicious attack occurred in the lower block yesterday that killed more than 30 people. The body showed signs of being eaten. The identity of the murderer is unknown. He is suspected of being someone who lost control of his prosthetic body. Please be careful. In the City of Dreams, vicious cases actually happen every day. Over time, small-scale cases will no longer make the news. So many people died in this case, but only 1 sentence was given. Not long after hearing the news, Lu Nan received news from Yan Shui. Today's scene was in the lower block. It seems that the case in the news is related to extraordinary people. The goal of the Apostle of the God of Gluttony is slowly being achieved. Lu Nan transferred the address to Chen Zixio and Kevin. Lu Nan has another half training day today and will have to go later. After Lu Nan completed his task at noon, he arrived at the scene. Yan Shui is not here today. She went to the bureau for a meeting, and another leader of the 7th team is responsible for the on-site work. Lu Nan observed the corpse, and there were indeed some animal-like bite marks, which should be some kind of extraordinary ability to mimic. The afternoon's work ended quickly. Lu Nan drove back to the 4th detachment, returned the vehicle, and hurried back home. In 4 more hours, the bug-headed attack will come. Just as Lu Nan entered the house and locked the door, Yan Shui's call suddenly came through. After thinking for a moment, Lu Nan answered the call. Yan Shui's voice sounded, with a submissive tone, "There are some newly disclosed information after today's meeting. Article 3, a lord named Lord Number 2 is an extraordinary person. His territory was destroyed by an attack by a star extraordinary monster. By the way, in the world of Lord Extraordinary Beings, stars are used to judge strength. Article 150. The number of extraordinary people is expanding rapidly these days. The Law Enforcement Bureau controls at least extraordinary people. The number of extraordinary people controlled by various companies has not been made public, but it is definitely quite a lot. Therefore, the Law Enforcement Bureau decided to disclose the existence of extraordinary people to the captain and deputy captain level operators, so that each team can assist team in investigating extraordinary people. In the third article, an anthropomorphic disordered creature appeared in the secret room, carrying a hammer, behaving strangely, and seemed to think that he was a human being. Its name is Hammer-Wielding Madman. End of this chapter. Hammer-Wielding Maniac? When Lu Nan heard this name, he immediately realized that this was him. The disordered creature turned out to be myself. It should be the 4 explorers Lu Nan met yesterday who spread the news. But what concerned Lu Nan even more was the information that Lord Number 3 had his territory wiped out by a 2-star extraordinary creature. Lu Nan thought for a moment and asked Yen Shui, "Do you have more detailed information?" Now Yen Shui's attitude is as docile as a sheep. And Yen Shui is not only obedient, but also obviously has a serving attitude. Lu Nan now has no problem revealing some of his curiosity to Yen Shui. Yen Shui immediately replied, "Lord Number 3 has some more detailed information. His race is Life Elf, and his territory level is level 4. The extraordinary monsters that attacked this lord were 5 plague junkrats. According to his oral account, because his territory had no walls, the disease was spread by extraordinary creatures. Hammer-Wielding Madman has only 1 sighting and very little information. The captains of each team are equipped with AI to collect and analyze data on extraordinary substances. The 4 companies are all developing technologies related to extraordinary substances, and have made some gains." Lu Nan breathed a sigh of relief when he learned the reason why territory number 3 was destroyed. Diseases and poisons have similar effects, and both can exert effects beyond the star level. Without the protection of the city wall, it is indeed impossible to defend against it. Fortunately, Lu Nan already had a complete wooden wall defense. Although simple, it almost eliminates the possibility of being sneaked in and poisoned. As long as you don't open the wall door randomly. After listening to Yen Shui's information, Lu Nan simply praised her. "Not bad, new information will be reported in a timely manner." Yen Shui sat beside her bed, listening to Lu Nan's praise. She couldn't help but tighten her legs a little. For those who have faith, being recognized is the best reward. She experienced the joy again, paused for 2 seconds, and quickly replied, "I know." Lu Nan cut off the call and opened the game. The perspective returns to the top of the territory. In the lower right corner of the screen, there are 4 tips for today. Record. Your talent fate reward has been triggered, and the power of unknown bones has been increased by 1.4 points, and the soul fire has been increased by 12 points. Chick's strength increases by 4 points. Nabolius wisdom increases by 0.4. Your spirit increases by 0.6 points and your strength increases by 0.8 points. Record. Your servant Myborius failed to forge elf iron longbow. Record. Your servant Myborius successfully forged the elf iron longbow. There was no fighting today, and it improved to a certain extent and returned to the daily level, which was a little less than the previous 2 days. The weapon forging actually had a success rate, which surprised Lu Nan. Lu Nan opened the forge interface and saw a small exclamation mark in the corner. He clicked on it and saw a series of text introductions. Forging success rate is related to forger's experience, forge level, material quality and lord's luck value. Luck does have its uses. Unfortunately, luck and charm are not affected by all attribute bonuses. Lu Nan's luck value is still 2 points. Upon failure, all materials are lost. Fortunately, Nabolius only failed once and succeeded twice, so Lu Nan could accept it. Lu Nan opened the warehouse and saw 2 longbows placed inside. He took one and equipped it. The body of the longbow is engraved with some wonderful lines, and extraordinary power surges through the body. Not bad. 3-star equipment looks really extraordinary. Lu Nan played with it for a while, then put away the long bow and did not use it. This is also Lu Nan's judgment after thinking about it. After possessing the ability of conductor, Lu Nan will most likely not actively participate in frontal large-scale battles. After all, the conductor's bonus to a large number of undead is greater than Lu Nan's own participation in the battle. Lu Nan fought in person, most likely going out to explore, where someone else hit him at the door of his house, and the undead were almost wiped out. In this case, throwing is more flexible and attacks more frequently than using both hands to draw a bow. If you specialize in throwing skills, you can also trigger destiny rewards faster and let the skills transform again earlier. After checking the territory situation, Lu Nan woke up Chico and took Chico out for patrol. The 3 undead kobolds also received Lu Nan's order, converged on the territory, and began to coat some arrows with poison. The 2 ignorant skeletons continued to work outside the territory. Low collars don't blow up, they don't take a vacation. This battle has nothing to do with them, just work hard overtime. As soon as Lu Nan left the territory, Nino flew over from a distance, with excitement in her voice. Lu Nan. She knew yesterday that Lu Nan was going to be attacked by the bug-headed men, and she had been waiting to see the excitement. Lu Nan took her on a patrol outside the territory. No trace of the bug-headed man was found. Lu Nan used up 15 transformation opportunities and brought back 15 undead rabbits. The extraordinary points I had saved for nearly 2 days were almost exhausted. Fortunately, the newly added upper limit of extraordinary value will come with extraordinary value and is not an empty upper limit. More than 10 o'clock. A prompt appears. Event reminder: the bug-headed man has approached your territory, please be prepared. Lu Nan rushed back to the territory and closed the gate of the territory tightly. The undead kobold climbed up to the arrow tower, carrying a bow behind him, a javelin beside him, and plenty of consumables. Lu Nan also stood on an arrow tower and looked around. Nino floated next to Lu Nan's shoulder, with an expectant look on her face. 10 minutes passed. Nino twitched her nose a few times, then stretched out her hand to cover it. Hey, it smells so bad. Lu Nan didn't smell it, but Nino probably wouldn't lie about this kind of thing. The bug-headed man should be coming. Sure enough, in less than 3 minutes, there was movement outside the territory. An insect with a purple carapace and sharp mouthparts came from the west and quickly approached Lu Nan's territory. Gray-white flames flashed in Lu Nan's eyes. Burning 1 point of extraordinary value, Lu Nan saw the properties of this insect. Spiked beetle, 2 stars. Life, 600. Power, 40. Agility, 20. Wisdom, 5. Spirit, 6. Not a bug-headed man? And to be honest, this attribute is not very high, only slightly better than the fanged kobold. Is this also an extraordinary 2-star? Lu Nan was a little confused. But soon, the confusion in Lu Nan's eyes turned into surprise. This kind of spiked beetle kept crawling out of the darkness and entered Lu Nan's field of vision. There are dozens of bugs like this. The excitement on Nino's face gradually turned into nervousness. She stuck to Lu Nan's arm and grabbed Lu Nan's hair. Lu Nan, these beetles should be bred by insect-headed people. With so many, can we win? You must resist it, otherwise it won't be safe for me to live next to you. Lu Nan laughed twice when he heard Nino's nervous voice. These spiked beetles look numerous and a bit scary. But it's actually not that difficult to fight. Chick has been waiting outside the territory. Lu Nan had tied the gift hammer to the spirit rope and gave it to Chico for use. With such a powerful weapon, Lu Nan felt that Chike would be better off on the outside. Chick's power is now as high as 247.7 points. The hammer also increases the power multiplier. Not a spiked beetle could withstand this hammer blow. However, Chike's soul fire is not high and is a hidden danger, so it must not be surrounded. Lu Nan ordered it to rush forward first, attracting some of the spiked beetles, and fight them while running to ensure safety. Leave the rest of the spiked beetles to the undead kobolds. After Lu Nan's order was given, Chica took the hammer and immediately rushed towards the crawling spiked stinging insect. The previous chapter has been reviewed. Readers, please read this chapter first. End of this chapter. Chike ran to an open area, swung his hammer, and hit the nearest spiked beetle on the head. The powerful force directly smashed the beetle's mouthparts. A damage number of -396 jumped out from the beetle's head. Nino's eyes widened, and her little body let out a very clear exclamation, "Huh?" The super high damage Chike dealt far exceeded her expectations. Lu Nan ignored her and frequently switched perspectives. "What about the bug-headed man? You didn't come outside the territory at all, where were you?" While Lu Nan was searching for information, another batch of spiked beetles heading towards the territory had already entered the range of the undead kobolds. They drew their bows and nocked arrows, and 3 arrows flew out at the same time. Only 1 arrow hit the spiked beetle. 76.5 damage jumped out. With the commander's bonus, coupled with the power bonus of Enchant Refined Longbow, their damage is considerable. All of the volleys hit, and the damage was not even lower than Chike's hammer. It's a pity that the shot was a little crooked. Using unskilled weapons reduces their hit rate a lot. Fortunately, Lu Nan made arrangements in advance and applied righteous poison on the arrows. And the poison is also effective against spiked beetles. The damage from the poison is just enough to kill the spiked beetle. It's okay to waste some output. The basic attack frequency of bows and arrows is about once every 1.5 seconds. The undead kobolds drew their bows and arrows and fired again. In this round of attacks, 2 arrows hit. Unfortunately, one of the arrows hit the spiked beetle that had been hit by an arrow before. The poisoning effects overlap, which is a bit wasteful. At the same time, the spiked beetles had also approached Lu Nan's wooden wall. However, when the spiked beetle came outside the wooden wall, the ground suddenly collapsed. Nebulius's trap worked. However, spiked beetles can crawl on walls. The spiked beetle behind jumped directly and climbed onto the wooden wall. Fortunately, their combat IQ was not high, so they did not continue to climb up and directly enter Lu Nan's territory, but attacked the wooden wall. Their mouthparts are sharp and hard, and when they hit a wooden wall, the effect is significant and wood chips fly out. Nino hid behind Lu Nan's shoulder, only showing her little head and watching, a little scared of the spiked beetle so close. Lu Nan's expression also became serious. The wall cannot be torn down. Originally, Lu Nan felt that there was no need to use the undead demon rabbit. After all, extraordinary points were in short supply. But the wall is obviously more precious. The extraordinary value in Lu Nan's body burned. 10 undead demon rabbits emerged from the soil. They moved in unison, pounced on the spiked beetle, jumped up, and kicked the spiked beetle. After stepping on a spiked beetle, they can jump back to where they were and avoid the trap. A series of -18 damage jumped out from the besieged spiked beetle. The damage may not seem high, but if 10 magic rabbits attack together, the damage in one round can be as high as 180 points. And the magic rabbit attacks very frequently. 2 kicks per second. In the blink of an eye, more than half of a spiked beetle's life was wiped out. Nino came out from behind Lu Nan, her eyes bright. "It's so awesome. It turns out that the magic rabbit you transformed is so good at fighting." When Lu Nan was transforming, she was still curious as to what Lu Nan was doing transforming these extraordinary creatures with little fighting power. "I didn't expect them to be so strong." The spiked beetle that was attacked no longer attacked the wooden wall, but turned back to fight the undead rabbit. Lu Nan controlled the undead magic rabbit on the screen, constantly moving and pulling these spiked beetles. With Lu Nan's many years of gaming experience, this kind of positioning operation is very skillful. The undead kobolds get a good output opportunity. The battle gradually entered the rhythm Lu Nan wanted. It would be better if the undead kobolds could hit accurately and not kill 2 undead rabbits. It wasn't until all the spiked beetles outside the territory died that Lu Nan stopped operating and looked at the lower right corner of the screen. The battle on Chike's side is also over. After killing so many 2-star extraordinary monsters, Chike's attributes should have increased a lot this time, and his territory should also have received a wave of extraordinary stones. However, no event record appears. Chike's brave body was not triggered, and no extraordinary value was sucked into the territory. Lu Nan was a little surprised, but then he understood what was going on. Spiked beetles should be considered summons, so they have a 2-star rating, but their attributes are quite average. Killing the summoned object will not trigger brave body. Pity. If you can also get attribute bonuses by killing summoned objects, Lu Nan thought that you could keep the insect-headed people in captivity and serve as coaches. If that doesn't work, then find a way to find the bug-headed people and kill them. All spiked beetles come from the west. Lu Nan ordered Chi Ku to go west to find the bug-headed man. At the same time, Lu Nan also sent out the 6 undead demon rabbits that had not been smashed. The main business of the territory tonight is to find the bug-headed people. Except for the 2 undead kobolds, 5 undead demon rabbits and Mabolius buried in the soil, all the other employees went out. Seeing the large number of undead departing, Lu Nan felt a little emotional. When he first became a lord, he did not dare to go far at night. Now that the territory has walls and troops, it can go after the insect-headed people. Lu Nan himself was not idle either. He maneuvered the Lord unit out of the territory, preparing to retrieve the arrows and collect the insect corpses. But as soon as he left the territory, he saw the insect corpses quickly turning into blood. It doesn't matter if Chick's attributes can't be improved, there are no materials. The insect-headed man deserves to die. Later, when traces of the bug-headed men are found, Lu Nan will watch Chica hammer them to death with his own eyes. Fortunately, the arrows can still be recovered. Nino followed Lu Nan, looking at the traces of battle on the ground and talking excitedly beside Lu Nan. Lu Nan! You are too strong. I want to apologize to you, I thought you were a level 3 little lord with average strength. These undead of yours are so powerful, killed so many spiked beetles in one go. This is much better than the battle between the elven secret land guards. While Lu Nan was picking up arrows, he was typing and chatting with her guard. Nino hummed, the elven secret land is rich in extraordinary substances, and monsters often invade it. We won't fight, but there are 4 ancient war trees in the secret land, which guard the entrance to the elven secret land. But when they fight, they always end with a slap, and we are not allowed to watch when they fight. This is a clue to find the secret place of the elves. Lu Nan listened to Nino's chirping words and collected 45 arrows. He operated the Lord unit back to the territory and continued to meditate. Of the extraordinary points accumulated in the past 2 days, after this battle, there are still 18 points left. I must continue to accumulate them quickly to deal with unexpected situations. Nino still wanted to chat with Lu Nan, but seeing that Lu Nan had something serious to do, she quickly turned around and flew away. After flying far away, she turned back and said loudly, I'll come and play with you tomorrow. Lu Nan typed and responded simply, okay. Nino then left. Waited for over 1 hour. An undead demon rabbit has a harvest. It found a pile of hatched insect eggs in a hidden rock, as well as mucus stained on the rock. A weak bug-headed man was lying in the slime. After finding its target, it stopped where it was. After a while, Lu Nan casually switched his perspective and saw the insect-headed man. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly took a look at the attributes of the insect-headed man. Insect-headed man, 2 stars without armor. Life, 1100 of 1500. Power, 60. Agility, 10. Wisdom, 24. Spirit, 10. Skill, hatching insect eggs. Hatching insect eggs, it consumes 100 points of life to spit out an insect egg, which will hatch into a spiked beetle after 30 minutes. A maximum of 10 animals can be hatched each time. 30 minutes after the spiked beetle dies, if the blood has not been cleaned up, you can spend 50 points of life to resurrect the spiked beetle. The blood and water can actually be resurrected. Lu Nan really didn't expect it. The skills of a 2-star extraordinary monster are a bit too strong. No wonder a level 4 lord can still be destroyed by a 2-star extraordinary creature. Lu Nan ordered Chi Ku to rush to the place where the bug-headed man appeared. Just after the order was given, another undead demon rabbit was discovered. The second bug-headed man was also found. After a while, at 11 at night, the third bug-headed man was found by an undead kobold. Lu Nan breathed a sigh of relief. If these bug-headed men could not be found and these spiked beetles were resurrected, Lu Nan would have to use up the remaining extraordinary points to call out the transformed undead and continue fighting. Finding all the insect-headed people is the best result. Chick had 3 kills. After killing the bug-headed man, I finally gained something this time. Several prompts appear one after another. Record. Your servant Chike killed the extraordinary creature, insect-headed man, and his divinity absorbed part of the extraordinary spirituality. His strength increased by 0.8 points, his agility increased by 0.8 points, and his soulfire increased by 2 points. Record. Your servants have killed extraordinary creatures, and the extraordinary substances dropped have been collected in your lord's cabin and are rapidly condensing into extraordinary stones. The extraordinary value provided by a 2-star extraordinary monster is about 1 times more than that of a 4-star extraordinary monster. After the insect-headed man was killed these 3 times, the extraordinary value gained by Lu Nan should be able to condense about 3 death soul stones. Adding these, Lu Nan already has 47 extraordinary stones in his hand. Although the pace of accumulation is not fast, fortunately it is still growing steadily. After the battle, Lu Nan let the undead rabbits sleep where they were. This saves you having to pay for the next hour of excellence. The nameless bones will push his wheelbarrow to pick up these undead rabbits and bury them again. The undead kobolds stayed near Blackstone Mountain, collecting resources where they were. Lu Nan was not in a hurry to get Chico back. He was out anyway, so he simply looked for nearby extraordinary monsters and killed them to increase his attributes. After arranging the employees' work, 3 prompts suddenly popped up in the lower right corner of Lu Nan's screen. Record. Your building forge has been upgraded to level 3, and your lord units have all attributes +3, extraordinary value +10, and life +15. Record. In your territory, all upgradable main buildings have been upgraded to level 3, and your talents have grown. The number of uses of your talent reincarnation per day has been increased to 25 times, and the bonus of your talent fate reward has been slightly increased. Event record, you have a new building chanting hut that can be built. End of this chapter. The number of uses of reincarnation has increased by 10 times. This is undoubtedly the improvement Lu Nan needs most right now. Whether it is accumulating undead plants, increasing the recovery speed of extraordinary points, or accumulating more points to transform undead, the efficiency is much higher. As for this new building, Lu Nan couldn't tell its purpose from the name. Lu Nan clicked on the interface of the Lord's hut and looked at the detailed description of the hut. Reciting hut, you have upgraded all buildings to level 3, you can choose a title for yourself, and the undead extraordinary material will remind you to recite your title. After obtaining the title, your connection with the undead extraordinary material will be closer, and you will be eligible to refresh cards with 7 stars or above in the Tower of Decision. The chanting hut will double the confidence of all units that surrender to you. You can purchase abilities in the chanting hut that will affect the units that surrender to you. When the construction of the chanting hut is completed, it will be a level 4 building. The value of the chanting hut is much greater than Lu Nan imagined. It is a technology building that can be used to unlock 7-star cards. And it can also provide bonuses to all units subordinate to Lu Nan. Judging from the text description, units that surrender to Lu Nan can receive the bonus of the Chuan hut. Just like Conductor, the bonus range is extremely wide. It just so happened that the cooling of the streaming hourglass had improved. There are also enough materials to build a chanting hut. Let's build it first. Lu Nan selected the building and clicked Build. The ignorant skeletons were still working outside, and Mabolius came over to work as a toolman and started construction. Lu Nan took out the streamer hourglass and used it on the chanting hut being built. The flow of time is changed again. 3 seconds later, Lu Nan got a new prompt. Record. Your building changing hut has been completed, and your territory has become more powerful. The Lord has all attributes +3, extraordinary value +10, and life +15. Mabolius blew a rainbow fart again and praised Lu Nan for the miracle he had created with the flowing hourglass. Lu Nan listened to a few words and then let him go back to work. That's a good point, but you still have to do less work. Mabolius left, and Lu Nan stepped forward and opened the interface of the chanting hut. The main body in the interface is a crown, with a groove on the crown. And suspended directly above it are 3 gems with gray-white luster. Lu Nan dragged the mouse and placed it on the gem. Swallow, each time you kill a target, recover 5 points of soul fire. Crazy, each attack adds 3 points of damage. Comprehension, increase 5 points of spirit. Next to the 3 gems, there is a pattern of a large undead hand, as well as a reminder. Lu Nan dragged the mouse and placed it on the undead's big hand. Consumption of 20 extraordinary stones can refresh the ability pool of the Tower of Decision once. The prompt content next to it is also very brief. Please note that the ability of the chanting hut cannot be changed in any way, please choose carefully. Refresh once? These 3 abilities are actually pretty good, but the ability to chant the hut is irreplaceable, so Lu Nan is not very satisfied with them. Moreover, the amount of extraordinary stones consumed to refresh the chanting hut should be relatively limited. After all, you only need to refresh a good ability, unlike many cards that need to be refreshed. Gotta refresh. Lu Nan made up his mind. The only question is whether to refresh it now or in a few days. Lu Nan's main consideration was where the extraordinary stoneflower was, which would be of greatest value. Should you keep trading with merchants, refresh cards, or save 100 extraordinary stones to energize cards? After thinking for a moment, Lu Nan felt that he could try out the ability to recite the hut. After all, the cards will refresh themselves every day, and the refreshment of the chanting hut must consume extraordinary stones. So in Lu Nan's opinion, you can wait for the cards and spend extraordinary stones to draw them when necessary. Card enchantment consumes too much energy, so you should try again after a while. Lu Nan dragged the mouse and clicked on the undead hand with some excitement, refreshing his abilities. 20. 3 new gems appear. Bite causes an additional 10 points of damage to unarmored units. Wisdom, magical damage increased by 5 points. Sophistication, the probability of knowing blow increased by 4%, can be superimposed. When Lu Nan saw the third ability, his eyes suddenly lit up. He actually gained the ability to become a system. Coupled with the improvement of sophistication, the probability of a knowing strike for all Lu Nan's servants can be increased to 7%. And the transformed undead can also have a critical hit rate. There is a big difference between a 4% chance of a knowing hit and no chance of a knowing hit at all. The only problem is that Lu Nan is thinking about whether the probability of a knowing blow will overflow in the future. Shouldn't be a problem. The choice of cards is much more flexible than the ability of the spelling house. That's it. Lu Nan chose Exquisite. A new animation appears. This gem turned into a stream of light and was embedded in the groove of the crown. All servants received exquisite bonuses at the same time. Judging from the results, Lu Nan was very satisfied with the 20 extraordinary stoneflowers. But Lu Nan also reminded himself not to get ahead. Beware of gotcha scams. It is still necessary to judge whether to consume extraordinary stones to draw cards based on the actual situation. After finishing the ability to recite the cabin, Lu Nan looked at the title column. What title should I take? Lu Nan didn't have any ideas now. After thinking for a while, he closed the interface of the chanting house. Only with the title can you get the 7-star card. But anyway, you have to increase the level of the Tower of Decision to unlock the 7-star card. Lu Nan still has some time to think about it again. He first opened the interface of the Lord's cabin. The Lord's hut is now ready to be upgraded. It takes 3 hours to upgrade from level 4 to level 48. Among the materials consumed, there are not only stones and clay, but also 10 extraordinary stones. Extraordinary stones are needed everywhere. Lu Nan looked at the 27 extraordinary stones he had left, and reluctantly chose to upgrade the Lord's cabin. 10. Mabolius came over and was temporarily responsible for the upgrade. After the ignorant skeleton comes back, Mebolius can be replaced. Mebolius's main tasks these days are foraging and collecting medicinal herbs. After arranging the situation in the territory, Lu Nan was ready to log off. It's almost 0 o'clock in the morning. But just as Lu Nan was about to stand up, Nino's voice sounded from the earphones. Lu Nan. Are you still there? Lu Nan thought for a while and typed a response to Nino. What's wrong? Nino breathed a sigh of relief. Great, you are still here. I met an injured blood-crowned swan. It seemed to be poisoned. Can you help me see if it can be saved? The blood-crowned swan has a good relationship with the plant elves. Lu Nan, please help me. Seeing Nino's pleading look, Lu Nan thought for a while and thought he could help. After all, it was all a matter for his own employees. Lu Nan didn't mind putting in more effort as long as he didn't need any money. Lu Nan operated the Lord unit and came out of the Lord's cabin. After thinking for a moment, Lu Nan called Mebolius again. Since he was poisoned, Mebolius could provide more help in this regard than Lu Nan. On the way Mebolius arrived, Lu Nan typed to Nino, remember to give me some extraordinary stones for free. Nino nodded in surprise, okay. No problem. Thank you for your help. Soon, Mebolius rushed over. Lu Nan typed, lead the way. Nino was flying in front, leading Lu Nan and Mebolius towards the direction of her treehouse. End of this chapter. Lu Nan walked to Nino's treehouse. Next to the big tree, I saw a swan that was all white except for its head, which was crimson. It is wrapped with some blood-red extraordinary substance. Just like Nino, it looks like symptoms of poisoning. Sensing someone approaching, the swan opened its eyes, saw Lu Nan, and fluttered its wings. Undead. Can talk? Lu Nan thought that the blood-crowned swan was similar to a magic rabbit, but it seemed that the blood-crowned swan was an intelligent creature. At the same time, Lu Nan also realized that in the perception of most living beings, the reputation of the undead is really average. Nino glanced at Lu Nan cautiously, fearing that Lu Nan would be angry, and then quickly explained to the blood-crowned swan, he is good. I was saved by him, Sister Swan, let him help you. The blood-crowned swan looked at Lu Nan, still resisting. But plant elves rarely lie. Being able to be trusted by Nino, blood-crowned swan was obviously less resistant to Lu Nan and no longer refused to accept Lu Nan's help. Lu Nan typed an order to Mebolius, go and see if it is poisoned. In front of outsiders, Mebolius became more respectful to Lu Nan, as you command, my great master. It walked up to the blood-crowned swan and inspected it for a moment, with a solemn expression on its pixel head. Great master, may I ask it some questions? Lu Nan nodded. Mebolius looked at the blood-crowned swan, have you smelled the stink of blood? The blood-crowned swan hesitated for a moment and nodded. Mebolius continued to ask, have you been to some strange places that you have never been to before? The blood-crowned swan nodded again. Mebolius turned around and bent down to report to Lu Nan, my judgment is that this is a byproduct of some forbidden secret techniques. When using secret techniques such as flesh and flesh alchemy, the transformed life will experience severe pain. These pains will resonate with extraordinary substances and produce poisonous miasma within a fixed range. However, this poison should have disappeared for many years. Your humble servant is not sure whether this judgment is accurate. Nino looked at Lu Nan nervously and expectantly. What should we do now? Lu Nan thought for a moment, then typed a question to Mebolius, is there a way to treat this kind of poison? Mebolius nodded, of course there is, it can be detoxified by mixing the extraordinary stone with St. John's wort, and red valerian, and river water. However, your servant has only collected St. John's wort these days, and there is no red valerian in the territory. Before Lu Nan could speak, Nino immediately raised her hand. I know where the red valerian is. I can lead the way. There's it on the grass to the east, I've smelled its bitter taste. The plant elves are looking for medicine, and they are professional. And relevant. Lu Nan looked at Nino and felt that Nino could also do the job of finding medicinal herbs. Once the number of trees is enough, she can cultivate some herbs needed to make poison. Unlimited poison. Sure enough, I still can't show off my abilities outside of my job at work. Lu Nan sighed secretly and typed to Nino, Chaik and Mebolius will accompany you. Nino put her hands together. Thank you. Lunan, you are so kind. Sister Swan, just wait, we will come to rescue you after we retrieve the red Valerian. Blood-Crowned Swan glanced at Lunan with a complicated expression, but did not say thank you like Nino. Lunan didn't mind and called Chico back. Chico currently has 164 Soulfire points, which should be enough. Lunan asked him to follow Nino and set off with Mabolius. After they started to set off, Lunan thought for a while and typed a question to Blood-Crowned Swan. Where is the place where you were poisoned? Lunan wanted to explore. Judging from game experience, this kind of abnormality is usually triggered by some event. The Blood-Crowned Swan was silent for a while, then responded to Lunan. Also to the east, across the edge of the rocky valley, there are several abandoned statues. If it is the poison produced by the forbidden secret method, the undead will also be corroded, so you'd better be careful. Although it was still very wary of Lunan, Lunan's question was not excessive, so it still answered it. Lunan awakened 2 magic rabbits and headed east to see if he could find the place mentioned by the Blood-Crowned Swan. But the journey is long and it takes a long time to cross the rocky valley. Let's see again tomorrow morning. Lunan left and walked towards the territory. He arranged for 2 undead kobolds to collect materials near the Blood-Crowned Swan. After all, he was Nino's friend and had also provided information to Lunan. Lunan was willing to provide some convenient protection. Halfway through, Lunan remembered that after his talent grew, he had 10 more transformation opportunities, but it was useless. Lunan walked around in a circle and transformed 10 undead plants. It's enough to transform undead now, but the recovery speed of extraordinary points is obviously lacking. Lunan began to replenish the number of undead plants. Naturally, the task of transplanting was left to the Wombing Dead Bones. Lunan operated the Lord unit and returned to the territory. But Lunan was in no hurry to leave the game. Lunan wanted to wait for Chike to come back, put the hammer into the portable warehouse, and make sure Nino was safe before logging off. By the way, Lunan also wanted to think about how to choose a title. After thinking about it again and again, Lunan still felt that the title, Undead Swordmaster, was more suitable for him. Although Lunan didn't know how to use a sword at all, it didn't matter. As we all know, the best swordsmanship is the spear, followed by the flying knife. This is common sense. Moreover, Lunan felt that since he could choose his own title, it would be best not to expose his own information. That's it. Lunan chose a title, immediately ran to the chanting hut, and entered his title. A prompt appears. Record. You have obtained the unique title Undead Swordmaster, and other lords cannot use the same title until your territory is destroyed. The undead supernatural substance will gradually spread your name everywhere with the release of Revelation. Lunan was very satisfied with his title. After arranging the Lord unit to meditate, he switched the perspective to Mabolius. They have left their territory for some distance. Nino kept flying to high places, smelling the smell, and judging the direction of the herbs. After walking for less than 20 minutes, Nino found 4 red valerian plants. Mabolius said, "That's enough, we can go back." They retraced their steps. Mabolius quickly prepared the antidote and gave it to the Blood-Crowned Swan. After taking the antidote, the Blood-Crowned Swan quickly passed out. Nino was a little anxious. Mabolius explained, "This is a necessary process of detoxification. It will not die, but the body will certainly not be able to return to its previous level." Nino nodded and thanked Mabolius. "Thank you." Mabolius answered Nino seriously, "Everything I do is to implement the will of the Great Lord. There is no need to thank me, go and thank my great master. This person still talks strangely." Nino complained in her heart and replied seriously, "I will thank Lunan properly." Mabolius nodded, turned, and left. Lunan watched the whole process. It wasn't until the matter was done that Lunan turned off the computer, yawned, and went offline to sleep. The night passed. Lunan got up on time at 6 o'clock in the morning. He was thinking about the exploration of the magic rabbits and wanted to go and see where they were. Back to the game. Lunan saw the pop-up prompt. Event record: a group of merchants discovered your territory when passing by. They are selling goods in your merchant shop. They will leave at 12 noon. After waiting for so many days, the businessman finally came again. End of this chapter. In addition to the event record of the merchant's arrival, Lu Nan also saw the prompt for the trigger of Chike's talent. After Lu Nan finished reading, he closed the event record and ran to the merchant's shop. There were 2 merchants who came this time, one tall, one short, one fat and one thin. It was obviously not the merchant who came to Lu Nan's territory for the first time. Seeing Lu Nan coming, the tall businessman said, "Hello, Lord here, we heard about your name and came here to trade with you." "Name?" Lu Nan typed and asked, "What is the name you heard?" The short businessman spoke with some confusion in his voice, "Undead Swordmaster, aren't you? Can a title increase the probability of a merchant appearing? This is a pleasant surprise." The tall businessman seemed to notice Lu Nan's doubts and said with a businessman's unique smile, "You seem to be a little confused. If you are willing to pay some small extraordinary stones, we can help you answer your questions." Lu Nan decisively refused, "No need." Now that Lu Nan is in short supply of extraordinary stones, he naturally won't waste it on such information that can be roughly guessed. The 2 businessmen were not surprised either. The tall businessman spoke in the divine language of the god of balance and communicated to his companions, "Sure enough, just like the intelligence in the clan, the Lord here is a poor man." The divine language of the god of balance has the smallest spread among the many divine languages. These 2 human world spirit merchants had never considered the possibility that Lu Nan could understand the divine language of the god of balance. However, Lu Nan heard it clearly. Moreover, Lu Nan also knew that the world spirit merchants had their own specialized space communication technology and could even communicate across planes. The world spirit clan is also relatively united. In their language, there is the concept of gathering wealth and creating greater value. The 2 businessmen had heard about Lu Nan's poor reputation, which was normal. Lu Nan was not angry. He pretended not to understand and typed to ask them, "What are you talking about?" The short businessman replied with a smile, "We are praising your territory. A complete city wall can be built in a level 3 territory. It is really impressive." The tall businessman echoed from the side, "Yes, you are quite powerful among the lords we have traded with. It seems that they have also had contact with other lords." Lu Nan was still extremely interested in the information about other lords. But right now, this information isn't that urgent. You still have to keep the extraordinary stone for serious business. After listening to what they said, Lu Nan looked at the products they displayed. Hemolytic poison. Formula: after use, a unit can gain the ability to produce poison. Wisdom required, 7. Price, 100 extraordinary stones. Mrs. Cummings' ruby pendant. For star jewelry after equipped, it increases spirit by 12 points, charm by 1 point, and extraordinary value absorption speed by 1 point per hour. Since this pendant followed Mrs. Cumming in secret meetings with 73 lovers, it has been slightly affected and will increase the desire for sensual enjoyment after wearing it. Equipment requirements: 3 points of charm, 2 points of spirit. Asterisk: only 1 piece of necklace-type jewelry can take effect per unit. Price: 550 extraordinary stones. Dragon bone incense. Extraordinary material grows in the swamp ecology formed after the death of the dragon, and has excellent medicinal effects. Price: 200 extraordinary stones. Wise ring. For star jewelry after equipped, it increases spirit by 10 points and increases extraordinary value absorption speed by 2 points per hour. Equipment requirements: spirit 10 points. Asterisk: each unit can have up to 2 effective ring-type jewelry. Price: 400 extraordinary stones. Blood and Bone Épée Forging Blueprint. After using it, you will get the forging method of the 3-star weapon Blood and Bone Épée. Usage requirements: 12 points of wisdom. This time the merchant brought a total of 15 items. 3 of them are equipment, 1 prescription, 1 blueprint, and the rest are all extraordinary materials. The value of these extraordinary materials is also great. After mastering the forging ability in the territory, Lu Nan was very sure that sooner or later he would have to use these extraordinary materials to build equipment. But what Lu Nan wanted to buy the most were actually 2 pieces of jewelry. The extraordinary value absorption speed can increase, which is extremely valuable to Lunan. Too bad it's so expensive. Lunan looked away and typed to communicate with the two businessmen, "You should take a look at what I want to sell first." The short businessman responded with a smile, "No problem." The tall businessman used the divine language of the god of scales to communicate with his companions. "I just said this trip was in vain. As a level 3 building lord, how much materials can he produce?" The short businessman also answered in divine language, "Anyway, this time I happened to travel through the land of the past. Won't come next time." When the two of them were talking, they still faced Lunan with smiles on their faces. Lunan still pretended not to understand and started to take things out of the warehouse. First, there are the corpses of extraordinary monsters. A total of 33 corpses. There are also beasts like the demon rabbit that are not extraordinary monsters, but have some extraordinary material in their bodies. As Lunan moved the bodies out one after another, the conversation between the two businessmen gradually stopped. Their faces were covered by hoods, so their true expressions couldn't be seen, but you could tell from the curvature of their mouths that they were very surprised. The tall businessman whispered, "How come he has so many corpses of extraordinary monsters?" The short businessman's tone was equally astonishing, "I didn't know. The level 3 lords we met before, at most, took out the corpses of how many extraordinary monsters?" The tall businessman replied, 5, that is an elf lord with dual talents. "I think we underestimated this undead swordmaster." Speaking of which, the lord who gave himself the title of swordmaster was certainly not weak in strength. Lunan listened to them chatting for a while and communicated with them by typing, "Okay, you can make an offer." The tall businessman's tone was more polite, "Please wait a moment, let's discuss the specific price. But we have to tell you first, the carcasses of these ordinary beasts are not within the scope of our trade, they are too cheap." Lunan was a little disappointed, but still typed to communicate, "I understand, I'll wait for you." The short businessman was the first to tell a price. The corpses of these extraordinary monsters are well preserved. The emerald beetle can be counted as 2 extraordinary stones. Ding Jiji is a material that the human empire likes very much. The corpse of the fanged kobold is not that valuable and can be counted as 20 extraordinary stones. The tall businessman was not satisfied. "The price is not high, but you can't quote such a price from the beginning. In this way, we first quote a price for a total of 5 extraordinary stones. If he doesn't agree, we will continue." The short businessman asked, "What if he disagrees? How much can we pay at most?" The tall businessman thought for a moment. "The maximum total is 35 extraordinary stones. No more money will be made." In the divine language of the god of balance, a businessman's profit is less than %. Lunan made some calculations and roughly knew the true value of the extraordinary monster's body. This is useful information. While Lunan was thinking, the short businessman spoke and quoted the price, "We can offer up to 5 extraordinary stones. You have to know that the corpses of extraordinary monsters are actually not very valuable. After all, you are a level 3 lord and you can get so many extraordinary monster corpses, let alone other strong men, don't you think so?" End of this chapter. In the eyes of the two businessmen, Lunan was a small lord in a remote small world. Not very knowledgeable, easy to fool. If replaced by the lords of Plain of Hope, Eternal Woodland, and Star Island Domain, they should offer a higher price. Lunan would definitely disagree with this price, which simply treated him as a fool. But Lunan couldn't report all 35 extraordinary stones at once to avoid his mastery of the divine language being discovered by the other party. After thinking for a moment, Lunan said, "As far as I know, extraordinary corpses are not as common as you said. The emerald beetle requires 5 extraordinary stones, and 26 ordinary fanged kobold corpses count as 26 extraordinary stones. The body of the kobold leader requires 10 extraordinary stones. If you are ready to buy them all, I can offer you 1 extraordinary stone at a discount, and the final selling price is 40 extraordinary stones." Based on Lunan's understanding of businessmen, as long as the profit is higher than %, they will try their best to conclude a deal. The price of 40 extraordinary stones is very close to the merchant's bottom line price, which should not make them give up the transaction directly. After listening to Lunan's words, The two businessmen shook their heads at the same time. Tall businessman, no, it's too expensive. Short businessman, we can't agree. It's impossible for anyone to pay this price. I don't know where you got this price, but it's very unreasonable. 10 extraordinary stones, if you agree to it, trade it, if you don't agree, forget it. Lu Nan typed in response, forget it then. After saying that, Lu Nan was ready to put away the body of the extraordinary monster. The two businessmen watched Lu Nan's movements, and after Lu Nan collected the 7 corpses, they exchanged glances. The short businessman said, you are really good at doing business. How about 15 extraordinary stones? Lu Nan ignored them. The tall businessman asked, where are the 20 pills? Lu Nan still didn't speak. Pulled for a while. It wasn't until the tall businessman gritted his teeth and reported 35 extraordinary stones that Lu Nan, who was sitting in front of the screen, smiled. However, Lu Nan still did not agree directly. The short businessman was a little angry, greedy. Too greedy. We can't do business. The two of them packed their things and left. Lu Nan then acted as if he was frightened by them and typed in response, then 35 extraordinary stones. The deal is done. Lu Nan took out the bodies that had been stored in the warehouse. Merchants can travel through planes, and naturally they also master the technology of carrying space with them. They quickly put away the body and took 35 extraordinary stones of different colors to Lu Nan. There are dark blue, order stone, light red, war stone, white, life stone, and black, greed stone. When Lu Nan refreshed his abilities in the shutting house, he had already used the Stone of Destiny given by Nino. Transcendent stones other than Dead Soul stones can also be used normally. Lu Nan accepted these extraordinary stones, and the total number of extraordinary stones in the warehouse reached 62. But it was obviously still a long way from the wise ring that Lu Nan wanted to buy. Fortunately, Lu Nan has a lot more resources than when he first entered the pixel world. Lu Nan took out a Spirit Enchant Iron Longbow and placed it in front of the two businessmen. How much extraordinary stone is the 3-star equipment worth? The two businessmen were surprised again. All level 3 lords can obtain at least one basic inheritance, and have a chance to obtain additional random inheritances. There may be many level 3 lords with the ability to forge, but level 3 lords who can forge 3-star equipment are very rare. Mining and smelting are troublesome. In particular, many mining areas will breed extraordinary creatures that can eat or engrow, which has a very dangerous unique ecology. The short businessman used divine language to negotiate with his partner. How about 50 extraordinary stones? The tall businessman thought for a moment and nodded, okay, we can't underestimate him anymore, let's quote a more normal price. The value of bow weapons is relatively high. If you can buy it with less than 60 extraordinary stones, it is still profitable. The two businessmen negotiated, and the tall businessman spoke, 50 extraordinary stones, a very fair price. Lu Nan shook his head and typed to communicate with the other party, the long-range weapon is very easy to use. I believe it is worth more than the price. 4-star equipment costs 400 extraordinary stones, so how can a 3-star weapon be worth 70 extraordinary stones, right? The tall businessman frowned, impossible, the price is too high. 55 pieces, the highest price. Lu Nan took his time and slowly negotiated the price with the other party. Lu Nan, who knew the opponent's bottom line, finally achieved his goal. Lu Nan sold all 3 longbows in exchange for 3 extraordinary stones. The profits from processing equipment are far higher than Lu Nan imagined. Lu Nan saw that the number of extraordinary stones in his warehouse had increased to 242, and he excitedly put the search for iron ore on his agenda. The iron ore obtained from the fanged kobolds can probably be used to make 20 pieces of refined iron equipment. There is not much iron ore, but without a source of ore, it will be used up soon. You have to find ways to find or to mine. Undead kobolds have this ability, and can separate an undead kobold to do detection work. While Lu Nan was thinking, he asked Mabolius to forge equipment immediately. Start forging now. Before the merchant leaves, he can sell another piece of equipment. Later, Lu Nan took out the javelin and came out. It's a pity that the javelin doesn't even have a star rating, so the merchant won't accept it. Lu Nan took out the poison again and placed it in front of the merchant. Do you want to buy the poison? The tall businessman opened the wooden tube, smelled it, nodded and said, this poison is pretty good. We have done so many transactions, there is no need to waste time. 5 extraordinary stones and 1 carrion poison. This time the two of them did not exchange actual prices. Lu Nan noticed that the tall businessman seemed to have doubts about Lu Nan's 2 price increases. So Lu Nan continued to raise the price. There are extraordinary biological activities around these raw materials. Naturally, the risk has to be factored into the price, which requires at least 15 extraordinary stones for 1 dose of poison. The tall businessman stared at Lu Nan, seemingly confused, and said nothing. The short businessman asked, what's wrong? Keep the price down. Doesn't this poison contain up to 8 extraordinary stones? The tall businessman changed the language and said to the short businessman, I doubt he can understand what we are saying. Let's communicate in the sea language. The short businessman nodded, okay. Lu Nan sat in front of the screen, smiling and saying nothing. Fortunately, he also understands this language. After paying off the prices several times, Lu Nan finally sold 5 copies of the poison. With the sound of the extraordinary stones colliding, 40 more extraordinary stones were put into the bag. But it is still 118 extraordinary stones short of the Ring of Wisdom. Before the merchant left, Mebolius could also forge an enchanted iron longbow. Even if this longbow is included, there is still a shortfall of 58 extraordinary stones. Among the things Lu Nan could trade, there were still some basic materials left. Merchants were unwilling to accept such heavy and low-value goods. Although they can travel across plains, they still have to carry cargo before and after traveling, and they cannot ignore the influence of weight. Therefore, the value, weight and volume of goods are all important to them. They even have special formulas to calculate whether goods are worth carrying. The whirling steel blade and the bloodstained hammer Lu Nan will definitely not sell. Not to mention the streamer hourglass, which is the core prop for the territory to quickly pass the early stage. The solution that Lu Nan could think of was to let the merchants stay for 1 more day and wait for Mebolius to build the equipment. Crafting 2 more fine iron longbows and extraordinary stones is enough. Or just give them a discount. As for stealing things through stealth, Lu Nan actually wanted to do that. But once a merchant loses an item somewhere and cannot retrieve it, none of their clan will appear again in that place. Lu Nan couldn't do this until he could stop dealing with merchants at all. Lu Nan thought for a moment and decided to bargain with the merchants. I want the Ring of Wisdom, but I am missing some extraordinary stones. Can I get a discount on this piece of equipment? The 2 businessmen refused decisively. The tall businessman explained to Lu Nan while promoting, the craftsmanship of extraordinary jewelry is more delicate and difficult to forge than weapons. This is the equipment that sets you apart from other lords. It is impossible to discount such hot-selling items. Lu Nan didn't give up and tried several more times, but was rejected by the businessman. Then you can only try another method. Lu Nan typed to communicate, can you guys stay a little longer? I can make 3 more fine iron longbows to complete the transaction. You are not at a loss either. Not only can you earn some extraordinary stones from the Ring of Wisdom, but you can also earn some extra from the fine iron longbow. The short businessman shook his head and refused. We are very busy and usually don't stay for more than 6 hours. Leaving you, there is another place waiting for us to trade, and that is the real big business. This doesn't work either? Lu Nan looked at the wise ring that could increase the absorption speed of extraordinary points by 2 points, thought for a moment, and decided to give up. Although the 2 points of extraordinary value absorption speed is very important, Lu Nan will always decisively stop worrying about things that are obviously not his own. And right now, the tall businessman suddenly said, 50 extraordinary stones and a long bow. If you give me 3 more long bows and 4 poisons, I will give you the Ring of Wisdom. Taking advantage of the situation is very businessmanlike. Lu Nan thought for a moment and felt that this condition was acceptable. It was a small loss, but after all, I got the equipment and could mobilize the 4th undead kobold earlier. The additional resources harvested can actually offset the current losses. Lu Nan agreed, then you will have to wait a little longer. The tall businessman smiled, yes, we will give you enough time. Lu Nan also handed over the transaction task to Mabolius. After dealing with the merchant, Lu Nan left the merchant's shop and first looked at the cards drawn from the Tower of Decision. 2 cards are 2-star, 1 card is 3 stars. For 3-star cards, a new branch of the system has appeared. Spike Skin, 3 stars after use, reduce the damage received by all minions by 10 points and reflect 1 point of damage for 2 minutes. Card cost, 15 extraordinary points. Card cooldown, 2 minutes. Damage reduction plus counter injury seems to be a very good system. But this system is even more passive than the building system. It is useless unless it is beaten. Lu Nan still prefers to take the initiative and do it himself. And 10 points of damage reduction is not of excessive value to Lu Nan now. If this card was drawn when fighting the Emerald Beetle, Lu Nan would take it. Forget it now. Lu Nan closed the interface of the Tower of Decision and headed north, preparing to take a look at the situation of the Blood-Crowned Swan. At the same time, Lu Nan switched his perspective to the traveling magic rabbit. Yesterday there were 2 undead devil rabbits, and today there was only 1 left. One died on the road and went to see Xiaoshui. The remaining undead magic rabbit gave Lu Nan a big surprise. In front of it were some thick stone slabs that looked stained by time. Looking up along the stone slab, several broken statues stand here. One statue's head was damaged and even green grass had grown out of it after years of wind and rain. Really found it. Lu Nan controlled the undead magic rabbit and moved forward. Soon. The undead demon rabbit was also poisoned by the same poison as the blood-crowned swan, and the durability of the undead bones began to slowly decrease. Fortunately, the toxin is not violent. Before the undead demon rabbit was poisoned, Lu Nan saw a low stone platform. The stone platform was sealed with iron locks and fences, and a warning stone tablet was erected next to it. Lu Nan took a look at the content on the stone tablet. There is a mad magician, Eugene Stern, sealed here. No one is allowed to open the dungeon door, otherwise they will be hunted down by the Holy See and the Hope City Guards. End of this chapter. Part of the text on the stone tablet has become unclear due to the erosion of time. Lu Nan could only read it roughly. Eugene was poor when he was young, but later he was appreciated by Hope City's chief magician, Case in Shattered Light, and began to study. Later, because Eugene looked through ancient books and saw the secret technique left by the god who cannot be mentioned. Because the alchemy of life was discovered, Eugene was arrested by the Holy See after failing to resurrect his wife and daughter. When Eugene was discovered, he had been deeply eroded by the power of the evil god, and it was difficult to kill him. In the 127th year of the Hope calendar, he was imprisoned here forever. Based on the context, Lu Nan probably filled in the missing content. This magician probably came into contact with the secret technique of the evil god in order to resurrect his wife and daughter. From Lu Nan's point of view, this was indeed a triggering event. But it's hard to say whether it can be beaten. You can let the undead demon rabbit go in and take a look first. The undead rabbit's small size allows it to pass through fences and into the depths of dungeons. However, when the undead demon rabbit approached the iron fence, he was stopped by an invisible force. A prompt appeared on the lower right side of Lu Nan's screen. Event reminder. The prisoner dungeon requires 2 servant units with no less than 5 stars to enter together. The Lord unit is not subject to star rating restrictions. If a servant unit dies in the prisoner dungeon, it will lose 5% of all attributes. After destroying Eugene, the dropped attributes can be recovered. Let the light shine into the dungeon, and you will be richly gifted with the undead's otherworldly substance. Really? Just as Lu Nan thought, there is really an event that can be triggered here, and it is a copy-type event. The words, large amounts of gifts, made Lu Nan a little excited. The 3 clues from the last incident made Lu Nan's development speed much faster. The income from clearing the dungeon here will definitely be quite high. From the setting point of view, it is a bit strange. In Nino's mouth, the supernatural substance of the undead was lazy and insidious, like a dark salted fish. After destroying the mad magician, the undead will be given supernatural substances as gifts? Shouldn't this be a matter for the god of order or the goddess of life? Somewhat anomalous. Yes, judging from Lu Nan's understanding of the pixel world, there should be a reason for these anomalies. But the reason is not yet clear. While Lu Nan was thinking, the undead devil rabbit's dead bones were exhausted and his vision went dark. Lu Nan had planned its route in advance. Without a map, it is a little troublesome to find the prisoner dungeon again, but if you send a few more undead rabbits, you will definitely be able to find it again. At most, it takes more time. Now Lu Nan still lacks a servant. Moreover, the appearance of prisoner's dungeon also made Lu Nan gradually understand the value of card empowerment. It can not only grow attributes, but also increase star rating. Some maps have star requirements. Thinking about these things, Lu Nan came to the tree and saw the blood-crowned swan that had woken up. It met Lu Nan's eyes, hesitated for a moment, lowered its head and thanked Lu Nan. "Thank you, undead." Lu Nan waved his hand, not caring, but typed, "Nino, come out." After a while, a sleepy Nino flew out. Her hair was messy, like an orange cat with fried hair. "What's wrong?" Lu Nan asked her, "Have you heard of Hope City and Prisoner's Dungeon?" Nino scratched her head and answered with a blind eye, "No, we have always kept a distance from human cities. They have a good relationship with the life elves. We, the plant elves, have a normal relationship with the life elves, so we rarely interact with them." The blood-crowned swan spoke unexpectedly to Lu Nan. Hope City is a principality that once appeared on the Parned Plain in the east. They are under the jurisdiction of the Holy See and most believe in the goddess of life and the god of order and law. However, before the land of the Old One was shattered, they had already been wiped out, and no more than 1,000 of the million citizens survived. The blood-crowned swan clan also has a long heritage, and their relationship with the Holy See is not bad and they understand a lot of history. Lu Nan's eyes lit up and he asked it, "Then do you know, case in Broken Light?" Blood-crowned swan shook his head, "No, we don't care about the specific situation of humans. But it sounds like this is a big shot with a title. Shattered Light doesn't look like a normal surname, it looks like a title. It doesn't even know, case in Shattered Light, so it can't possibly know Eugene's situation." Lu Nan wanted to find out about Eugene's strength. After all, entering the prisoner dungeon is very risky. Once a servant is killed, his attributes will be permanently dropped. Unfortunately, Lu Nan failed to get the information he wanted. Lu Nan looked at the time, prepared to transform some trees, and then go to work. He said goodbye to Nino. "Okay, go to sleep." Nino rubbed her head and asked Lu Nan a little painfully, "You woke me up and just asked me a question?" Lu Nan nodded. "Any questions?" Nino thought about her candy and smiled coquettishly. "It's okay, I mean that's how it should be. We are friends. If you have any questions, you should ask them directly." The blood-crowned swan looked at Nino with some confusion. In its opinion, this little guy is considered super cute among plant elves. He has a different temperament from other plant elves. A little cowardly. The blood-crowned swan spoke at this time, "My body has recovered a lot. If there are no problems, I will leave this morning." Before Lu Nan could answer, Nino spoke first. "Huh? You're leaving so soon? Can you take care of your health?" The blood-crowned swan shook his head. "I have to rush to the habitat to complete this year's reproduction. Time is very tight. In a few months, I will come to see you when I have the opportunity." Nino nodded. "Okay." Lu Nan also typed to communicate to blood-crowned swan, "Goodbye." After speaking, Lu Nan walked further north, transforming 25 trees along the way. The number of undead plants has reached 135. In 3 days, Lu Nan will be able to increase his extraordinary value absorption speed by 3 points. Naturally, the task of transplanting was left to the woming dead bones. Lu Nan returned to the territory and once again told Mebolius that he must properly complete the trade with the merchant and get the ring. Mebolius assured Lu Nan that nothing would go wrong. Lu Nan finally logged off with confidence. He exercised for a while, then simply packed up and went out to work. There was no training today. After arriving at the office of the fourth team, Lunan drove directly and took Chen Zixio and Kevin to the field. Kevin is still cheerful today, sitting in the back row, chatting about a beautiful woman he met last night. Chen Zixio sat next to Lunan and continued to learn to drive. Soon, Lunan arrived at the field location where Yan Shuefa was sent. When Yan Shui saw Lunan's car approaching, her body tensed up subconsciously, and she felt a sense of fear. This feeling had occurred to her many times when she had welcomed her father home as a child. However, she controlled her emotions and continued to maintain a cold image and direct the work on site. Lunan opened the car door and was about to get out of the car when he suddenly felt an extremely weak trace of extraordinary material appearing. He turned his head in surprise and saw that Chen Zixio seemed to be absent-minded for a moment, and then returned to normal. Chen Zixio had entered the secret room and came out alive? End of this chapter. The abnormality at that moment happened so fast that Lunan was not sure whether his judgment was accurate. But only 2 hours later, Lunan knew that his perception was correct. At 10 a.m., after collecting the bodies at the scene, Chen Zixio went to the bathroom. Before he could come out, a support team from team was rushed over. The Law Enforcement Bureau is handling the case, open the door. The bathroom door was kicked open. Chen Zixio was directly injected with an anesthetic and was controlled by the operators before he even had time to lift his pants. Lunan speculated that Chen Zixio searched for terms such as superpowers and strange spaces that suddenly appeared and were captured by the monitoring AI. Although Chen Zixio is usually silent, in fact Chen Zixio is not as careful as Lunan, and even Chen Zixio is not as calm as Kevin, and often panics when things happen. From capturing information, to locating personnel, to on-site operations, it only took 2 hours. Caught at the speed of light. However, Lunan pretended to be completely unaware and stepped forward to ask Yan Shui respectfully, "Captain Yan, what's going on?" Chen Zixio has never committed any crime. This was all checked when he joined the team. If you really want to arrest someone, can you wait a moment and let me contact our captain? This kind of reaction is in line with Lunan's usual dealing habits. Even though the protagonist of this assault control was not Lunan, Lunan still remained cautious. Yan Shui frowned and reprimanded coldly, "Don't worry about things that have nothing to do with you." When she put herself in a low position, she unconsciously began to consider Lunan's needs. She knew what reaction Lunan wanted from her, and she cooperated wholeheartedly. The two seemed to have quite a tacit understanding. Lunan backed away with a smile, and then made a voice call to Lin Weixing. Lin Weixing was silent for a moment and reminded Lunan, "I understand, you don't have to worry about this matter, there is a high probability that Chen Zixio is not in danger." "That's a good thing." After hearing what Lin Weixing said, Lunan was basically sure that his perception was correct. Chen Zixio also became a transcendent. As long as you accept the solicitation from the Law Enforcement Bureau, you should not be far from becoming a regular employee. After the call, Kevin came over and asked with a worried look, "What did the captain say? What happened to Chen Zixio?" Lunan said in a helpless tone, "Captain Lin asked me not to worry too much, forget it, just work hard." Kevin still frowned, "I hope he is okay, otherwise his mother will have to wait to die." Lunan said nothing. At 3 p.m. Lin Weixing called Lunan and let Lunan know the outcome of the incident. Chen Zixio will also become a regular employee in a few days. But he had to rest for 2 days and undergo some transformation. Chen Zixio's experience basically confirmed Lunan's previous speculation. After being discovered by AI, he was controlled on the spot and implanted with a chip capable of self-destruction. From then on, he became the loyal dog of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Lunan touched Kevin with his elbow and told Kevin about it. However, Kevin's reaction was different from what Lunan had imagined. Lunan originally thought he would be happy for Chen Zixio. After all, Chen Zixio and Kevin have a very good relationship. They joined the team at the same time and spend the longest time together during work. But Kevin was just silent for a while, then smiled reluctantly and said, "Congratulations to him." Lunan only saw anxiety on Kevin's face. After all, among the 3 people who went on the mission together, he was the only one who had not become a regular member. Lu Nan patted Kevin on the shoulder. Kevin smiled reluctantly and said to Lu Nan, "It's okay, brother Nan, I actually found a way out." Lu Nan was a little curious. "What's the way out?" Kevin shook his head. "I can't say now, you will know when the time comes." He didn't want to say anything, and Lu Nan didn't ask any more questions. In addition to some episodes brought by Chen Zixio, Lu Nan is now worried about whether Mabolius has successfully completed the transaction. The absorption speed of 2 points of extraordinary points per hour is really important to Lu Nan. Stay up until 6 p.m. After Lu Nan drove the car back to the fourth team, Lin Weixing stopped him. "Let's go, take you to have a meal." The two got into the car. Lin Weixing turned off the assisted driving AI in the car and reminded Lu Nan while smoking, "Remember, if you encounter any strange events, don't panic. When you enter a strange place, find an exit in a closed room and avoid anything you find suspicious. If there are any special changes in your body, call me immediately and do nothing else. Remember?" Regarding the endless chamber of secrets, Lin Weixing had limited information. However, Lin Weixing knew that Lu Nan didn't like to be controlled. After all, Lu Nan was unwilling to perform even the most basic prosthetic modifications. So after learning about Chen Zixio's situation, Lin Weixing waited for Lu Nan to help Lu Nan avoid being controlled by the law enforcement bureau or the company. Lu Nan hummed, "I remember, Captain Lin." With that said, Lu Nan looked at Lin Weixing and made a plan in his heart. Contact Yen Shui later and ask her to find a way to hack into Lin Weixing's system and hand over the secret room information to Lin Weixing. Even if you do so, you will be taking some risks. In fact, in Lu Nan's opinion, the best situation is that when Lin Weixing enters the secret room, Lu Nan is by his side. Lu Nan's key still has one chance to be used. Judging from the situation when Chen Zixio entered the secret room, Lu Nan's attributes were far superior to ordinary people, so he had time to react. Lu Nan could chase into the secret room and bring Lin Weixing out with his own hands, which would be the safest way. However, Lu Nan had to stay with Lin Weixing 24 hours a day to be able to capture that moment. This is too suspicious and will definitely be listed as risk control behavior by AI. Before Lin Weixing could enter the secret room, Lu Nan had to take the lead. The car stopped in front of Jiawei Restaurant. The two got off the car, sat in their usual seats, and ordered potato and beef brisket rice. Lu Nan was eating, Lin Weixing was smoking, and the old boss was cooking. Suddenly, an unusual aura appeared on Lin Weixing. Lu Nan was a little surprised. The frequency of the endless secret room appearing is a bit too high, and Lin Weixing happened to be brought in? Could it be that the perception was wrong? But time was tight and he didn't have time to think too much. Lu Nan put his hand into his pocket and took out the key. Out of sight to eye in the blink of an eye, Lu Nan entered the subway station. When the green plants in the distance saw Lu Nan, they turned around and ran away. "Why is it always you?" Lu Nan caught up and smashed the green tree man with 3 hammers. The last time he entered the secret room, Lu Nan discovered that after killing the disordered creatures, they can appear in the next subway station, but they will become less active. Killing the green tree man can protect Lin Weixing to the greatest extent. Lu Nan held the silver hammer and began to search for traces of the adventurers. While in the third secret room, Lu Nan discovered 2 corpses. One was killed by stealing clocks and died of natural aging. The other suffered fatal blunt force injuries, with a shattered sternum and injuries to his fists and leg bones. He apparently died in a struggle. Lu Nan wanted to lift off this man's mask and confirm his identity. However, the mask is like skin, it grows on the face and cannot be removed. Lu Nan was not sure whether Lin Weixing was still alive, so he could only speed up the progress. Fortunately, when entering the 6th subway station, Lu Nan saw an adventurer being chased by laughing black mist. Lin Weixing's body has undergone a total of 4 prosthetic modifications. One of them is hidden deep and cannot be confirmed. But for the other 3 prosthetics, this model is relatively unique and has been modified by a familiar black doctor. From the masked man's prosthetic body, Lu Nan recognized it at a glance. This was Lin Weixing. Fortunately, caught up. Lu Nan chased after laughing black mist. Laughing black mist found Lu Nan behind and started running wildly. The attributes of disordered creatures fluctuate greatly, which is related to their own activity. The further you go to the back of the circulation space, the more active the disordered creatures will be. Laughing Black Mist, originally, the speed was the same as Lin Weisheng's. At this time, it moved significantly faster, gradually catching up with Lin Weisheng, and then past Lin Weisheng. Lin Weisheng and everyone were dumbfounded. What happened? The disorderly creature passed by him without even looking at him? Lin Weisheng looked back and saw a very fast man approaching quickly with a silver bloodhammer in his hand. Hammer-wielding maniac? Lin Weisheng's heart was in his throat, and the prosthetic body on his legs was faster. For a moment, his speed was actually the same as Laughing Black Mist again. Lu Nan chased after him. Laughing Black Mist and Lin Weisheng were running side by side in front. But Lu Nan was fast enough. In less than half a minute, he caught up with Lin Weisheng and gave Lin Weisheng a slap. Lin Weisheng was knocked unconscious. The instinct of Laughing Black Mist prompted it to infect Lin Weisheng. Lu Nan supported Lin Weisheng and looked up at Laughing Black Mist. Laughing wildly in the black mist, turned around and ran away. The instinct to survive instantly overwhelms the instinct of the infected target. Lu Nan carried Lin Weisheng on his back and moved a little slower. As long as Lin Weisheng is found, Lu Nan can ensure Lin Weisheng's safety in the secret room on the first floor. Not only that, Lu Nan also took the opportunity to find all the employee handbooks. At the 9th subway station, Lu Nan found the exit. Lu Nan put Lin Weisheng down, placed all 16 employee handbooks next to Lin Weisheng, and then poured a handful of water on Lin Weisheng's face. When Lin Weisheng was about to wake up, Lu Nan hid outside the bathroom. Lin Weisheng is very kind to Lu Nan, but it is undeniable that he also has many shortcomings. For example, Lin Weisheng often comes up with ideas to trick himself. I'd been to Fengqing Street a lot, and it looks like this. Lu Nan had to make sure Lin Weisheng left before leaving the secret room. When Lin Weisheng woke up, he looked around with a confused expression and found the employee handbook neatly placed beside him. What? Not dead? Lin Weisheng looked through the employee handbook and looked at the entrance of the cave in confusion. Judging from the information he got, this is indeed the exit. But why? Who saved him? Is it that silver hammer maniac? He couldn't figure it out after thinking for a while. After thinking about the horror of Laughing Black Mist, he got up and plunged into the hole. Lu Nan heard the noise and went into the bathroom to take a look. Lin Weisheng disappeared. Lu Nan then used the key with satisfaction and left the secret room. After a while, Lu Nan's vision returned to Old Taste Restaurant. Lin Weisheng's cigarette fell to the ground. Lu Nan was a little confused. What's wrong? Captain Lin. Lin Weisheng shook his head. Eat first, then I'll go sit at your house later. After the two of them finished eating, they arrived at Lu Nan's house. Lin Weisheng told Lu Nan the information he read in the employee handbook. However, Lin Weisheng concealed his extraordinary abilities. It's not because he doesn't trust Lu Nan, it's just that he is embarrassed to say it. Lu Nan was greatly surprised and found it difficult to digest this completely unheard information. Lin Weisheng comforted Lu Nan, "Don't be nervous, maybe you can escape as soon as you close your eyes. By the way, you just need to know this from me and don't reveal it to any outsiders, okay?" Lin Weisheng did not intend to reveal the information that he had become a transcendent. Becoming a transcendent can lead to a promotion, but you must be responsible for dealing with other transcendent beings. Even if Lin Weisheng was killed, he would not want to get involved in these dangerous things. He still wants to go to Fengqing Street for a few more years. Lu Nan said he understood. The two chatted for a few more words, and Lin Weisheng got up and left. Lu Nan locked the door and breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Weisheng passed through the secret room on the first floor safely, saving a lot of trouble. It's time to play the game. With anticipation, Lu Nan turned on the computer and returned to the pixel world. There were many prompts on the lower right side of the screen, but Lu Nan quickly looked at the warehouse interface first. In the lower right grid of the warehouse, there is an additional piece of equipment. Wise ring. End of this chapter. Lunan put on the wise ring first and then looked at today's territory daily. Record. Your talent fate reward has been triggered, and the power of unknown bones has been increased by 1.5 points, and the soul fire has been increased by 15 points. Chick's strength increases by 6 points. Nabolius wisdom increases by 0.5. Your spirit increases by 1 point and your strength increases by 1 point. Record. Your territory received a gift from the Blood Crown Swan, Extraordinary Stone plus 10. Putting on the ring and adding the bonus from today's fate reward, Lunan's spirit has reached 61.9 points. The rate of absorbing extraordinary values per hour has increased to 19 points. After paying for the consumption of 3 undead kobolds, you can save 4 extraordinary points every hour. Lunan's current limit of extraordinary points is 124 points. Although it is still a bit slow to accumulate the full value, it is better than before when I could only save 1 point of extraordinary value per hour. Blood Crown Swan also gave some gifts, which surprised Lunan. This swan is quite strange. We can still do this kind of rescue activity next time. After reading the prompts, Lunan closed the interface and prepared to take out the streamer hourglass to complete the upgrade of the Lord's cabin. But just as Lunan took out the hourglass, a prompt box suddenly popped up in the middle of the screen. An emergency occurs, your territory is invited by magical power and gets the opportunity to enter the duel space. The main building level of the Lord you are fighting with should not be higher than level 4, and the total number of cards should not be higher than 7. The defeated party will lose 30% of the total number of extraordinary stones and drop 5 pieces of equipment carried with them. When entering the duel space, all your extraordinary values will be restored to full value, the cooldown of all cards will be reset, and the servant's soulfire will be restored to full value. Are you entering the duel space? Challenges from other lords? Lunan was a little surprised, but also a little excited and curious. Can the transformed undead enter the duel space to fight? It was not mentioned in the event description. A level 4 lord has no more than 7 cards. Even if he doesn't need to transform the undead, he should be able to play a dozen, right? Judging from the information Lunan learned about the 2 lords, Lunan's strength should be pretty good. However, after defeating the battle, it is a bit troublesome to drop equipment. The gift hammer is extremely valuable in the Endless Chamber. The wise ring was just bought for 400 extraordinary stones. If it fell out, Lunan would not only suffer from physical pain, but also question whether he could come back safely after entering the Endless Chamber. After thinking for a moment, Lunan still wanted to fight. But before the fight, Lunan wanted to complete the upgrade of the territory and improve its attributes. But this dual invitation interface cannot be closed. Lunan was a little regretful, but also felt it was reasonable. Dual space should have a balance of combat power, so the enemy lord's level is at most 1 level higher than Lunan. We can only fight in the current state to prevent the balance from being broken. Unable to upgrade, Lunan made another attempt. With a thought in his mind, Lunan took out the giving hammer and the wise ring in the City of Dreams. Feasible. It really allowed Lunan to take advantage of some loopholes. In this fight, although Lunan's fighting power is a bit weaker, there is no need to feel bad even if he really loses. There are a total of 10 extraordinary stones in the territory, and the drop rate is 30%, which is only 3 stones. The equipment was nothing, and the fine iron longbow was sold cleanly. At most, the spinning steel blade and the attached spirit rope will fall out. Although the loss is quite serious, it does not damage the fundamentals. Can hit. Lunan first put the things under his clothes and relied on the breathless shadow to block their breath. Then, Lunan dragged the mouse and clicked the Enter option when there were 10 seconds left in the countdown. Lunan turned into a stream of light and entered a castle. At the 4 corners outside the castle wall, there are 4 bone arrow towers. About 2,000 meters directly ahead, there is an identical castle. At this moment, a series of rules introduction appeared. Because it is your first time to enter the duel space, I will give you a brief introduction to the rules. Duel lords need to use cards and talents to attack the opponent's castle. After capturing the opponent's castle, they will be considered a winner. Castle walls are regarded as heavy armored units with a durability value of 5,000 points, increased with the level of the dual lord. The duel space is limited, you cannot leave the castle, and all your units are not allowed to leave the combat area. The battle will last for 20 minutes, and the time flow rate is consistent with the plain world. If both castles survive normally within 20 minutes, the one with more health will win. After the introduction of the rules, the battle begins in 10 seconds. From the rules, Lu Nan saw that talent could also be used. Lu Nan immediately tried to summon the undead kobold. 5 groups of grey-white soulfire appeared. The undead kobolds holding javelins in their hands appeared in front of Lu Nan when the soulfire dissipated. Lu Nan then summoned Chike and Wooming Deadbones. Although the nameless Deadbones are clumsy, their soulfire is high enough to cooperate with All Eyes, Look at Me, to create an output environment for Chike and the transformed undead. After finishing checking, Lu Nan looked towards the opponent's castle. There are 2 words above the opponent's castle. Rich businessman. This should be a title, right? Lu Nan's eyes were a little bright. If you can give yourself the name of a wealthy businessman, you should not be poor. You can look forward to the rewards after winning. At the same time, Lu Nan also remained vigilant. Being rich means being able to refresh cards and buy equipment from merchants, so your strength is not bad. Level 4 lords only have 7 cards at most, which proves that the opponent also pursues deck coordination and the quality of minions. Gotta be careful. The 10-second countdown ended quickly. Lu Nan first sent Xiaoyi out to die to explore the other party's situation. At this time, the opponent's castle gate opened at the same time. A knight riding a tall horse rushed from the city gate. This knight wore bright silver armor and held a sharp heavy sword in his hand. He looked extremely powerful. Lu Nan looked at the attributes of this knight. Knight of Honor in silver armor, 6 stars. Life, 3,500, with bonus. Strength, 110, with bonus. Agility, 35. Spirit, 40. Wisdom, 25. Stamina, 120. Skill. In the duel space, you can only see attributes, not skills. Lu Nan looked solemnly at the attributes of this 6-star knight. It seems that the opponent should be building a deck around Knight of Honor in silver armor, giving it a lot of bonuses. 3,500 life points seems a bit scary. However, Lu Nan felt that Chike had a good chance of winning. The agility of heavily armored units is relatively low, and Sheik has a great advantage in agility. Chike also has the bonus of Brave Body, so his combat power is not fully reflected on the panel. And there are many people in Lu Nan. After roughly guessing the opponent's deck situation, Lu Nan sent out Chike, Nameless Bones and 4 other undead kobolds. Chike rushed forward, his eyes were already locked with the knight in shining armor, and they were about to fight. But the other units did not go up to help Chike, but went directly towards the opponent's castle. Just thief. The lord opposite was stunned for a moment and cursed Lowingby secretly, but did not change his strategy. Kill this undead with high attack and low soul fire first, and then go back and deal with the rest of the undead in time. End of this chapter. From the rich businessman's perspective, the enemy lord found this time was as weak as a dung beetle that had only been hungry for 8 days. These undead stars are not high at first glance. That stupid big guy moved clumsily, and rich businessman didn't even want to waste extraordinary points to see its attributes. The only one with good attributes, the bravest, actually only has 0.0001 wisdom. And behind this 0.0001 wisdom, there is actually an improvement of obtaining bonuses. This idiot was dug out of some grave. This is too funny. This guy had big eyes and was holding a tattered weapon. He knew without looking that he was no match for the Knight of Honor in silver armor. You can win just by playing. Under the confident gaze of the rich businessman, Chick faced off against the knight in shining armor. The knight clung to the horse's back and thrust out the spear in his hand. With 110 points of strength and the speed of the horse, this shot felt unstoppable. Chike suddenly knelt down, lowered his body, and avoided the knight's thrust. At the same time, he threw out the durable blunt weapon in his hand. Its target is not the knight, but the horse's legs. The rope caught the white horse's front legs. The white horse was very powerful, and there was a slight snapping sound from the rope after it was tightened. Durability drops a lot. However, the white horse also suddenly lost its center of gravity, tripped forward and fell forward, receiving a-200 damage. The knight also fell down in embarrassment, but did not lose any blood. Rich businessman obviously had many battle experiences. While being surprised by the power of the big and small eyes undead, he immediately took out a Holy Light Healing card and used it against the knight. The Holy White Light appeared, restoring 300 points of blood to the white horse. The knight was also very experienced in combat. He immediately rolled to his feet, adjusted his center of gravity, and wanted to mount his horse again. The white horse was also well trained and immediately struggled to stand up. However, Chick had already rushed over, very fast, jumped up, and kicked the knight on the chest. A crimson damage number of -233 appeared on the knight's head. Knowing blow, trigger. With the bonus of Chanting Hut, Chick's critical hit rate has increased to 7%, and the probability of triggering Knowing Blow is much higher. Rich businessman was shocked when he saw this injury figure. It's not right. The knight is a heavily armored unit and has 20 points of damage reduction. How could an undead with a strength of 141.1 deal such high damage? Before the rich businessman could figure it out, Chick had already landed, picked up his weapon, and rushed towards the knight. Fearless Charge collided with the knight, dealing a-78 damage and knocking the knight into a dazed state. Chick hit the knight with 2 hammers in a row, causing 2-149 damage at an extremely fast speed. The knight's life had been lost by 5 points in less than 609 seconds of fighting. Rich businessman's Holy Light Healing still has a 15-second cooldown. The knight seemed to be unable to bear it any longer. Rich businessman quickly took another cannot look directly and applied the blinding status to Chick. Chick was charged and retreated. Lu Nan also immediately used All Eyes, Look at Me. The nameless bones danced gracefully, forcibly attracting the knight's attention. Both sides have purification cards, and their control cancels each other out. But the current situation is obviously more favorable to Loftus Cheek. Chick rushed towards the knight. In fact, Lu Nan thought he could kill the horse first. However, Chick's battle judgment seemed to be that the horse was not a threat and not worth wasting time. Lu Nan respected the fighting ability brought by Brave Body and did not interfere with Chick's choice. The rich businessman was very anxious. He directly intervened in the battle and ordered the white horse to launch a surprise attack from behind and crash into Chick. Chick dodged nimbly, and the white horse stopped quickly as he was about to hit the knight. But the speed was too fast and he could not stop completely. The knight and the white horse collided, and -100 damage jumped out on their heads. The experienced knight reached out to hold the harness and wanted to take the opportunity to get on his horse. But Chick didn't give him such a chance at all. He hit the knight on the left shoulder with a hammer, interrupting the knight's movement. The knight rolled a few times in embarrassment, and used his strength to escape in a direction away from Chick, while blowing a whistle. The white horse got the order and came towards the knight. The knight wanted to complete the mounting action far away from Chick. However, Chick seemed to have expected it and threw the weapon in his hand at the white horse. The white horse was not tripped this time, but it was hit in the abdomen and fell to the ground. Chick stepped forward empty-handed and continued to pursue the knight. After confirming that he could not get rid of Chick, the knight stood still. Now the knight has a weapon in his hand, and Chick is empty-handed. After a confrontation, the cavalier felt that he was somewhat familiar with Chick's movements. There is still a chance of winning if you counterattack. As if he didn't know the knight's plan, Chick rushed over with his eyes wide open. The eyes of Lu Nan and Rich Businessman were all focused here at this time. This encounter will basically determine the trend of the subsequent battle. Chick was approaching quickly. The knight found the right moment and thrust out the spear in his hand. Chick's actions were beyond everyone's expectations. It didn't dodge, it just twisted its waist in a slightly coquettish manner. And this twist caused the heavy lance to pass through the middle of its frame. Chick's dodge has a profound meaning. It grabbed the barrel of the spear and snatched it with all its strength. The knight was shocked. He recovered from Chick's outrageous action, held the tail of the gun under his arm, put his hands on the front of the gun guard, and started fighting with Chick. However, although Chick has very little soul fire, his power actually exceeds that of the knight. After wrestling for a while, the knight's hands weakened and the weapon in his hand was taken away by Chick. Chick took 2 steps back, adjusted his posture, held the heavy lance in his hand, and raised the heavy lance with one arm. Judging from his posture, he was obviously familiar with this weapon. As long as it's a weapon, Chick will use it. The wealthy businessman was shocked. Lu Nan was very surprised and quickly opened Chica's panel and took a look. This weapon has been added to Chick's panel and its attributes can be seen. Spirit Pattern Heavy Cavalry, for stars after equipped, it increases strength by 25 points and reduces agility by 3 points. Increases strength multiplier by 0.1 against fully armored units. Increases resistance to impact force during combat, making it less likely to fall. Each time you are attacked, the damage taken is reduced by 3 points. Requirements for use: strength higher than 50 points. For star equipment. Although the strength bonus is far inferior to the 4.5-star Grand Hammer, its bonus is more balanced and much better than the simple weapons that Chick has been using. When Chick took this piece of equipment, his power suddenly increased to 167.1 points. The knight's power dropped to 85 points. Chick adjusted his posture and rushed towards the knight. The knight had no power to fight back and was shot in the chest by Chick. Then A-325 damage jumped out from the knight's body. Rich businessman was unlucky enough. Not only did he give Chick a weapon, this blow also triggered the effect of knowing blow. The knight tried to fight for the weapon, but the power gap was too big and there was nothing he could do. The undead kobold had also reached a position about 150 meters outside the city wall and threw out the spear in his hand. The walls in dual space have clear durability, and damage numbers will also appear when attacked. The damage of the undead kobolds is also not low, with all 3 javelins dealing -3 damage. Rich businessman looked in disbelief as he looked at the attributes of the undead kobold. They're just 1-star undead, but they actually have 47 points of power? Doesn't it mean that card servants can receive various bonuses, so their basic attributes are lower than those of extraordinary monsters in the wild? You kobolds are not lowly either. This is a fart. I originally thought I could cut some leaks when I encountered them, but it turned out that the steel bars were painted green. People are sinister. Rich businessman looked slumped, gave up, and started typing on the keyboard and typing curse words in the chat channel. UXX Insidious Undead, bring a servant with cerebral palsy. Lu Nan was a little surprised to see that he could still type. This seems to be a channel for obtaining information? However, Lu Nan thought about it carefully and felt that this intelligence channel was of little value. First of all, the people Lu Nan could communicate with were all opponents. Both sides had to fight tooth and nail, and the reliability of the information obtained was highly questionable. If analyzed by AI, this kind of information would be classified as unusable risk information. Secondly, 20 minutes is too short, and Lu Nan cannot obtain useful information in a targeted manner. Forget it. As for the scolding, rich businessman, Lu Nan replied, if your servants were as good as your mouth, you would win. Rich businessman broke his defense and stopped talking. For the rest of the battle, there is basically no suspense. Chick crushed the knight in shining armor and easily completed a solo kill. The rest of the demolition process was completely stress-free. As a basic defense building, the Bone Arrow Tower has a big problem with its rate of fire. If your agility exceeds 15 points, you can easily dodge bone arrows. In less than 1 minute, the rich businessman's castle was demolished. The surrounding space began to gradually darken. In the middle of Lu Nan's screen, 2 very informative prompts appeared. Record. Congratulations on your victory in dual space, you have obtained 285 extraordinary stones. You have obtained the 5-star weapon Bloodthirsty Scythe. You have obtained the armor 5-star heavy armor Mithril armor. You have obtained the 3-star weapon Forged Flamestone Long Sword. You have obtained the 3-star armored dark blue magician cloth robe. You have obtained the 3-star weapon finely forged flame stone spear. Event record, you won the dual space for the first time, received a gift of extraordinary material from the Undead, extraordinary value plus 15. End of this chapter. Lunan confirmed twice before confirming that he had really obtained nearly 300 extraordinary stones. Rich businessman should have nearly 1,000 extraordinary stones in his hand when the fight begins. The 2 pieces of 5-star equipment are more valuable. If you buy them from a merchant, the unit price will probably be more than 1,000 extraordinary stones. Rich businessman, the name is indeed correct, this man is really rich. No wonder the opponent broke through the defense. Once he lost assets worth more than 2,000 extraordinary stones. It is more than the total output of the extraordinary stone mine occupied by the Lizard Man. After seeing his harvest, Lunan opened the warehouse and wanted to see the attributes of several pieces of equipment. However, the equipment has not yet entered the warehouse. It seems that you have to leave the dual space before the reward will arrive. Lunan clicked the leave option and returned to his territory. Before opening the warehouse, Lunan made a surprising discovery. Chica still holds the spirit pattern heavy lance in his hand. The equipment obtained is not included in the 5 pieces of equipment dropped. Thanks to Brother, Rich Merchant, for sending me 6 pieces of equipment. Lunan opened the warehouse again. This time, there are 5 more pieces of equipment in the last few grids of the warehouse. What Lunan looked forward to the most was naturally the 5-star weapons. Lunan dragged the mouse and looked at the sickle weapon with a black handle and a white bone blade. Bloodthirsty Scythe, 5 stars after equipped, it increases strength by 160 points and agility by 20 points. Each time you hit an enemy with life matter, 10 points of life, soulfire, will be restored. After making an attack action, you will lose 20 points of life, soulfire. Increases the power multiplier of 0.2 against unarmored and leather armored units. Equipment requirements, 30 points of strength, 21 points of life, soulfire. When he saw the 160-point strength bonus, Lunan had already expected that there would be some cost when using this weapon. The hammer is now 4.5 stars, with a strength bonus of 120 points. This high bonus is obtained in exchange for the negative effect of life being stolen. The bonus of this sickle is similar to that of the gift hammer, which is obviously a supermodel. Sure enough, every attack will lose life. And this weapon is not like the gift hammer, there is no way to take advantage of it. Soulfire is also affected by this weapon. And this negative effect is a bit serious. Even if the attack hits, 10 soulfire points will be lost each time. Chike only has a total of 340 soulfire points, and additional soulfire is consumed when taking actions. This piece of equipment cannot be used by him for the time being. Lunan's first feeling was that this weapon should be used with a card that can restore soulfire, or a servant with the ability to restore soulfire. For the 160-point power bonus, Lunan felt that he could equip this weapon with a card that could restore it. Good stuff, keep it for now. Lunan looked at the next piece of equipment. Mithril armor, 5 stars after equipped, life, soulfire, increases by 500 points, and agility decreases by 5 plus, agility x 20%. Each time you are attacked, the damage taken is reduced by 15 points. The armor type is changed to heavy armor. A small increase in physical strength consumption. Soulfire increased by 500 points. The attribute of life enhancement is something that several forged armors mastered by Lunan do not have. When Chick puts on this equipment, his soulfire can reach 840 points. Only then did Lunan realize that armor was of great value to the undead with the soulfire mechanism. 500 points of soulfire can not only increase Chick's injury-bearing ability, but also give Chick 10 more hours of activity. However, the loss of agility will have a great impact on Chick and will limit its combat capabilities. In the end, Chick had to be replaced with light armor or leather armor. Although light armor and leather armor have less bonus to soulfire than heavy armor, they also have much lower restrictions on agility, which is obviously more suitable for Chiku. But this, mithril armor, can now be given to Chiku to use it for a while, so there is no problem. Moreover, after wearing this piece of equipment, Chike has higher soulfire and can use the bloodthirsty sickle appropriately when necessary. The ultimate combat power is even higher than using the Grant hammer. Lu Nan dragged the equipment and put it on directly for Chike. When Chick put on the silver armor, he was less sinister as an undead and more burly and sturdy. It's quite suitable. The remaining pieces of equipment were not of high star rating, so Lu Nan took a casual look at them. Finely forged flamestone spear, 3 stars after equipped, it increases strength by 10 points. Equipment requirements: have both hands, strength 5 points, dark blue mage robe, 3 stars after equipped, it increases spell damage by 5 points and reduces spell consumption by 1 point. Equipment requirements: spirit 8 points. This cloth robe also gave Lu Nan some information. There are specialized legal output units among the servants. Lu Nan has never gotten this kind of servant yet. Lu Nan put on this equipment for himself for the time being. Although it is useless, it is quite interesting to change clothes. And after changing clothes, the vertical painting of the Lord unit also changed immediately. The equipment of the Flamestone series should be the same as Lu Nan's fine iron equipment, which are standard equipment with medium attributes. The bonuses of these two pieces of equipment are not high, but they are very suitable for use by undead kobolds. With equipment that adds 10 points of strength, the undead kobold's strength can reach 55 points. The fighting power is getting higher and higher. After allocating equipment, Lu Nan was about to upgrade the building when Nino's voice sounded in the distance. Lu Nan. Lu Nan looked back and guessed her purpose. Are you here to exchange for candy? Nino laughed twice. Don't be so straightforward. I'm here to see my friend, and I'll get you the extraordinary stone by the way, in case you want to use it. Right. As for the sugar, it's all incidental. Lu Nan, who was sitting in front of the screen, smiled and did not expose her, but completed the transaction of exchanging sugar for extraordinary stones. The number of extraordinary stones in the warehouse reached 296. Nino had candy in her mouth and was in no hurry to leave. After rescuing the blood-crowned swan from Lu Nan without asking for reward, Nino's attitude towards Lu Nan obviously became closer than before. 2 days ago, Nino would definitely not have stayed in Lu Nan's territory. Nino followed Lu Nan and chatted with him. Have you found the place where Sister Swan was poisoned? Lu Nan typed in response, I found it, it's a dungeon. Nino's eyes lit up. I heard that dungeons are very difficult to fight. When will you fight? Can you tell me about the battle situation during the fight? Please, I can hire you with 2 extraordinary stones. Lu Nan typed, so many. The elf, who had no conspiracy, did not hear Lu Nan's teasing. And I moved her flaxen hair, as long as it's not too little. By the way, can I pay for these 2 extraordinary stones after a while? Wait until I save a few candies, otherwise my mouth will be drooling when I go to bed. By the way, when are you going to fight? Lu Nan shook his head and typed to communicate to her, it's still early, I still need a high-star servant. Lu Nan earned 285 extraordinary stones in this wave, which was enough resources to energize cards twice. 2 times of inspiration should be able to raise Chike's star level to 5 stars. There is 1 servant entering the dungeon. Lu Nan decided to spend some of the remaining extraordinary stones and try to draw cards. The rewards in the dungeon are rich. Get this reward as soon as possible to avoid others taking it away. In this case, the investment of dozens of extraordinary stones is still valuable. Let's talk about drawing cards later. First, upgrade the Lord's hut. Lu Nan took out the streamer hourglass and used it on the Lord's cabin. Special perspective effects flashed. The Lord's hut suddenly became taller and became a 2-story black stone castle with a much larger area. A prompt appears in the lower right corner of the screen. Record. Your building Lord's hut has been successfully upgraded to level 4, all attributes of your Lord unit have been increased by 12 points, extraordinary value has been increased by 20 points, and life has been increased by 50 points. Your other buildings are ready for upgrades. End of this chapter. As the upgrade to the Lord's Lodge is completed, the gray-white otherworldly substance becomes more active. Lu Nan's territory is to the north, in a woodland full of yellow leaves. Several lizard-like men with lizard heads and armed with sharp axes gained enlightenment in the extraordinary material. They heard the name of Undead Swordmaster and sensed the active undead supernatural matter. A sturdy lizard man about 2 meters tall stood up and spoke to his companions in obscure divine language. I'm going to report to the leader. After we captured this kobold tribe, we had a new goal. The lizard-armored men were warlike. When they heard these words, they all looked excited and clenched the weapons in their hands. Lunan looked at the Lord's hut that had been upgraded to level 4 and felt a sense of depth and mystery from the black stones and white patterns. He remembered the small stone house when he first entered the pixel world. In contrast, he could clearly feel the growth of the territory. Nino walked around the Lord's hut twice and praised excitedly, "Your undead building is quite beautiful." "You are indeed my friend. But you have to be careful. The more powerful your territory is, the richer the extraordinary substances around it will be, and the more extraordinary monsters will be aware of the existence of your territory. Next, there will be extraordinary monsters attacking your territory, and they should be more powerful than the bug-headed men." Lunan heard some information from Nino's words. "My undead building? Is the undead lord's building different?" Nino nodded. "Yes, the great sage said that after all lords reach level 4, their buildings will be different. It seems that changes occur based on souls, life experiences, etc. Each lord is different." Lunan always felt that what he had was the best. When he learned that his lord's cabin was unique, he felt more comfortable looking at it. As for the attack by extraordinary monsters, Lunan was also looking forward to it while remaining cautious. Although the bug-headed man didn't defeat Lunan, its skills were actually very difficult to deal with. At the same time, Lunan also remembered the clues to the incident mentioned in the Gift of the Dead. There is a group of lizard-armored people on the north side of the river. Lunan wanted to explore their information a few days ago, but could not find a suitable employee. However, Yen Shui has been completely changed at this time, and she does not need to be monitored. She is now quite religious. You can call Despicable Prosthetic Eye back and explore the map. It's also best to clear the prisoner's dungeon as soon as possible. This is the one that has improved the most among the clues Lunan has. Let's give Chick's card a spirit first. Lunan walked to the research hut, opened the Card Empowerment interface, dragged the mouse to Chica's card, and clicked Episode. Extraordinary Stone -100. A cutscene appeared in the middle of the screen, and a tide of gray-white supernatural matter poured into the card as if it had been summoned by some kind. When the animation ends, the back of Chick's card has more of a bone texture. Prompts appear at the same time. Record. Your servant Chick the Brave has received the card inspiration given by you. The card star level is plus 0.5, and all attributes are increased by 15 points. Chike has received an exclusive bonus, and the damage caused by Fearless Charge has been increased to 100 plus, Strength x 0.2. Sure enough, it can rise to a star. Moreover, the attribute improvement brought by spiritualization is also good. However, Chike's wisdom is very special. Conductor cannot increase his wisdom, nor can spirit enchantment. But this does not affect Chick's fighting, so it is not a big problem. Lunan clicked on the spirit-giving interface again, preparing to give Chike another spirit. However, this time the energy option is gray. Can I only be empowered once? After Lunan looked at it carefully, he found that it was not a problem with the number of times, but because the same card was used to enchant spirits, and the amount of extraordinary stones consumed would increase. Chike's second incarnation requires 200 extraordinary stones. Lunan now only has 196 extraordinary stones, and there are still 4 stones left. Lunan had a headache. The second time I gave Chike a spirit, the cost was affordable. You could get 4 extraordinary stones by killing a few extraordinary monsters. But the problem is that Chick is so strong, his star rating must continue to improve. Lunan, who had made a small profit and thought he could draw cards, felt the entanglement of poverty again. Lunan sent Chico out and asked him to go south to find some extraordinary monsters further away to hunt. Let's gather these 4 extraordinary stones first and carry out the second spiritual infusion. In fact, Lu Nan also considered another arrangement. You can draw cards first to get another minion with 5 stars or above, and then upgrade Chike's star. But drawing cards has a high chance of losing all your money. Spiritualization is a real improvement. At the moment, there are not enough extraordinary stones. With Lu Nan's cautious character, he decided to use the extraordinary stones to stably improve his spirit. Chick heads out for action. Lu Nan looked at the 196 extraordinary stones that were about to leave him, and then looked at Nino. I want to ask you something. Nino has been following Lu Nan. When she heard Lu Nan's words, she quickly patted her chest. You asked. Lu Nan typed, do you know the dual space? Nino crossed her arms and showed a thoughtful expression. Can you explain it more carefully? There are many things that are called differently in various races. Lu Nan typed out the story about entering the dual space to Nino. Nino's eyes lit up when she heard about Chike's battle with the knight in shining armor. What then? Let's give some details. Let you listen to a story? Lu Nan stared at Nino. Nino came back to her senses and scratched her head in embarrassment. Listening to what you said, I seem to know something. There is something called the God of Forging's world-threading silver needle, which can create a separate space, and can even fight across the limits of the plane. Can you actually ask for some information? Lu Nan then asked, where can I get the world-piercing silver needle? Nino spread her hands, I don't know, but there should be one kept in the elf secret land. With the disappearance of the goddess of destiny, the great sage also forgot the origin of the world-threading silver needle, but she said that it seemed to be a prop for a duel between gods. But the god of blacksmithing and craftsmanship was a real god, so he simply built a furnace, and the number was extremely large, and it was scattered all over the place. Lu Nan typed and asked, can you sell me the world-threading silver needle? Nino smiled a little guiltily, of course I want to promise you, we are good friends, but I have no say in this matter. I can help you ask the great sage then. Plant elves are naturally generous towards their friends. World-threading silver needle, if it was Nino's thing, she would give it directly to Lu Nan, and she would have to give it 100 candies at most. But only great sages can handle the public items passed down from the clan. Lu Nan nodded, not disappointed. He didn't have high expectations for Nino, an elf who was happy. At least I got a clue, which is pretty good. After finding the elf secret land, you can try to get the world-threading silver needle to earn extra income. Just when Lu Nan was waiting for the extraordinary stone to arrive in his account, Lu Nan's headphones vibrated. Yen Shui called. Lu Nan answered the call and heard Yen Shui's somewhat nervous voice. I have some new information that I want to tell you. Chen Zishou's extraordinary ability has been revealed, and he is a supernatural cursor. A second level has appeared in the Endless Chamber. According to public information, 2 extraordinary people controlled by the Law Enforcement Bureau have entered the second level of the chamber, and none of them have survived. Also, can I ask you a favor? We are going to attack an industrial park in Future Technology today. Can you help me confirm the armed forces of the park? Chen Zishou's abilities were somewhat beyond Lu Nan's expectations, but Lu Nan didn't ask any more questions. There were no survivors in the secret room on the second floor, which made Lu Nan feel a little more solemn. I hope some information can be released before entering the secret room. As for helping Yen Shui carry out armed operations, Lu Nan was actually reluctant. It's not that Lu Nan is afraid of implicating himself. Yen Shui has no possibility of betraying Lu Nan now. The main reason was that when Lu Nan wanted to ask Yen Shui to help plant information into Lin Weisheng, he realized that Yen Shui actually had many uses. Lu Nan wanted Yen Shui to deal with matters that were inconvenient for him to come forward and ensure his own safety. Naturally, he didn't want her to die now. He began to persuade, it's best not to go. Yen Shui's heart trembled slightly. She bit her lip and mustered up her courage before she dared to speak. As long as I get my revenge, I can do whatever you want. Whatever you want me to do. Moreover, this operation has been planned for a long time. Even if I wanted to cancel it, Aunt Su would not agree. Lu Nan thought about it and felt that it was indeed not Yen Shui who had the final say inside Nirvana. Su Ping behaved very strongly and even had conflicts with Yen Shui many times, making Yen Shui angry and helpless. In this case, we can really help Yen Shui once and make the operation as successful as possible to prevent her from being implicated. Fortunately, after the investigation, I was able to take back the despicable prosthetic eyes and send them back to the pixel world. Lu Nan said, address. Yen Shui looked surprised and quickly looked through the action records. Yen Shui, who usually seemed aloof to others, spoke in a humble tone, number 116, Xiangsha Street, DC District. Lu Nan operated the despicable prosthetic eye and headed towards Xiangsha Street. After half an hour, despicable prosthetic eyes entered a heavily guarded park and overlooked the entire park at night. There is a large amount of military-grade equipment stacked here, mainly drones and prosthetics, as well as a small amount of firearms. The members guarding here are all wearing black equipment, with an eagle pattern printed on their helmets. This is Future Technology, Black Hawk Mobile Team, the company's highest combat capability. Members of the Black Hawk Mobile Team, a team of 7 people, a total of 6 teams are patrolling. There are also a large number of robot troops, a team of 10 robots, a total of 4 teams, guarding various entrances to the park. Lu Nan waited for a while, then took advantage of the members of the Black Hawk Mobile Team to open the door and sneaked into the park. He wanted to find out if there were any extraordinary beings. After walking around in a circle, Lu Nan found 2 first-level extraordinary beings next to the warehouse where the drones were stored. One is a strong man with a bald head. The other person is equally strong, with tattoos all over his body and green hair. From his body shape, he can tell that he is a woman. The 2 men were chatting and seemed to be interested in each other. Good appetite. After gathering the information, Lu Nan withdrew the despicable false eyes and informed Yen Shui of the situation. After hearing such detailed information, Yen Shui's body trembled several times with excitement. In both cases, she would feel that inexplicable joy. One is when showing obedience and respect to Lu Nan. Another situation is that when she feels Lu Nan's power, it will also make her feel intoxicated. After a while, she swallowed her saliva and thanked Lu Nan. Thank you, I know what to do. Lu Nan cut off the call without asking too much, and looked back at the screen. At this time, Chike had been out for more than an hour and had gained something. The number of extraordinary stones in the warehouse has increased from 196 to 201. It's time to infuse spirits for the second time. End of this chapter. Lu Nan arrived in front of the research hut, clicked on the interface, and gave Chike, episode, again. The cutscene appears again. This time the animation is slightly different, there is obviously more extraordinary material surging. When the animation ends, there are bone patterns on the back of Chike's card. A prompt pops up in the lower right corner of the screen. Record. Your servant Chike the Brave has received the card inspiration given by you. The card star level is plus 0.5, and all attributes are increased by 25 points. Chike has received an exclusive bonus, and the damage caused by Fearless Charge has been increased to 150 plus, Strength x 0.3. Although the second infusion consumes more extraordinary stones, the improvement is also greater. And Chike's wisdom also showed excellent stability. Lu Nan looked at Chike, who had turned into a 5-star, and was very satisfied. Just waiting for the next servant with 5 stars or above. Lu Nan walked towards the Tower of Decision and clicked on it to upgrade. Upgrading the Tower of Decision to level 4, combined with uploading the Chanting Hut, can unlock 7-star cards. The probability of appearing 5-star or above servants will also increase. Thanks to the 3-hour work of the 3 Undead kobolds, Lu Nan still has resources in the warehouse to upgrade another building. Lu Nan thought for a while and upgraded the research hut. In fact, according to Lu Nan's previous habit, he would ascend to the land of death first to give Chico one more chance to undergo the painful trial. But after obtaining inheritance twice, Lu Nan felt that the value of the research hut was greater, so this time he upgraded to the research hut first. 2 ignorant skeletons began to work. Lu Nan glanced at the time. It was just past 8 o'clock, which was still very early before offline. He thought for a while and took Nino out of the territory, preparing to fight with extraordinary monsters. Although with the ability of Conductor, Lu Nan's personal action will cause the servants to lose their bonus. However, Lunan still felt that his own attributes had to grow together. In this way, Lunan could fully understand the battle. You can, but not without. So you still have to fight when you have time, so that your combat skills can evolve. Nino was happy. Great, it was her most trusted Lunan who took her to watch her favorite battle. She flew beside Lunan, humming a song because she was in a good mood. But when Lunan listened to Nino's singing, his expression became strange. Why are you, a beautiful grass elf with beautiful features, singing out of tune? Although Lunan didn't know what song she was singing, he could tell that this was not a problem with the original song, but because Nino really had no singing talent. Lunan originally wanted to tease Nino, but when he dragged the mouse to the input box, he stopped again. That's fine too. Half of the music in Dream City is now completed by AI, and the other half is fully modified by AI. To be honest, the music sounds good, but it's not real. Everyone was silent, and the aesthetics were quietly tampered with by AI. Most people felt that the music modified by AI sounded better. Greenleaf Company has also launched a prosthetic throat, which can modify the sound by itself when speaking, and the sales are quite good. Lunan usually thought it was nothing, but when he heard Nino's clean voice and zero-point technique, he felt pretty good. It wasn't that Lunan was moved by her truth. The main thing is to listen to her singing, and then listen to normal songs, and it will sound better. Lunan and Nino only killed 3 extraordinary monsters, and it was almost 3 o'clock in the evening. This is mainly due to the time lost on the road. All the extraordinary creatures around the territory were killed. If you want to collect resources and hunt extraordinary creatures, you have to go further. Still have to find a mount. The white horse of Rich Businessman is very good. If Chica had mounted the horse at that time, could he have captured the white horse just like Spirit Pattern Heavy Lance? There is no answer to this question, so Lunan can only try it next time. If possible, it is best to clean out the opponent's servants before killing them. While thinking about his mount, Lunan turned back towards the territory. Nino's schedule is very healthy, but she is very sleepy at 10 p.m. Lunan took her back and asked casually, "Can the grass and wood elves control wild beasts and turn them into mounts?" Nino replied with a rich expression, "Those you are talking about are life elves, they can tame life to serve them. By the way, there are also some sacrificial elves. Some of them can evolve into druids and can become mounts themselves." After chatting all the way, Lunan sent Nino back to her treehouse. Next to the treehouse, Lunan saw many plants that had grown seedlings. Lunan wanted to count the number, but Nino spoke first. "Stop counting, there are 11 trees in total. The 2 extraordinary substances, vegetation and destiny, are quite strong around here. I don't know why there are so many of these 2 extraordinary substances near your undead territory. But it's a good thing anyway, I can grow trees much faster." Although the plant elves do not have any fighting ability, they are indeed very good at cultivating plants. It seems that Nino is not completely out of luck and still has a good job. Nino entered the treehouse, waved goodbye to Lunan, and watched Lunan leave. Lunan returned to the territory, asked the Lord unit to start meditating, and asked Chike to rush back to the territory, but he did not go offline. Despicable Prosthetic Eyes is almost back. Moreover, Lunan could take a day off the day after tomorrow, so it didn't matter if he stayed up late today. Lunan planned to explore the map more today. And at this time, Yen Shui's call came back again. Lunan picked up. "Is there anything else?" Yen Shui's voice could not conceal her excitement. "The operation was successful, we blew up this park. Moreover, we snatched a small number of firearms, and Ansu also invaded the future technology intranet and found some information about extraordinary beings. It also contains some information about Lord-type extraordinary beings. Let me read it to you, okay?" Although Yen Shui is reckless, overconfident, and psychologically twisted, she is not stupid. She has already guessed from Lunan's several performances that Lunan is a Lord Extraordinary. Yen Shui's mentality has completely changed. She had no intention of speculating or resisting, she just thought about how to serve Lunan better and make Lunan recognize her value. Lunan was a little surprised, but his tone was calm. "Well, let's talk about it. Yen Shui said, the original intelligence text is a record of the torture of several Lord-type extraordinary people. I have summarized some useful information, so I won't explain the torture process to you, okay? Lu Nan hummed. Yen Shui then spoke. The number one lord is called Zhou Zhengsong. He is 26 years old and became a lord-type transcendent 10 days ago. The map he is on is also Plane of Hope, and the lord's race is human. In his description, there are several cities in the Plane of Hope, and these cities are managed by the Holy Court and the Parliament of 12. The technological level of human cities is very high, and they have made technological use of extraordinary materials, but they have not carried out electronic information. A large number of ordnance and daily necessities retain many styles of the Steam Age. He completed 4 transactions in the city, purchased maps, and made some contacts with other lords. In Plane of Hope, there is already a lord named Dawn Master who has gained some fame. End of this chapter. This information contains the oral statements of 3 lords of the Field of Hope. Lu Nan was more interested in the lord, Dawn Master, and wanted to see the level of this famous lord. Unfortunately, there is very little information about Dawn Division in this information. The intelligence only records that he has 2 heavily armored and shield-bearing infantry, which seems to be a system that relies on spells to deal damage. In addition to the Dawn Division, Lu Nan also got a clearer impression of the Field of Hope from this information. Moreover, human lords and dwarf lords have the ability to build bomb-carrying hot air balloons and armored self-propelled vehicles. This reminded Lu Nan. Previously, Lu Nan only thought about getting a flying unit to detect intelligence, but in actual combat, flying units are very important. Once you engage in a battle with a human lord, and there are no flying units to counterattack, you will lose your air superiority and become very passive. The rest of the information is more of the lord's units describing the development process of their territories. 32413. Among the 3 lords, the strongest servant is 3 stars, and his attributes are far lower than Sheik. And their deck is messy. The level 4 lord's deck has 16 card slots. These 2 level 2 lords filled their decks with low star cards. It was okay in the early stages, but became more and more uncomfortable as it went on. Lu Nan's territorial strength is stronger than the 2 level 2 lords combined. After listening to Yen Shui's report, Lu Nan ordered her, go and deal with your business first, don't let anyone find you. Yen Shui's tone was a little excited, I will obey your order and I won't let you down. Lu Nan cut off the call. Yen Shui closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and suppressed the blush and joy on her face. Being ordered by Lu Nan also made her feel her worth. 11 p.m. The despicable prosthetic I returned to Lu Nan and was sent back to the pixel world by Lu Nan. Lu Nan operated it and flew all the way north. Flying units are much more efficient in exploring maps than ground-walking undead like Chike. The despicable prosthetic I flew across the river, which was more than 2,000 meters wide, and reached the north where Lu Nan had never set foot. Start searching for traces of the Saurus man. Lu Nan opened a bottle of water and drank while staring at the content on the screen. I searched for about 20 minutes. Before the lizard man could be found, Lu Nan first discovered an extraordinary monster that he had never seen before. A living scarecrow. Its upper body is the same as a normal scarecrow, but from the waist down, it has human-shaped legs. Lu Nan took a look at its properties. Flesh scarecrow, 2-star cloth armor. Life, 1,500. Power, 30. Agility, 30. Wisdom, 50. Spirit, 80. Skill, pollution. Pollution, after looking at the target for 1 second, it will cause mental pollution to the nearest target that cannot avoid sight, causing the target to enter a confusion state for 3 seconds, and causing 200 plus Spirit X 0.5 magic system harm. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Asterisk the flesh scarecrow has the ability to reproduce. It will bundle targets that are contaminated enough into straw and assimilate them into the next flesh scarecrow. Asterisk chaos, the world in the field of vision will be randomly reversed, which greatly affects combat capabilities. There is usually no multiplier for magic damage. If you want to reduce magic damage, you must have spell resistance. Although the attributes of Flesh Scarecrow are not very strong, the output is very high. But Chick is fast enough. Once the agility exceeds the opponent's by 30%, there will be a situation where the dynamic vision cannot keep up with the opponent's movements. Sheik had no problem dealing with the Flesh Scarecrow, acting alone. Lu Nan roughly noted the location where the Flesh Scarecrow appeared. After Sheik crosses the river, you can come here too. Option again. He wanted to see how many extraordinary stones would be required for the second refresh on the same day. 20 piece. It is estimated that 30 extraordinary stones will be consumed when refreshing for the third time. Lu Nan decided to refresh the Tower of Decision every day starting from today. This is the best deal. This is to avoid having to bear the accumulated consumption when you need to draw a card. After drawing the card, Lu Nan naturally paid attention to the progress of the raft. Lu Nan switched the perspective to Mabolius. With the cooperation of the unknown dead bones, a raft about 4 meters long and 2.5 meters wide has been formed. The progress was so fast not only because of the high strength of the nameless dead bones, but also because Mabolius usually saved a lot of hemp rope. The materials are basically all ready-made, and the progress is naturally very fast. Now Mabolius was working on the last part of the reinforcements. It seemed that the raft could be launched before Lu Nan went to work. This made Lu Nan look forward to it. Chike's soul fire is full. As long as the raft can successfully cross the river, Chike can start taking action immediately. Waited for half an hour. The raft is finished. Lu Nan woke up 2 undead kobolds buried near the territory and asked them to work together to drag the raft to the river. 15 minutes later. The raft reached the shore. Lu Nan did not rush to let Chike get on the raft, but arranged for 2 undead kobolds to stand on it. The river is very deep, and if the raft capsizes or sinks, the bones will fall into the river. Transforming undead is more suitable for testing. It doesn't hurt to lose it. If Chick fell into the water, there would be a big problem. The 2 undead kobolds took the oars handed to them by Mabolius, pushed them gently, and the raft launched into the water. The water in this section of the river to the north of London is not very fast, so it is not difficult to cross the river. The undead kobolds had no experience crossing the river, so they were in a hurry. Fortunately, Lu Nan gave the order in time and helped them make simple adjustments. The raft did not capsize and successfully reached the other shore. The weapon currently used by Chike is Spirit Pattern Heavy Cavalry, and the spirit-possessing rope has no use, so Mabolius tied the spirit-possessing rope to the raft. This will secure the raft so it won't be washed away by water, and you won't have to worry about the durability of the rope. Lu Nan ordered the undead kobolds to return. They returned on the raft and landed at a location much farther away than when they set out. There is no way. The biggest limitation of transforming undead is growth. It is very difficult to learn any combat skills, unlike Mabolius who can continue to grow. Lu Nan ordered Chi Ke to get on the raft. Chek jumped on. It weighs much more than 2 undead kobolds combined. The raft rocked up and down a few times, and finally floated steadily on the shore. Chek waved the oar and quickly moved to the other side. Balancing and cooperating with the power of water flow is almost the same as controlling power in battle. Chike's crossing of the river seemed to be done with ease. Not only did it cross the river smoothly, it also reached the designated destination. Lu Nan looked at Chike on the other side of the river and ordered it to go north to hunt the lizard man. Chike turned around, holding the heavy lance with the spirit pattern in his hand, ran forward, and soon disappeared. End of this chapter. Watching Chi Ke leave, Lu Nan turned around and began to transform plants. After the transformation opportunity was used up, the number of undead plants Lu Nan owned reached 160. The nameless dead bones went to work and started transplanting. Lu Nan switched his perspective to Chike. At this time, Chike has joined the despicable prosthetic eye. The battle after crossing the river will be guided by the despicable prosthetic eye. The intelligence of the despicable prosthetic eye is also very low, but it has the basic qualities of tracking the designated target, recognizing the road, and being able to recognize the designated target clearly. For the foolish Chike, these two things were as difficult as asking a 90-year-old man without a prosthetic body to do 28 backflips in a row. There must be a unit to act as Chike's brains. In fact, the unit responsible for guiding the way can also be the one who transforms the undead. Let Chike carry the undead kobold, and he can also complete the task of guiding the way. However, the undead kobold has no ability to protect itself. Once the undead kobold is affected by a 2-star extraordinary monster during combat, it will be easily crushed to pieces. With no one to guide him, Chike must be lost on the other side of the river. And Lu Nan can only go home at night. If Chica cannot turn back in time, the soul fire will be exhausted, and Lu Nan will have to find a way to cross the river to pick it back up. The despicable prosthetic eyes can fly and become invisible, so they are obviously more suitable to cooperate with Chike than the undead kobolds. Lu Nan asked the Lord unit to go back to the hut to meditate, and then waited for another 5 minutes. It wasn't until it was confirmed that Chike could follow the despicable false eyes that Lu Nan closed the game with confidence. To work. Lu Nan's morning today was half a training day. Tomorrow is a rest day. The work intensity suddenly dropped. This is the most promising day at work for Lu Nan in several years. On the way to commuting, Lu Nan heard about the attack in the Future Technology Park on the news. The Nirvana organization was also mentioned, eliciting several hushed discussions. Lu Nan stood on the train, listening to the song and looking out the window. No one knew that the intelligence work for this attack was completed by this young man wearing the uniform of a law enforcement bureau officer on the train. To the unit. Lu Nan found that Chen Zixio still didn't come to work today. I heard from Lin Weisheng that it was because the 1st Anti-Terrorism and Counter-Violence Armed Detachment was afraid of the extraordinary beings going berserk, so they used a large dose of sedatives when controlling Chen Zixio. Chen Zixio had to wait for 2 days before he could return to work. Lu Nan came out of Lin Weisheng's office and started training in the morning. After the morning training, while having lunch, Lu Nan received a call from Lin Weisheng. Lin Weisheng told Lu Nan, "Carter's mother is critically ill and he has asked for leave. Please come to my place to replace him. The task is very simple, just enter the formation and patrol the designated area." Lu Nan said in a serious tone, "It won't affect my holiday tomorrow, right?" Lin Weisheng sneered, "No delay, no one will disturb you on your first vacation." After lunch, Lu Nan rushed to the Origin building, according to the address sent by Lin Weisheng. This is the landmark building of Yuanqi Heavy Industry. It is built by 3 hollow circular buildings nested in each other. Lu Nan's mission is to enter the 17th Patrol Group and be responsible for patrolling the entire 2nd underground floor where the main control room of the Origin building is located. There were 4 operators in the same group as Lu Nan, all of whom were operators of the 6th Stability Maintenance and City Management Team, but Lu Nan did not know them. If Lu Nan was still a temporary operator now, he would probably have to do all the work. But now that Lu Nan has become a regular employee, these operators are quite friendly to Lu Nan. Lu Nan is also good at dealing with people, and there are no conflicts in the assignment of task areas. The half-day patrol mission ended soon. That's the good thing about working for a big company. The law enforcement bureau is very willing to send people, and someone will come to take over when the time comes. After Lu Nan went to the temporary operator equipment room to return the military-grade body armor, he suddenly received a transfer. The money transferred by Lin Weisheng totaled 4,500 credit coins. Also sent was a voice message from Lin Weisheng, "It's rare to take a break. Take the money and relax. I'll just transfer the money away when you get paid." Lu Nan smiled and replied, "Thank you, Captain Lin." Lin Weisheng quickly replied, "You're welcome, go home and rest, I have to work overtime." Lu Nan chatted with Lin Weisheng for a few words, left the Origin building, returned the work vehicle, and rushed home. Passing by a store on the road, Lu Nan thought for a while and went in to buy 2 cans of candies priced at 25 credit coins, one with mint flavor and one with strawberry flavor. The shop owner was a middle-aged woman. She smoked a cigarette and asked Lu Nan, "Do you have children?" Lu Nan had a gentle expression on his face, "That's right." Naturally, this candy was bought for Nino. But instead of giving her daily food, I let her taste it, and then told her that only by working hard and making her territory stronger can she eat more delicious candies. As for how powerful the territory must be to be able to eat such sweets on a daily basis, Lu Nan has not decided yet. Lu Nan had decided on the ratio in exchange for extraordinary stones. This time, the candy costs 0.5 credit coins. No matter what, I have to replace 15 extraordinary stones. After all, this ratio is darker than when redeeming grape-flavored candies, and a bit more expensive. No way, good things are like this, they all have added value. After putting away the candies, Lu Nan left the store and rushed home as the store owner sighed, "There are still such good men." 6 p.m. Lu Nan returned home carrying a bag of instant food and bought a bottle of mineral water. There is no need to go out tomorrow. After putting down his things, Lu Nan went back and locked the door, letting out a sigh of relief. After working for so many years, I finally have a vacation. And with an extra monthly income of 1,500 credit coins, Lu Nan obviously felt much better off even though he didn't have anything he wanted to buy. After drinking half a bottle of mineral water, Lu Nan opened the game and returned to the pixel world. The perspective returns to the top of the territory. Daily tips pop up in the lower right corner of the screen. Lu Nan opened it and took a look. Record. Your talent fate reward has been triggered, and the power of unknown bones has been increased by 1.5 points, and the soul fire has been increased by 15 points. Chick's strength increases by 6 points. Nabolius wisdom increases by 0.5. Your spirit increases by 1 point and your strength increases by 0.8 points. Your skill, proficient blade throwing, has been trained and a new skill branch has appeared. Please choose one of the 2 branch skills. The improvement of attributes is very common, nothing special. But the emergence of a new skill branch is a complete surprise. Lu Nan looked carefully at the 2 optional skills. Blade proficiency throwing, when the weapon you throw is a sharp weapon, the attack interval is reduced, and each throw adds an additional 15 points of damage. The Yi power multiplier, against unarmored enemies is adjusted from 2.2 to 2.3. The Yi power multiplier, against leather-armored enemies is adjusted from 1.9 to 2.0. Poison blade mastery throwing, when the weapon you throw is a sharp blade and the weapon is poisoned, it will cause an additional 5 points of damage to the enemy every 12 seconds and extend the target's poisoning time by 30 seconds. Asterisk each target can only be extended the poisoning time once in the same poisoning. This skill can coexist with blade proficiency throw. End of this chapter. By quenching poison in fighting, you can actually get a fate reward alone? The poison is not Lu Nan's own ability. The name of Lu Nan's talent. Had time to operate Chike, he should be able to take care of Nino. Nino really wanted to watch the fun. Lu Nan thought about it and typed to remind her, Shiku will be out for at least 12 hours. Are you sure you want to go? Nino looked hesitant and asked Lu Nan, am I sure? Lu Nan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do you want to hear me describe the battle process and go to bed later, or do you want to watch the fun? Nino hesitated for a moment, but still determined, I want to watch the fun. He is indeed an elf who can run away from home just for fun. Lu Nan reminded Nino to fly higher, and then asked her to set off with Chike. Chick reached the river, skillfully used a raft to cross the river, and reached the other side. Lu Nan cut the perspective to the despicable prosthetic eye and led the way. Following yesterday's route, Lu Nan quickly saw some blood stains. This should be the location where Chike fought. The body has been put into Lu Nan's warehouse. All the way forward. Lu Nan soon discovered a flesh and blood scarecrow. He brought Chick into combat range and left the rest alone. Chike waved the spirit pattern heavy cavalry in his hand, deftly avoiding the flesh and blood scarecrow's gaze, and stabbed out a spear with a leap. A damage number of -736 jumped out from the head of the flesh and blood scarecrow. Chike changed his weapon and triggered another knowing blow, which hit the cloth-armored unit and caused quite high damage. The flesh and blood scarecrow was almost shattered by one blow, and a large amount of blood dripped down the straw and 4 legs onto the grass. Chike's movements were smooth, and the spirit pattern heavy cavalry was strong and flexible in his hand, and he defeated the flesh and blood scarecrow in 4 hits. Nino watched with great interest. Lu Nan continued to lead the way. Chike killed all the 2-star extraordinary monsters he could encounter on the road. Go ahead 2 hours later. Lu Nan once again saw the main target this time, a group of lizard-armored men carrying trophies. He gave Chick the order to attack. 5 lizard men besieged Chick, but they were no match for him. The battle lasted for 2 minutes, and Chike defeated the 5 lizard men without any damage. In fact, Lu Nan had considered letting a lizard armor escape so that he could follow it and find the lizard armor's lair. But after thinking for a moment, Lu Nan felt that the risks outweighed the benefits. Once the lizards find out that Lu Nan has taken action, they are likely to point the finger directly at Lu Nan. If the lizard men attack Lu Nan in advance, Chike's flexibility advantage will be squeezed. It's safest to kill them all. After killing the group of lizard-armored men, Lu Nan controlled Chi-Ku and put the lizard-armored people and their harvested corpses into the warehouse. After Lu Nan collected his things, he glanced at the time and gave the control to Despicable False Eyes. The cooldown time of Lu Guang's hourglass has been changed. Lu Nan needs to upgrade the building first. He walked to the Tower of Choice, took out the hourglass, and chose to use it. Time moves fast. 3 seconds later, the Tower of Decision reached level 4. Unlock 7 star cards. End of this chapter. Lu Nan looked at the prompt that popped up in the lower right corner of the screen. Record. Your building Tower of Choice has been successfully upgraded to level 4. All attributes of your Lord unit have been increased by 6 points, extraordinary value increased by 10 points, and life increased by 25 points. The probability of your card pool has been adjusted, and the probability of 1-star cards appearing is greatly reduced. If you need to draw 1-star cards, you can select the full card pool option when drawing cards in the Tower of Decision. The probability of 1-star cards appearing has actually been reduced. And such a good thing? Lu Nan was very surprised when he saw this prompt, and then looked at the 24 extraordinary stones in the warehouse. The card pool has been adjusted, and there are enough extraordinary stones. Chike is still working outside to earn extraordinary stones, which is enough to refresh tomorrow morning. Isn't this going to happen once? Lu Nan thought for a moment and decided to smoke again. If you refresh the card again today, you will lose 10 more extraordinary stones. But with the development of Lu Nan's territory, his family gradually became richer, and this was no longer an unaffordable expense. Lu Nan operated the Lord unit to arrive in front of the Tower of Decision, opened the tower interface, and dragged the mouse to the Refresh option. The option is grayed out. When the mouse is dragged up, a text prompt appears. Consume 40 extraordinary stones to refresh the cards in the tower once. Why is it 40? Lu Nan was stunned for a moment, then reacted. The probability adjustment of the card pool comes at a cost, and its price has increased. Lu Nan dragged the mouse, selected Full Card Pool, and looked at the price of Refresh. The refresh cost of Full Card Pool has also increased to 40 extraordinary stones. Not enough extraordinary stones. Lu Nan once again felt the entanglement of poverty. However, Lu Nan thought about it carefully and felt that this card pool adjustment was generally a good thing. This is the second refresh today and consumes 40 extraordinary stones. The first refresh should consume 20 stones. The first refresh of the day consumes 10 more extraordinary stones. When you draw a card before, there is a high probability that there will be 2 2-star cards. After filtering the card pool, although the price has increased, there are fewer 1-star cards taking up space, and the probability of drawing high-star cards has increased. Even if there are number 7-star cards, there will always be relatively more 3-star and 4-star cards. After all, only high-star cards are valuable. Calculated this way, the changed card pool will definitely not be a loss in terms of drawing. Also, you can enjoy the effects of card pool filtering without spending any money on the 3 cards that are refreshed every day. This was a free promotion, and Lu Nan liked it very much. Let's wait until tomorrow to see the specific cards that will be refreshed. With some anticipation for the card draw tomorrow, Lu Nan turned his perspective back to Chike. At this time, Chike is still moving forward under the leadership of the Despicable False Eyes. The night is dark. Nino was flying high and yawned. She felt that she was definitely not sleepy watching the excitement, but she underestimated her sleepiness. However, she didn't dare to go back by herself, and she was too embarrassed to disrupt Lunan's plan, so she still reluctantly persisted. Lunan took over the control of the despicable prosthetic eye. Less than 10 minutes. Lunan didn't notice it here, but Chica ran into a team of lizard-armored people to the west. A fight immediately broke out. After Chike became familiar with the fighting methods of the lizard men, it was obviously easier to deal with it, and the battle was resolved in only 3 minutes. Its attributes increased slightly. A stream of extraordinary material flew away, and soon fell into the Lord's cabin, where it began to be gradually digested into extraordinary stones. Nino was once again amazed by Sheik, and her sleepiness was relieved a lot. Lunan operated Chiku and began to collect the corpses. During this process, Lunan discovered some details. These lizard men did not carry any supplies, only weapons and equipment, and it seemed that they were going to fight. However, there are too few clues, and it is difficult to extract valuable intelligence from these details. After collecting the 5 extraordinary corpses, Lunan switched the perspective back to the despicable prosthetic eye and continued moving forward with Chike. Less than 3 minutes. Lunan once again discovered a group of lizard-armored men, quickly approaching. Chike. Not quite right. The frequency of lizard-armored people's appearance seemed to Lunan to be too high. Combining the detailed information he had just harvested, Lunan had a guess. Could the lizard man's fighting target be Sheik? But it shouldn't. Chiku did not spare anyone alive. The tribe of the lizard man should not know that someone was hunting their tribesmen, but Lunan thought for a moment and decided to retreat to the river. In the pixel world with extraordinary matter, the way information is transmitted cannot be understood by the rules of the physical plane. If the lizard-armored men were really coming towards Chike, there would definitely be more than 5 extraordinary monsters dispatched. Although Chick can hit, he must have enough space to pull. Once surrounded, Chick is also dangerous. Lunan immediately gave an order to Chike, retreat. Chiku obeyed Lunan's orders unconditionally. It immediately put away its weapon, turned around and ran away. But the direction it turned was not quite right. Lunan switched to its perspective and adjusted it to face the territory before letting it retreat on its own. At the same time, Lunan typed messages to Nino to communicate. Text appears above Chick's head, follow Chick and you can sit on his shoulders. Nino trusted Lunan, but she was also worried. After sensing that there seemed to be danger, she quickly flew towards Chike. Lunan operated the despicable prosthetic eyes and began to explore the surrounding map information. Soon, Lunan saw the group of lizard-armored men that Chica had almost encountered, and they were quickly chasing after Chiku. The direction in which the lizard-armored men were advancing was exactly the same as the direction in which Chike was retreating. Moreover, Lunan also discovered traces of 2 other groups of lizard-armored men, outflanking them from the east. It's really for Chick. Lunan turned his head, operated the despicable prosthetic eyes, and flew towards Chike. Not far from Chica, Lunan discovered that 2 groups of lizard-armored men had arrived near Chica. These 10 lizard men are here to cut off Chike's retreat. Fortunately, Lunan discovered it in time, and the lizard-armored siege was still very weak. The 10 lizard men failed to stop Chike and were passed through by Chike. They were extremely unwilling and quickly chased after him. At the same time, Lunan could also sense the auras of a large number of extraordinary monsters, which were arriving quickly. They had been hiding their presence before, approaching quietly. At this time, Chike was about to retreat. They no longer hid and pursued them at full speed. Nino also noticed the pursuers behind her. Her little face was full of fear and no sleepiness at all. Wow, if we are surrounded, we will definitely be caught again. Lunan, fortunately, you are there. But how do you know they are coming to kill us? She was 3 parts thankful, 3 parts admired, and 4 parts envious. If she had had Lunan's brain, she wouldn't have been captured by the fanged kobolds. Is there any brain of the same model that I can buy? She can give out 10 extraordinary stones. Lunan didn't answer her. It's not safe yet. Although Chike broke out of the encirclement, the lizard man could obviously locate Chike and did not give up the pursuit of Chike. Lu Nan felt it carefully. There were probably more than 50 lizard men chasing behind Chike. The lizard-armored people were very determined and sent many of their clansmen. After confirming the number of lizard men, Lu Nan also realized that he now needed to make a choice. Will Sheik be allowed to cross the river and return to his territory? If the mark falls on Chike, once it returns to its territory, Lu Nan's location will be exposed to the lizard people. The lizard-armored men might even launch an attack today and head straight for Lu Nan's territory. More than 50 lizard men are already quite large and have the ability to directly attack the territory. Chike can avoid this situation by trying to escape from the Saurus man on the other side of the river. But Chike's soul fire is limited, so he can't keep running. After thinking for a moment, Lu Nan made a decision. Cross the river and return to the territory. Chika still has plenty of soul fire. Lu Nan has also accumulated a lot of extraordinary points, and the 5 undead kobolds are ready to fight at any time. The carrion poison made by Mabolius was in sufficient quantity. 9 undead magic rabbits are also ready to fight at any time. More importantly, the wide river surface is a natural barrier. Lu Nan was not dazzled by the lizard man's pursuit, but calmly believed that he could fight back. After making a good judgment, Lu Nan gave the control to Despicable Falsai and asked him to take Chike and Nino to find a raft at the river crossing point. Then Lu Nan switched the perspective back to the territory, mobilized all 5 undead kobolds, and headed towards the river bank as fast as possible. End of this chapter. 5 undead kobolds rushed to the river bank from where they collected resources within an hour. Lu Nan cuts to Chike's perspective and can see some familiar terrain. Chike was also close to the river. Although the lizard men were pulled away by Chike for a long distance, they were still chasing Chike. Nino stood on Chike's shoulder, holding Chike's little eye that looked to the left with her right hand. Her hair was blown back by the wind, like a flaxen tail. 10 minutes later, Chike reached the shore, boarded the raft, and successfully crossed the riverbank. Lu Nan operated an undead kobold, handed Chiku an enchanted iron longbow, and prepared 50 poison arrows for it. 50 arrows is not much, but Lu Nan doesn't have many arrows in reserve, that's all. Fortunately, the riverbank was not Lu Nan's final battlefield. After the arrows were fired, or after the lizard-armored men completed crossing the river, Lu Nan would ask them to withdraw. The outside of the territory was the place chosen by Lu Nan for the decisive battle. Make arrangements and just wait for the lizard man to come over. Nino's sleepiness was all dispelled at this time, and she stayed by the river to continue watching the excitement. Waited 30 minutes. The figure of the lizard-armored man appeared on the other side of the river in the sight of the despicable artificial eyes. Looking at the river in front of them, the lizard-armored people stopped, but did not leave. Lu Nan could sense that there was a subtle supernatural substance surging through the lizard man's body. They do have some ability to communicate over long distances. Lu Nan scanned the lizard-armored men and found that the 2 leading lizard-armored men had obviously better weapons. Their strength is also 6 points higher than other lizard men. Lu Nan also quickly counted the specific number of lizard-armored people. 55 in total. Exactly 11 teams. They seemed to be discussing with a certain being how to deal with the situation at hand. In the Great River woodland, in a tribe located among several large trees, a thin lizard-armored man sat. It is not as strong as other lizards. But it lives in the most humid place in the entire tribe, with the most bugs. It is the current leader of the lizard man tribe. It has extremely high spirit and can communicate with the tribe through extraordinary substances. After learning that the tribe had chased them to the river, it used the evil god's divine language to tell the tribe not to be anxious and to wait where they were. Another 20 minutes passed. Nino yawned, held up her eyelids with her fingers, and stared across the river. The lizards on the other side of the river were eating. They had caught a lot of insects and wild beasts, and just gnawed them without processing them. Mabolius was busy making arrows. Lu Nan sat in front of the screen and did not relax his vigilance. The ability of these lizard men to complete the Outflanking mission proves that they have basic tactical literacy and can formulate strategic goals instead of relying on instinct. Smarter than Chick. They refuse to leave, and they must be thinking about crossing the river. Really? In Lunan's vigilant sight, two extraordinary auras quickly approached. Through the despicable prosthetic eyes, Lunan quickly saw the extraordinary monster coming. An eagle that has almost lost all its feathers and has tumors all over its body. On its back stood a lizard man. Lunan looked at the attributes of this eagle. Polluted white-feathered eagle, 1 star without armor. Its attributes are very average, similar to those of the emerald beetle. But it has an additional state of chaos parasitism, and it is obviously controlled by the lizard-armored people through some evil method. Lunan stared at the vulture with bright eyes. If this could be transformed into an undead, the mount problem would be solved immediately. This vulture can carry a lizard man, so it should be able to carry Sheik. Lunan ordered all the undead kobolds to shoot accurately and not to hurt the vulture. As for Chick, Lunan only gave it a simple order: hit people. With Chick's perfect use of the weapon, it shouldn't hit the vulture. This vulture lands. Just as Lunan expected, the flying extraordinary monster arrived naturally to cross the river. Another lizard man jumped on the eagle's back. The vulture flapped its wings, flew up, and flew straight towards this side of the river. This was beyond Lunan's expectation. With flying mounts, you can go around far away and then cross the river. Lunan was already prepared to let the despicable false eye follow the vulture to find where the lizard-armored man was staying, and then send Sheik to chase him. As a result, it flew straight over. Lunan still remained vigilant. He ordered the undead kobolds and Sheik to stand separately to avoid being hit by poison powder or skills hitting multiple targets. The vulture flew high as it crossed the river, and there was nothing Chick could do about it. If it doesn't have enough, it will always put the lizard man on the ground. As it fell, it quickly entered the range of the bow and arrow. Chick took the lead in attacking, and an arrow flew out, hitting the lizard man on the eagle's back. 402, damage number jumped out from the heads of the two lizard men at the same time. There was little space on the eagle's back, and the two lizard-armored men stood like Jack and Silk. The arrow hit two targets at the same time. The arrows of the undead kobolds arrived later. Their accuracy is a bit poor, especially when shooting at moving targets in the air. 4 out of 5 arrows missed. One of the arrows also hit the vulture in the buttocks. Lunan immediately asked them to stop. When he let them come, Lunan's expectation was to let them shoot at the moving target on the water. This is simple. The appearance of the vulture was unplanned by Lunan. The undead kobolds are not accurate enough and are useless. Just give all the arrows to Big Brother and watch Big Brother perform. Chick's performance was fierce and steady. He shot arrows quickly, dealt high damage, and had a ridiculously high hit rate. The two lizard-armored men were shot dead before they even crossed the river. The body of the lizard man fell into the river, dyeing the water red, and was then washed away without a trace. Lunan sadly lost the corpses of two extraordinary monsters. Fortunately, the extraordinary substance obtained from killing the extraordinary monster was still there and was sucked into the Lord's cabin. The vulture flew back to the other side of the river with an arrow stuck in its hip. The leader of the lizard men did not recall his people. Its judgment on Chick is based on its knowledge. In its view, units that are good at melee combat are not good at using bows and arrows. The lizard people have never been able to master the longbow. But Loftus Cheek showed an accuracy that surprised him. This time it changed its strategy and let the two lizard men get on the back of the eagle and fly to the side. It didn't let the vulture land until Chick was completely out of sight. However, the two lizard-armored men were still looking for direction and wanted to sneak near Lunan's territory, but Chica had already killed them. The two lizard-armored men had no resistance and were easily killed by Chick. Lunan used the despicable prosthetic eyes and returned to the crossing point. The leader of the lizard-armored people lost contact with the two tribesmen crossing the river and was a little confused. It tried again. With the information provided by the despicable artificial eyes, Chick successfully intercepted and killed the lizardmen crossing the river again. The leader of the lizard-armored people was puzzled for a moment and then discovered the clue. This undead lord who doesn't seem to be powerful seems to have some invisible unit. Only invisible units can catch the lizard man's movements without any extraordinary aura fluctuations. It is indeed a despicable undead spirit. The lizard armor leader's view of Lunan has gradually improved from vulnerable to not that easy to deal with. But it's just difficult to deal with. The leader of the lizard men quickly made adjustments. It allowed all the lizard-armored men to rest where they were, and at the same time mobilized the surging black chaotic extraordinary material to send orders to the two lizard-armored men in the distance. There is actually more than one tainted white-feathered eagle in the lizard man tribe. But the other two vultures flew far away, looking for sacrificial materials. The leader of the lizard men ordered the two vultures to turn back. When they come back, let's cross the river together. The leader of the lizard-armored people still has strong self-confidence and determination. Tomorrow at the latest, this undead sword master will be destroyed by it and become part of the sacrifices to the gods. End of this chapter. Lunan sat in front of the screen and ate. The perspective on the screen fell on the despicable prosthetic eye, which was staring at a lizard man chewing some kind of black beetle. After the meal was finished, Lunan observed for more than 10 minutes and determined that the lizard-armored man had begun to rest in place. This means they won't attack again for a while. But they didn't leave, proving that their next attack wouldn't be too long. Lunan threw the garbage into the trash can and drank half a bottle of water. At the same time, he controlled Chike and let him return to the territory first. Fill up the soul fire and prepare for the next battle. Without Chick, the undead kobolds would be a bit more dangerous. The lizard-armored men came across the river and could kill the undead kobolds with just a few moves. Lunan left Xiaoyi on the shore and let him defend himself against 50 lizard men. The remaining undead kobolds retreated and collected materials on the spot after leaving the sight of the lizard men. Although a war is just around the corner, the development of the territory cannot stop. Lunan's stone materials for upgrading the Land of Death are still lacking. It's time to collect them now. Nino also followed Chick back. Although she was very sleepy, she still came to see Lunan first. Lunan thought she had the politeness of a plant elf and came here specifically to thank Lunan for taking her out to play. It turns out that Nino came to remind Lunan, remember to call me when the fight starts tomorrow. Be sure to remember, don't forget me. In fact, Nino was still polite on the surface, but she was so familiar with Lunan that she no longer needed to be polite. Lunan agreed. Nino then went back to her treehouse to sleep with confidence. It was already very late, but Lunan didn't sleep. Because the lizard men were still on the other side and could attack at any time, Lunan needed to keep an eye on them. There was no one in the territory who could take command for Lunan. Even Mabolius is the only servant who can speak. There are only 2 mouths in the entire territory. Lunan could only keep an eye on it in person to avoid being attacked by the lizard men. Just wait until they are solved before going to sleep. The night was long, and Lunan was not idle either. Lunan operated the Lord unit out of the territory and walked towards the east. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no battle and the effective conductor was not so important, Lunan asked the Lord unit to go out and hunt some extraordinary monsters. I have to continue to save extraordinary stones. After driving for an hour, Lunan gradually felt some extraordinary aura. Following the recent extraordinary aura, Lunan saw Stugger's snake, with red scales all over its body and sarcoma on its head. This is a 1-star extraordinary monster that lives in groups. There are usually 20 to 25 snakes in the group. They have no conversion value. When Chica met them, he easily opened up the family tree of a nest of stug snakes. Although Lunan's combat power is not as good as Chike's, he still has the advantage of crushing him against 1-star extraordinary monsters. 1 against 20 is not a problem. Stugger's snake also discovered Lunan and rushed forward. The battle begins. While Lunan was operating the Lord's unit and fighting extraordinary monsters, he would occasionally switch his perspective to the side of the despicable prosthetic eye to observe the lizard man's movements. The lizards took turns to rest and showed no signs of attacking. The night passed. 5 points in the early hours. Lunan's extraordinary stones increased to 47. The Tower of Decision was about to be refreshed. Lunan yawned and controlled the Lord unit to turn back. Halfway there, when Lunan switched his perspective to observe the lizard-armored people, he found that all the lizard-armored people had woken up. They are preparing for battle. Lunan awakened Chico, who was full of soul fire, and asked him to go to the shore. At 6:10, Lunan rushed back to the territory. First draw cards, then transform some undead magic rabbits, and then get ready for war. Lunan arrived at the Tower of Decision and opened the interface inside the tower. 32312. Lunan likes the card pool without 1-star cards very much. I hope that after the Tower of Decision reaches level 5, it can also fork out 2-star cards. Let's take a look at these 3 cards first. Lunan still looked at the low stars. Painful spell, 2 stars. After selecting a target near the Lord or Servant, you can cast a spell on the target. The target entangled by the spell will receive 30 points of spell damage per second for 3 seconds. Card cost, 8 extraordinary points. Card cooldown, 10 seconds. What Lunan lacks most now are minions, followed by cards that comply with the critical hit and damage system, and finally some powerful transition cards. This card did not meet Lunan's needs and was simply eliminated by Lunan. Lunan turned over the other 2 3-star cards. Speed, 3 stars. After use, all minions will gain a 5% movement speed bonus, which lasts for 5 minutes. Card consumption, 12 points of extraordinary value. Card cooldown, 2 minutes. This one is good. Let's take a look at the next one. Osteoporosis, 3 stars. After use, the specified target value will gain osteoporosis status. Each time it is attacked, the damage received will increase by 10 points. If the knowing blow effect is triggered when being attacked, the target's fragile bones will encounter a more powerful blow, and the damage received will be increased by 10%. The target affected by this state will continue to be in this state unless it dies or receives treatment. Purification has no effect on this skill. Card cost, 15 extraordinary points. Card cooldown, 15 seconds. Card row restriction, the target. Bone mass is not less than 20% of the total body vital matter. The osteoporosis condition can only be applied to the new target after the previous target dies. Asterisk targets inflicted with this status are more likely to be injured in daily actions. After Lunan read this card, Osteoporosis, his eyes suddenly lit up. This is a card with obvious advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that it adds a vulnerable effect, which greatly improves Lunan's current combat. If 10 undead demon rabbits attack together, one attack can cause 100 more points of damage. After triggering a knowing blow, there will be a higher bonus. This allows the card, Osteoporosis, to have a strong bonus against Chick. But the problem is, it can only work on one target. What's more terrible is that its target also requires bone mass. Flesh Scarecrow should not suffer from the negative effects of this card. This makes the range of action of the Osteoporosis card much smaller. Lunan thought for a moment and decided to take it down. This card is a very useful transition card. With the bonus of Osteoporosis, your chances of winning against the lizard-armored people will be much higher. The animation appears. Osteoporosis entered Lunan's deck. The deck capacity has become 7/16. After taking a card, Lunan looked at Quick Travel. In fact, this card is not bad, especially now that you have to go further to collect resources and hunt extraordinary monsters. The effect of increasing movement speed is very useful. By spending 20 extraordinary stones, Lunan can take down this card. But Lunan thought about it and felt it was unnecessary. The 5% bonus is too low. Pump again. Lunan dragged the mouse to refresh. As Lunan expected, the first daily refresh consumption is 20 extraordinary stones. Lunan clicked the left button, and the extraordinary material in the tower surged. 3 new cards appear. This time, 3 2-star cards were drawn. And they are all 2-star cards that are useless. Think of it as a guarantee. Lunan turned off the interface in the tower, went to the treehouse, and called Nino up. Nino seemed to be much more energetic after a night's rest. Nino flew out of the treehouse and flew around Lunan. "Good morning. By the way, when I was dreaming last night, I suddenly dreamed of the way the lizard men hunted us down. Can you take out the body of the lizard man?" Lunan was a little surprised. "Dream?" Nino gestured with her hands. "It's hard to explain to you. You can understand it as some kind of enlightenment. Go and have a look." Lunan was also curious about the lizard man's tracking methods. But since there were no clues to investigate further, Lunan didn't think much about it. Hearing what Nino said, Lunan became a little curious again. Lunan took Nino back to the territory and took out the body of a lizard man. On the body of the lizard man, Lunan found a writing. Lunan recognized this word as the divine language of the god who cannot mention his authority. The words themselves have no meaning. They are special, sacrificial words, in this divine language, used to complete some special rituals, such as tracking. Whoever kills a being with this text on his body will be affected by the chaotic supernatural substance, and his location will be discovered by the sacrificer. Another group of extraordinary monsters who believe in evil gods. Lunan thought about giving a hammer and destroying the fanged kobold's faith, and received a gift of extraordinary material from the undead, and his heart beat a little faster. By wiping out the lizard-armored tribe, the harvest might be more than the 2,000 extraordinary stones Lunan imagined. And right now, Lunan sensed movement in the despicable prosthetic eye. He switched his perspective and looked towards the river bank, only to find two more of the same, polluted white-feathered eagles, flying towards him. Apparently, the lizard-armored people were waiting for them. The lizard-armored people were already prepared and immediately climbed onto the eagle's back. Each vulture carries 2 lizard men on its back. They flew to a place where they could avoid Chick, disappeared, and began to cross the river. End of this chapter. Lunan used his despicable fake eyes to stare at one of the vultures, found the right position, and sent Chike to intercept it. At the same time as Chico acted, Lunan awakened the 9 undead magic rabbits he had saved before. Then Lunan left the territory and transformed 10 more undead demon rabbits. In the early morning, Lunan did not meditate, but went out to hunt, causing the extraordinary value to only come in and out. Now that 10 undead demon rabbits have been transformed, the accumulated extraordinary points have bottomed out again. Lunan operated the Lord unit and quickly went back to meditate. All the undead rabbits were arranged by Lunan on the grassland in the north of the territory. They are small in size and fast, making them suitable for ambushing the lizard men on their way forward, stealing some damage and then running away. The undead kobolds also have arrangements. They had dragged the raft ashore and removed the spiritual rope, and were now rushing towards the territory, preparing to go up to the arrow tower for output. The nameless bones and an ignorant skeleton with no construction mission also stood on the outside of the wooden wall. The 2 of them are, all eyes, look at me. The goal. Employees are like bricks, they can be moved wherever they need to be. Now the territory needs them to be beaten. Get ready. Lunan switched the perspective to the despicable prosthetic eye. The leader of the lizard-armored people thought about it all night yesterday and naturally made some adjustments. All the lizard men were divided into groups of 2 and spread out along the river bank. This can disrupt Lunan's line of sight as much as possible and reduce the chance of being caught by Chike. Lunan was unhurried and ignored the movements of these lizard men. Instead, he followed one of the vultures closely. The crossing took nearly an hour. Chike killed 16 lizard men, greatly weakening the lizard men's power. Including the 2 lizards on the backs of vultures who arrived this morning, a total of 2 lizards crossed the river. They are rapidly approaching Lunan's territory. After Chick completed the interception task, he immediately turned around and ran towards the territory. 2 minutes later. The arrangement of the undead demon rabbit worked. 2 lizard men passed by here. Lunan felt that the battle would be over within an hour, so he did not save his extraordinary points and directly applied osteoporosis to one of the lizard men. Osteoporosis is different from pain spell. Painful spell has special requirements. It must be a target next to the card servant before it can be selected. This card should require a unit to release. Osteoporosis is not required. The target within the sight of the transformed undead can be released as long as the distance is enough. The lizard-armored man suffering from osteoporosis was visibly bent at the waist and his walking became stiff. The speed has been somewhat affected. 19 undead demon rabbits attacked the weakened lizard man together. A large area of -34 damage appeared from the head of this lizard-armored man. The converted undead with no star rating, one attack, wiped out 1/3 of the life of the 2-star extraordinary monster. Conductor and osteoporosis work together, and the effect is really great. But under Lunan's control, they ran away after the fight, not showing any hesitation in fighting. The 2 lizard men quickly counterattacked. After all, they had the advantage of agility, and they still smashed an undead magic rabbit. But not much. As they moved on, the undead rabbits came over, attacked again, and then ran away. One lizard man lasted 3 rounds of attacks before being killed. When he died, he had more than 100 rabbit footprints all over his body. Then, the undead demon rabbits attacked the second lizard man. But this time Lunan's extraordinary value was not enough, and he could not use osteoporosis, so he could only rely on their own damage. Fortunately, the bonus of conductor is still there. After paying the price of losing 8 undead demon rabbits, another lizard man also fell on the way to attack. It has more footprints on it. There are still 34 lizards left. While the remaining 10 undead demon rabbits finished the battle and rushed towards the territory. 2 lizard men appeared outside the territory. They rushed directly towards Lunan's territory. This was the judgment made by the leader of the lizardmen after careful consideration. It thought that after Sheik came back, it would be more difficult to attack this undead territory. Even though the 2 lizard-armored men charged directly towards him, which seemed like a death blow, the leader of the lizard-armored men still let them charge. 5 undead kobolds fired volley at the arrow tower. This time we were hitting moving targets on land, and their accuracy was much better. Out of 5 arrows, only 2 were empty. 3-3 damage figures jumped out from the heads of the 2 lizardmen. The 2 lizard-armored men were both hit and were poisoned. The sinister undead that uses poison. The leader of the lizard-armored men hiding in the darkness cursed secretly. The 2 lizard-armored men rushed outside Lunan's wooden wall despite being poisoned. Before they could chop them down with their axes, they fell into the trap and fell into the trap. They did not have the wall-climbing ability of spiked beetles. After falling into the trap, they were first pierced by the spikes on their feet, and then were shot head-on by the undead kobolds for several rounds. In less than 20 seconds, they died in the trap. Are there any traps? Despicable and sinister undead. The leader of the lizard-armored man was furious. He had a vague feeling that something was not right. This territory was more difficult to conquer than he thought. But it was disgusted by Lunan's style of play and got a little carried away. Originally, it did not want the polluted white-feathered eagle to participate in the battle. In order to control these 3 flying mounts, the lizard-armored people also paid a heavy price and lost 7 tribesmen. But now I can't control that much. The leader of the lizard-armored men asked the vulture to cross the river, picked up 6 lizard-armored men, and headed towards Lunan's territory from the air. Soon, they overtook the other lizard-armored people and arrived above Lunan's territory. The vulture approached the ground, and the lizard man jumped down. -200, falling damage appeared on their heads. Bone Arrow Tower starts outputting immediately. After 1 round of output, it can only deal 80 points of damage. This kind of primary defensive building is really ineffective. The 6 lizardmen seem to be able to do so with ease as they rushed towards the Lord's hut. The enemy rushed directly into the wall. Nina was so frightened that her face turned pale and she wanted to fly higher. But after flying for a short while, she looked in the direction of Lunan again. You can't sell your friends. When she was wondering what to do, the door suddenly opened. Chick is back. Lunan also took out the gift hammer and threw it directly to Chiku. The gift hammer is the key to clearing the endless secret chamber, so Lu Nan did not let Chica take it for a long trip. Lu Nan will be safe in the endless chamber by holding the gift hammer on his body. However, Chica took the gift hammer and beat the 6 lizard men very quickly, so there was no big problem. Chica rushed forward with the uncomfortable hammer, and hit the lizard man in the front on the head with the hammer. A damage figure of -1098 jumped out immediately. Nino opened her mouth wide. The leader of the lizard armored men stood up directly. What's going on? It's just a 1-star minion. How can it deal such high damage? After receiving the bonus of the hammer, Chike hit one lizard man 3 times, and it took less than 3 seconds to kill the 6 lizard men who rushed into the territory. The vulture was also attacked by the undead kobolds when it landed. One vulture was more unlucky and was shot down directly. The other 2 vultures were poisoned. They were only 2-star extraordinary monsters and could not withstand the damage caused by the poison. However, the Lord's hut was also hit several times and lost 120 durability points. Fortunately, no problem. Lu Nan took back the gift hammer and asked Chica to take the bloodthirsty scythe and go out to fight. The leader of the lizard armored men has no way out. All the lizard men had crossed the river, and the 3 vultures had all been poisoned. There was no way out. We can only continue to charge hard. Outside the territory, Chike cooperated with the undead magic rabbit and the undead kobold in a chaotic battle. At this moment, Lu Nan quickly ran out, preparing to transform the vulture. But unfortunately, when Lu Nan used reincarnation on the vulture, it had no effect. It is affected by the otherworldly matter of chaos and can no longer be transformed into undead. Fortunately, the frontal battle went very smoothly. Traps have a very good delaying effect when facing these walking lizards. The undead kobold outputs no damage throughout the process. Although they can't deal thousands of high amounts of damage, the output lasts for a long time, and combined with the effect of the poison, the output cannot be underestimated. 8 points. The battle is over. Lu Nan has harvested a large amount of extraordinary materials and is rapidly transforming them into extraordinary stones. The total number should be more than 100. Chike's attributes have also increased significantly. Without weapons and only the conductor bonus, he already has 246.9 points of strength. There were only 2 lizard men left, and they were running around. Lu Nan did not rush to hunt them down, but sent Chike and the 3 surviving undead rabbits out to cross the river together. Although the attributes of the extraordinary stone and chic are already extremely rich gains, the biggest spoils of this battle are still in the lizard man's tribe. Chica still has enough soul fire, so he can cross the river now and go north to find the territory of the lizard man. End of this chapter. The leader of the lizard armored men packed up his things and prepared to run away quickly. It brought a parchment scroll and a large number of extraordinary stones. This sheepskin scroll records several ancient evil sacrificial methods. The leader of the lizard-armored people is a premature baby, and according to the group's habits, he will be expelled when he reaches adulthood. Relying on the sacrifices on the sheepskin scrolls, it gained strong spiritual power and became the leader of the lizard-armored people. And it also gained enlightenment, harvesting the lives of all nearby extraordinary monsters to feed the unknown evil god. This parchment roll must be carried with him. What also makes it a bit unbearable is the ritual table used for sacrifices. But the ritual platform used for sacrifice was too big, made up of several lizard-armored corpses, and it couldn't really take it away. Put your things away and get ready to leave. However, at this moment, the chaotic extraordinary material suddenly surged. A large amount of black extraordinary material poured into the body of the lizard armor leader. The leader of the lizard armor fell to the ground in pain, pleading in his mouth, but the chaotic material still spawned countless flesh sprouts and took over the body of the lizard armor leader. When Sheik crossed the river and ran north for about 10 minutes, a 3-meter-tall extraordinary monster with fleshy flesh covering its entire body blocked the road and charged out. Lu Nan didn't recognize it as a lizard man until he spent 1 extraordinary point to see the attributes of this extraordinary monster. Tainted Lizard Man Leader, 2 stars plus 1 star. Life, 3,700. Power, 100. Agility, 55. Wisdom, 1. Spirit, 0. Skills, regeneration, pollution, provocation. Regeneration. After receiving damage, you will be treated by chaotic material, which will increase the life recovery value by 3 points per second. Pollution. Looking directly at the polluted lizard leader for a long time will cause varying degrees of damage. After looking directly for 3 seconds, the spirit begins to decline, and 20 points of life, soulfire, are lost per second. After looking directly for 10 seconds, the spirit will be reduced to 50%, and 40 points of life, soulfire, will be lost per second. After looking directly for 20 seconds, the spirit will drop to 0 points, and 100 points of life, soulfire, will be lost every second. Provocation. When the lizardmen leader plants seeds of doubt in any team, all attributes will be permanently improved by 30 points. After Lu Nan read the panel of the lizard armor leader, he immediately realized that there was something wrong with the lizard armor leader. However, the leader of the lizard armored men had already rushed over, muttering "Undead Sword Master" and Church vaguely. Lu Nan gave the order first and asked Chike to fight with the leader of the lizard men. Pollution. This skill is very powerful. But Chike wasn't afraid. Sheik, who has a brave body, can fight perfectly even without eyes. Chike and the leader of the lizard men soon got into a fight. Lu Nan chatted with Nino and talked about the mutation in the lizard armor leader. Nino thought for a while and spoke to Lu Nan in a solemn tone. The great sage once said that any life is a fun toy in the eyes of the evil god. It is their instinct to desecrate life. However, not many evil gods would pollute their followers so directly. The leader of the lizard-armored people must have believed in a rather dangerous evil god. Lu Nan was a little curious. Can you tell which evil god it is? Nino shook her head. She felt like she had some memories, but they seemed to have been wiped away and she couldn't recall them. Lu Nan continued to ask another point of concern. It shouted, "Church. Is there a church in the old land?" Nino thought for a moment and was a little unsure. This is a human thing. Of course I, a grass elf, don't understand it. But it's very possible that there is. A trace of expectation surged in Lu Nan's heart. The church in the Field of Hope can collect bounties. And occasionally there will be large bounties similar to the event clues given by the undead with extraordinary materials, and there is a chance of obtaining extraordinary items. If Lu Nan could find a church, he might have another way to earn income from extraordinary stones and various extraordinary props. After thinking for a moment, Lu Nan switched the perspective back to Chike. The battle was now nearing its end. The lizard leader's attributes are not weak, but Chike is too strong. Each of its attacks was extremely smooth and full of suppression, erasing all suspense in the battle. After 2 minutes, the battle is over. The fleshy shoots on the lizardman leader's body began to wither from the roots. And these granulations show a strangely powerful vitality and will to survive. They are like leeches soaked in salt water, constantly rolling around, trying to take root on everything they can touch. Even the granules are robbing each other of each other's life substances. It took a full 5 minutes for all the granulations to die. And the rewards from killing such extraordinary monsters are quite rich. A large amount of extraordinary material poured into Lu Nan's lord's cabin. Chike's strength and agility increased by 2 points at once. After the lizardman leader dissolved into a puddle of liquid, Chike picked up a parchment scroll and a large bag of extraordinary stones. There are 625 of them. Both items were put into storage. Lu Nan felt very happy when he saw the number of extraordinary stones increased to 663. He asked the undead demon rabbit to rush to Chike and follow the traces left by the leader of the lizard men when he moved. Chike follows the undead rabbit. Following the footprints and the unknown juice flowing down from the flesh sprouts, one can quickly find the territory of the lizard-like people. By destroying the sacrificial ritual, one should still be able to obtain gifts of extraordinary substances from the undead. Moreover, we learn from the event clues that the lizard man tribe possesses more than 625 extraordinary stones. Then look for it. After Chike took action, Lu Nan opened the warehouse and took out the parchment scroll. Part of Kaisen's shattered lights notes. There are 4 evil rituals recorded on it. These include rituals used by the lizard man to seek out enemies, as well as rituals to control the opponent by polluting life. The last ritual is a life transformation ritual evolved from biological alchemy. So snakes to trees, so human heads to dogs' backs. Through the transformation of chaotic matter, life becomes distorted and ugly, in order to please the evil god and gain power. This ritual requires 100 points of wisdom to master. The leader of the lizard-armored man did not have enough attributes to master it. Seeing the name Kaisen, Lu Nan felt a little familiar. After a while, Lu Nan thought about it. Isn't this the master of the magician locked up in the prisoner's dungeon? As expected of master and disciple, they both fell into the arms of the evil god. There is no valuable information on the parchment. Lu Nan would definitely not touch the evil god's ritual. Leaving it in the warehouse also made Lu Nan a little uneasy. Moreover, Lu Nan didn't want to sell it, lest he be subjected to the evil god's ritual one day. After thinking for a moment, Lu Nan threw it into the forging furnace and burned it to ashes. However, a hint appeared at this time. Event record: you have obtained the event clue, the entrustment of the Firewalker. From the burned parchment, a letter written on a soft metal sheet fell out. The letter flew out of the forging furnace and fell into Lu Nan's hands. Nino came over, her little face full of curiosity. Look, what's written on it? Lu Nan nodded and looked at the contents of the letter. End of this chapter. The suicide note was enlarged and displayed on the entire screen. The text above is in universal language and Lu Nan can understand it. The letter reads: I hid this last letter in an evil parchment. Since you have obtained this letter, you must not be being deceived by evil gods. You don't need to know my name, you just need to know that I am the fifth fire follower and the last fire follower. During the Great Evacuation, the Shuanhua people followed the teachings of the Goddess of Destiny and stayed in this desolate world. The mission of the Fire Follower is to kill all the extraordinary monsters of chaos and protect the lives that cannot be evacuated from the evil god. The goddess did not leave any more teachings. Now it seems that the goddess knew that things related to herself would be erased. Endless confrontation was more difficult than we first thought. The whispers of evil gods are everywhere, and the chaotic supernatural matter is difficult to remove. Fire followers have suffered heavy casualties over hundreds of years, and have become fewer and fewer. We tried every means possible to find a solution to the chaotic extraordinary matter, and finally found a solution from some dwarves who were reluctant to leave their homeland. The dwarves believe that forging a weapon that can absorb the extraordinary matter of chaos can collect the extraordinary matter of chaos that cannot be eliminated. The last firewalkers spent more than half their lives to obtain the appropriate materials, but the forging would take hundreds of years. We were destined not to wait until that day, but we still chose to let the dwarves forge this weapon and named it Fire. The road ahead is difficult, and there are always people who want to leave a glimmer of light when there is no hope. The person who holds the suicide note can collect this weapon from the dwarf. Dwarves live in the large plains north of the Great River Woodland. Just go there to look for them. By the way, this weapon may have some side effects, so please be prepared. Shuanhua people pay high respect to the latter and hope that the flame of life will be passed down from generation to generation. The whole letter is a few hundred words long, but it contains a lot of information. Lu Nan always felt that the old land was a bit deserted. For example, there are many human cities on the Plain of Hope. Several of the lords Lu Nan knew had at least one city nearby. There was not even a single figure of Lu Nan here. Now it seems that this is caused by the Great Evacuation mentioned by the Fire Followers. Land of the Old Ones was abandoned for some reason. But Lu Nan thought about it and felt that this was not a bad thing. The infinite growth of the rewards of fate is very suitable for slowly developing in such a closed place. In addition to this information, according to the Fire Follower, the goddess of life knew that she was about to disappear. This also proves that the disappearance of the new gods and the old gods was not a sudden accident, but an expected result. However, this piece of information is of little value to Lu Nan at the moment. This weapon left behind by the people following the fire is even more valuable to Lu Nan. A weapon that has been crafted for hundreds of years should be very powerful. And the suicide note in Lu Nan's hand can be directly exchanged for this weapon. Lu Nan would definitely not miss this kind of good thing. Lu Nan planned to let Chike come back to rest later and regain his soul in fire. The undead rabbit continues north, trying to find a way to find the dwarves. It is not known how long it has been since the last fire follower died, or whether the dwarves have moved. Look for it. After reading the instructions from the people following the fire, Lu Nan looked at Nino. She also read the contents of the letter. Her expression was a little disappointed, and she felt some sympathy for this entrustment that spanned who knows how many years. Lu Nan typed and asked her, "Do you, the plant elves, have any records about the great evacuation?" Nino came back to her senses and shook her head. "The great sage didn't mention it, and I'm not sure either. Even if there was, with the disappearance of fate, we may have forgotten it." Lu Nan nodded and didn't ask any more questions, and Nino knew too little. Among the plant elves, she was probably equivalent to a little girl who had just grown up and had no experience in the world at all. If you want to know any information, you still have to go to the secret place of elves and meet the great sage that Nino talks about. Just as Lu Nan thought of this, a prompt suddenly popped up from the lower right corner of the screen. He clicked the exclamation mark and took a look. Record. You destroyed a sacrificial altar for followers of the evil god, and you became hostile to all believers, below 7 stars, who believed in the god of unmentionable authority. Because you are hostile to the chaos mortal matter, the undead mortal matter has given you a gift. The probability of high-quality cards appearing in your card pool is slightly increased, and the number of draws with the highest star rating, the upper limit of the Tower of Decision, is guaranteed to be -1. Destroying the sacrificial altar actually has the effect of drawing hatred? But Lu Nan thought about it and felt that it wasn't a big problem. If Lu Nan is allowed to develop for a while, he should be able to beat extraordinary monsters below 7 stars. And these extraordinary monsters are hostile to Lu Nan, and they are not going to attack Lu Nan immediately. But this did give Lu Nan a little more desire for power. And the gift of extraordinary material is better than imagined, and it actually improves the quality of the card pool. Moreover, this reminder basically confirmed Lu Nan's previous speculation. The card pool is guaranteed. It's just that the number of guarantees is not certain. Just smoke it slowly. Over time, you can always figure it out. In addition to the changes in the card pool, Lu Nan also gained something. The undead demon rabbit found many scattered extraordinary stones. After counting, the number was about 350. It seems that the lizard man also has a way to use extraordinary stones. They have used part of the 2,000 extraordinary stones obtained from the mine. Lu Nan arrived a little late. But overall, Lu Nan gained a lot from this battle. Lu Nan ordered Chi Ku to turn back with satisfaction. The undead rabbits continued their work and headed north. Lu Nan stayed up all night and was already a little tired. After making arrangements for the territory, he turned off the game and prepared to take a nap. However, Lu Nan set an alarm clock and planned to get up after only 3 hours of sleep. On this rare day off, Lu Nan didn't want to waste too much time sleeping. When I woke up, it was still bright outside. Lu Nan got up, made himself a bowl of instant food, sat back in front of the computer, and opened the game. Pulling the perspective back to the territory, Lu Nan noticed an exclamation point appeared in the lower right corner of the screen. It's not yet 12 noon, destiny reward should not be triggered yet, and the buildings haven't moved. Where does this prompt come from? Lu Nan clicked on the exclamation point while eating. Record. Your transformed undead discover a dwarven settlement. Lu Nan's eyes widened, with a somewhat surprised expression on his face. Come on, the dwarf found it so easily? Is the great river woodland so small? Can the undead demon rabbit cross the river forest and enter the plains in 3 hours? With some doubts, Lu Nan switched his perspective to the undead demon rabbit. End of this chapter. Unknown plump flowers catch flying insects, and the uneven ground is crawling with various insect snacks that the lizards like. The place Lu Nan saw from the perspective of the undead demon rabbit clearly had the landforms and ecological characteristics of the great river woodland. However, at the end of the undead demon rabbit's field of vision, there were indeed several young humanoid beings staring at them, and an adult humanoid being guarding them next to them. Even the children who are not yet adults can clearly see the characteristics of the dwarfs. They are short in stature, like newly born babies, but their torsos and arms are very strong. Especially their arms, which are much thicker than their thighs. In addition to the most obvious dwarf characteristics, they also have larger noses than humans, brown skin, light red hair, and luxuriant hair. Lu Nan looked surprised. It seems that the dwarves did move over a long period of time. But they moved south, from the Luoshan Plain further north to the Great River Forest, much closer to London. Whether it's the weapons left behind by the firewalkers or the recovery of the flowing hourglass, with the emergence of the dwarves, there is the possibility of progress. But what made Lu Nan feel a little strange was the attitude of these dwarves. They've discovered the undead rabbit. Next to several young dwarves, there were adult dwarves holding hammers, who seemed a little wary. But the undead demon rabbits were not difficult to deal with, and at most they were a little faster. However, they did not drive the undead demon rabbits away, but just watched. Lu Nan called Nino over, who was staring at the ignorant skeleton sacrifice. "Do you know about dwarves?" Nino looked very happy to see Lu Nan. Plant elves have long lifespans, but they have to spend these years in the secret place of elves, so they have the ability not to get tired of familiar people. Even if it was an ordinary morning, even if they had just met, Nino would still be genuinely happy to see Lu Nan. After listening to Lu Nan's question, she thought about it and introduced it to Lu Nan. Well, they are a group of people who love forging more than they love their wives. They believe in the god of blacksmithing and craftsmanship, and regard forging better items as their lifelong pursuit. However, their tempers are not very good. Dwarves are simple-minded. If you talk to them in a hidden way like humans, they will be angry because they don't understand. It seems that I can be more straightforward later and tell the dwarf Lu Nan's purpose. Lu Nan touched his chin and thought for a while, then typed and asked Nino, "Is there anything else I should pay attention to?" Nino smiled and rubbed her long, smooth flaxen hair. "Maybe you need me to go there in person. The grass elves are very popular, much better than the undead. My presence will make things much easier. As a reward, I want a piece of candy." Lu Nan thought for a while and communicated with her by typing, "Okay." Nino was a little surprised. "Really?" Lu Nan smiled. "Of course, you have to pay attention to your own safety later." Nino first spun around in surprise, and then realized something was wrong. "Huh? Me?" Lu Nan, "Yes, if you want to be rewarded, of course you have to complete this matter independently. But if you are afraid, you can ask Sheik to protect you. The reward is 100 extraordinary stones." Nino scratched her head and smiled awkwardly but politely. "Forget it then, can I go and play with you?" Nino, who was fooled and fainted, set off with Chike and Mabolius, who were filled with soul fire. Lu Nan sent Mabolius out because he wanted Mabolius to be exposed to the customs of the dwarves. It would be best to learn the dwarven forging skills again. Chike is very fast, but the distance is too far. Chike has to travel for more than an hour. Taking advantage of this period of time, Lu Nan went out and used the number of transformations left for the vulture today to transform undead plants. The number of undead plants reached 175. Tomorrow morning, Lu Nan will have 200 undead plants, and the rate of absorbing extraordinary values will increase by 1 point every hour. 12 points. A prompt popped up on Lu Nan's side on time. Record. Your talent fate reward has been triggered, and the power of unknown bones has been increased by 1.5 points, and the soul fire has been increased by 15 points. Chike's strength increases by 7 points. Mabolius' wisdom increases by 0.5. Your spirit increases by 2 points, your strength increases by 2 points, and your extraordinary value increases by 15 points. There were a lot of battles yesterday, and the improvement in destiny rewards was also improved a bit. Not bad. Satisfied, Lu Nan closed the daily record interface, switched to Chike's perspective, and found that Chike had seen the undead rabbit in the distance. The dwarves also discovered Sheik. The adult dwarf stood 2 steps forward and stood in front of the younger dwarves. After a while, Chike stopped not far in front of the dwarf. Nino stepped forward and introduced herself. "Hello, I am the grass elf, my name is Nino Fra. We've come to see you for something." The adult dwarf glanced at Nino, as if he was judging something. After a moment, he showed a disgusted expression. Nino's mind was very delicate, and she noticed the dwarf's emotions, and the smile on her face froze. What happened? Didn't the great sage say that grass elves are very popular? Could it be that the dwarves hated the undead so much that they even disliked her? Just when Nino was doubting herself, the dwarf said to Chike, "Is something wrong with you?" Lunan thought for a moment and typed out the purpose of his visit. We have obtained the suicide note of the fire follower. At the same time, there is also an extraordinary prop that we would like your help to repair. The adult dwarf nodded coldly, but his actual expression was a little eager. Well, come with me. Nino was stunned. What happened? She, a cute plant elf, was despised, and the undead could actually sneak into the dwarf's territory with just a few words? It was she who was disliked, not Lunan. Great sage, how could this happen? Lunan looked at the screen with a thoughtful expression. He seemed to understand why the dwarves didn't attack the undead rabbit. The dwarves are waiting for Lunan to arrive. Moreover, the dwarf did not doubt Lunan's words, and did not even conduct any verification. In Lunan's opinion, this was a bit abnormal. But Lunan hasn't figured out the specific reason yet. Maybe they wanted to take Lunan somewhere and set up an ambush? Lunan was a little more cautious, controlled Chike, and followed the dwarf. Nino, who was in despair, followed Lunan. Soon, Lunan came to several metal-forged houses. The dwarven architecture has its own style. This house is like a large iron box with an opening, but the forging process is excellent, and there are complicated and extraordinary lines on it. There is a style that combines wildness and delicacy. The adult dwarf knocked on the door of one of the houses. Chief, the undead are indeed here. The door was kicked open. A strong female dwarf wearing animal skin clothing rushed out of the house. She moved quickly, circled around Chike twice, and said with satisfaction, "It's really good. It looks like you can find some useful materials for us. My name is Nancy Hammer, and I am the leader of the current Hammer clan. We are very good at crafting equipment, but we have to tell you first, the commission is very high. Tell me, what do you need?" Hearing the word material, the expression of the pixel-style adult dwarf next to him also changed significantly, and he became a little expectant. Lunan seemed to understand something. These dwarves seem to be short of materials? If this is the case, they welcome the undead but dislike Nino, probably because Nino can't fight and can't get the materials the dwarves need. While Lunan was thinking, he reiterated his purpose of coming and asked Mebolius to take out the fire follower's suicide note. After reading the suicide note, Nancy nodded. This is indeed the commission we accepted. But unfortunately, the commission could not be completed. As for the specific reason, you have to do one thing for me, and I will tell you again. Of course, dwarves are different from those world spirits who are only interested in profit. If you can accomplish this, we will pay enough reward. After Nancy finished speaking, the adult dwarf next to her looked strange. He pulled Nancy aside and discussed in a low voice, "Chief, we don't have anything left. Everything has been melted." Over a long period of time, as the firewalkers and other human teams died, the dwarves who were not good at fighting had fewer and fewer ways to obtain resources. Without the commission and the materials, the dwarves had no choice but to chew on iron blocks to survive. Later, I don't know who the wise man suggested that various precious items that have been forged can be melted and then forged. The dwarves found new fun and began to forge and reforge precious equipment. And every forging will cause considerable loss. 10-star equipment can be smelted once to become 9-star, then 8-star, 7-star. In the end, even the 1-star equipment was smelted. The current Hammer clan really has nothing to offer as payment except a hammer for each person. As the leader, Nancy has wisdom beyond that of a dwarf human. She analyzed, "Look, if he can help us retrieve the mineral deposit, we will have materials. Can't we just build another piece of equipment for him then?" The adult dwarf exclaimed, "Chief, you can actually think of such a faraway place." Nancy patted the adult dwarf on the shoulder with such force that the adult dwarf fell to his knees on the ground. "So next time I speak, don't interrupt me." The adult dwarf nodded. Nancy looked at Lunan again, staring at Lunan with her emerald green eyes. How is it? Do you want to make a deal? Lunan nodded, no problem. Nancy's tone was a little excited. She took out a map and handed it to Lunan. There is a place marked on the map where there are at least 10 2-star extraordinary monsters. Just help us clean them up. Of course, this task is extremely dangerous. If you shrink back now, the dwarves will